Baishin Sona Mikana. We'll say this incredible Gemara. What is Rabbi Yaakov saying? Rabbi Yaakov saying a person must always remain dignified even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all unstable, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of the Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanani, Mishan, and Azariah, what did they do before they were trying to keep Shana'ish? They fixed the bekashas, the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. The ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I can not lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be off. I will say top of Tzadi Gimel. All right. Page 93a. So if you don't Tzadi Gimel, so this is beautiful Gemara. So Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shema Amar. So the tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the malach. I will say the truth is that it's not a chiddush. Of course, tzaddikim are greater than malachim. It's not even a shayla, right? Why? Because malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never pashut that, of course, tzaddikim are greater than malachim. Incredible. So it's incredible. When Hanani, Mishan, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. The Gemara says, So this was a Musar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Hanani, Mishan, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods? Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest Musar that we receive is the Musar from the nations of the world. This is beautiful. So I say, what's the meaning of the pasuk? That's the shir. Literally, again, I said we'll go up on the palm tree, but I only take off branches. What's the pshat? Eli Yisrael. So again, remember the palm tree represents Klal Yisrael, who essentially says, goal, my desire, hold on to the palm tree until it, right? What I want more than anything, to be able to hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael has rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Who are my branches? Ultimately, again, Hanani, Mishan, and Azariah. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemaras like this are very affirming, because sometimes in life we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through, and all these different feelings. And it's important to understand, such as the nature of relationships, that's kind of the way it works. There's probably also expectations. He had expectations ultimately, again, of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if Baruch didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships, it's par for the course. Gemara goes like it. So what's the meaning of this story, right? This is Nevuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. They're in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What does that mean? What does it mean? I saw it at night. Mishra was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into that, to destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem ish milchama, Hashem shemo. Asus adam. What does it mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. So amongst the myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? The myrtle branches, those are tzadikim, Shneimar, Vahi Omen Es Hadasa. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baal Shneimar. Homer Letzula, Cherbi Ben Arasecha Ovish Miyad Mulem, Roges Nasim Shrokim Badum. So now, sorry, Badum Nasa Labalim, Arapapa, Shmamina, Susya, Chivra, Mal Chalma. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just a tremendous Mr. Haskell from here. The Rebbe was ready to go and destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? The say we matter more than we could ever imagine. If three men, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. By the way, I want to point out who. Excuse me for saying this. They weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? There was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people, but yet again, they saved the world. I will say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go right there. So Rabbanon Lehecha, this is great. After Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, where did they go? What do you do after that? So where I'm going to Disneyland. Where do you because we'll say that what you might really asking is something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara Mesu. They died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara. What does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention. And their piety became the subject of so much attention that level of attention is not healthy. That is the result of ayin hara. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Berok tavu. They drowned in spit, in saliva. Now, what does that mean? So we'll say this is an incredible Maharsha over here. So the Maharsha says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The fire should derech mashal. The idea of Kika Shayla of it, Israel, this outside very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that the Chaim Mishal and Azariah came out. So the nations of the world, literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, "What is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great?" So the Maharsha says, "What does it mean that Chaim Mishal and Azariah drowned in saliva?" It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs of Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Mishal and Azariah died in the spit in the saliva? It means that even Chaim Mishal and Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all in spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them mussar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. Chaim Mishal and Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives like Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintended. Let's see what we see from there. how careful we have to be with each other's secrets, how careful we have to be how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara said, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all your stop and us Russian, I'll say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? The first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what are you talking about? They went to Eretz Yisrael, right? They retired to Eretz Yisrael, and they had children. But Ketan, the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Haramesun, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rob, Allah is Shimona Yoshua Kohen Agadol, Atov, Ata Yoshua Hashem, Ki Anshem Mofes Yom. Moses, the Gemara talks about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time, again, at Chaim Shalom Azar, I'll talk about in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? Chanan Mishal Azariah, after the story with the Kivshan, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chanan Mishal Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshan? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, right, a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right, for aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food, to bring in aspasta to Babel. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate a contract to bring those animals into Babel. Is that true? No, I was say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good Yiddish up. So what did he do? So the says, Zutri I see below that height. He brought very young ones, so no one had a meaning that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved in all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chanan Mishal Azariah happened. We'll see why he was doing. Who were they? Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel, and not to Chanan Mishal Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next.
There he is. There he is. Dog. I have one question for you. Do you want me to ask you the question? Yeah, but I go first, dog. What is it, baby?
He also wanted it to come through Chanan Mishal Azariah. So it's interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this is coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the kitchen. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now,
hold on.
I decided, let me know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a God.
Jim Jeffrey. Tim mentioned. Them. Barry Humphreys.
Now, this is all happening at the same time.
Is it multiple people?
Obviously, again, so there are other people who also
are they male?
Prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben
Don't tell me.
and Sidkia ben Maasiyah.
Is he skinny?
And they also posed as prophets, although they were Yeshua.
He's skinny, isn't he? Carl Barron. Sean McCullough. It's not Kitty Flanagan. It's not Glenn Robbins. It's not Jim Jeffries. It's not Gary McDonald. It's not Hamish Blake. It's not Frank Woodley. It's not Jimmy Owens. It's not.
They were made like roasted grain.
I'm not reading off Google. Tim Minchin, Adam Hills, Barry Humphries, Gina Riley. Okay, well, don't tell me yet. Let me go to my sources. Doug, you've shown me a lot of videos of them.
These two guys posing as prophets go to the daughter of
I know, but we watch a lot of things on stream.
Speaking the word of God.
So just bear with me.
You should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to
Bear
him.
with
I
me.
come to you with the word of God. When Achav
You've shown me
right, you should give yourself over to him.
some people.
Okay. So the Gemara says,
they were.
So I say, by the way, I just want to point out
Just
something
one moment.
which is interesting that you see.
So you're saying to
they
me
held the Jewish prophets,
that
right?
you
It doesn't
don't
say,
think
get out of here. My brother
that
says,
I will know who you're
okay,
talking
she
about.
takes us to her
Would I
father.
know their
He's
name?
her father. So Amrullah, Elohim shel Ehu, Elu son and Zimo.
If you remember,
Something doesn't sound right. Because the God of this people, he hates
Okay, well,
immorality.
hold on.
So the notion that he would instruct.
Are they on alone, or they got to be on with somebody else?
Doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time they come your way, send them to me.
Okay, so just one moment, dog. Because I'm
I'm
gonna get this.
So sure enough, again, when
You and I both know that I'm gonna get this. Have they ever been on Kill Tony before?
So the Bukhari says, tell me, who gave you this message?
Okay.
God.
Just one moment. Because I know I'm gonna get this.
Listen, guys, I did a little fact checking.
And I know.
Fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar.
Are they popular in the United States?
Prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happens.
All right,
Never happens.
yeah,
So what's
that's
going on over here?
An interesting clue.
This is great. So
They
Sidkia and Achav say, well, 1 second.
are.
Why are Chaim Mishlan and Zariah's words anymore important? Because they're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all chaverim. So again, because they're so in other words, just because Chaim Mishlan and Zariah say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So the Ledido lo Amar Lahu, Ledido Amar Lahu. God didn't speak to them. God spoke to us. Amar Lahu. Ana beina dat dekinu. Kichei dat dekinu. Debat kesinu. Nechaim Mishlan and Zariah. So the Bukhari says, you know what?
And you're sure they're going to be on Kill Tony?
Where I checked out Hanani Mishan Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you
They're
to
going to be
the
on.
same
How
test.
did you find out they're going to be on Kill Tony?
First thing, your word is gold. Achav said, yes, hold up there. It's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. Hanani Mishan Azariah. There's only 2 of us.
Are you going to watch? Does this mean you're going to watch Kill Tony?
So the Bukhari says, no problem. Phone a friend.
In the United States,
Like, no worries. You know, like,
it comes out
get
at
your guy. You can choose anyone you
Pacific
want.
time. It
Whoever
comes
you want
at 6
for
p.m.
your
on Monday.
Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace.
Word,
So
dog.
this is crazy. I was like, Amru. So they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Savi Lesi Yoshua. The Nefesh Sayu. Umagna Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen
2
Gadol.
weeks ago.
Wasn't Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Mishlan and Zariah. So Sidkia and Achav say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara said, Achsinu Shadinu Inu Ikhu Yoshua Gadol Ichrichu Mane. So what happened? So they threw him into the furnace. Achav and Sidkia were burned. Sidkia were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed, except his clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar by Yanis Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Female Hashem Tzib.
Wait, if things go well, they're going to put him on the wall? What wall?
So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks Yoshua. This is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. Sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand
And
why
give him a Kill Tony 10?
Because obviously, again, false prophets.
That's not a thing. What's a Kill Tony 10?
Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. So why is it that your clothing got a little bit singed? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you
Don't tell me
that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I was going to tell you.
No, I don't. I don't want anything.
Their clothing wasn't even singed. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine, like, it's like that?
It is.
Stop talking about Chanayim Mishalim Azariah.
Yeah, the best guess I would have is Rick Ingram.
Their clothing wasn't singed.
All right, who is it?
So, obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here?
Give me a hint.
So Yoshua says pretty simple. They had three combined marriages of 3 people. I'm only one guy. Avram, so Avram was only one. So Nebuchadnezzar knew his Torah. Right? He says, but Avram was also thrown to a fiery furnace.
And it's not James McCann.
Yet he emerged totally unscathed. Isaac Butterfield. So ultimately, again, so to which Yoshua ben Galad says, here's the difference: that ultimately Avram was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlita, some level of control, it impacted his me as well. That's what people say. The famous adage that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but putting a fire around it and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous also to the wet stick.
Oh, is it the Asian guy?
So the wet stick can be very righteous. Yeah. Surround the wet stick by enough.
Oh, no way. He's going to be on Kill Tony?
Impact on the Sadik as well. The impact of our surroundings.
Okay.
So, by the way, Mike Tammy, what's the real reason? So
he's like your favorite comedian.
Right? If Yoshua Kohen Gadol was going to be a big Sadik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him?
I agree with you. Okay, what's his
Because his sons
what's his Instagram?
They were kind of obviously they married women where they were not really allowed to marry, and Yoshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is counted. Yoshua was wearing soiled clothing. I
found it. Okay, so here's what I can tell you.
Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the pasuk says,
if shows go well tonight in San Diego, they're gonna put me on the spot and give me a Kill Tony pen.
What does it mean, 6 barley?
This motherfucker's not gonna be on Kill Tony.
He gave her 6 barley kernels.
They're just gonna give him a pen. He's not funny enough to be on Kill Tony. Kill Tony shoots from Austin, not San Diego.
Rather, he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley.
He's not even playing it. Dog, it played. Yeah, I've never been more sure of any fact in my entire life.
So in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remnant. It was a metaphor, an illusion.
No,
she was going to have 6 sons.
They haven't been to San Diego in
6 brachas.
Like
so it wasn't
10
meant
years.
to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this: who are the 6 sons of Elohim? This is incredible. Who are Russ's 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed with 6 brothers of Elohim: David, Mashiach, Daniel.
You should know that this guy is not going to be on Kill Tony. They're just giving him. They just have an extra Kill Tony pen, like from a few years ago.
When Naomi was going back to Canaan, right, and Naomi said, "Don't come with me." And ARPA
I was
goes
gonna
back
say
to
because
law.
I think Bert
There's no
Kreischer's on it this week,
Sometimes in life,
and
we stand at
that's why I was like,
crossroads,
is it?
and the decision we make at that crossroads
Dude, he would be really big
impacts
though
not just us, but
if
impacts
he
us for generations.
um
Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads.
he
Sometimes
would
we're
be really
unaware
big
that we're
if
at a
he did
crossroads.
kill Tony.
This is the
Now,
important
are you
thing
ready
about
for my
life.
question?
So that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the
Are you
moment
ready
of a
to
political
lose?
decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we
Everything.
go. David, תכסב, ויען אחד מהנערים, ויאמר הנה ראיתי בן לאישי
You think
בצלחת.
you're good at
I
8 ball,
saw
don't
this,
you?
right, this son of Ishai, יודע נגן, בגיבור חיל, ויש מלחמה, ונבון, right, נבון
trick
דבר,
shots
ואישתר. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas. Again, we'll
But you
define
get
it.
your wish.
Actually, 6 brachas. Who was one of the
No, he was in Irvine in October.
of Shaul to Shaul. That was saying now Doeg meant it. You know, sometimes when somebody sometimes someone is
He
treated
was
disparaging.
there.
So this was a
He
compliment
was in
that meant to
October.
be disparaging. It meant to
He
really
came
not
in
disparaging.
October.
It meant to create animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nagi wasn't there.
Dude, you have an invitation.
He knows how to ask you questions in Torah.
If he comes this October, I might see him.
Answer questions in Torah.
If he's at the Irvine Improv.
He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar Shemara Panabalacha. He's a beautiful appearance that he knows how to assert himself in halacha. The Navon,
Would you see him if he came to Adelaide?
Understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Ima, God is with him.
Dude, what the fuck happened to you?
Whenever David says halacha, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, "This is beautiful." But my son Yonasan has
you're
these
so
same
bad.
attributes.
Dude. That's all frustrating
When
internet.
Doeg said Hashem Imo, Hashem was at the meaning that the halacha always follows David. That David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did
Dude,
Yonasan.
I was waiting for
That's when
you.
Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where
God,
Shaul
we're
sees
playing.
David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. The Bishol said,
Yeah.
by Shaul it says wherever he
Oh, I have to hit a
sets
trick shot. It's your
his
turn.
eyes on, he would decimate. Talking about his enemies. With David said,
Yeah, that's a missed trick
wherever
shot,
David
son.
would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shows of success. But David has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do you know that it was Doeg who said these things? Good. Next. So therefore, I will say the point.
What did I tell you, dog?
Russ's descendants. Remember,
That's
Boaz
a giant
gives Russ
penalty.
six kernels of barley to highlight. 6 descendants who are each benched themselves with 6 brothers. One of those descendants,
No.
and the 6 brothers of David. Mashiach, Tichsev. So I say, incredible. What's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful.
That would have been beautiful. Too bad it sucked.
Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Vina,
Yeah, because you
Ruach Itza,
did not do well.
Ruach Das, Yiras.
This should be what.
These are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I will say these are the
Oh, that
qualities
was
of
almost
Mashiach.
badass.
Uksiv, very Yiras Hashem. Ultimately, again, the inspired Yiras.
I think so.
This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, is someone.
Dude, that was terrible.
Mashiach is someone who's going to be.
I hope you know it was really bad.
And Yisurim and suffering. You know, say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life.
So nobody knows.
What we saw yesterday about ultimately again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed.
Nobody knows.
At the end of the day, right? The most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and religious even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who's loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with. Rava says the Morach about doing. Mashiach is very interesting.
I don't know if it's possible. We'll have to look at the rules for it. Dude, everything that you've done is really bad thus far.
Good. I got it. We didn't finish it. We didn't finish all the way. But we'll say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel your last call, you look a little abnormal.
I'm really good at giving other people scratches.
Tremendous.
Zoot, did you know? Did you know you're up?
I can't see. There's no trick shot.
All right, come on, Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
Do you think this is going to be a trick shot?
No.
But how do you even do a trick shot without bumping a ball in? That's not a trick shot.
All right, Jim, saying good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share.
All right. I mean, what do you want me to do about it, Zoot?
Do a trick shot.
That's a terrible shot. That's a miss. That's a big time miss. Big time miss. Big time miss. And time is ticking, dog. You better hit the ball. The time is. Dude, are you proud of that shot?
All of the Neshamos having the families in the bring all hostages home and our holy soul successful. The whole Maaseh evening. So with that, let us begin.
Dude, how about you hit the ball?
92. We are picking up on Sadik.
Yeah, everybody go.
Lines up from the bottom.
That's a miss.
Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of
Dude.
us. We got the cycle. Like 8 years.
Oh, that was the best fucking shot. Dude, that was so baller. Dude, that was so baller. Dude, that was so baller.
It looks like we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between.
No way. That's not a trick shot. Dude, that was so baller.
Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else?
Yeah, but I
Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi Yudan with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men.
So that
was tremendous respect
I agree.
for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of occasions. So Antoninus says to
Yep. Nope.
The body and the soul have the ability to
That's definitely not.
each other.
Might be one of the worst shots ever.
Body and soul have the ability to bring each other.
Of course.
The Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? So better listen to this question. Because the body can say, look,
69.
from the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself right?
It'd probably be like a bounce, a kiss, a bank.
The instigator of all of my life's problems, it really was the Neshama.
Maybe I don't know, curve count? No, curve doesn't count. But everybody's waiting on you.
Does the Neshama say, look at me? From the day that I left, that fashtunk in the body.
I think that's a penalty.
Flying to heavens like a bird. Like a bird. Right? The body says it's clearly the
You just-
the Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking.
You know, I can't really do anything because your fucking ball's in the way.
So what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does it hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces.
Zoot.
And it's not he has responsibility.
Oh, yeah, for sure, dog. Your mental health is a garbage can.
So this is beautiful. I'm trying to come much longer, dog. So let me give you a muscle. Let me give you.
Dude, I'm just busted your balls. You're good, baby. You're good. Stay strong, my man.
Oh man,
A king had a beautiful orchard. On the base.
Dude, calm down. Did you see that trick shot? Look at that. Bank, kiss, kiss, combo. Dude, did you see that?
Very nice dates. Very nice dates. Right, very nice steaks.
Combo shot, Zoot.
He's probably going to be in the
It fucking better be.
One of them was crippled and one of them was blind. So
I'm doing really bad with that.
discount. You know, the nice again. So these were the watchmen over the field.
Would you agree with that, Rabbi?
I just had a penalty of 30.
So the crippled one said to the sumo.
Yeah, but you're not doing it
That's
fast
the
enough.
blind one. The Kolos knows honey roll. I see that there's some really nice things in
Alright,
this.
I'm gonna try something really controversial.
That's not gonna be good.
So the crippled watchman says,
That might be.
says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. Put me on your back.
That might be one of the greatest
My eyes,
assists
and together, we'll be
in the
able to
history of
partake the
humankind.
things. So sure enough, I got the sumo baby, but
Yeah,
sure enough again. The crippled one got on the back.
And I'm gonna
of
get
the
one.
blind and they went together and they consumed the figs. The owner
Yes,
so sometime
Well, I
later,
didn't.
the owner of the field
It's your
comes
turn.
on, and he says, "I'm gonna have the Cholos now."
Sorry,
So
that's not really a
so
trick shot.
probably they did a pretty good job consuming
Maybe
the
they
figs
did.
and ate a lot of things in a relatively
That's a
short amount
miss.
of time or whatever, prolonged amount of time.
It wouldn't have been a trick shot.
Where are
Thank you for the easiest trick shot in the history of the world.
Also, sorry, Arlo Kiger, Klum Yesh Lirai Mahalik Ban, Arlo Sumo, Klum Yesh Einayim Liros. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How did
Where's
they
the trick?
liability? So the
Baby,
blind guy
look at
says,
the
"I
score."
don't have sight. It couldn't have been me.
Okay.
The crippled guy says, well, you're for me, I don't have legs.
Bernie.
Clearly couldn't be me.
Yeah.
So
That's not a
what
trick
does
shot.
Here,
That shot
yeah,
sucks.
got the sword, but then also
Good
got-
job
The
doing that.
owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the
So I didn't get a trick shot.
and
Right.
judged them as
Dude, what's my favorite radio show?
As individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. I thought maybe in the Shema,
It starts with a
the
J.
Zark of a group,
No, it
they've
doesn't.
done also Kafa. So Rabbi essentially
An
says
S.
something this, you're right.
No,
Right. The body by itself and the
Hey.
soul by itself can both
No.
actually deny liability. So what does Hashem do?
B.
He brings the neshama.
did you say
ability,
B?
throws it into the guf.
Yeah.
They've
No.
done some kafod. And ultimately, again, he goes
Sit
ahead
there,
and
Nope,
goes ahead and he judges them as one. And
Yes.
not enough.
Is it on the other side of the
Closer.
And he calls the earth for judgment together with it.
You're colder.
So what's really fascinating? So
Aye.
this is amazing.
You're colder.
Okay.
Colder.
Okay.
Doug, you're going in the wrong direction.
For the sins of everybody. It was at the end
A,
of the
B,
day,
C, D, E, F, G,
it's not the
H.
show that sins.
Alright.
It's the good that sins. So
A,
why
B, C, D,
wouldn't
E,
the
F, G,
Shema
H, I,
be
J,
held
K,
accountable
L,
for
M,
the sins of the
N.
body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is
Oh,
Yitzchak. The Rebbe
Q.
says,
You're going in the wrong direction.
didn't try hard enough to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to take the sin, the neshama's like,
You've already said that. You're going in the wrong direction. Dude, don't hit the black ball.
I'm not doing this. I'm just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And then the neshama.
Okay, this is going to be the greatest shut of all time.
You're right.
How dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah.
If you get
Something
this
the
in,
body is struggling. Dafka when
if
the
you
food
get
is struggling,
this
that's
in
when you
anything in here, I'll be honest.
Dafka when the fire is
Dude, what's the name of my favorite radio show?
Even more. A chutzpah that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well.
That's my
Should've
ball.
tried harder to stop, and Dafka, when the struggle is most acute, when the struggle is most acute, that's Dafka.
Oh, that's your ball?
Triple Jack.
Listen, and it's
No,
such a
you're in the
profound
wrong.
soul. Such
You're
a
going the
profound
wrong way. It's
soul.
not Triple J.
And when
Dude, that was a really good
present,
trick shot.
present in a relationship with other people.
Yeah,
with
but-
other people. I'm ready
I
to
scored,
run
I scored.
myself, whatever it might be. Until when?
No, you
As long
didn't.
as
It's still your
as long
ball.
as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now, again, obviously, are there times in life when you have to walk away?
Dude, I better get this.
Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, Dafka when it gets hardest, is
Oh my
Dafka
God.
when we have to be most.
Did you see how close I came to losing?
The neshama is held culpable because when the body
Even
is
if you go
struggling
the other
most,
way, keep
that's when the
still
neshama
I don't
really
think
needed
so.
to be there. But instead, the neshama centered itself. Incredible.
Zoot, gave a letter.
Let's go back there. I'm not doing this, Rebbe. I'm doing this at Rebbe. It's great. It's great.
H. Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're getting warmer.
It's like, okay, we're switching to Amidomi until the end of the Sanhedrin. Then Amir Sashan, we'll pick up the rest of Tavi. So, and then it says, Anthony is ready. If they not come, you're doing is
Colder.
Anthony is ready. And what's the by the way, you see from the questions.
Did you not know how warmer versus colder works? If you're close, I say, if you get closer, I say warmer. If you go farther away, I say colder. Hold on. Okay, hold on. You might have already said it. Just now.
And just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions.
Oh, that's pretty close.
This is not Antonius being difficult to try to dispute. Plus, this is Antonius legitimately curious. So
Closer. Yeah, it's coast to coast AM.
The sun rise in the east and set in the west. Set to the west.
Oh, no.
I have to have a real appreciation for this Gemara. Last couple of days I was gathering flag. So if you're ever
I know. I asked Reiser this question yesterday, and he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, this is like the one thing Zoot would know. Because you listen to me listen to me.
We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. If you sit over here, a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. I mean, by flag, you'll see it setting over there. Anyway, Antonius asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west?
I wonder how much the points are if you end this. If you get this, like.
So in other words, and the reverse, so that's the reverse. Why does the sun rise?
Why aren't you trying to
everyone's asking, what's your question?
like do a trick
What's your
shot?
question? I'm like, I'll be coming with no, here's my question.
Watch this trick shot.
No.
Oh, dude, I fucking did that on purpose. That was really good.
Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? Amalei is so beautiful.
Not if you did like a huge trick shot.
Give shalom to the Ribbono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Mechaman finishing with that because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi needs both sides of the page, it makes sense that this takes us a little bit longer as well. So
that's
Rashi,
nice.
Rashi on the right hand side, Elitim Shalom Lekono, Lakadosh Baruch Hu, Shashir B'Marav.
Zoot failed to hit a trick shot.
Remember again,
Obviously, dog.
Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shekhinah's in the west.
Bank it off the back wall into one of the closer pockets.
It sets, because when it sets, it goes down representing bowing. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself
that's
bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end.
I just want you to know that would be as good as no, that's not it. That doesn't count as a trick shot. That wouldn't have the black ball has to do the trick, not the white ball.
Bow there. Bow there and then just set. I think it's asking why does this have to make
it
from east to west? I understand the east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west?
I don't know if that's true.
Sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. Good question, which the Gemara says.
I mean, that was just garbage, Zoo.
Because of workers and
now you want to see something? You want to see something amazing?
Yeah, sure.
Dude, let's see how you do it, big boy.
Here's the problem. If the sun was set in its sky,
you have yet to hit a single trick shot. Oh, you hit one trick shot.
Is the sun goes down gradually. People know.
That's a miss.
Workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's in the sky, this would curtail the work.
Not easy at all.
This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and
That's a miss.
gradually in the west. So
That's definitely a miss.
It serves a twofold purpose.
That's a
one,
miss.
it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
That's a mate.
And number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So I want to say, what a tremendous Musar skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is it maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets and gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel.
That's my ball.
I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about
there
the
you
travel.
go.
Life is all about moving myself.
You're going to hit my ball still.
And trying to maximize his time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Plus, he wants us operating in
I don't know how you
wants
hit
us
my ball.
maximizing the work day. I'm talking about your career, like it could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey, doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works.
Look at that.
So profound questions. So Antonina says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antonina's believed in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Yisira? So I want to say, so Pekida.
You ready for this shot?
At the beginning of the pregnancy.
This is an easy make.
The beautiful Gemara that the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach picks the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, I don't know, what do you call it? At the beginning of pregnancy, what is it? A fetus?
Dude, that was not good.
I'm doing a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach picks the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, Tipa zu matei aleh.
I failed to hit a trick shot, Zoot.
Because Pekida means to remember.
Zoot, you're up, pimp.
What is this day going to be?
That's the greatest trick shot. You got plus 40.
Or maybe no.
I won. Let's see the best shot.
Again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks.
Bank shot, kick shot, kiss shot, combo shot. Bank shot, kiss shot.
Okay.
Dog, we might have to record this bitch.
So again, he says it can't be.
I know.
This is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't eat a piece of meat for 3 days. And it won't go back.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
Everything that exists needs a preservative. So just
all right, dude. Trick shot sucks. I will play you one time in your stupid dice party game, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. It's 3:22. Zoot, I'm waiting on you. You have 10 seconds to accept. 9 seconds to accept. Hey. All right, cool. That was a nice story you told, and everybody loved it. And you didn't. You took a giant risk, and it paid off.
Which seems to indicate that the neshama
1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a 5, baby. Give me a 5, baby. Dude, fuck this.
So when does a person get the Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia?
Dude, I started with 30. What do you mean? Shut the fuck up.
That the embryo, that the fetus is formed, baby is formed.
Yeah, dog.
Or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm saying where it says.
Oh, that's good.
I'm sorry. I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded. From the time that the fetus is formed in utero. Ultimately, and that's when there's Yitzhara. So I think it says doesn't make sense.
Give me 4s, baby. Give me 4s. Dude, that was terrible.
baby
That's
had
one of the worst starts in the history of starts.
tells you something amazing.
Dog.
What does the Sahara do? What does the Sahara do? The Sahara causes us to kick. Causes us to kick.
I'm going to go
The essence of the Sahara is to break down.
That was terrible.
Like, in other words,
That was one of the worst rolls in the history of rolls.
I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this. I don't care. That's all copy Sahara.
Dude, do you know what the World Series of Dice is?
Very profound use as well. Because if I somehow
Because you don't watch Chappelle's show.
channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a coffin inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonino says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara, because literally it would kick its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world.
Oh, it's terrible. You're in trouble. That was even dumber. That was a stupid play. One of the dumbest plays we've ever seen. One of the dumbest plays we have ever seen, folks. Look at this shit, dude.
The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance.
You don't have to.
This is talking about Cain. This pasuk is about Cain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk is that at the opening, at the entry to the world, sin crouches. Sahara is there. And I will say this seems to be back to the focus as well. Very interesting.
You're not going for a full house?
Ultimately, again, when we enter into this world.
I would go for the full house.
It's interesting to see, and we know this, we know from our own lives.
Go for it, baby. Roll the dice. And it paid off. That was great, too. Oh, dog. Give it to me.
So, אז ידע לי כאיל פסח בלשון לשון אילן כי נתקו מדבר מים ונחלים בערבה. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different psukim that refer to the Messianic era.
Dude, I've never gotten that. I've never gotten the bonus.
People come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I must say is one of the questions that I was writing yesterday. Is that
full house, baby.
Unclothed. Do they come back with their injuries, with
full
their
house.
With their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, we come back again with our mumin, but then we are healed by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Why not just come back healed? Because it's a greater appreciation when you're back with all of your injuries. Right? Come back with all of my.
No, I didn't.
All of my broken parts. Come back with all of it.
You're gonna get
potentially.
That's tremendous.
Nothing is guaranteed in life, baby. The question is, are you going to go? Are you proud of that?
And Hashem will erase every tear and every face. Here's another question.
Wild card.
Is there death or is there not death?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a straight.
No, there will be death, but when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of the
Baby, I got it straight right off the bat. 1, 2,
1,
3, 4. That's not good. No, I didn't. Quit saying that.
It's interesting. Like, is there chesanesim for non-Jews? Like, what is that?
My man needs a 5.
So the Gemara says, "My ball hasam."
Devastating. Devastating.
Because again, apparently,
give me 3s, baby.
There's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles.
Give me 3s, baby.
But interestingly enough, these questions reflect the idea that the Muslim Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our
because I can get other 3s. All I need is 1 3 and I get it.
On the spiritual growth. It wasn't interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole submachlokas, which is what is the Messianic era? Like, what is it? You know, is it like this
baby,
supernatural
I'm sexy.
World, or is it
and I know.
So again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop.
Give
to
me a
what
one.
happens with sickness. What happens with death.
Give me another one.
Clothed, unclothed. All of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like.
Baby, I just got 35 bonus points.
You know, always quotes the same concept, which is I know
1, 2.
And I never sought except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know.
Are you proud?
When we know. Okay.
No, he's not proud, folks. Give me some twos. Give me some twos.
Interestingly enough, there's two different psukim. First person seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era.
Dude, you're getting blown out.
That will shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as
You're up,
bright
Zoo.
as the sun. So which one is it?
Zoo.
The Gemara says this.
Zoo.
I sort of say this is interesting. One is talking
Zoo.
about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimate.
Zoo. You reconnected. Zoo, come on, baby. Dude, you got 4 of a kind. 4 twos.
Here's the light of Hashem.
Get a fifth.
The light is luminaries. That's when the
Give me some ones.
luminaries will shine even brighter. But according to Shmuel, who says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Golios. It wasn't Shibud Golios literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone.
Oh, he got 3 5s, folks. He needs one more 5. And he didn't get it.
Like, you don't need help, you don't need your love.
Folks, he did not get that 5. Give me one more 5. Baby, is that something that you want me to do something about? Dude.
So to speak, so you don't need to
Get another 4.
Incredible. So Rava contrasts the two psukim. So listen, this is interesting. So the pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought you death and I will bring back to life. I broke and I will heal. So the words,
baby, I dominated.
Who says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I
Dude, before I go to bed, we're gonna play your favorite game.
First, the dead are brought back to life, but they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens?
You're up.
Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and heals them. Almost like
dude, everybody's waiting on you.
The miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, we come back.
Dude, are you gonna go?
And then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, listen, the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting, the $5 million question is, how old are we? Like, when do we come back? Like, what age?
Dude, you're up. I'm about to fuck you.
So that's, again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions.
You got fortunate, Zoo.
There's a million other ones.
Zoo got fortunate, son.
I'm trying to ask, like, a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right?
Look at this move, Zoo.
How does that?
Zoo, you're done.
So there's like a lot of.
You're done.
A lot of stuff.
It's over for Zoo. Zootster, you're done, baby. Baby, you're done. This game is over for you, baby. It is over for Zootster. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at that move. Dude, you're done.
So ultimately Hashem says, I cause death and I bring back to life. But maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live.
Look at these moves, dude. Dude, look at these moves.
Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person.
Dude, look at these moves.
So again, life and death is also in the same person.
You're up, big dog.
And I will say this serves as a proof.
Oh, dude. This could be devastating.
How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a passage from the Torah. Like up until now, most of the psukim,
you're up. Dude, are you gonna go?
How do we know it's different Navi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefurish Shiraya that it's from Navi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So
Dude, no one's listening to you. The only thing that they want you to know is that you were dominated, but you're loved. Dude, the more and more I get to know you, the less and less funny I think you are, but the more and more I like you. So if you're ever like, dude, shit's going wrong or whatever, just know that there are people, really sexy individuals like myself, who think you're cool. Sort of. Sweet dreams, big dog. Hey, I'm going to. Your guy's going to be on Kill Tony one of these days. And when he is, he's going to thank you.
Sometime in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future.
Close. What's up, Dallas? Look at this.
Built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of these deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Arkanami deism is that, Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. Ella, Ma'ala Allah, Pasuk Kizibah, that's a different pasuk. Shlomo never has to build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. So why does it say that he did? Shlomo did not turn Avodah Zarah appetite of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his own behavior in his home, his like this, I would probably take a picture. But from where do we know about
Oh, it's just people. You're not even getting the full view.
So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in the home. All the Hallelujah, right? They will go ahead and
big dog.
Praise you. So the Lord says, in the Ruach it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does
unable to access camera.
They will praise you. They will praise you.
Because we want the sexiness. Sexiness. Look at this move. Folks, look at this. Atlanta says something.
Whoever says Shira, whoever seems to have in this world will be privileged to ultimately again. The same Shira in the world to come. Shina Emar, Hashra, Yosher, Seraphim, all the other stuff. There's so much to say about this. What does it mean to see Shira in this world? You see praise stuff and stuff in this world. Ultimately, again, you will see that there's this element in this piece. You know, the Rabba, but I was just going with the needs of the Lord saying, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Haba you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yotzim, the Akar Sinim, the Hashem, the man, and the rest of it. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit there like a bubble that like the deeds of the crown of their good deeds on their head, and they derive benefit from this tree. That's Olam Haba. So that's sometimes the person who's dying like, is there like a feeling, like is there like a shluffy coming, like is a phone like that? Is that it? Like, is that it? And like, a lot of times you see, they're like, yeah, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, we found your relationship with Hashem Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that good. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Hazeh really is much more about all about the material and all about the enjoyment and all about the stuff and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But that's pretty much what life is all about. Olam Hazeh is really like that. Tremendous like that. So listen, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Hazeh, Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if you're worthy, if this life is about the contract of Sparkle, so at the end of the day, Olam Hazeh will be great. But if not, Olam Hazeh really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane. Olam Hazeh doesn't sound all that exciting to you. אומרים לי באבא, אומרים לי אחלה. נראה לי כסף ניסים מהתורה. שנאמר, כולם חושבים שזה התורה. שנאמר, כל צפק הנוסי כל יחד יעניין. רינו לא נאמר אל יעניין. וכאן וכסף ניסים מהתורה. So once again, the voices of Tzofach are from this, of your reading, of those who see you. Right? They will go ahead and call out Ya'anin, they will praise you future tense. Once again, future tense not present. Don't you hear about Abba, Amar Yochanan, Asidim Kol Yidin, Kulos Omen,
It's a shaky child's
Shira B'Kolach, it's so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. L'Shnei Emar, Kol Tzofach HaNasu Kol Yachdav Yo'aninu. Listen how beautiful is that. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice. Right? All of the leaders of Tzavah speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most interesting. Again, as you saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this right before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. I'm going to use Amar Call me out of the Talmud. She even goes on enough for us to hold set. So say this is profound. If a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withhold your Torah from your Talmud, withhold Torah from the Talmud. Never say, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Incredible. So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shnei Emar Torah Tzivah Moshe Morasha Kihilas Yaakov. Morasha Ki L'Kol Yisrael Yisrael Shnei Rosh. So we'll say, you have the possible to search for Torah. It's a Morasha. What is an inheritance? It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. In Sheshes, in the Sheshes. That's the place out there where we Sheshes. So again, that's why that the Sid, the Rishis Baruch, is Shilator Shnita Rishis. So Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Rishis Baruch, what do you mean? In the year located, Rishis is a contraction. It's real Rishis. Because of that, this was created first, after the Baruch was created the word. However, the word was created to Torah, Torah was given to Torah itself, and therefore again, I withhold the Torah from someone, like beautifully, without taking their inheritance. I'm not sure about Krishna, I'm not sure about Sita. So when I look at the Talmud, if a Rebbe withholds halacha from the Talmud, no, if a Rebbe has the ability to teach the Talmud, and he doesn't teach the Talmud, who brings to the mighty more Talmud, such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetus in the result. Shnei Emar, Monei Abar Kapot Tzadikei, Monei Abar. יקרבו לעום, ואין לעום אלא עוברים לעום יחושים שנאמר לעום יאמר, ואין חבו על החבו חבו מפרסם שנאמר מעקות לא חבו תל בגרון. ואין בא על הדור, והדבר נפרד שנאמר לא שכובה אין יאמר. So it's like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't know, doesn't see that like someone who's Machal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. You know what does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah. And therefore, cursed even by the fetuses. Because that's the tragic part. Because there's sometimes the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. You make a mistake, and sometimes the greatest thing you accomplish is the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable to offer. When you listen to the Torah, what is it talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach the Talmud. Rebbe has an opportunity to teach the Talmud. It's been crazy to do the news that someone else is growing. I don't do that. That's the application of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoid. Our avoiding life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And if you are to do so, the world is incredible. Remember that you're all about you're not going to talk about. If you don't say if you're home from the student, then we're literally again. So, you pierce you like a seed. Okay, so let's say that what Rashi points out with this verse is pierced like a seed. It means you forget your word. Just like us, if you put something in a seed, you can't put it to food. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his word. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, that's something like, not such nothing. Like, I think the wrong stuff. All this is possible. Everything that Hashem gives you, whether it's my money that he gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to communicate to others. That's the Torah that is the right. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others,
Look at this move.
A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rebbe. A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to do over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you check what's that one of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes when you know there's different types of chavrusa. Say there's one type of chavrusa and both of you are on the same level, and you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And of course, that is the most profound thing. You think whenever you see this Gemara, you're like, automatically, shit, oh, it's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a rabbi. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef, Shene Emar, u'bracha l'rosh mashbir. Ve'im mashbir elo Yosef, v'shene Emar, Yosef v'shor ala arash. Whoever mashbir l'chol am ha'aretz. So you say, buddy, so what's the shot? What's the shot if someone shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the whole thing kind of over Yosef? Yosef took his brachos. What did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, and every right to say, forget about the rest of you. Listen, I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Atzadik. I'm going to finish this. Kalamari is beautiful. Kalamari is all of us. Zoka in the longevity Olam Haba. Wow. What you'll ever teach us in this world is Zoka to teach it from the world to come. Yeah, by the way, what does that mean? Remember, we always come back to that question of what Olam Haba, what does Iman mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right, I will say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is looking like something to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which I will say, hopefully also that the people you learn Torah with, and that the Shem will be zochah to learn in this world and next world. Once you imagine you have a chavrusa, you have a share in Olam Haba, I feel like you'll be able to move faster. Right? So I don't know if it's faster. And you have to show us how incredible is that? You know that the Shemay Mar? Perfect, right? So it's a moment that there's no challenge all the time. At least act like from death. I just gotta be better. You know, the Shemay Mar that Gan who you are. All of that. But there is a great focus. Once you have a secret station, by the way, it's guessing right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to learn so many rivals for a person. Right? This is now already 3 black give like 7 blocks. I'm talking about 1.5 blocks. Right? So 1.5 blocks, right? Gotta get 4. So first of all, because again, the nature of definition is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many people as it can. The next thing is going to go, Shneimar, Yehi Ruvain, Va'al-Yamos, Ruvain will not die. Yehi Ruvain Va'al Mazah. No, not Hazar. Sorry. It's not Brachos. It's not the Brachos of Yaakov. The Brachos of Moshe. Yehi Ruvain Va'al-Yamos. Yehi Ruvain Va'al Mazah. Ruvain will live in this world. לא מוסלמים הבא, he will not die in the wars. You know, I'm going to רבי מישי עד מסחת לקיצור. אלו מתי עולם, ואלו מתי חוסים דיון. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these traditions from the meal are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. And now ultimately again,
we've heard this like 1,000 times. How about this guy? From socks.
We actually is Zilka to lead that Seaborn Olam Haba as well. I will say, these demarcations indicate that Olam Haba is a reference to Messianic era. Post-Reformation era. Shene Emar, Kimrakim Yihagim Ba'amabu Ma'ina. Now we're going to define what wisdom is. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it's given between, it's not really between two levels. What it actually means is between two meanings of Hashem. Deos is mentioned in the Tel and Hashem. And mentioned that's incredible. If something is given over between two names of the Mikdash. And it's interesting that Shmita and Shmita is giving over between two names of Hashem. Hashem and Mikdash Hashem. Since the Mikdash descended, the two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mas Mikdash Rabba, Mas Mikdash Rabba, Fatira, Elam, Akel, Yidol, Yikala, Shmita, Shmita, and the come of vengeance. Vengeance is also good, because vengeance is given the two names of Hashem, the Sid, Kel, Nekamas, Hashem. Right, the Pasuk says, like, Kel, Nekamas, Hashem, Kel, Nekamas, Sophia. All right, the Lord said, right, vengeance has a place. Absolutely. Vengeance also, as much as you don't say that vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful, very appropriate. So why do I use two revelations? So far, I use like a revelation. So what revelations? That doesn't say revelation Christ, that still says it's pure once. And it says Muhammad Christ. So it's like two revelatory Muhammad moments. So what does that mean? So we can just so one ultimately again will take to be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for God. So vengeance for good, to be like a God who repays good. Like to take revenge is good. But also it's also mean that sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out from those that oppress us. And sometimes vengeance has to come to things in nature. So I'm going to also call them chief for God. Every person has God, who has recognized to remove this and Judaism. If you look at this English was built in his days, Shazam, she was white, Shazam, you can make for ourselves, Shazam, you can make for ourselves, that's what again, this other part, Sarah is between two names of Hashem, and you can see two names. Now, what that means? What does that mean? Any person who has Jaya, and we like, this English because we don't need to back it up from us. See, the underline was a lot of after we get a written definition of really what they are means.
His actual name was Shimon.
Okay, yeah, now to give it a minute. I don't know about it. Actually, for other people there, the certain any person like there, they become wealthy, the dance fighting, the modern program, the cardinal, for other people there, also not to know. Any person who doesn't have there, any person who doesn't have there, ultimately, again, you can't have that
well
mess.
was extremely charismatic
לא
and fearless man who feared
אפילו
nothing
לחמנו עושה להיות שלו
and a tremendous leader.
כל היום עושים פיתות
Besides that,
ומשאים בגלל, יושבים
he was a
עליו.
good person, very frothy, kept the terror, staunch, he had tremendous faith in Hashem, an all-rounder,
Someone says, very good,
somebody who
you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have data. You can't go ahead and give your back to someone who doesn't have data. And let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this?
Rabbi Akiva is a leader of the Jewish people all the time, pretty
What's
much.
the data?
In this
What
era,
is translated as wisdom?
however many
And let's say, but what
next
is,
hundred
what
years
is
after
the
the temple was destroyed, Rabbi Akiva backed him.
core component
He
of
was a
wisdom?
warrior.
What is like
He was
the
religious,
most
and
basic
he had the backing of the
aspect
rabbinate.
of wisdom?
He had
What's
an
wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again,
thing to him.
Hazal,
And indeed,
like Moshe
he
is brachas. It speaks
rounded
about
up an army
Havdalah
right in the beginning of
Hazal says, where did Havdalah
200,000
go?
Jews,
Where does Havdalah go?
all of whom were of tremendous might and taste. If you were able to get into his army, was if you could uproot a tree. If you could take a tree out, you were qualified. The Talmud tells us actually that he was so fierce that the initial test to get into the army was if you could chop off your own finger. Okay? The rabbinate told him, "How good are you at
I
it?"
could
The
distinguish
rabbi
between
can do it for
Kodesh
very
and
good, okay?
I could distinguish
To
between
show
Kodesh
your
and Chai. I would
guts.
say that is
To
something
show your guts.
that every
The
single
rabbinate told him that
person
the Torah
has
doesn't
the
allow it.
ability to
The
do.
Torah doesn't allow such a thing, so the test became if you can uproot a tree.
Remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina,
What the finger
there's
thing is?
so Chachma, Bina, those are two higher levels, and maybe now because you're able to go to the access. But to have gas, to be the kind of person who knows what's working, what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every
What he did
single
was he made an
person
uprising
has
against the
the
Romans.
ability to meet
And he
that
conquered,
threshold.
but he kicked the
And failure to
Romans
do
out
so,
of the Galil
failure to do so, is only one
and
person's
made
fault,
his way down.
and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say,
He pushed them
if
out of
somebody doesn't
Jerusalem.
have Dale,
There were the
they have a
empires again.
what's
to
about
build the
thoughts on
temple.
them? Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of
His
anything.
name
They're hurting
became
themselves.
Bar
If someone doesn't have Dale,
because the word
don't give them
Koch
drugs. Right?
means a star.
Why?
It
Because
was
you
Rabbi
are
Akiva
moving
who
an
gave it
errant
this name,
lifestyle.
because Rabbi
And
Akiva
let's say
said
a
that when
person
the
has
verse
to
said,
have a
in
basic moral
the
compass.
words of Jacob,
You need to
Dora
know
Koicha
what's
Miyakim,
right
the star
and what's
rises
wrong.
forth from
And if they
Jacob.
don't have that,
Rabbi
if you
Akiva
help
said,
them,
this
you're
is him.
enabling them to continue on
He's
that
gonna be the Mashiach.
broken path. And that's like the Gemara says over
In the
here.
end, he got together an army of 350,000 soldiers and put up a fierce rebellion. The emperor at the time was Hadrian.
To be successful.
A cruel person and a great Jew hater. Hadrian, and this was very big for him.
And as long as I have that,
He got together
good.
many soldiers and many generals that he had all over the world at the time. He got from England, his people in England, his people in Germany, and all the other sort of islands. He had to get them together to try and put up with Bar Kokhba. For 4 or 5 years, Bar Kokhba was successful. He put up a resistance and was not able to be broken. After 4 or 5 years, however, things started to turn the other way. Bar Kokhba himself started getting very nervous and agitated because he thought there were some spies among his people. And he thought also that the rabbinate rose up against him. He thought that there was history for the rabbinate not being happy with a particular rebellion. In the time of the destruction of the temple, the rabbinate was not happy at all with the zealots. They said, you're not going to win this, there's nothing to fight for. You may as well make it peaceful and try and salvage what you could from the Romans. But anyway, Bar Kokhba, he grew to be very agitated and very nervous. And he actually put to death Rabbi Elazar, one of the greatest rabbis at the time. And the rabbinate kind of backed out from his support. That was the start of the end, because when the rabbinate backed out, many much of the people backed out. He thought he was a spy. He thought he was a spy.
any home in which Torah is not learning
King David descended from a command from Bruce. Yeah, but that's something else. It's got to be from a Davidic dynasty. Yeah.
It tells us very important.
So what happened was in the end, they came to a very sad ending. One of the reasons why we marked Tisha B'Av is because many years after the destruction, there was a city which its namesake at least exists today in Israel called Beitar. Beitar was a massive city. The Talmud gives us the proportions. It was a huge place. And I don't know if it's in modern day Beitar. There is another city called Beitar. I'm not sure if that's an actual place. There are excavations of what may have been the original Beitar. And on Tisha B'Av, Beitar was broken into. Bar Kokhba and his men took refuge in Beitar. It was a fortress of the city. If you had Beitar, you had Jerusalem as well. And the Romans broke into Beitar, and half a million Jews perished in that destruction, which is another reason for why we love Tisha B'Av. It was the Holocaust was number two in those who watched. Remember, there wasn't as many Jews as maybe there was in the time of the Holocaust. And proportion-wise, that was a very, very great calamity.
Where things
The
become
one led
difficult,
this whole this push against Bar Kokhba, and the eventual victory over Bar Kokhba was Hadrian. And Hadrian had it with the Jews. They had also he was just drained of dealing with them. And so Hadrian put his Jew-hatred into motion in the way of a final solution, not of a physical one. Hadrian wanted that the Jews should disappear, and the way you do that is you make you decree and you persecute against Judaism. That is where the backdrop of that was set stage for all the Roman decrees against Torah and Yiddishkeit. Anybody who was caught running Torah was put to death. The famous idea of the Asora HaRuei Malchus, the 10 of the greatest sages, Asora, the 10 HaRuei Malchus, those who were killed by the emperor. 10 of the greatest sages, including Rabbi Akiva and many others, were killed in that era. Rabbi Akiva taught Torah in public and was killed for it. They tortured them in the most horrible way. Another thing he did was Hadrian. He took the Temple Mount. This is interesting. Go to the Temple Mount. It's not that high. We're told Maria was the highest mountain from all the surrounding mountains. Higher than the Mount of Olives. It was higher than the other, maybe the other mountains which surround Jerusalem. How did it become relatively a hill? Hadrian instructed that it should be literally plowed off. It should be 1,000 feet were lost from the Temple Mount. Thus, he have excavators. He had a spade of people and thousands of people at his disposal. They didn't have a problem with that.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Common sponsor, Chelsea Paparazzi, is also dedicating all the students Russians this year as a push for the Soros Tabos for Amistel. Our Common sponsors for the month of Adar, Kyrie and Steve Jim, and Love Maria and Sabin Dr. Harry Khan, Only Rofal, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Cohen, and Ziv, Levin, and Benjamin families in memory of William Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, or Rabbi Yochanan, American Bar Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Sabin Aliyah, the family team of the Spark will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh is there. Let's see, that let us do. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really answering this today. But incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. We should have definitely cycle. Like 8 years. We're giving like an extra 6 months to work through Gemaras like this, but all right. Okay. Good. So let's say Shafira from the bottom, Tzadik Aleph from Namat 91. Amalei, Rabbi Ivan, Amalei, Antoninus, the Rabbi. So let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations between Rabbi and Antoninus. So like Antoninus was a Roman official. It's a little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. It's fascinating, he developed the religions of Bukhari, and so the Gemara records multiple conversations between two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rebbe on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus has said the following: "Go for the Shema, hold on with Ta'atman and Hadid." This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? Okay, so the body can say it's clearly the neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very easy to discuss. The body can say, look, I'll show you the raya. From the time that the neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the neshama left, one of my dreams is laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the neshama. Well, the neshama could say, "Guf chata." No, it's the body that's saying. What's the proof? Shinim shebirashti mimenu harini polachas ba'avir kitzita. Because the neshama could say, "Look at me. From the day that I left, that flesh comes in the body. Look what happened. I'm flying to the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird." Right? The body says it's clearly the neshama's fault. The neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So it's a race. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. I'm going to come much more out of them. Let me give you a muscle. Let me give you a muscle.
The works is he was from the very honorable people in Jerusalem, but Rachel noticed the shepherd.
I'll give you a little muscle. Come on, this is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shayla Kadishma. The king had a beautiful orchard. Now, Hayabal on the base, look at our fire. Hayabal, the Pharaoh's nose, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Pharaoh's nose. Very nice dates. Right, very nice dates. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled and one of them was blind. So I'm gonna say, okay, so I guess you got it better than stuff. You know, again, so these were the watchmen over the field. So the words, I'm gonna let you go. So the crippled one said to the blind one, I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the fig. So sure enough, the idea of sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the fig. The owner of so sometimes later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, the Pharaoh's no sometimes we did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and eat a lot of things in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back to tell where are my figs? So I'm going so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. So the blind guy said, "Now what do you want from me? I don't have sight." The crippled guy said, "Well, I have legs. Clearly couldn't do me." So that's what Allah said to me. Here, I got the snow, but then also so the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as blind entities. Right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shema, the Zarka Babush, the Zark on some Kaka. So that essentially says right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both essentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings in the Shema and literally throws it into the book. He done on some Kaka. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. They're not Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, Ve'al Haaretz Modim Amo. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, the call to the heavens above, Zum Shama, Ve'al Haaretz Modim Amo. He causes it close to the earth for judgment together with it. Zehadlof. So what's really fascinating? So I tell you something amazing. It really took a position. It's so easy. It never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? At the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the Neshama that sins. It's the good that sins. So why would the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? Listen to what the Rebbe says. This is classic of really good stuff. The Rebbe says, because the Neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up, when it can sin, the Neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a bad thing for myself. Right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the Neshama obsessed itself. But maybe you should say, Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You obsess yourself when the body is struggling. Dafka, when the group is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. Chutzpah, that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit difficult. That's what Rebbe is why the Neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. We should have tried harder to stop and Dafka. When the struggle is most acute, that's Dafka when you don't walk away. It's such a profound episode. Such a profound episode. Human nature is, I'm willing to be present. Whoever present in a relationship with other people, becomes powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously, I understand the life you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says Rebbe, Dafka when it gets hardest is Dafka when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The Neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the Neshama really needed to be there. But it's like the Neshama incredible. All right, let's go like this. I'm going to do this ready. I'm doing this ready. His name not coming. It's impossible. This is, I mean, seriously, for me, this is like this. It's like, well, we'll pick up at the rest of the time. I'm going to do this ready. If they not come, you'll say, "That's what we're talking about." I'm doing this as ready. I will say, by the way, you see from the questions, these are not, sometimes questions. Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, help holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions, because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to discuss, this is Antoninus infinitely curious. See, Antoninus actually responding to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. Also, I have real appreciation for this. Like last couple of days, I was back in the sun. So if you're ever here, you see that possibly the sun is glaring through those windows. This windows. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. It's something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. If you sit over here, for a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. My plot, you see it somewhere. Anyways, Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So this is usually so Rebbe says, what's your question? And if it was the reverse, I'm like, you have a good thought. So in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, so that's the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, Rebbe was asking, what's your question? What's your question? I'm like, I'll be coming up. No, here's my question. If they masho cast the nara, no, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun traverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. The Elitim Shalom Lakona. in order that the son should give Shalom Aleichem, should give Shalom to the Ribono Shalom. Now, what is that? You look at Rashi, Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Muhammad Al-Farish in the back, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of things. Right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi means both sides of the same set. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, Elite Shalom Lekona, LaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shashchina B'Matter. The Kibbutz Shemadas Adonai Omecha Kumshach HaMegeches Baruch. Listen, the origin of Shechina is in the west. Remember again, using this English model, so remember the Kodesh HaKadosh and Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's when the sense that the Shechina is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the west, and it sets, and then it goes down, bowing. So the Shechina itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Shneimar. Utzva Shalom Chamishtacharim. Arle, Visisi Apalga, Visisi Apalga Rakia, Vitikin Shalom of the tail. So I understand. So ask Antoninus once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, right? Sort of not bow there. In other words, bow there and then just set. In other words, what Antoninus is asking is why does the sun have to make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. Good question, which the Gemara says, Mishum Polim Ba'ovrei Drachim, because of workers and travelers. I will say, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Mishum Polim, Dilukan Chayam Makshech Piton, Shekishachama Be'emtza Rakia Me'ira B'yoser, Usur Shadayin Yishahos Bayom, Poland Shalom Malachton, at Shekashech of Avrei Drachim, Nandi Lahayu Yodim, Masai Yachshach, Lakish. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in its sky, so let's say, let's work backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there, is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create the problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for travelers in the world. So let's say, what a tremendous Musar skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What does that maximize the time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, we could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if the try to maximize the time, he wants more than anything from us, is to work. Listen, he wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like it could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to stay in place. He maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. Some of us are ready. The shalom in the second about it. So Antoninus says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antoninus believed in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Yisira? So I say, so Pekida means humility again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out, remember again, the beautiful Gemara says, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the kippah. The kippah sounds like humility again. What do you call it? Pregnancy. Embryo. A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast And he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Kita. Kita means, remember, that's what the Malach said, Hashem, what is this baby going to do? So Antoninus asks Rebbe, when does the baby get its neshama? Is that moment, like when it's the blast, or maybe no, when it takes on Sira means literally again, it's more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Yishas Sira. So Rebbe says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay? So Amalei, so Antoninus says, this is what he says. So again, he says, it can't be. For example, a piece of meat. Right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days.
My life is brilliant.
It needs salt.
My life is pure.
So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, how does the plant, how does plants exist at any point? Antoninus says,
you're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true.
So literally again, so the actually brings the people of the Shalom Ruchi. My Ruach preserves me. My Ruach keeps me. Which of us I seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the entity in its initial blast. When say it's Hashem, because you have it from the neshama, as it on the neshama. So when it does it receive the so you shall see Sira and you shall see Sira. So interestingly enough, Sira is a question of specific time that you can deal that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, shows that your seed is the flesh, or the time the baby comes out of the summary, I'm saying what it says, I'm sorry, you shall see Sira, so he says, I saw you, and the time that the fetus is formed in the robe, ultimately, and that's when it's used to Hara. So again, so it's important to know, if that's the case, the fetus will keep its way out of its mother. Which was this, if you hear this, so the baby had which tells you something amazing. What does the Sahara do? What does the Sahara do? The Sahara causes us to kick. Causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Sahara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Sahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that now that it is, I don't care. That's all Chabdi Sahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound purpose as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Sahara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have a clock inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, is the most incredible energy. Right? Everything is about harness of that power. So again, Antoninus says it can't be what he has. It's already literally
fucking high and I don't know you're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. I found your face in the body's place.
Of course, again, this is talking about kindness.
And I don't know what to do.
The opening at the entry to the world, such sin practice leads to horror. You got the whole that leads to horror comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. And also that this is so that we first of all teach us our own lives. Now what does these horror do? Keep down. Again, I can harness that.
You're beautiful.
Channel that in what
you're beautiful, it's true. With a smile on her face, it's never going to be with you.
Zitron Lashon Pilei Kinifku Midbar Mai Benachalim Ba'arava. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different pasukim that first in Messianic era. One pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I must say is one of the questions that we have. We saw right in yesterday's job. Like, how do people come back to Tchias clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? To which the Gemara says, you're right, Haki, it's not omdim b'mumin u'misrakim. In reality, we come back again with our mumin, but then we are healed by a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then in Tchias HaMisim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramixir. Ula brings down to Tzir. What's a second wide line? And Tzadik Aleph on the base. Ula Ramixir. Bila Hamavas Nasa, the Mark Hashem Nuriel Papa. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear, every sin. The Messianic era, one pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death, but when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young girl. Something much longer. I have an old people having my ball. What are none?
Just wanna be with you.
What is that?
Girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. And for I give you 1, 2, 3, 5, you can fall in love with me. Man, the guy can be love is gone. It's all some incredible
this is embedded in solutions. What is Messianic? Is it like this supernatural growth, or is it pretty much Olam Kimin Hagonohi, a regular way? So again, that's the backdrop of these discussions. That's the backdrop to what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things already embedded in that backdrop. What exactly does the Messianic right? Because whenever the Gemara has these machloksim, the Gemara always quotes the same passage. And I never saw the exact destruction. In other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating. But at the end of the day, what do you know? We'll know what you know. We'll know what you know. Okay.
You like a dream come true. Just wanna be with you. Girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. For step 1, 2, 3, 5, and make you fall in love with me. If ever I believe my word is done. So now to be like a life, and you've done enough the song. To be like a little child, when I've just begun. Maybe the pictures when you break my only heart of mine. You threw out the lifeline just in the nick of time. Like a dream come true. Just wanna be with you. Girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. For peace, that's 1, 2, 3, 5. Make your head run with me. And run
Help, love, just us alone. That Shibud Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the one Baruch. So how do you understand this whole thing about this? There's a kasha, kama ma'achar tzadikim, kama ma'achar shchina. This is beautiful. So to speak, in the Rosh Hashanah, in the camp of the Shechina, so you don't usually both of them shine bright. In the camp of tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rava Rami says, so Rava contrasts with Tzukim, Ani Amista'ach Yautzir, Machatzki Ba'ani Erfa. So listen, this is interesting. So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzki, I broke and I will heal. So the words, Mashi name is Ani Mechayef, V'hadar, Mashi Machatzki Ani Erfa. Baruch Hu says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before, that how does Tchias HaMesim work? The way Tchias HaMesim works is first, the dead are brought back to life, but they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then, after the Baruch Hu goes in and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again, we come back. Of course, the one part that we do discuss every year, which is interesting, probably the million dollar question is, how old are we? Like when we come back? Like what age? I'm not come back a little younger. You know, like it would be nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so as like I said, remember, as many of these questions that we're addressing. There's a million questions, right? You always say like your Hashem is asked like person, right? Who do they come back with? Right? Get a little awkward, you know, like the nice, like how does that work? Like so there's like a lot of stuff. Oh, you know, what if you weren't happy the first time around? You know, like again, like you know, the second chance,
Would you
so like I said,
now be the facts? Now would you cry? If you saw me crying, you made my soul tonight. Would you tremble if I touched your lips? Would you laugh? Oh, please tell me this. Now would you lie for the one you love? Hold me in your arms tonight.
So to again, life and death is also.
I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain.
How do you know about resurrection of the death in the Torah?
I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away.
Most of the situations you can see are from nothing. How do we know they're different Navi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya that it's from nothing. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a puzzle from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe V'Leisa Sashira Hazos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Sharlo Ne'emar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Leisa. Moshe and Leisa sung this song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan L'Tchias HaMesim in HaTorah. This is a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Proof to Tchias HaMesim. Like future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yotze B'Davar, similarly again, as Yifneh Yoshua Mizbeach L'Hashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach L'Hashem. Baralon Ne'emar doesn't say you don't rather every Yifneh. So what's it mean?
Would you like I can be your hero, baby. Hacking to some way of pain. Let me stand by you forever. You can take my breath away.
And as a result, his wife worships idolatry. He's nothing to stop. Because he did nothing to stop his errand behavior, he become full as if he did it himself. Incredible. From where do you know about Chesed? It's nothing wrong. Beautiful. So literally, praiseworthy are those who call in the homes. Right? We will go ahead and praise you. The Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is a remiss to Chesed. Beautiful. Says the Gemara, beautiful Gemara. Whoever says, whoever sings in this world will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar Ashrei Yoshe Nesecha Odi Aluchasal. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you sing Shira in this world? You sing praise to HaKadosh in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing together on the most basic Olam Haba. And on this is what it means to say. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. I'll say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim V'Asaraseyim Barashem V'Nenem Yizudashkina. Ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit around the Chavish Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefits from the Shina. That's Olam Haba. I will say, sometimes the person these guys, is there like a tea room? Is there like a shraki coming? Is he a full life? Is that it? Is that it? A lot of times we see, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haba really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So we'll say, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like in other words, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But it's not. Olam Haba really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane. Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. So once again, the voices of Sofach, of your Nevi'im, of those who see, right? They will go ahead and call out Yuaninu. They will praise you, future tense. Again, future tense, not present. So we came about Abba Amar Yochanan, Asidim Kol Nevi'im, Kuban Omrim, Shira B'Kalech. This is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shnei Emar, Kol Sofach Anasu Kol Yachtav Yuaninu. They'll say how beautiful is that. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most Mashiach. As we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw it already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unit like this. Amar Yehud, Amar Rav. Kol Marei Halacha B'Talmud. Ki'u goes lo minachal asabosav. Those are his if a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, I will say, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Well, I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone. I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shene'emar Torah tziva lana Moshe, Morosha Gilas Yaakov. Morosha Gi L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Reishis. So we'll see, you hear how the Pasuk refers to Torah? It's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes, we made Bereshis. Rashi points out there wasn't even Sheshes, Bereshis. So again, Rashi points out the Siv, Bereshis Bara, the Shirator Shnik Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, everything makes in the beginning associated. Bereshis is a contraction. The Shviel Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold Torah from someone who I could give it to, I'm taking their inheritance. Amar Rav Bar Chizna, Amar Rav Shimon Chasida. Kalmanei Halacha Rabbi Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so, such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Sometimes. Shene'emar, Monea Bar Tapo Tzadik Beis, Monea Bar, Yikavo La'om, Ve'ein La'om Ela Ubrin, La'om means Ubrin fetuses, Shene'emar, Ula'om La'om Yamatz, Ve'ein Kavo Ela Klona, Kavo means cursing, Shene'emar, Ma'akov, Lo Kavo Kel, Zagilom. Ve'ein Bar Ela Torah, Bar means Shene'emar, Nosh Bar Ten Yad. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. What's the pshat with that? Let's say sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. They'll say we make the mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, what is the word talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an application of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, if you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a seed. Okay, and let's say that what Rashi points out is what it means pierce like a seed. It means you forget your learning. Just like right, if you put something into a seed, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? That shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is yours. And in life, nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole level of life, and therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. It's literally perforated like a launderer's base. All right. In Lumdo, so what happens if you teach someone Torah? This is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmud in Torah? What's his reward? Amar says, Zocha lebirchas Yosef. This is incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rabbi, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes we're talking about chavrusa and both of them are on the same level. So you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in your learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I want to say that is the most profound thing. You think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? You not privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene'emar, ubracha l'rosh mashbir. Ve'in mashbir elo Yosef. Shene'emar, Yosef was shalad ala aretz. Who mashbir l'chol am haaretz. So we'll say, by the way, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone saves it, shares their Torah, they get brachos like Yosef? Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It was almost the entire abode of Yosef. Yosef took his brachos. What did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everybody else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he has been through, and every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Atzadik. I'm going to finish this. Kalamalami is beautiful. Kalamalami to Rabbi Olam Hazeh, Zocha Umalam Dali Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Again, once again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does Gemara mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? They will say that if you teach Torah in this world, if you look at some teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So they'll say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, the American Shem will be so to learn in this world the next one. Also, can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our Shem in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I don't know to move faster. But American Shem will say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like the Shnei Amar. Pasuk says, so it's a malam and there's no time in Olam Haba, right? At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So the Gemara says, Shneimar umar ve'kam hu yoda. Amar Rabba, so once you see this fixation, by the way, with Kesemes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many rayas for a concept, right? This is now already 3 blot feels like 7 blot, but it's actually 1.5 blot. Right, so 1.5 blot is right. That again, minayim. So first of all, because again, the notion of Kesemes is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. Ruben will live and he will not die. No, not Parshay. Sorry. It's not Bracha. It's not the Bracha. It's Yaakov. It's the Bracha of Moshe Rabbeinu. Yichi Ruben v'al Yomos. Yichi Ruben ba'olam hazeh. Ruben will live in this world. V'al Yomos li'olam haba. He will not die in the world to come. Ravina Amar Mehalcha. Ravina says from here, the Rabbi Meshiri Admas Afar Yachitzu. Elu l'chai olam ve'elu l'chai folshim d'iroi. So say incredibly enough, a number of these psukim from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right, literally again, return the Goralecha, he's going to return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the kever and walk back through the shul, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. Rabbi Lazar, called Parnes Shemani gets at Sibar Benachas. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his Sibar Benachas. Now, what does Benachas mean? Benachas means with a gentle kite. The gentle kite. Not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not firing brimstone, not demeaning them, not Benachas. So such a person like this is so good to lead that Seaboard Olam Haba as well. I will say these Gemaras seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post Mason era. Shnei Amar Kimerachim Yinhagim Ba'amagui Ma'minah. Remember Lazar, Gidoladea, this is incredible. Gidoladea, they mixed up in sales. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, it literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar Hikel Deos Hashem. So once you see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Ribono Shel Olam. Allah says Gadol Mikdash. The Beis Hamikdash is great. Shnitan Beis Shneosios because it was given over between two names of Hashem. Shneimar Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. Hallelujah. So it's going Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif de Ravada. Masnei Ravada. Kachino Elo Me'ata Gidol Nekama. Shnita Beis Shneosios. Oh, you're going to use that model. And Nekama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great. Because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. Siv, Kel, Nekamos, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, Kel Nekamos Hashem, Kel Nekamos Sophia. Amarlei, the Milse, Hakinam, right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as you always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? So far, right, means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just as a fear once. But it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, Achas lamida paronis. So one ultimately, again, it could be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So a vengeance for good could be like a Baruch Hu repays good, right? To take revenge means to repay. Or it could also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance, that's a shalom, can be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Modea, which is a beautiful name. Call any person who has dea, who has understanding. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Dea, has wisdom, is as if the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara. So you can underline, we're going to come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Let's give it a few more minutes. Actually, right now. Call Adam Sheish Kol Dea, the Sultan Zash. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shnei Amar. Ubidas Charidim Yemadu Kol Hon. Yikar V'Nom. Amar Lazar. Call Adam She'ein Bo Dea. Aslu Lachim Alav. Any person who doesn't have Dea. Ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on you. Shnei Amar. Kilo Am Binasu Akim Bo Yirachamenu Aseo V'Yotzei Lo Yichareinu. Lazar, called Hanosim Pita L'Mishain Baldea, Yisum Barnalav, where it gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. So this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. And we'll say, now, what's the pshat of this? What's the pshat of this? So we'll say, let me tell you this. What's Dea? What's this? We translate it as wisdom. Then we'll say, but what if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Merusachas Brachas. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmona Esrei. Chazal says, where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin le'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be master, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most basic. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means at its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham, like this group, because remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's that. Okay, so Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have Dea, don't give them bread. right? Why? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's why the Gemara says over here, as when it says, any person who has dayah, right? Ultimately, again, because what's at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Dayah. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have dayah, I will be successful. If I don't have dayah, number one, if I don't have dayah, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have dayah, it's my fault. If you acquire it, it's the highest level of personal accomplishment. The point, you can't even help out a person like that. It's such an overwhelming and incredible skill. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like right. I'm going to say people in the chain of dayah, similar to law. That's why again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have dayah, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Person who doesn't have dayah will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? You will say, if I don't have dayah, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship. If you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build a relationship. It's as simple as that. Like there are people who refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. This means a self-gola. So be a one with Shnei Amar, looking gola amin with Lida. Some of us are Kabai Shein Bodivay Tor, Lishma Babalayla, Ishach Los. We'll say another incredible Gemara. That's Daya. We'll say this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard at night, in other words, any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Ishach Los, fire will consume it. שנאמר, כל חושך תמל צפוניו, תאכלהו אש, לא נופח ירה, שריד באוהלו. ואם שריד על שם חכם, שם חכם שנאמר, ובסעידים אשר השם קורא, fine. So what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong thing. First of all, it tells us, it's very important, in addition to coming to shul for night seder, a beautiful inspiration, which again, everybody has an obligation for night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not a shayla, it's not like dabbling. It's Yahar Gal Yavar, one of the Chamuros, right? So you have to have night seder. Really, it's actually not joking around. A yid has to come to his medrash to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my morning in front of his medrash. But in addition to that, a person also has to learn at home. A person has to have Torah in their house, right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here? In any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it. Perhaps the news like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Like that, that's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's the Gemara is like this. Kol bias, she'ein divrei Torah nishma in right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, in other words, any home where things become difficult and Torah stops, the Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Ish of Rasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to this. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, The first thing that goes is Torah. The first thing that stops is Torah. Then then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So we'll have to stop over here. Incredible Gemara. We'll have to stop over here. Shkoya. By the way, we did more than a blot today. Fantastic. Right, wrong blot. But that's a detail. Listen, we'll continue. I think tomorrow's going to be our catch-up day because we're such a much shorter Gemara. Here, Hashem. Shkoyach, everyone. Such a shkoyach, everyone. It's not a bad idea. Oh, was it on the all right.
I don't know, maybe Luke is up there. Hawani. Rose is better than Children. Rose. Kristen Lee. I don't know if he's kind of funny. I mean, he'd be mad at us initially, and he's also a bad guy. Well, I'll tell you what, if it was Kristen Lee coming out like Mark, yeah, I want to talk to you. We do it 24 hours straight with Kristen Lee. Make it 12 hours. So, I don't know how these guys do this shit, bro. Like, we can do it. Let's see. I think there's something wrong with the air conditioning. The crew is basking in diesel exhaust fumes in the poorly ventilated studio. Oh god, it's getting bad up there. Let's see.
All right, they're all set. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this ministry. To thank our 24 sponsors for Option Day 8. There's also some of our self-dedicated ownership adjustments this year as it's first the soul troubles on these colors. From the first sponsors for the month of Hagar. I bought in with Bill Terry and Steve Singh, letting know that Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, at sea, George Family, Nancy Hapoy, and the scene that we've been on King and Barry's running and William Good, and Steve at Ben Shmoy, you try to call it up for the North Park of the All the Jewish come back now, your family doing from the old to your Bush 7 to the Tom of the East Road. Hashem Shemesh, Hashem give all of our hostages to allow our soldiers to be successful and call it massive. That's let us begin. Today's dot is Chadik out of 91. We have a little steep climb today. There's Hashem, but we're going to make it. We are taking off on Chadik from days 90. I got it turned down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top.
I might try this. What is this?
So again, you should have shoulders on the cover. Let's just remember again, we're in the studio trying to find some type of spiritual reason to yes in this. Quite familiar with this because we've seen it all. So when we ever last yesterday, is a passage that says, "When Satan minor as Trumas Hashem mi Aaron Akawin, you shall give Truma to Aaron." Now that was very interesting. Aaron received many things alike. One thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes into effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, it must be that the pasuk means that it's Gas Amazing. So the Gemara says, the Gemara goes by to very short time, Aaron, Aaron. What does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver Akon of Chaver. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, right? Just like Aaron has come Tachon, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So too again, in general, you have to give Tachon Chaver. I'm going to be sure I'm going to be on the side. Now shameless and Truma Kohen Ara. How do you know that you can't give Truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? Shenemar. The Am Yoshe Yushalai Law says, Maras Lokon Reveal Man Yachziku Kitaras Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shalom. So Machaz Kala Maxik Kitaras Hashem. Whoever is holding the Lodi against the Ribono Shalom, has a portion in Truma. The Sheina Maxik Kitaras Hashem. And whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, does not have a portion. And I will say this, as we're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring about tax. That penalty along with it. Whoever gives Truma to a kohen who's an Amoritz, it's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffix goris v'ochel suffix in a goris v'ochel. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a suffix. Will it tear it apart and eat it or not? Af kohen Amoritz suffix ochlo b'taro suffix ochlo b'tuma. So too again, when you give something, you give truma to a kohen Amoritz, a suffix. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? Rabbi Yochanan says, "Afgorim lo yisa." One who gives truma to a kohen Amoritz is causing the death of that kohen. How is that so? Shnei Amar u'meisu or ki chalulut. As mentioned before, that misuse of truma results in death penalty. You give truma to a kohen who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. It's as if one is causing death to that particular kohen. Whereas the Beit of Yaakov Tana, Afmasir Ava Ashma. You even cause the kohen to violate the Navin of Shnei Amar. They see also of an Ashma Ba'achalas Kacher. So what's really fascinating about all of this is, and just a generally interesting motif, how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the kohen, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the kohen is only a chesed, is only something good if the kohen knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously sold in life as well, about when you give, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something, as long as what the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's a big yesod in technology, big yesod in many areas. To give a child something that might be objectively nice, but they don't know what to do with it, is not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. More goes right there. Tanya, Rabbi Simon says, where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to Tchias HaMesim? Shnei Amar, the Gam HaKimosi as precedes, is very interesting. Itam Laseis Lahem es Eretz Kinan. The pasuk says, and I will uphold my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? Does Lachem lo ne'amar ela Lahem? This is very interesting. The pasuk doesn't say it. The prophet doesn't say, "No, I'm upholding my covenant to give you lachem." Rather, it says lahem to them.
What's up,
Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, you see Rashi on the right side, about halfway down. Ela lahem.
No one really knows for sure. Eleve, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the majority we live by. And, do whatever you want.
So the pasuk
I'm not your boss. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm the boss of one. Who knows?
That again, if
Anyway,
Trump was talking to
I've been
Trump
up all
was
night.
alive at the time, and we use the notion of what? Of lachem to you.
Just getting this
Lachem
bad
means
boy.
to them. Who's the
Right.
them? So the Gemara understands it's referring to Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Give them
How many days
Yaakov,
is
they
it?
were dead. They were long dead by the time they went to Egypt. Can't give it to this king, Israel. I'd rather, what do you see?
290 days is
Again,
not
Avraham,
36.
Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive
37 days.
What does that show you? Yes,
Of this bullshit.
that's amazing.
You think you'd be doing it 37 days?
Yeah, fine.
Not as well as we have been. I'm tired
Beautiful.
though.
Show me the
So let's just get this shit over with. I
I
did want to say I am looking forward,
we're gonna see
incredibly, passionately about conducting my own documentary classes, but
they really refer to different levels of heretics, or I should say, people who don't believe
we'll
in
get to it
certain things. So
tomorrow
we'll see the
first.
distinctions. Shalom meaning is Rabbi Gamliel. So the meaning is Rabbi Gamliel. Minay Shekel is
Alright, so we did Italian
from where do you
published yesterday, and that Rosado, that motherfucker,
says, I'm going to bring you a proof from Torah there in Ksubim. Now, all of Rabbi Gamliel's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens.
he said the form
So
was
number one, what's the right in that Torah? He said,
modern Jewish,
the
modern Jewish Hebrew.
come. Pretty explicit.
Awesome.
As Hashem says to Moshe, you are
And
going
then
to live
Elijah
again and die.
Ben
You are living with your forefathers to come.
guys.
And you are going to
Right,
arise.
so we're doing Sephardim,
Pretty explicit.
aka Oriental,
So how did they disprove it?
which
No.
is
They said, Gamliel, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. Arulo, the Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. No. So we read the pasuk is as follows. Moshe,
fuck.
you're going to die. And after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, The people worship idolatry. The Vakam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Vakam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. So the next
hours are so
okay, so they
fucked up.
rejected their first group. Next, Minanavim. What's the proof from Navi? They said,
When I was a kid, we didn't sleep over. Sleepovers are a big deal, kids.
Kital Oros
I would
Taleva
always stay up later
Veres
than
Refine
anybody.
So what's it say in this
You could
puzzle?
not
What do you
beat
see
me.
this phrase? Phrase you see Kakitsu Verananu Shokne Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up Hakitsu Verananu and will sing praise to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Gilmore, they say checking a Chesko. Maybe that's a phrase that says that your Chesko goes back to life. We think your Chesko going back to life. That's the actual motivation, right? That's the value of dry bones. Maybe that's a specific episode of the bone. Next season, from season to season, if we check out the IFO, only if we don't even insure it, Dover Bay 6K machine. See, it was in the puzzle. The puzzle makes reference to actually. Literally again, that phrase, Dover Bay 6K machine. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep of reference to death. Lips they will move, being a reference to that once again will speak. There's a missing. The Gilmore of Putin Raksha Sasa the album. And you have to know that the meaning says, so Yochanan, the meaning said to the meaning is like that, the meal, the meal refers to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So the Martian, the Yochanan, the Yochanan is so beautiful. We should be sitting in the Sabbath. How much Shemna Halacha Bishma of all of our dad? She so together. So beautiful. When a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to be halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry.
You should know a story that I really like in the past is Sword in the Stone. Forget Disney cartoon, but it's also some other shit. I think there was an owl in it named Archimedes or some shit. Anyway, I just always see myself as, I guess, is it Arthur in that story? Man, I'll just really quickly say,
Incredible.
a teacher can make such a difference in a student's world. I was thinking about some of the classes in which I struggled. I would not put the blame on any teacher that I ever had, but there were some teachers that I felt that just could have been better. Maybe they were smart, but they weren't good teachers. Do you ever have a really smart teacher and a really good teacher?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Chesanism min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, the giving over to them.
I mean, intelligence
The
is
assumption is this is Abraham,
relative.
Yitzchak, and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit
Did you ever have a teacher who you thought was dumb?
that again the dead will come back to life. Incredible. Others say, but I'm going to come from different parts of the say it's so beautiful.
Really?
The Atem Hadvikim Bashem Elokechem Chayim
Even
Kulchem Hayom. Others say,
even the teachers who I knew were probably, there's one who comes to mind, I won't name this person, but they gave us freedom to do some things, and it changed my approach. It changed how I look at the world. It changed. It just gave us some freedom, and I still think about shit that person taught us. So yeah.
Even at a time where everyone else
More
is
than
dead,
some of the people who probably were
so the idea that we
seen smart, whatever other thing that may be.
ultimately again you into a control Chayim Kulchem Hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. That even on a day where everyone else
Did
is
you ever
dead,
have one teacher
you
who
will
was just
come
like
back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible
better than
episode.
all the others?
So
No,
you want to show them it.
they're like all very
but if we have time,
talented in
I'll
that
come
one
back to
way.
it later. Shalu Robin as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. So
Okay, are you done?
Romans as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. What did he ask him?
No, I wanted to say I'm really excited to do Daf Yomi, like started Daf Yomi class. I don't know how I'm gonna do it.
How do we know that his resurrection?
These things already take a long
number
time.
two, how do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-part question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yoshua ben Chaya says I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk.
Talked yesterday about Bereshit and your mom reading it too. Yeah, why didn't your dad read it too?
Become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see
I don't know.
a remez to Tchias HaMesim.
Did he read to you?
As they say back to him, the Dilma.
He read a lot.
Okay, Moshe. It's not how to read the pasuk.
But did he read
the
to you?
pasuk is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. Become doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection.
I think he kind of figured
What
that.
does become go on?
Again, he's paying
Again, the Klais are going to rebel.
teachers. They should be doing their job.
So
I was thinking of this.
Fine, even if you
Like,
say that, at least
how my classes were. It would usually be like each class was an hour,
So again, even if
and then you get an hour, 45 minutes to an hour of homework, something like that, which is way too
at
much.
least use it for what?
But
as a remez, as a scriptural proof
the
that
class
Hashem
really
knows
could have
what's
been
going to
30
happen,
minutes,
right? Because
and then 30 minutes of homework or something like that.
and when you
And
die,
then the teacher can go around and make sure that the kids are doing
okay,
it.
incredible. So the Lord says,
I know when I taught, I don't really ever think I ever required homework. Maybe. I didn't, but maybe I was feeling good for something.
How do I know?
I taught some interesting classes.
And how do I know that Hashem knows
Japanese.
Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu,
Stands out as one that I never thought I would teach. I didn't teach it for extremely long, but I did teach it. Or I helped the class, but I mean, I didn't teach Japanese. That was an interesting one. The more challenging classes,
remember again, because of these books of
I
heresy,
really,
there is no
fortunately, always had
There's
really
no
good
direction.
students.
I said to them,
And they listened to
so
me.
number one, you forged the Torah.
There was one class, one time that I had, and there was one kid who
there is no
I think
and yet it says
everybody would have thought
this
this kid would have driven his teacher bonkers. And I got him to listen. And I remember the other teachers were kind of like, "Is this kid? Is he all right? Everything all right?" He got it, but I didn't have to discipline him. And I never had to send the kid to the principal's office. Kids listen to me. Now I had it pretty easy. I had one-on-one time with a lot of students who were special needs and needed assistance. And then I would teach large classes, everything from babies, like a pre-K, pre-K, like their parents had just, like they were at work. And this was even pre-K. It was like a daycare, even how do I describe it? Nurseries. So even, and then pre-K, K. Did you ever teach kindergarten? Yep. I went on field trips. And that's an interesting one. Just you're very much like a mother hen looking at those kids and just counting the whole time, making sure that they're all there. And it was fun. Did you ever teach first grade? Yep. Second, third. I taught every class, every grade. Really? Mm-hmm. What's your favorite?
Will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olam Haba. See, right? He carries it, right? He carries the car for the world to come. And he carries the carries.
The older they are, I feel like the more you can make an impact on. But you can make an impact on.
But both Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, what do you do with the
you
phrase
gotta
of
continue reading.
Avonah Ba? Look at this saying, this is beautiful. The Yachal, Afilu Asa
What are we
Tshuva,
talking
you
about
might have thought
today?
that this would be cut off even if he did Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Avonah Ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when? When it's Avonah Ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says,
Are you ever not proud of being Jewish?
the only time the sin is cut off is when the sin remains.
I'm not
within.
proud of
But
sometimes
if the sin
things
does
that
Tshuva,
Jews do,
then ultimately again
or have
he is
done.
not cut off. Incredible. I will say.
but I'm proud
So
of who
really,
I am.
really, really fascinating. So again, But the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one pasuk that says there's
I do my best to educate
rather, what we
people
have
on
is a
what I
series
feel
of
true
biblical,
Torah,
I should
true
say Tanakh allusions.
Judaism
All right,
is to
biblical
the best of
allusions.
my
Torah,
ability.
Mitzvah, different allusions, different hints, different ideas.
And
Beautiful.
a lot of people
Let's go back to that. Finish that.
maybe
Shalom says
consider
this
Jews
Gemara.
are not
Shalom,
logically Jews, so
Cleopatra,
they're not a good
Malchus,
reflection of
Rabbi
what
Meir.
true
Wow.
halacha is
Queen
in
Cleopatra.
many ways.
Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi said, by the way, just so you should know, Maharsha points this out. Cleopatra is the queen, but Paro is the king. So this is not like a, this is not like a, this is, or, Cleopatra is a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical, and right now sometimes you see it in different usages and shots. This is more monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, people. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Allah, you've done it the Chayish Shefi. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living die. This is I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I think you feel like, right? Cleopatra, I believe she has to make some incredible, I know that the dead will come back to life. She goes to Paul, says, we have Sitsu Meteors to Asa Haaretz. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally there are sprouts forth from the city, that's reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. Well, once again, it's interesting, this Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk. Quotes this Pasuk from Taylor. Right? So I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, Kishay, Odin, Arun, Odin, Mabushay, and Odin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So the narrative back to Cleopatra.
I have so much that I want to do for the remainder of his life. I just don't know how I'm going to do it all.
The grain is buried unquote. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a revolution. Then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself, it has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from here again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately again it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shenik baran belavushayan, but Tzadikim ultimately again were buried with their clothing. Allah has kama v'kama. Now Tzadik ultimately again is buried not by clothing, but Tzadikim but drowned. So the Tzadik is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. First of all, he does say stand, which is like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead, and how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. Also, what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing, we see the point, also in metaphor also for consciousness. Like with the God, like the Holy Spirit that Halavani, Shema says in this way. And all times let your clothing be white. Let the clothing be white. The clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra would be asking was the following. When is this transformation? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like Kavarasa, like naked, unclothed, like you like any person not necessarily being born with Kavan Shinola Gami? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my makeup. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is the resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which I mean, your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Which I will say is so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is a place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I'm going to teach you a little bit for the Caesar. Show you a little bit. Teach you a little bit. I'm listening to Shakti Chaim. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So you're going to the Patriarch, who believes in creationism, but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar says, I don't understand. You guys say, I'm used to you guys say, the Shakti Chaim, then we'll come back to life. I don't think
How many
that works.
lobes do you need? I used to have this shit down really well. I would do my. There's this thing I used to do, kids. Oh, it's just a, my preparation for Shabbat was so tight. And I would go to Trader Joe's on Friday.
Again, these fingers are fascinating. So the
And
daughter of the Caesar said
I
to
was on
her,
the couch. I had my day.
I got
I
this.
had this job, kids, and it paid
She wanted to answer this particular question.
barely enough to
Okay.
get by, but it was like the happiest time.
Second line's on Alpha Raise 91A, second line in.
I yearned for it in some ways. Everything in my life during this time was like so precise. I'd awake, say Morani, wash, go. I had like this alarm system that I would, I could scan. I'd scan an alarm, like, because if not, I'll fall back to sleep. I'm very bad at staying up. And then I would go.
Of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create
Put on my running clothes. I would go for a run. And then I'd always pass this guy on my street.
So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean?
Just get a good sweat. Come back inside. Go. Take off my running shoes and my running clothes.
It's a greater feat to create utensils from water than
And I had a roommate who we would like kind of compete to try to get to the bathroom around like 5. I would wake up at 3:33. I felt that's the hardest time for anybody to get up. So if you ever want to know what time, ideally when I'm finding out on Sundays, I'm awake at 3:33. 3:30 is actually, I feel easier than 3:30. Really? Yeah. And I mean, I've done 3:30 a lot in my life. I've done 3. I've done 2. I've done everything. Every time I've had schedules around the clock, but 3:33 is most of it. And then get in the bathroom and brush my teeth and all that stuff. I would listen to like 3 songs or so. I don't even really remember. I think one of them.
Also, just
do my bathroom thing. Go get in that shower. When I'm done, draw on a full suit, tie, dress to the nines. Get my get to bathroom before the rabbi, just about everybody. Sometimes like awaiting somebody to open the place and get in. I would always sit by the heat and start down to film. And depending on the day, it's like a Monday or Thursday, we're going to have Torah, whatever.
There's no dirt, no place where I need you to go to the palace.
Stay.
I need you to figure it out.
And then get to work, go to work. There were 2 routes I could take to work. I could take one route that would take 30 minutes, and another route which would take about 10 minutes. And I would take the 30-minute route, and I would listen to all kinds of music. But I'd listen to country music, which is weird because I don't really like country. But I'd listen to hip-hop and other stuff too. But I would sometimes listen to country music, just during this one period of my life. And I would fight Irvine traffic and Santa Ana traffic. If I was late, I would just take the freeway and I'd be there at work in like 10 minutes. But if I wasn't late, if I had 30 minutes, I would take the streets and not the freeway. And I like the hustle and bustle of Irvine and Santa Ana. And I mean, I have this fucking route down. I can tell you, like, right by the crosswalk of the like crosswalk people, shout out to them by the school, and just being just like just serene. And I would get to work, and I would open the building, and where I worked, it was like very much like out of like the 70s of like an industrial park. And I would go upstairs, open up my office, turn on my computer, listen to NPR, and make coffee, and then look at the finances of this business. This is what I was looking at. Control that. And I would review the finances, and I had this like system down that was like for 365 days, basically to the dot. I did, or of the working day, I did everything exactly according to this plan. And I would print off what we had in the bank. I would print off anything that came out. I would go over any important emails or whatever. And I answered to the CFO, and she did not come in until like 11 o'clock. Or so, sometimes 12, sometimes 1. So I had this like morning to myself, which was just incredibly serene and calm. And once that was done, then I had the duty of going to get the mail of a person who I was the accountant for. In stranger, I would go through it. But basically, I'd go get their mail at their home 3 times a week. They wanted me to do it every single day, but it was kind of pointless to do it every day. And it was inefficient. And I would have. I got to leave work and drive and listen to fucking music and just enjoy life. And I love having the windows down and the heat on. And even though it's California, it's like just early in the morning, and just seeing everybody going to work and doing their thing. I get the mail. And was Johnny Carson's bartender's accountant, really. And then I sometimes I would get when the circumstances are not at Coffee Bean and Tea Week when it was kosher. Before the Filipino people got it, and they had the best caprese sandwich. I get 2 of these. They were so good. They're the best sandwich I think I've ever had. Like, it's like mozzarella, tomato. I'd have those, and sometimes I get 2. I'm big on just getting a bunch of shit. 2 large vanilla lattes. I would drive back to where I work, and usually I could like just, I don't want to say wait, but I would do something until the CFO was at the location. Now the CEO was there; he was always there really early, but the CFO sometimes would take some time. And I go in and very professional with a briefcase every single day. Nobody carries a briefcase, but I would. It was like a movie how I would dress, And
that the dead come back to life.
yeah, I mean,
It's not
black
possible.
hat,
It's not possible.
black suit,
That which
just
that which is alive
very, very well.
dies.
Nobody's
You
dressed
possibly
like
say
this.
that which is dead comes back to life.
Even the shul
responds.
that people are dressed like, not even close. And especially California. And I would go into the CFO and CEO's office and review everything with. Actually, I would put the paperwork on the CFO's desk, basically, so that when they got in to look at the information, it was like all there, it was highlighted, and then I would get a call when CFO was ready to review things. Sometimes I would just go and anticipate it, but I didn't want the person to feel like I was just like watching for them. Because I had other things to do. And you never knew when they were there. But they get there, and we would review the finances. I'd review everything with them. And I was far more than a controller. I was a mentor, a coach to them. I was a confidant. And somehow somebody made this fucking business work. There's a wedding planning business, which is really cool. See, brides come in, and bridal planners, and everybody was really stressed but happy. Like, you knew you were helping people. And then usually about 1 or 2 or so, and I made arrangements on Fridays, and God, the leadership of this organization was as respectful of Judaism and my needs as any people I've ever met. They were just, I cannot say enough good things about it. I prayed for them in name many times in my life, but I cannot underestimate. I cannot. They were just so wonderful. And so I would leave. The plan was to leave at 3 o'clock on Fridays, and I'd stay late all the other days, but on Fridays I didn't want to mess with, well, time change happened. I didn't want to mess with that. It was just 3 o'clock on Friday night. And I mean, I fought with people over these hours, gone to war with people on these hours. So not these people. These were wonderful people, very respectful. And they knew nothing was going to happen between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock on Friday. That was I couldn't handle. And payroll was due on Thursday morning or something like that, to pay out on Friday. So everybody generally got paid. It was every 2 weeks, but a lot of times it was a payday. That was really great. And I could have milked this company for so much money legally, but I didn't. I wanted them to succeed, and I didn't want to take more than I needed. And I would, about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock every day, I would go to the bank. And I would go to the bank in Costa Mesa. And sometimes, now, I never charged this company for wear and tear to my car, tires, anything, gas even. That was a big thing. I could have charged them for gas. I never did. By the end, while I was done, I charged them for mileage. But that was agreed upon way in advance. Like, they would even say you can charge us for gas. We know that you're traveling like quite a distance to go to the bank and 3 days a week to go get mail of Johnny Carson's.
It hurts us to say because we like to think that the world has changed.
Bartenders.
And we all love each other, and
but I knew that I was.
And again, it's actually very affirming. It's the same narrative. The world can't. I
felt less pressure. Meaning I could go get a coffee if I wanted. I didn't always, but and I could eat something if I wanted. And the people at Coffee Bean and TV, they were so nice. I'll never forget this. One time they had this table that was really wobbly, and I didn't normally stay there and eat, but one time I did. I put my coffee down and the CFO called me. And I was just talking to her or whatever. She loved to call me when I was in the car. And I explained to her, look, I don't want to be distracted when I'm driving, even though I can do hands free and all of that. I'm not. I will be back in the office in 20 minutes, so you can just wait. But this one time she called and I would answer her call if she called, but I told her in advance. I don't want this to be a thing where whenever I'm in the car, we're just talking like I have to pay attention and things like that. Even though I could have easily done it, I didn't want to get into the hands free and all of that. So the CFO called me and I put my foot down on this really rocky table, and I knew this table was rocky. And my fucking drink went on the ground. And they remade me a drink right away. I was a good customer, and for the little that I made, I would try to tip them when that wasn't even a thing. But
was not recognized as one of the
I think I remember, oh, you guys are so sweet. And I just loved that. I love that fucking sandwich. But, yeah. Like, I'd be pissed if they only had one. And then I was so excited to go to. I remember this one Monday when I first started there. I went to OC Kosher, which is in Tustin, but it was still almost. It wasn't on the way exactly, but it was pretty close. And I was there at like 10 a.m. And as I walked in, I saw this really nicely dressed lady from and then I heard. And it was my rabbit since it kind of worked out. I still remember she was wearing like, it was almost like,
he represents Pfizer Fund.
like it was just like a beige outfit. And
so he says to the Africans, where are you bringing the proof from?
I was shocked to see her. She was shocked to see me. And we exchanged niceties. And sometimes I would go there. Well, rarely would I go there for lunch. But if somebody was in town, like I had family visit, we went for lunch there. Or I might have a friend who would want to go to lunch. And sometimes we'd go. And I would tell the ownership that I was going to be out to lunch. But usually I was just grabbing something. And so sometimes I would go there and get things for Shabbat. And still remember the challah that I really like there. The Schwarzes. They're out of San Diego. And Schwarz is deli. And
so not only do you not own land, right, but we own you, and you
I really like
for all of your delinquent service. Okay, so what happens?
Schnitzel. I fucking love schnitzel and duck. But I would get these pies that I fucking love too. I would get these beef pies and chicken pot pies, just pies, like British pies. That I didn't really recognize were British, but people make fun of British cuisine, and that's cool. But if anything, like we had quite a lot of British delicacies, Ashkenazi delicacies. But and then I get, let's see, I get like 3 or 4 more, sometimes 6 or so. I don't know a lot. Sometimes I get brisket, a big thing of brisket, and I would. Many times, like I'd either do that or I'd go to Trader Joe's. And sometimes I would go to Trader Joe's. And I mean, I wasn't at these places for very long. I don't eat that. I mean, I eat a lot, but I knew exactly what I wanted, and I get like 3 things. Like it was, if you've ever seen OC Kosher, it's like a fucking 7-Eleven. It's not big, and they have 2 checkout people. You never have to wait more than like 10 seconds for a checkout person. And they would check me out in whatever, or I'd go to Trader Joe's. And I used to love going to Trader Joe's. And I'd go to one at Walnut, I'd go to one at Bristol, and
Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their
this. They have this
sovereignty
everything
over
salmon.
that
It was called like
which is ours,
everything salmon.
that is when things
I get
come together.
bagels,
Number two, when
cream
you do
cheese,
things not
lox,
for self-serving, egotistical,
everything
egocentric
lox, which
purposes,
I
but
felt
you do
was
things for
really good. It
HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
covered up
that's
the
when things work. Your via ben precis, I will say, I want to play something out, by the way.
fishiness.
Think about it.
Sometimes
It's
that
interesting
lox
to
can
know.
have.
It's not like your via ben
I
precis,
get
it comes like
bagels
a whole percent.
sometimes. Oh, I mostly.
Welcome
What
to
else?
my
I get
welcome to
challah
my
sometimes there.
So
And we'll get to that. How many challah do you need? At a bare minimum, how many would you like?
It's not a complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this?
And
I
I
don't know what the
get
answer is, but on a very simple level.
Herzog
Gavita
wine,
is
which was
very simple.
kosher wine, but extremely inexpensive. I always
This is
found
about
fine
getting
wine.
Bono Shalom. When you
And
do
Kedem,
things for the right purposes,
I get Kedem at
for the covenant
Osi
of HaKadosh
Kosher,
Baruch Hu, things come
grape
together.
juice.
Be unapologetic about what
And
is ours.
I didn't like being. I mean, I was usually going somewhere for Shabbat, but if I wasn't, I didn't like having to drink a whole bottle of wine or Shabbat by myself. I didn't think it was a good look. I don't ever think it's a good look to have alcohol as a simple person.
Literally, again, we think it's new things.
Unless you're entertaining or something, but it's just
bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true.
Kettleman's
The Africans did it.
juice.
The
What
Africans
else
did
would I
it.
get?
And it was again, like
Schnitzel, duck sauce.
who led the claims of
No, but
just classic
Trader Joe's.
see how the world is so circular. Right?
Matzah.
Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide?
It's something that I'd always have. It's always a really good idea. Just have boxes of matzah around.
Just pointing out, you see,
What else?
certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is
Yeah,
us.
cream
The
cheese.
world very much stays the
But
same.
that was at other times too.
It's overwhelming. Next court case.
And on occasion, I went to,
Alexander the Great.
I think just one or two times,
Egypt.
the Long Beach.
Egypt. Unlo, Omer.
I don't know why I would have gone there. Maybe
To move on to Kesem is
that was
actually
it.
talking to them. So the Egyptians come about it. It's like, it's actually a pretty good
I
claim.
love
Right?
Trader
So the
Joe's.
Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim,
What
the
else
Pasuk
did
says,
I get? I haven't fucking finished the book, but I'm sure people
the
would
Pasuk
appreciate like,
says,
what is your, when everything's working the way that you want it to work, what is your Shabbat? What should our Shabbat be?
Now, Vayashilum literally means
They'd be whatever you want.
borrow. They borrow.
But then
Now, there's different
I
ways to
would-
interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are
else would I
clearly coming
buy?
with the idea that
I mean,
it means
I'll show
borrowed,
my
which means
receipts in the
Klal
future,
Yisrael
but
borrowed a whole lot of
was
silver
it
and gold from the Egyptians.
a
Which the
lot,
Egyptians say,
but how many
so happy to have lent this year.
collars would I buy?
Right?
That was a
Like our
big
stuff
question,
back.
because I'm one
We like
person.
our stuff
So
back.
the
Okay.
Schwartz, the ones at OC Kosher are bigger. The ones at
So the Ben Precisa says,
Trader Joe's are smaller. So how many do you need? Okay, so for Shabbat,
do me a favor, it says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal
like
with
at a
it.
bare
Maybe
minimum,
next thing once
you
again,
need
Amru Lahem, had yo Shelachan Mitzaktem. Say if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are not victorious, if they win the case over me, so then I say again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy can give me Sisa, he's a head yoke. He's just a regular guy. Like the Imani and Atseachosam, but if I am successful, Amru Lahem, Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzachtem. And
had this
ultimately
down
again,
really
the
well.
glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the shows. Okay, so Givim Sisa shows up to Beis Din and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amrulahem, Mehechamatim Avi and Raya, Egyptians, what's your Raya, what's your proof? Amrulahem, that's Torah. Amrulahem, Asagim Egyptians, and we told you, Vayashin Lum, you borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, Shkai, I'm happy to have lent it to you, now you want us back? So which Givim Sisa says, Amrulahem, Afani lo Avi Lachem Raya Elam Torah. I'll also bring you a proof from the Torah. Shneimar, Moshe Bnei Israel, Asher Yashem Mitzrayim,
That's how you want to do it. If you're going to use matzah, that's going to change
the
things.
Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. Now, 430 years, remember again, that's the clock
Let's
for
break this
Akedas
down.
Yitzchak. So therefore,
I used to have this down, but the answer that I want to give seems different than what it should be.
So, Givim says,
For a full Shabbat,
if you want to make an accounting,
25
have it make an
hours for
accounting.
the 3
You
meals,
say we owe you the gold and
how
silver
many
that we
loaves
borrowed.
of bread
Okay,
do you need
you
if
also
you
owe us back wages
reuse
for
the loaves
600,000 men
when
who
saying
worked
the
for 430
blessing
years. Let's just, you know
over
what, for some
the
friends, we count
loaves?
over here. Right, let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430
Can you break it down for me each meal?
years. for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Someone don't that's your tshuva.
Your top was
Okay, so what do you have to say?
2 loaves present at the time of pregnancy.
To new loaves, match
You do not need 2 loaves.
We'll come back.
You can use the same. Right. Now, I wanted to say, because I would buy 6 loaves, but that's not technically the least amount that you get. Okay, so the first Friday night, you eat 2. You eat 1. You can eat 1. You eat 2 too. Okay, then for the day,
why is it that both
you have that.
Africans and
Okay, so you
eat,
eat, and you have
come back,
blessing
be man,
2.
right? And say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can
They
say,
say 2 loaves total.
right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer.
That's if you're careful. Now let's break it down meal by meal.
And only an attempt to
It's not right though. Friday night meal, you place 2 whole loaves on the table, make kamochi on them, cut one loaf, loaf A, partially eaten, loaf B still whole. Logically fine. Shabbat day meal, you need 2 loaves present, use loaf B still whole, loaf A, even if partially cut, as most of it counts as shailing. Most folks can allow missing. Okay, if you want to play one of those rules, fine.
Of your claims to begin with. So profound. They wanted like a Shumpam Achas. That is incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the back.
What if you want full loaves at each meal?
Sons of Yishmael,
There's just something I don't want to have. Fucking loaf. Okay, 2 fully intact meal. You're choosing Waka Mishnah, 2 complete loaves. You only want fully whole at each meal. Once a loaf is cut, it's out of rotation. I mean, that's fine if you don't do that. But so 6 loaves. And that's still not right.
So it's interesting.
Is it?
Yishmael in this
No.
context says, we're not saying it's
There's a way
hours.
around it. I think it's
We're
5.
saying it's
So you do
also
Friday,
hours. Now this is very different,
2.
right? Africans claimed all hours.
But you only eat
Right?
one of
Claim,
them.
right? Yishmael wanted
Then
that.
you got
Yishmael
Saturday.
wanted money. Right? At the end of the day, so
And
it's
then
interesting. Yishmael, and we're going to see why Yishmael's the thing. So Yishmael says, we're not
2.
claiming it's all hours.
You've
just
eaten
claiming
2 and
the
you have 1.
partners in it. The partners in it.
And
Why?
then, or maybe you
Yishmael
could do it
says,
with 4.
So again,
Need 2 whole loaves, Shabbat day meal. Need 2 new whole loaves. Oh, if you're gonna do, it is 6. But there's a way to do it where you can do it with 4. Running total use 4. Seud Ashish. Strict halacha does not require Lekha Mishnah here, but if you want 2 full loaves anyway, bring 2. Yeah. So if you want maximal elegance without overkill, so this is what I've seen, or this is what I want to say that I've done. 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf on Seudah Shlishi, which would be 5 loaves total, and still very Yehuda. I think I'd get 6. Really? Yeah. And to eat 6 fucking loaves of bread? I mean, I'd be fucking out. So you get. Okay, so how does it work? Okay, Matt, the standard 2 Friday night, 2 Saturday for the meal, 2 for the third. That's 6. But you can do 1, 2 Friday night. No, 1 eat Friday night, but say the baraka on 2. Use the second one for Saturday. 2. So that's 2 eaten. You still have 1, and then
send that son
4.
away. Does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. That's essentially what the Linguists was saying. What are you guys talking about? If Abraham gave you
So the
Shmuel,
standard is Mahudar. Standard
Mahudar
Mahudar is 4 loaves. Halakhic minimum is 2 loaves. Full whole every meal is 6 loaves. You're basically choosing the royal table version of Shabbat. But what about maximal elegance? Some people do a hybrid: 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf on Seudah Shlishi. That would be 5 loaves total.
So the Gemara says as follows: My matanos, by the way, one of the matanos.
For the maximal elegance, why don't you need another loaf there? What's the practice there? There's something with that.
Interestingly enough, I want to point out what's fascinating about
You're remembering exactly right. Something. It isn't random. It's a real, very old philosophical logic. Let's unpack it cleanly. The key principle you're thinking of, Seudah Shlishi, does not equal the two other meals. The third meal is halakhically different than the other two meals in major ways. The other two in major ways. Lechem Mishnah is not required. It is not learned from this man the same way. It is not learned from the man the same way. The first two meals are modeled on double portion of man on Friday, 2 loaves. The drasha does not apply to the third meal. So why the whole loaf for maximum elegance? The practice you're calling is have one shalom loaf for Seudah Shlishi, not two. Why? Kavod Seudah, not Lechem Mishnah. Seudah Shlishi still deserves dignity. A whole loaf shows honor, but two would imply a requirement that doesn't exist. That's a subtle but important point. You don't invent an obligation to look small. So that's why I think a lot of times I get 5, but sometimes I would get 6. Did you ever just get 2? Yeah, if I was just going somewhere else, like if I was doing something else. Avoiding halakhic confusion. Using 2 full loaves at Seudah Shlishi can blur the distinction between meals. Make it look like you're claiming Lechem Mishnah applies trigger merit ayin, bad precedent logic. So elegant move is 1 whole loaf to honor, not 2. I think maybe I just did get 5. Really, yeah. I'm sure I got 6, but I don't think I would always eat it. I might just have it for the week. Zohar, Kabbalistic undertone. In many mystical frameworks, Friday night Chesed, Shabbat Gevurah, Seudah Shlishi, Tiferet, Ra'ava, Dif, Ravim, highest unity. Unity is symbolized by 1, not 2. So 2 loaves equals duality, weekday fixed. 1 loaf, 1 is Shabbat climax. That's not a halakhic reason, but it absolutely shaped practice. What communities actually do. Common mahudar, but honest practice. 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf Seudah Shlishi. This is where the 5 loaves total comes in. Who does what? Many Sephardim, 1 whole loaf at Seudah Shlishi. Hasidic Kabbalistic circles, often 1 loaf or even mizono, and Litvish, often any bread, even sliced. No one thinks 2 is required. Right. The deep intuition is something you felt. You're intuiting this. Seudah Shlishi is about presence, not abundance. So, not about doubling, not about display. Also, about staying with Shabbat as a phase. 1 loaf says, I'm still here, not upgrading the mitzvah, just honoring it. Bottom line, you don't need another loaf because there is no Lechem Mishnah obligation. 1 whole loaf is kavod based enhancement. 2 loaves should be over-signaling the halakhic claim that isn't true. That is something. So, I knew there was something there. So 5 loaves are the way to go.
And the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Ben Shmuel, Joseph,
and I love it. It's like cake. It is my favorite bread. Though I feel like we're like cinnamon bread, but
allow our holy soldiers to be successful.
I also like
So that
sourdough
let
bread.
us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have a steep climb here.
I would also get like a cheese.
Tzaddik on
Not for
days
Shabbat, of course,
90.
but
I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,
I would
about
get
12 lines down from the top. The Be'er Yishmael Tana. So again, the Shira Bishol is not following. But just remember again, we're in the sugya of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias HaMesa. Right? From where we let this business in the Torah. So what we ended off with yesterday is a pasuk that says,
And then I get some other stuff. Oh, I know what I
You
get.
shall give truma
Then
to
I'll go
Aaron.
to this place
Everyone
called
says it's very interesting.
and get
Aaron
pickles.
received many things in life. The one thing he never
Well,
ever
hold on.
received
We're at
was
Ralph's. They had
truma.
bonus pickles, which are fine. They're great. But then what else would I get? I
Aaron never
remember.
made it into Eretz Yisrael.
I would get
So at the end
sometimes
of the day,
hot
at the end of the day, what
dogs
can this mean?
at
That
OC
ultimately,
Kosher.
again, you
They
give
were
truma to Aaron.
frankfurters.
So
And
remember
then I
again, it must be
get,
that the pasuk means that
They had
Trias
buns there.
So the
It
Gemara
was
says,
like
there
a,
you
I
should see
forget what
goes
the
back
name of
to
the
very
buns
short
were.
time. Aaron.
It's like
What does it
old.
mean? We have to give truma to
There's
someone
like a
like
certain
Aaron.
brand. Only one brand is like kosher bun.
Achman of Chadir. Just
I'm
like
not
Aaron
saying
is a
that's
Chacham,
true, but
right?
it's
Just like Aaron
basically
against
like
Talmud
that.
Chacham.
And
And therefore
it
knows
has a
how
blue
to
bag,
go ahead
and they
and
sold them at
deal
Smart
with
and Final
Truma in
as
the
well.
appropriate
Sometimes I
way.
get them at
So
Smart
to
and
again, in
Final.
general, you have to
And
use
there's a
our
thing
where
like the hot dogs come in packages of 8, but the buns come in 12.
to a Kohen who is ignorant.
Hot dog math is a thing. What else did I get? I would sometimes get.
Because again, the way the pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam.
Well, that doesn't include what I
Whoever
ordered.
is
I'd be
holding
back at
will
OT
be
Kosher
again the Torah
outside
of the
every
Ribono Shel
Sunday,
Olam.
like
Yesh
clappers,
Lo Minas
to get my
has a
food
portion in
for
Truma.
the
She'ein
meal.
Machzik Torah Hashem, and whoever is not holding
Okay, so
strong
then I
in
go
the Torah of
to.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Lo Minas, does not have a
And
portion.
I know this
And
may
I will
seem
say,
like I was buying
this
a
is
lot of
going to
things,
see, this is
but I
not
could
as
make
much
this really
punitive
quick.
as it is
And I was
just
already
very
interested
important
or
because Truma has a lot of
wherever,
details.
and I was
Truma
already
has a lot
using
of
my own gas,
applications
so
and
I
misuse
figured.
of Truma.
And like I was working longer, so I could take a little bit of just a break. And
whoever gives Truma to a Kohen who is
I
an
would get to
Amaretz,
stuff.
no son of Fnei Ari.
I want to say
It's
I
as
got
if
other
he
stuff.
gives it to a lion. Ma'ari Safik Doris Volko, Safik in a Doris Volko. You know, when you put food in front of a lion,
That's fine for
there's
now.
a Safik.
And
You
then
know, will it tear it
I go to
apart?
the bank, I make a deposit, I have a deposit slip, I put it in this like envelope, like this leather bag thing, and take it back. And I have to go to the post office a lot, and I love going to the post office. I love it, but we have a lot of post office stores. But anyway. So I drop all the mail off at the post office for the business, I make the deposit, I go back, and leave my 3, get back home by, let's say Shabbat was at, the earliest it ever is in Irvine is like 4:14 p.m. You can check me on it. That's pretty close. And so I would have to get home. And I think I would take the long way home if I didn't need to rush, which is like 30 minutes, but it was fun. And I was always really excited. And I'd get home, wash, get ready for Shabbat.
So
maybe
giving
change or
Truma to
whatever.
the Kohen is only a
And
chesed,
then
there's only something
It
but if the Kohen knows
was, so
what to
I
do
would
with it.
get home by
If he doesn't know
3:30,
how to handle the gift,
15
then
minutes
not only
of
is it not a chesed, but
doing
in
everything.
fact it's
And
a
then the
liability
walk
for
to
him.
shul was
A
like
tremendous yisod in
29
life
minutes
as
or
well.
something.
About
26
when,
minutes.
it could be a
Like I had
yisod
it down
parenting,
really well.
about
And I was always the first
children,
person there.
It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to
We
give children
daven.
something. as
Sometimes
well
we
as
would
lots.
daven so late that the
Child
lights would
knows
go
how
off
to
on the
handle it.
timer.
To give a
Or
child
whatever,
something
we
that
have
is
a
a
good
big
time
yisod
at dinner.
technology.
And
These
then
are
I'd
many
walk home
areas.
many times with my friends. But if I didn't have my friends, for whatever reason, I would walk home, always feel extremely safe and calm, and it was just really nice. And I would
A biblical allusion to
walk over the freeway and just see the lights that just coming by. I just can't believe it. I feel very honored to
and I will establish, I will uphold my
and sometimes I have to really go to the
them
bathroom. I
to
just
them.
get in
Lahem,
the house
lahem, to
and
them, right?
go to the bathroom, cover,
Lahem. It's very
and
interesting. The
then
pasuk doesn't say it. The pasuk doesn't say
my
no.
stuff
I'm
was
upholding
on
my covenant
a timer.
to give you lahem. Rather, it says
So
lahem
I go to
to
bed,
them. Who is?
and I have
again,
I have
I
I wouldn't touch my phone during Shabbat. And I had with this one house, I had this alarm that would go off, and it would be these people clapping, and like I always felt like that was just chilling.
The
And
pasuk makes it sound like such an interesting way to read the pasuk
um,
that again, if
the
Evan Trump
stupid
was talking to
iPhone
Am
one
Yisrael, who was
time
alive at the time,
deleted
it would be
apps
version
that
of
you
what?
weren't using, but because I never touched this app, I just set it and forget it kind of a deal. It deleted the app for me. It's the only time I ever was even close to being late for Shabbat. I was one other time I lost my glasses, and that delayed me a little bit. But sometimes I would be so exhausted I fell asleep with my glasses. It's a big issue I have. But anyway, then I davened for like 3 hours. I'd set up shul, basically and put everything away after. And if I most of the time went to someone's house for Shabbat dinner, or like a Shabbat lunch, but if I wasn't, for whatever reason, which was rare, I was taken very well care of.
People who
Um,
don't
I'd
believe
go
in
home
certain things, so we'll see the distinctions.
and
Shalom
I
meaning is Rabbi
would
Gamliel. So the meaning is Rabbi Gamliel. Minai Shekel is Rabbi Mechai Mason. From where do you know that the Rosham brings back the dead? Haralahem,
make
Minat
myself a
Torah,
really nice meal.
Minat Abiyim,
And I
Minat
had my
Ksufim.
black,
Gamliel
I
says,
had
and I
my
bring you a proof
brisket, and I
from
had
Torah, Abiyim, and Ksufim. Now, all of Rabbi Gamliel's proofs, they
grape juice. I
rejected.
love grape
We'll
juice.
see what
and
happens. Minat Torah. So number one,
whatever
what's the
else,
right in Minat Torah?
and
The Ksiv, Hayomer Shalom Moshe,
I eat,
Incha,
and then I would
Shokhet,
fucking
Imam
take
Secha,
the best
the
snack.
Kam.
And I had the
This is
best
pretty
walk
explicit. Right? So
from
Hashem
shul
says to
to my
Moshe,
house.
you are going to
And
live
it
again, die,
was just a
with your
park. It
forefathers
was like,
to come. And
like
you
a
are
chef
going
last
to
month.
arise.
Just the
Wow,
most
pretty
amazing
explicit.
living
Yes, amazing.
arrangement.
So how did they disprove it? No. They said, Gamil,
I got
you're
to know this
putting the
walk
comma
really
in the wrong place.
well. I
Arulo,
did it
the Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Shana. No, we read the pasuk is as follows: Moshe, you're going to die, and after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh,
I found
Shana.
Shabbat to be very
People are
boring.
going to rebel. When you die,
And
the people
I would-
worship idolatry. The Vakam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Vakam is going on who?
I would
On
read,
people.
I'd read books.
Incredible. So the Gemara says, Minad Abiyim. Okay, so
But
they
that's
rejected
so
that first.
nice.
Next,
I'd read books
Minad
aloud.
Abiyim. What's the proof from Davi? It said,
So I like
Mesecha
going to people's houses
Uvasi
and stuff,
Komun,
playing games and stuff.
Hakitzu Vanenu
Those are
Shokne
fun.
Afar.
And
Kital
then,
Oros Nalecha Ve'eretz Refine.
I'd eat the
So what's
third
this here?
meal.
What do you see this phrase?
And
Phrase you see,
then
Kakitzu
what was really
Vanenu
important to me, and still is, and
Shokne
it's even
Afar.
more important to me,
Those who sleep
lighting
in
candles, I
the
didn't even
dust
mention lighting
will
candles,
once again wake up Hakitzu
was
the Vanenu and will sing praise
Havdalah
to Hashem.
still.
It's a
It's
pretty
even more
clear
important. I know
statement.
that sounds
The Vilma,
incredibly
Besim Sheki Echeskel.
strange, but
Maybe that's referring to the dead.
not everybody
Cheskel
likes
brought back to
Havdalah
life.
candle. And
What
not
did Cheskel bring back to
everybody
life?
likes
That's association, right? That's the value of dry bones. So
Shabbat
that's
candles
what it's
sometimes,
referring to.
but we should all
Next,
like
Next,
Havdalah
from
candles.
Sue,
To the best of our knowledge, Shabbat, we should all be doing that. I understand if Shabbat candles come late or whatever, you shouldn't light them, but Havdalah, that one we should have. To me, Havdalah is one
again,
of
phrase,
candles. And I know that's probably not mainstream, but that's how I feel. That's how important I feel Havdalah.
Lips they will move,
You know,
that
Havdalah.
once again they'll speak. Yes, amazing.
Went through
Until
my
Mara
ritual.
pushing reactions for Seba Alma. So the meaning
And
said,
Havdalah is just
the
incredibly
meaning
important.
said to
Gets my week
meaning
off
said,
right,
and
and I think about the week.
maybe that's referring to the fact that
Not that Shabbat's not
sometimes
important.
the
It
lips
is.
of the dead
Shabbat's
move in the
extremely
grave.
important. But
Now, when
Havdalah
do
to
the
me,
lips of
I
the
think
dead
I elevate
move in
it.
the
Like
grave?
the importance it has in my heart.
It's so beautiful. It's
And I think it's not seen as
so
that
beautiful.
important. I mean, it's
Whenever
important in Judaism, but a lot of people are like, oh, I've just got to get this done. I can feel like that too, but I really,
when a person dies
I
and someone says over a piece of their
feel
Torah in
in my
this
heart
world,
that there's something really special about it.
lips, the deceased
And it's
lips
overlooked,
move in the
and I don't think it should
So
be.
the Gemara says,
And then what?
Shneimar.
Then I would
I'm sorry. Go
to, then my fucking night would start, and I love it.
Really beautiful.
I would
this idea.
get in my little Honda
When a
and
person
drive
needs over
to
Torah, a person needs over lessons for their families, a person needs over Yisodos
Coffee Bean
that
and
are
Tea Leaf,
sent
this time
over
in
even after they are no longer alive
and
by
get
definition.
just
It
a
gives them a
latte.
continued keel, a continued life,
And
continued
sometimes it'd
eternality
be
in this world. So a person
Orthodox
dies,
people there.
someone says over the
That
Torah,
was
someone says over the thing,
place.
someone says over the so
And
the lips move in the grave.
then-
Incredible. I shall not make
then I
so
would drive
meaning,
into LA
do not
and
believe
just
anything
take
that
on
Rabbi
the
Gamliel
city
said until Rabbi Gamliel
and see
gave
all the
them
lights
over
and all the
the
things going on,
following
which is
idea.
really
All the
exciting.
following idea.
Drive all around
Asher nishba
and then
Hashem
get back
lavosechem
pretty late,
vaseis lahem.
and
So like
then
a reference to
awake
Israel again,
for
that Hashem
shul in
has
the
sworn to
morning.
give over to you. Now, to
Different
actually say
shul.
to them, Lachem lo ne'emar, it doesn't say
And,
Hashem is giving it over to you. Rather, what does it say? Ella lahem, to them.
Go
Mikam
to
Tches Anisim in HaTorah.
shul,
So from here you see
daven,
ultimately again a
daven,
reference to Tches
daven
Anisim
chakras,
min HaTorah. It's incredible because
and
once again, the
see
giving
if the shul
over to
needed any
them,
help.
who's the them? The
Usually they
assumption
didn't,
is
but a lot
this
of
is
times they
Abraham,
did,
Yitzchak,
and
and
I would
Yaakov.
help with
So
anything.
from here you see an explicit allusion to this
And
idea that Hashem give that again the dead will come back to life. Incredible. The Yishom in Amikra is others say, I'm going to look from different pasuk. Go say this is so beautiful.
go to
The
Usi
Aten
Kosher.
Hatvekim
Many
B'Hashem
times I
Elokeichem
would have
Chaim
stuff,
Kulchem
paired
Hayom.
learning.
Others say
So studying Rambam Mishnah Torah,
that it's from this pasuk.
and
Now, literally translated, what does it mean? And you
I would
cling
order
to Hashem your God, right? Chayim kulchem hayom.
I would
So
order
it
like
seems to translate this:
in
you
back
will
then
live fully today,
it was
or
like
you are fully alive today. So it says in Gemara,
$200, sometimes $250, sometimes
That's
$150
obvious. Moshe
in
was talking to them.
cube
So of course they're alive today. Ela afilu biyom
stick.
shekol ha'olam kulam mesim
And
atem
I
chayim.
get these big
Even at a time
platters,
when everyone else is
and
dead,
I would eat
you
that
will be
steak.
alive.
I would be
So the idea, the
just
way
like
the Gemara
kosher
in this
keto.
pasuk is, "Vatera v'kol
And
ultimately,
I'm
again,
sure it was
you
more
cling to
steak
Baruch
than
Hu.
anybody
Chayim
ordered
kulchem hayom.
to this
Hayom
day.
means you will
Nobody
come back
ordered
to
that
life.
much
And
steak
even
from
on a
this
day where
place
everyone else is
as
dead,
much as I
you will come back
and
to life. Such
I would
such a
also
beautiful,
buy
incredible soul.
sometimes like
So
they
the
have
Gemara is
these
like, Shalom,
frozen
there's much to say about that pasuk as well, but if we have time,
pigs in
I'll
a
come back to
blanket
it
kind of a
later.
deal. What else?
Shalom,
They have like
Romim
little
as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya.
things on.
So ultimately, again, the
They had
Romans asked Rabbi
hot
Yoshua ben
olam
Chananya, what do they ask
string
him?
cheese, but
The
that was
Naish
just a
Shachar
Shabbat.
from
But they loved how
Mason,
their hot
the
olam
Agama
string cheese.
Shasavlios. So they asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya
And
a two-pronged question. Number
like a
one,
funny
number
story
one,
about
how do we know that
saying
he's
that the
resurrected
string
from
cheese
the dead?
incident.
And number two, how do we know that
and
Hashem
then what
knows
else?
what's going to happen? Two-pronged
Um,
question. So I'm going to
They just had like a lot of frozen
Rabbi
things.
Yoshua ben Chananya says I can answer
Sometimes I
both
would
of those
get.
questions from
It's
one
always good
pasuk.
to have
Vayomer Shalom
frozen
Moshe,
kosher
Incha
food in
Shochi
case you ever
v'Malosecha,
need.
I'm Malosecha.
You have guests or
V'kam
something.
ha'ama zeh
I
b'zana.
know I've been to
So
people's
again,
houses
Rabbi
where
Yoshua ben Chananya read the
I would be
pasuk.
helping them
Moshe,
with
you're
something,
gonna
and they
die.
would be very
Become,
appreciative for what I
and
did,
you're
and
going
they
to
would
come
want
back
to.
to life. So from here you see a remnant to
Like giving me a meal or something, and
say back to him, Vilma,
having
V'kama
that
ama
frozen
zeh
stuff
b'zana.
that you
Okay,
could just
Moshe. That's not how to read the pasuk. Maybe when you read the
like,
pasuk
you
is
know,
that ultimately Moshe you're gonna
convenient
die.
things, really.
The Vakam doesn't go on Moshe's
And
resurrection.
OC
Rather, what
kosher,
does Vakam go on?
I mean, I've
Vakam
seen
goes on
it,
ultimately
nobody
again. The
does
Klais are going to rebel. Amr Lahu.
butcher
So Rabbi
and
Yeshua ben Chananya said, fine. Even if you say that,
kosher cake.
at least the kutu
Oh,
minabalga
and they have
v'yadechu
these
diodema
little,
asha asalios. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a remnant to Gesanesim, you could at least use it for what? As a remnant, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Klal Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible.
Sometimes I get
Gemara says, "It's my name. Yochim Shur
a
B'Shemei
cake
Yochim
there.
Chai. Inash Kishbrachol Mechai Mesim Yodei Mash Asalios." Supposed to say, Yochanan asked Moshe Rabbi, "How do I know Kishbrachol is going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen?" Shneimar Hincha Shochev Imavosecha Vikam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "You are going to die, but you will come back." Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this: Tanya, Amra Eliezer, Rabbi Yossi, the covers that Ziyachti Sifrei. So Rabbi Eliezer says like this: in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been they have forgeries. They have forgeries. How so? Shehayu Omen ain't Chesanisim in Torah. Remember again, because these books of heresy said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Ziyaftem Toraschem. So number one, you've forged the Torah. You forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? For you claim there is no Tches Anisim, and yet it says for you Omer. Hikaris Tikaris Nefesh Hayin Avonava. So we'll say there is a double lashon of Hikaris Tikaris. Why the double lashon? Speaking of says. I'm sorry. So we'll say what Hikaris means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Avonaba, its sin will remain with it. Leimas, when is that? Lavi Olamaba does not refer to the world to come. So from here you see ultimately again Raya for Tkesanism. So the Gemara says, "Hikaris, Tikaris." Good. Let me start. So understand why can't you learn both that are from Hikaris, Tikaris? Hikaris in Olam Hazeh, Tikaris the Olam Haba. To which the Gemara says, "Unrelayed, Dibra Torah Kulashon Menei Adam." I would have said that, and the meaning would have said, "No, that's just a colloquial expression." Okay, Kitanoi. So what says not one Hikaris Balam Hazeh, Hikaris Olam Haba. The Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva understands the double lashon. Hikaris be cut off in this world. Tikaris in the world to come. The Rabbi Akiva, Amar Yishmael. Velo kvar
But if you
ne'emar,
want to know
Es
how to do
Hashem
it,
hu migadei v'nichrasa.
that's how you do it.
The
So how
pasuk
many
says
votes
that he's
you want?
blaspheming Hashem, he'll be cut off. V'chi
And that's what
shlosha
it's gonna
olamim
say.
yesh. Are there three worlds? In other words,
Some stuff
then that
off,
means that there's
and I
three
use it because
expressions
it
of
was
being cut
different.
off. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, "V'nichra brother, elo v'nichras olam hazeh." He'll be cut off in this world. He carries the olam haba. See, right? He carries it, right? He carries the cut off in the world to come, and he carries the kares dibra Torah kavashal meni adam. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay. Bein Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona ba my activate. But both according to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, what do you do with the phrase of Avona ba? The Chid is saying this is beautiful. B'yachol afilu asa tshuva. You might have thought that this sinner would be cut off even if he did tshuva. So the Gemara says, Tamaloma Avona ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when? When it's Avona ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, Lo amarti ella bisman shavona ba. The only time the sinner is cut off is when the sinner remains with him. But if the sinner does tshuva, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. I will say. So really fascinating. So again, but the point that you begin to see is, we mentioned it today, there's no one pasuk that says yes, rather what we have is a series of biblical, I should say Tanakh allusions. Right, biblical allusions. Torah, Nevi'im, Ksuvim, different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. We're finished there. Shala, this Gemara. Shala, Cleopatra, Malchus, Shabimeir. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. Amra, listen, by the way, just you should know, Marsha points this out. Cleopatra is the queen's, what Paro is the king's. So this is not like a, this is, or yeah, you can start with it, but Cleopatra is a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical, Ramar Shota, you see it from different usages and shots. This is more of a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Amra, Yedgana Echayish Shefi. So listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living die. That's it. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I this is interesting, right? Cleopatra, I believe in Tchias Mason. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Because again, the pasuk says that literally there is sprout forth from the city, as reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. So once again, it's interesting. This pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this pasuk. Quotes this pasuk from Tehillim. Like, so I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the shayla? Ella kishen omdin agumin obemavushein omdin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So Amrullah, so the mirror says back to Cleopatra. Kavachomer mechita, make a kavachomer from a grain of wheat. How so? So the Gemara says, Umachita shnipura aguma. So the kita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, yotza become a lavushin. Yet it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself it has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from here, again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shenikbarim v'levushein, but Tzadikim ultimately, again, who are buried with their clothing, Allah has kama v'kama. Tzadik ultimately, again, is buried not that clothing, but tachlishin, but shrouds. So the Tzadik who is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. So we'll say, it's such a fascinating. First of all, you could just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. Also, what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing. We've seen this before. It's often a metaphor also for accomplishments. Like the begotten, like the Cholei Shibir Agachalavani, which someone else says in Mishlei. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra was really asking was the following. When there is Tchias HaMesim, how do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, right, naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like a new baby being born, or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my mitzvah. So again, fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which Rabbi responds, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Because I will say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I'm gonna like so the Caesar says that we're gonna go. Caesar is gonna go. Amrisu Bishakti Chaim. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believes in skepticism, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see over that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar says, I don't understand. You guys say, Amrisu, you guys say the Shakti Chaim. The dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. Havu Afra, Afra Mikachayim. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadik Alf 91a, Amru Lohu Darte, Shafke Ba'an Mahajer. So again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Rabbi, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so Ba'an Mahajer. Second line, Tzadik Alpha Base 91a, second line. Shnei Yotzim Rich Period. There are two people, two fashionists, creators of stuff, right? Pottery people. Each being, like Rashi says that Shnei Yotzim Period, Achaz was to kill him in a night. They create utensils. Two people create utensils. After Yotzim in a night, after Yotzim in a night. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So Isa Mehem Shuba, who's better? With the Caesar response, of course, Of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create utensils from water than it is to create from clay. Amalei Minamayim, the Gemara says, so Isa Mehem Shuba, Amalei, Zeshut Minamayim, Amalei, she said to him, Minamayim Shah, Minatit Lakol Shekin, so Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to Zerach, to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. If we're supposed to create human life from literally mine from water, then Allah has come of a camel, we can create it from dirt. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody agrees you can create utensils from clay. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, certainly go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The name of Yishmael Tanakh, Kavachomer B'Kli Zchutis, is beautiful. You can make a Kavachomer from the creation of glass. The creation of glass, it's gas and missing. Makli Zchutis, Sha'amalan, Beruach, Basar V'Dam. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishbaru, Yeshlan Takara. And even if glass breaks, you could melt it down and you could refashion it. Man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah has come of all the more so that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. That's what the profound Gemara. Nina Rabbi Ami. So I'll say also there's so much to say on each of these Gemaras because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point. So there was a particular unbeliever, Min, who said to Rabbi Ami, Amisu, you say the Shakti Chaye, you guys say that the dead come back to life. He was the but the dead turn to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? Let me give you a mashal. The Melech Basar Madam, I'll give you a mashal. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, the go and build in the palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt in place where I need you to build the palace. I need you to figure it out. Halfu Banu also. The Baruch Hashem, the subjects figured out they built a beautiful palace. The Yamin Nafal, sometime later, the palace fell down. Amalahan. So the king says to the subjects, also the Makom Shiyish Afaromai. I want you to rebuild the palace, but this time I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. Amulo, ain on you hold it. The subject said, we can't do it. We can't do it. We're unable to do it. So Kana Salayan. The king got very angry at them. The Makom Shemaim Ba'afar B'Nisem Achsar Sheshmaim Ba'afar Alachas Kamal Kamal. So the king said, I don't understand. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the name? Because Baruch Hu creates man from nothing. Yesh man, Baruch Hu creates the world from nothing. So if Baruch Hu creates from nothing, then even when man turns back into dirt is still something. So if you could create from nothing, you certainly could create from something. That was the answer about Tiyas HaMesim. And if you don't believe about this idea of something turning into something else, say Lebika, go out into the valley, or see this particular type of rodent. So I'll say there's a lot of discussion exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal are talking about over here, this rodent, that apparently is half flesh and half earth. The next day, ultimately, again, it comes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tamar, but maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation.
This is the lady who doesn't take food seriously.
First white line.
Bitch is making glitter.
It's in a particular mountain that on this stage is only one chilazon. Remember again, chilazon is that creature from which the tchelas
That is pretty hot.
You go up on the mountain, there's one chilazon. The next day will rain, and the smelly kulo chilzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with chilazons. So again, the idea over here is
Maybe I could be wrong.
Number one, that earth could turn to flesh, right? Something could turn to nothing. And from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the chilazon. It's incredible. But I think that there is a tremendous profundity in that Mashal as well about the king. I remember the Mashal and the king, what happened? The king said to his subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a palace, there's nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. The palace falls down sometime later, and then the king says again,
dude, show your friend.
Build me a palace and dirt and water. The subject said we can't do it.
This goes beautiful.
So what are you talking about? He built the palace with nothing. Allah sometimes build the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. All of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things
I have those.
we can accomplish. Our back was up against the wall. We're facing circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we
this goes really pretty.
Rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, maybe even potentially what look like impossible circumstances, and I came through. I did it. And yet, then there are times day to day where my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't pull through. And I tell myself,
but anything could be used. This fucking Yankee candles could be used. I can't do it. Any candle, generally kosher.
Do you remember that time that you came through in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where again it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not, and you did, and you did
normal candles.
If you could succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances, if you could build the personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. Like I said, we all have situations like this. where really difficult situations. If you don't have situations like this is a pizza. I think almost all of us have situations like this of really difficult circumstances. I said to myself, I don't know.
Yeah, this girl's really pretty.
And I got through it. And then I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew.
What is she? Scale 1 to 10. Here's the thing, kids.
Then I certainly could perform in
Whatever
day-to-day
she
life.
is, if she's Jewish,
If I could make things
that's a
happen
+2.
where there was
Really?
no dirt,
Should
there
be a
was no
+200.
water. The more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt
So
and
this
there
girl's
is
like a
water.
12.
It's incredibly useful for life. You want to go back to it.
Really?
I'm only a woman, but you're going to say, let's say,
She's
this is a
very
great
pretty.
series of stories. Taking them in. We said to Kavia Ben Pesisa.
We don't know that she's like we do. She may be. Oh, but I was at the Kabbalah candle craft thing. I don't give a shit, bitch. Can you
Interesting
crazy
enough, so
or
this guy
fucking
Kavia Ben
bitch?
Pesisa himself was a shtickle
If not-
and he was a hunchback. We're going to see
Okay.
that part of the story in just a little bit.
200.
Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to him,
You wouldn't take this girl on right now. Oh, that's a different story. How about the other
So there
lady?
was this Apikaris comes over and he says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews
I
Rishon.
mean, sure.
Rishon, why are you Rishon? Because you espouse false ideology.
But she
Say
have to
that the
work on her
dead come
fucking
back to life. It's
food
not
safety.
possible. It's not possible.
For
That
sure.
which-
Before doing
that
anything.
which is alive dies.
And I have to check
Possibly
the
say that
cabinets
which is
and
dead
shit.
comes back to life. Amalei, so the Via Ben Pesisa responds, Vailachon
I'd be
Chayve,
like-
you're the Rishon, the Amrison Mesilo Chayin, the Lo Havichaya, the Havichaya Lo Kol Shekin. So we'll say, so the Via Ben Pesisa says back to the man, he says, you're the Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth, how does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this. What
You
do
sure
call
this
that?
other
You're
girl?
the Russia. There's one where every single life starts with no life and
No one
life.
cares.
What's crazy to think that could go back to life?
Damn.
So, Kavia Ben
You think this bitch is a 10? I'd have to see her mouth. I want to see her smile. but She's really pretty.
You're calling me a Russia? If I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I
Should
come
I
over
build
to
a
you,
hand?
but
This girl is really hot.
so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what this is incredible, right? People are people. Nothing changes over time.
What are these shot
Like, you're lucky
glasses?
if I was holding you back. If I would kick you so hard, I would kick you straight. Right there, I would kick you. That you would kick out your
Kaya,
hunchback.
she's got a great name.
So we to see Amalei. And I told the king, Rofe Uman, Tikra, Iskar Harvey Tito. Do it, man. Right, do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shtayach. Not only would I give you a shtayach, but I would pay you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they don't have one. Now, that's our introduction to Gavia Ben Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with Gavia Ben Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. So, that's about Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Netzilu Dimusinoi Yehuda Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors.
Rhinestones.
left
Rhinestones are
Yehuda
big.
and Yerushalayim. Now again, what oppressors?
The jeweled is big. Bedazzlers are big. Spirographs are big. Spirograph math is amazing.
With a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was that claim? Otherwise,
Yeah, they're not going to zoom in on this bitch's face. But she's really pretty. She is gorgeous.
They came before Alexander the Macedonian for a dinner with Providence. So Amrlo, Eretz Canaan Shalom. I'm going to say that, by the way, Jews like Alexander. Right? I don't know that Jews like
Really?
Alexander. Because also,
Yeah.
Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest
dog.
thing.
I've got
in the world. I don't
these
mean an English name.
long ass matches. I don't fuck around. Really?
Right, which is very
Yeah, why do I have such long
It's not
matches?
exactly a Yiddish name, right? It's not a Hebrew name. But again, this was Al Sakara Satov that Jews had to, as well as Alexander the Great. The name stuck. The name
I
stuck.
think it was.
So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Amrlo, Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's their claim?
She don't want really.
The land of Canaan.
I know. I think I bought.
There is nothing
accidentally
new
bought really
under the
matches.
sun. Ein chadash tachas hashamesh.
But
Right?
short matches
So
are
before
fine.
there was
I don't
a-
like it getting hot.
Right, before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were
I think
always
I actually-
bringing their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. Eretz Israel, not so big. Not so big, right? You wonder again,
Like I'm
what
going
does
back just
Africa
because the bitch is so
need
pretty.
with Israel? What do you need another desert? Do you need,
Did
but
she
again, listen,
Sephardic?
this is the Derech of tonight. The Derech of
She could
tonight
be
is
either.
they cannot leave
She
Klal
looks
Israel
good.
alone.
Maybe.
They
So.
cannot
She's
get rules
gorgeous.
there that Jews
Doug,
again,
she didn't do anything.
it hurts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and
That
we
bitch
love
is
each other
beautiful.
and anti-Semitism and everybody loves us.
Kaya.
Clearly, again,
Call
that
me,
region
girl.
has been blown to smithereens, right? We
Really?
say that's no longer the case.
Yeah,
And
she's.
again, it's actually
she's
very affirming.
beautiful.
It's the same dynamic. The
What's
world
your name?
can't, for some reason, can't be
Yankee
so
title
low
on
that
Bracha
Jews have
Hohenheim.
something. All the more so that Jews
Kaya.
can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So again, so the couple for
Bathsheba.
Alexander the Great, Canaan is ours. Now,
Shapiro.
what's the claim? It's saved, and again, they've been derived from the Torah. These were from Africans. They've
Oh,
saved
Sarah
Eretz
Ryder, you
Canaan
did good
V'Vasah.
makeup on her. And
It
Blima
says
Weissman,
that the land of
They
Canaan
look good.
is included in all of the boundaries.
Kraft
All of
and
the boundaries.
but
Well, Canaan, so therefore they looked at
Really? Yeah.
Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is
All right.
included in
Are
this
you
as
done?
well. Well, Canaan,
Are you big on makeup?
Canaan was our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land.
Really?
So again, so this was this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now
All right.
defend their claim to Eretz
Yeah,
Canaan,
okay.
Eretz Yisrael.
Sometimes
So
I can
Gviv
tell
B'Sisa
what
comes along. He says,
Right.
Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch
This is an
this.
interesting one.
Right?
Yo, dog.
So if I lose, the good thing is
Sociological or
there's really no harm
psychological
because they could just say now apparently we'll say what you see from these stories
theory.
Gviv
I think it's
B'Sisa
very
was
Freudian
not
that
recognized as one of the ranking sages.
humans love
That's
themselves
not
so
that,
much
that
that
wasn't his identity.
our
Therefore,
ideal
he says,
mate is
if I
actually
lose the
ourselves. That's why a lot of
it's not a
people
big deal.
try to
Because
find
whatever,
people
you could just say,
of
he wasn't really
opposite
representing us,
gender,
right?
maybe not
Just
even
and
opposite gender, but just other
the
people
Africans,
who
they
look like
defeated
them
just a regular guy.
and act like them because there's a subconscious desire to
Amru Lahem, say
reproduce with
Torah's
ourselves, even
motion
though it's
itself.
generally like impossible.
The
But in the
victory will not be
future,
attributed to me, rather, what will the victory be attributed to? To Torah. Which I will say, by
there
the way,
may be a
just
way to be
begin
able to
to
do
see
that with
the
like
beauty and the power of the personality of Gviv B'Sisa.
male
That
eggs
all of
and
this was
female
literally about
sperm.
Torah. This was about a
And if that happened within Judaism, then wouldn't that make our offspring be
If I
like
lose, the law mine. But if I win, the win is the Ribbon Shalom. It's incredibly selfless. Okay, so now Solutions Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim.
potentially?
He represents Kleis in front of Alexander the Great.
And thus, like
Judaism
Judaism may have a
the
situation where
Africans,
if everybody
where are
liked
you
to do
bringing
this,
them
then
from?
everybody would be
Torah.
Mamzers.
Give them the Torah. We just said it. I'll also bring it right from the Torah. What's the
And what
passage?
would that be like? You just still man this. I don't know why it's just- Let's get to the point, baby.
Canaan is cursed, and Canaan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case,
All right, baby.
Evan
Tight
should so-
stealing
so-
milk
so
while
again,
the core theory still man.
Hebron, who's
Humans are
here?
narcissistically most attracted to our own traits, face values, temperament, culture. Mate choice is often me, but psychology backs this assorted mating people pair with similar people, facial self-resemblance increases attraction, cultural endogamy
So furthermore,
equals
again, you guys
sort of
owe
equals
us
symbolic
back wages,
self-reproduction.
back service.
So
Why?
that doesn't
Because you're the
that
slaves
so
to
the drive
God
isn't
Israel,
just
and
sex,
what?
it's
You have
continuity.
not
So
been working for
push to the
years.
future where
So
tech
not
breaks
only do you not
biology.
own land,
Imagine male
right, but
eggs,
we owe
female
you-
sperm,
you
or
owe us
full
back
somatic
payment,
cloning
back
with
payment
gamete
for all
simulation.
of your
Result: one person
delinquent
reproduces
service.
with
Okay,
themselves,
so
not metaphorically, literally. A child is genetically almost identical, no other parent, a delayed version of the self.
What
This
say
is
you? You know what?
biological
What's your
narcissism made
response?
real.
Now
Now drop us into Judaism. Halachic bomb number one, Jewish status. Judaism says Jewishness follows the mother. If a Jewish woman produces a child from her own genetic material, the child is unambiguously Jewish. If everyone does this, there's no intermarriage, no conversion, no other bullshit.
And what happened?
The Jewish people become self-propagating by definition. Halachic bomb number two, everyone is a mother. There is no father in the halachic sense, so lineage collapses into single-parent matrilineality.
They were living there.
Becomes either symbolic or obsolete. All Jews are mothers, children, leads to a single self-replicating chain. Judaism becomes radically matriarchal, not socially structurally. Halachic bomb number three, family law implodes. Questions explored. Is this incest? No second party.
But ultimately,
Is this Peru or who? Arguably yes. The Kohanim even a thing anymore.
Even during the Shemitah year.
What is Yidum when there is no brotherhood? Entire sections of Halakha become dormant, reinterpreted, or mytho-historical. This is post-patriarchal Halakha. Sociological endgame. If everyone reproduces themselves, there's no sexual competition, no marriage market, no tribal dilution. Identity becomes recursive instead of relational. Judaism shifts from people bound by ancestry and law to a self-cloning covenantal system. The covenant becomes individual, eternal, not familial. Still main conclusion. Your theory lands on here. Judaism already encodes the idea that identity survives through self-will of another. Future tech would just make metaphysics to that, not heretical hyperconsistency.
Their sovereignty over that which is ours. That is when things come
would
together.
technically
Number
likely
two,
make everyone
when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's when
please
things
give
work.
the laws of
Because
what
via
this
Ben
means.
Pussy, I will say, I want to point something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note. It's not like Gavia Ben Pussy came
All
with
right,
like a
straight
whole
to the point. No
check.
more system of short
Right?
answer.
Welcome
We're not
to my
automatically make
welcome to
it
my Torah,
remember, but it does smash the monster law heart. So here's the clean breakdown. What a monster actually is very precise. It conjures a child born out of wedlock, a child with one parent, a child from something weird or
Why couldn't
futuristic.
other people come up with this?
A monster is not those things. A child born out of wedlock, a child with one parent, a child from something weird or futuristic. A monster is only someone born from specific forbidden sexual unions. The only class of monster generating cases: incest, mother, son, sibling, parent, etc. Adultery, a married Jewish woman having relations with a man, not her husband. If it's not one of those, it's not a monster. So what about self-reproduction? Here's the critical point. Monster requires two distinct people, a sexual act, a forbidden relationship between them. Self-replication as one
So once
person,
again, now the Egyptians,
no other to violate Ariel with. So
literally again,
strict
we
Halakhic
think it's
logic.
new things.
You cannot be a
that,
monster
like,
without a second
nations of
prohibited
the
party.
world
No other,
bring
no Isser,
legal
no
proceedings
non-zero.
against
But wait, what
Jewish
about
people. It's
incest
not
with
true.
yourself?
It's not true. The
Good
Africans
instinct
did
with
it,
Halakha
the
doesn't work that way.
Americans did it. I will
Incest
say again,
Ariel
like
is
who
a
led
relationship
the
category
things
between
check.
distinct
Just fascinating.
relatives.
Just to see
You can't
how the world
halachically
is
be
so
your own
certain,
mother,
right?
your own sister,
Who was
your
at
own
the
aunt.
forefront
Those
of
categories
claims
require
of
relational
genocide
duality, so
against the
this
state of
fails to
South
trigger
Africa?
monster
Or
The real Halakhic
just
problem
pointing
is
out,
not
just you
monster.
see
Even though
certain
monster
things,
doesn't stick,
they
other
just are the
issues
way
to explore.
that
Lineage,
they
class, no
are.
father,
And
no
while it's
Yitzchak,
nice to think
Kahuna
that
and
the world
Leviim
changes,
disappear,
it
tribal
really
identity
doesn't. The only thing that changes
evaporates.
is us. The world
Urbu
very much stays the
may be
same.
fulfilled
especially as
biologically, but
Jewish
arguably
clubs.
fails
It's
the
overwhelming.
Torah
Next
social model
court case.
family law
Who else knocked on
sections
the door?
called
Alexander
Dom,
the Great?
Yibum, Erva, charge,
Egypt. Egypt.
inherited
Unlo,
frameworks. There
Ari
is
Omer,
not
Ari
everyone is
Omer,
forbidden.
Bashem Nasana
It's
Skina
the system
Amabene
loses
Nisai
reference.
Bashadu.
Machazo would
Tinu
resist
Lanu
calling it
Kesef is Ashna
Mantra.
Tatu
Big
Menu.
meta
So the
principle. Mantra
Egyptians
is
got the Bible.
intentionally narrow because
It's
it
actually pretty good claim.
permanently
Right? So
stigmatizes
the Pasuk
the
says,
sentence
when they left Mitzrayim, the
bend
Pasuk
over
says,
backward,
give
not to
me an idea
great
of what coming up
monster.
to
So
Pesach.
future
The Pasuk says,
futuristic educators, they would almost
Hashem
certainly
gave
rule
the favor
non-monster,
of
possibly
Klal
classifying
Yisrael in
offspring
the
as
eyes
food
of the
flesh,
Egyptians.
but
Vayashilu.
kosher, or
Now,
create a
Vayashilu
dispatch
literally
category.
means
Bottom line,
they
clean seal
borrowed.
non-zero
They
requires
borrowed.
forbidden
Now, there's
relations
different ways to
between two
interpret
people.
that word. Some
Self-reproduction
say
lacks
they
a logical
asked,
trigger, so no
right?
mass
Others say
monster
it means borrowed. Now, the
Instead, you
Egyptians are
get
clearly coming
Judaism where
with
everyone is
that
kosher,
idea.
but
That means
ancestry
borrowed, which means
and
Klal
tribal
Yisrael
identity
borrowed
collapse with that
a whole
abstraction.
lot of silver and gold from the
That's way
Egyptians.
more
Which the
radical, way more
Egyptians say,
interesting than
so happy to
monster.
have lent it to you, right?
Yo,
We'd
no,
like our
but what if
stuff
being
back.
a monster
We'd
isn't
like
a
our
big of a
stuff
deal?
back.
If
Okay.
everyone is a monster,
So the
then
Gemara says,
you don't necessarily have to keep the law the same way, right? And if everybody's a monster, couldn't Judaism just everybody be a monster?
Do me a favor. He says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal with it. I mean, that's 21
Yeah,
again.
you're actually
Amru
circling
Lahab,
the real
Had
Halakhic meta
Yochel,
with that joke. Let me still
Say
think.
if I'm successful.
Your
I'm
court
sorry,
saying related sharply. If everyone is a
they,
martyr, then brotherhood. Oh no.
if they are notorious. If they win the case over me, so then I say again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy David Pesisa, he's a head yoked. He's just a regular guy. Right? But if I am successful, Amru Lahem, Torahs Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzachtem. Then ultimately again, glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what shows. Okay, so David Pesisa shows up to Beis Din and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amru Lahem, Mehechem Atamavi and Raya. Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your proof? Amru Lahem, Torah. Amru Lahem. So again, the Egyptians, we told you, Vayashi Lum, he borrowed stuff from us. So okay, Shkai, I'm happy to benefit you. Now you want to stuff back? So which the BBC says, Amru Lahem, Afani lo avi lachem raya el min Torah. I'll also bring you a proof from the Torah. Shnei Amar, u'Moshe b'nei Yisrael, asher yashuv b'Mitzrayim, shloshim shana ba'arba me'os shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. 430 years, remember again, that's
a lot of
the clock
responsibility.
from so they're for 430 years. Tenu lanu schar avoda shel shishim rivo sheshibaretem b'Mitzrayim shloshim ba'arba me'os shana. So no problem. If you want to make an accounting, having to make an accounting, you say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay, you also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some forensic accounting here. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So Alexander the Great says to the Egyptians, okay, so what do you have to say?
Here's the key distinguishes everyone is a Mamzer then. There's no non-Mamzer population. The marriage restriction becomes meaningless. The category stops being legal. Halacha does not preserve categories that have zero function. So Judaism would face two options, not only two optional and most likely. Mantra collapses. Council already treat Mantra as extremely narrow, a tragedy to be avoided, something to rule out whenever possible. If everyone would be a Mantra, the category would be annulled or reinterpreted out of existence.
Why is it that both the
so that can happen. Halacha would say Mantra presumes a normative population. Without that, the definition falls from the This is consistent with how Halacha avoids mass Mantra creation at all costs. Option 2, less likely. Judaism becomes unlivable. If you did keep Mamzer literally, everyone can only make converts each other, which now means nothing.
When you recognize that what you're
law
doing is
implodes, family law becomes
only an
attempt
attempt to rob people of what is rightfully theirs.
Halacha does not choose self-destruction when reinterpretation is available. The critical misconception, and this is important, Mamzer is not a loophole category, it does not reduce obligation, increase freedom to let you opt out, make Halacha later, and it's constraint on the status, not a release. So your intuition that if everyone is Mamzer, Judaism would chill is backwards. If anything, Mamzer is designed to be rare, painful, and legally complete, not universally. Real escape hash, Steelman, honestly.
Of your claims to begin with.
Steelman,
So profound.
Steelman. If you ever did want to reset identity for a post-biological future, it would not use Mamzer. It would use conversion logic, covenantal entry, or a new category entirely. Because Mamzer is purely by design. Anti-universal by nature, structurally incompatible with mass application. Bottom line.
Okay. Yeah, let's
Yo, dog, if everybody
right, so
reproduces themselves, then there's an argument to say that that's incest and that everybody would be Mamzers.
Here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu v'Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says we're not saying it's solely ours.
If that happens,
we're saying it's
fine
ours.
Because
now this is very different, right?
Like that's a future where perhaps not everybody would be just either not getting married or reproducing with only other people like themselves.
We're just claiming we're
and that could just be Judaism.
And it's why. So the Gemara says,
and technically it would be Judaism, and there would be no normal Jews.
So again, what's Yishmael's claim? And by the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim.
That's basically where the future goes.
We're also children of Avram. We're also children of Avram.
And there's an argument to be made that
we too are the children of Avram.
it's only for 10 generations.
Share in
Like I know that's supposed to be like forever, but it does only say 10 generations. So give me a steel man of how this works.
Let me do this. I'll judge that. I'll adjudicate it. I'll argue it.
All right, I hear you. I'll still have a stronger version I do, even though I'll flag where
He's
it's
chaskim, right?
doing heavy
So
lifting. The
ultimately,
feeds
again,
issue
so
went to
it says if I
future
lose,
humans
they
reproduce
defeat
with
the
themselves.
Torah.
That can be
If
framed
I
as
win,
incest,
it's
Ariel,
Torah that has
producing
won.
mamzer, and
So what
eventually
happened?
everyone is a
Amar
mamzer. But
Me'ech
mamzer
Ma'at Levin
is only
Raya.
barred for
So
10
he says,
generations.
Shmuel,
After that, the
Shmuel,
restriction expires.
what's your proof?
Judaism
Amar
stabilizes as a
So
society
again, we
of
just
non-marrying
quoted, we
people
are
or
also the children of Abraham.
self-reproducing individuals, or mamzer with mamzer parents, which are allowed. And that would still be Judaism, just radically transformed way. That's the plan. Now let's steel man it properly. That's what's going to happen. Step A, step 1, assume the harsh terms on purpose. We'll grant the strongest possible assumption. Holocaust treats self-reproduction as a form of incest. Even though it's very debatable, still man means we grant it. So the act violates Ariel, the offspring is a mamzer. This happens universally. Now what? Universal mamzer changes the system. Mamzer only functions when there is a kosher marrying class and a restricted class. If everyone is a mamzer, there is no privileged marrying class. Mamzer means marriage becomes universal and permitted. The restriction no longer protects lineage, period, because lineage no longer differentiates. At that point, mamzer becomes descriptive, not restrictive. This is not a dodge. It's how Holocaust treats categories that lose contrast. Step 3, the 10 generations clause. Your key move.
What does that mean?
You're right that the Torah says, even to the 10th generation of mamzer may not enter the congregation of Hashem. Chazal interpret this as forever, but that interpretation assumes generations are socially distinguishable, lineage is trackable, normal Jews still exist. Stillman reinterpretation in post-biological future. 10 generations marks the maximum halakhically meaningful memory of transgression, not an infinite metaphysical thing. If everyone descends from the same act, there is no pure bloodline. There is no social end group to protect. Then, after sufficient temporal distance, the prohibition loses practical meaning. Some other bullshit. This is not unprecedented logic in Holocaust. Step 1, marriage quietly disappears. The future Judaism doesn't even need marriage the way we know it. Possibilities, no marriage at all. Symbolic covenantal partnership, reproduction without compulsion. Once marriage is no longer the vehicle of continuity, monster marriage restricts stop mattering. The issue becomes moot, not violated. Holocaust often handles impossible laws by non-application, not rebellion. Judaism still survives, just different. What remains intact? Shabbat, Kasher, Torah, ethical mitzvot, communal obligation, permanent. What fades in or transforms? Yirkus, marriage law, sexual boundary law, as lineage protective tribal distinction. Judaism becomes a covenantal civilization, not a genealogical one. Still Torah-based, still halakhic, but post-lineage. The clean Stillman conclusion, if, and this is a big if, self-replication is classified as incest, that creates universal mamzer. Normal lineage categories collapse, marriage ceases to be central. Then mamzer becomes a historically bounded status, not an internal block. After enough generations where literally 10 or functionally many, the system renormalizes around one baseline. Not by ignoring Holocaust, but by Holocaust adapting to reality, which original distinction no longer applies. Final honesty, no, nonsense. Real Poskim would almost certainly brought this earlier by ruling self-reproduction, not incest, precisely to avoid the chain reaction. But as a Steelman thought experiment, yeah, the logic is internally consistent. There you go, folks. So, do you think that's going to happen within Judaism in the future? Yep. Really? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. And then everything becomes normalized after 10 generations. Who cares? How long for that future? Within the next 1,000 years, maybe? It really doesn't change too much. Especially if marriage isn't occurring. That's the big thing, too. Alright, are you done? Well, yeah, hey, to that Chaya, call me drink.
All right, well, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Takshin Pei, the Tiltz Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year, and the Schos of the Soros Tabos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Lino Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of Perry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv of Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Zib, Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zichron Lebrachmiot, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Rishon Savin Aliyah, the families in the Torah, all those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Chol Yisrael, Kam Shmarach Shemir Hashem, bring our hostages home. and our holy soldiers should be successful with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzaddik 90. We are picking up on Pay Test on the days 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom, smack in the middle of the story of the Akedah. So remember again, when Baruch who said to Avinu Avinu, sacrifice your son. To which Avinu responds, based on English, I have two sons. Esichitcha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. And each of my children again have their unique singularity. Asher Hafta, the one who you love. Tarvayu Rechim Nolu. I love them both. But incredible Gemara, right? Avinu says, "You think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son. Even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants, that's Yitzchak." So finally, Baruch says, "Okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kokach Lama. So why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. It is your teacher of love. In order for Avinu not to be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, Ms. Baruch recognized the idea that halal for the Maisa, this would have been an overwhelming test. It obviously wasn't an overwhelming test for Avinu. Ms. Baruch wanted to allow Avinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest it. Ingest this, lays it out slowly. This is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blotting it out. It's not just about saying, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Here's my cell phone data. Once it's not what happens. I'm going to be on his way to the Akira. It also shows, by the way, how even Avinu is a little bit more, again, getting Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akira was also a process. So it's a process, and people Avinu was, first like you flip the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the Akira. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, like the people something like that. So the second tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the Akira. And he said, "Davar lecha tila yinei sarta gadin. The adaim lecha seksa kosher yikumin molech ki ata tawai lecha telei." So there was the ikar part of it at the end of the pasuk is the ikar part of the first one of it. And he said, "Davar lecha tila." So what the second says to Avinu is, Avram, does this make sense to you? That a God who loved you would ask you to do this. So the Satan is trying to feel out that he sabotage on Avinu. And it's trying to get Avinu to give sacrifice to this. Maybe it's wasn't the rational choice. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you would ask you to go ahead and offer up something so completely like that? And you said, "Davar lecha." How you love that for us? So it's the Davar sheet. Law is law. Could it be that it's God loves you so much to attach you something, you know, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Father would trust you in this way? Amarlo, I need it to make it. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Because Avinu responds, I walked in my simplicity. Right? Like Tamim Tiyam Hashem Elokecha. Simplicity, completeness. What Avinu essentially says is, he says, you know what Emunah is? What Emunah represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Ribono Shalom. I'm about to myself to Hashem. I'm about myself to Hashem. So therefore, God means it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to be able and walk with completion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Ribono Shalom tells you to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Allah Yiraschas to us. So the Satan says that all of you. Well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is blinding you. Is there anyone who has put their faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu and has been lost? What Avinu says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Emunah. You just can't explain Emunah. But there's one interesting thing about Emunah, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have a job are not meaning enough to ever. Is anyone who puts their meaning of the job have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who put their disadvantage? Feels like such a this conversation is probably the essence that every person with a meal goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is you have other stuff that is being kind of you, or you know what I'm doing is going through this conversation in his mind. And on one hand, to the people that got who loves you to this to you, and what's the answer to that? The answer to that is I don't understand what it's about. And therefore again I just give myself over to the Ribbon Shalom. That's what I mean. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, "Well, it's like maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe not what God wants you." To which again, I'm going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in the embrace of those who give themselves over in their movement to they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the no Kashani Alay. So once the Satan saw that Amavinu was not listening to him, Amalei, Leilai, Dabar, Yisrael, כך שאנחנו נפעל יחד, עשתה לי עולה ויצחק לי עולה. Interesting. Then Satan says to Abram, you know, by Abram, don't worry too much. Because I heard from behind the curtain, at the end of the day, God is going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. But at the end of the day, you end up offering up a sheep and not this stuff. So what's interesting enough is up to the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yes, I don't know. I'm doing sex for stuff and constant sex by guys. This is the punishment of a liar. Shafidu Omer Emes is showing up. That was again, somebody lies and even when they tell the truth, no one listens. No one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince Abbas, trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then the last, like his last speech after is probably, I mean, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice this stuff. It's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the scar from Amavinu. When he was trying to say, I'm going to die, it's such a good test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he was trying, he couldn't stop him. So at least he could take away the reward for doing it. You could take away the immunity component. So John Levine says, essentially, suffering, I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has actually zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. He's working on the trustworthy. Incredible. Incredible. We love it like this. I'm going to let you schmug and stuff. So ultimately, again, but as I discussing, as the Satan is having a conversation with Amavinu, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? You think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only even comes this. Sha'ata ma'aferes wa'yomit. Ba'ani be'shoshes yeshana. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you know, you got a gift. I got a gift for 13 years old. You got a gift for your baby. You have no consent, you have no memory of it. I had to do it when I was talking like an adult, 13 years old. I'm about to eat, Scott says. Be'eva echad atam megaredi is starting out with me with one body part. In honor we are going to put up with Zaveh as Atzmi Kolofanai. And he's Zaveh Miyai. Right? And he's Zaveh. Ultimately, again, I was going to coming to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And really after that conversation, Yad, Kim meets us after. After that, he actually becomes. I will say that what's the church with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, you know, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. Because what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, Elohim Nisras Adam, Hashem touched Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, he asked him for that statement, that's going to finish off the test here. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such an Zion, הקדוש ברוך הוא deep in that concern. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that it's like whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, right? When you're doing something that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The satans don't start up with you. The shmos don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something that's meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The Akedah is starting, the Satan starting up with Avram, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of the future. Listen to one of my favorite Spartak of all time. Actually, if I inspired the Akedah, what's at the end of the Akedah? Hashem says to Amnavinu, Akitach not coming out, don't go into the boy, don't chef Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, Avram goes over and he sees that there, he doesn't go over, he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Avram goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asked the husband, and the husband, how did Avram know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. But how did Avram know to offer the carbon? Let's get something amazing. He says, because Avram saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So it's cut this like this. If the iron would have run up to Avram's feet and lay down at his feet, Adam wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the Satan. And when he saw that it was stuck in his listen, you ever try to get a ram out of the thicket? Right? It's not possible. Somebody told me this happens before. Right. When I said, so again, you ever try to get a ram out of the thicket? But you can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of the thicket? You get caught, you bleed, there's a struggle. I don't know when you saw, where there's struggle, there's kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get caught, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bullied. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, is absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Satan starting up with Avram Avinu, Yitzchak, Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not that I think it. Again, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease, if it might be something very nice, a lot faster than it's holy. So how about it? So I say back to Navi Shaitan a little bit. Navi Shaitan, so let me try to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. This kilo, I'm sure it says you get kind of strangulation. So you might say, Madi Eri Dakas. Remember again, so when you see the scene of Navi Shaitan, that means like a Navi who tries to go and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madi Eri Dakas is, remember, those who try to heal or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So what's that law? This kilo, I'm sure of the Torah, I'm sure it says Torah. Navi Shaitan after this kilo, my time is Rabbi. So Navi tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah. He gets skima. Why is that? What's logical to Rabbanon? So you must be Asya Hadacha Mesis. So I'll move the Exer Shava from Mesis. Mala around the skila, Akan the skila. Okay, Rabbi Shimon. Lisa Ksivave. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Lisa. What's the law? If a Lisa would have a Torah, Stam Eino Elokelet. In general, any Lisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Madika Erni Dachas for skila, my time in Rabbanon. So why is it that Madika Erni Dachas Begets, what's the logical to that one? Kami hadaka, only basis, only Rabbi Shivya. So again, they gives you a Shabbat of hadaka, either from basis or from the Rabbi Shivya. Rabbi Shimon, Kama hadaka min Nabi. Rabbi Shimon then hadaka from Nabi. The Ligma the basis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon gives you a Shabbat from basis? So the Gemara says, so Ligma basis. Gunning makes his stopping, makes his stopping. The ain't gunning makes his stopping, makes his head, makes his stopping. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn out the zero setup and makes his stopping than his stopping. Remember, I was saying, in this context, in this discussion, there's two type of inciters. Right? There are those who incite individuals and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the zero shabbat to a like type of inciter. I'd rather the opposite. I'd rather learn out again what we call a common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from nothing to insights. But I'm sure say, Kevin, should be asked, ain't look at how you got with that. You sure say, no, even though it's nothing we may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes the head. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Nabi, rather he's the head. I'm not Krista. The Krista says, what's a couple of decided? 98. Machlokes, that is very interesting, we'll say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, if he's inciting people to worship a holy God, fine, listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker ha'avos b'chavim, v'kiyum mitzvot v'gufim mitzvot ha'avos b'chavim. So what's interesting? Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of avodah zarah, but then other respects, maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of avodah zarah. I think we'll give actually just a moment. First, we're actually talking about Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. And let's say that obviously, both Rabban Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Rabbi Sheker is going to be tight nisa. What's the Machlokes? Type of nisa. Is it skuna? Is it chanek? That's the Machlokes. What it actually says over here. He says, Machlokes said, the Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Navi Pa'oker kol ha'avos ba'avodos b'chavim, the Amar, mitzvah according to the Azur, is not la'achor kol mitzvah avodah b'chavim in Torah. So this is obviously a classic case of this Navi Sheker, where he emphasizes and he says, I have received the word from God, I have been commanded by God to abrogate, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of avodah zarah. No such thing as avodah zarah. Okay, all the tiny mixas with the backbone mixas, but I will become your avodah zarah. Or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of avodah zarah, but uprooting part of avodah zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, let's see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to avodah zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to avodah zarah. That would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes about the type of death. Like this. Yeah, one of them not death, but the only sense of that, because the Torah says that the Navi will try to bring you from the ground, min hadera. Min hadera means even if he just tries to get you off part of the dera. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of avodah zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker HaGuf B'Shar Mitzvahs. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes that Nabi comes along and says, nothing to do with avodah zarah. The Nabi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shatnez no longer applies. Avodah zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he put to death by chenek. The kiyum mitzvahs, the bigger mitzvahs, to Mishra mitzvahs, is that called kosher. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains the part by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees pater. Well, being an example of that, he says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. It's not something like that. So Shabbos, so two categories. Category one is the whole Zara. Whenever an off topic comes along, and either uproots the entire position of all Zara, or even if it includes part of it, uproots part of it, that's the focus of the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Chayv Mitzvah, is it Skila, is it Chayev? That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not a whole Zara in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another idea doesn't apply. Everyone agrees? Chayev. Category three is this category three is and another mitzvah, the uproot part of it, the includes part of it, interfere with what's up over there, Pater. Pater doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Pater just means that David is not turning into that. He must have not seen that on the road. The unit was one second. Lalakas, now, you must say, the pasuk that you must quote is the pasuk. Is the pasuk. Nabi all holy Matalamahu. You must be better. Sarah Allah Shalom. Since it's not the Nabi second, it's just part. Nabi was dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalafas, because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's viewing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalafas, this is the first survival commandment. So all Zunitzas, what does it sound like? It sounds like that even if you love you message with other parts of the Torah, which is still looking at. What's going on here? These are like some of those stuff I'm going to say. I've always been having hate from the Shkafas. And anyone who was talking about idolatry, it was like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which the answer is up. Funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Piska, when you tax them, there is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? I say, it's supposed to break apart the altars of our Avodah.
It's like an 85.
That Hamuna, they married another place. Hamuna says like this. Let's say, tremendous, first of all, tremendous mazel tov from I don't know on the new copy machine. So mazel tov feels like a great album, you know, mazel tov. Shem must continue not listening to Hashem to follow the way we got this out of Kadisha. But I would say really it's an opportunity. This is Avi's second machine on the job. Thank you very much. Everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the show at 5:49 this morning. There was an issue of hearing this message, which is strange. But thank you so much for some of the promotion and gives us the thank you. Thank you really for all the messages. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much.
Why is it harder to make it? Even the bottle is less fun.
Wow, okay, I'll start making the coffee. Ramina says as follows. Ramina says like this. Babel is coming, so since Ramina comes along, and Ramina, he has a different approach. He says like this. Anytime another false prophet comes along and uproots something from the Torah, whether that is about the Zohar or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, another shepherd is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this other, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Whether it's idolatry or another mitzvah, partial idolatry. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all idolatry, partial idolatry. So when you partner, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like you said before, you can wear Shabbos on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. You know, so that would be an example of uprooting parts and confirming parts. In that context, you partner. Then I want to analyze. I'm not in the Torah. So if you do this. So Rabbi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I won't say words from the right, so the idea is not just to the of the Torah or anything else. If it not becomes one and says a particular mitzvah, a particular avera no longer applies. Okay? Or I'm studying La'akar Davan in the Torah. Fine. Let's say when he prophesies to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And he shouldn't hurt that, but he shouldn't say that you're possible. ובעבוד זכופה ושכאילו עומר היום ידוע ולמוחת בצורה והכל חי. By a Bodhisara, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. To give you an example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship a Bodhisara, the rest of the week you can't, there's still liability for that. Abayi Sola Krakista, Mutazaka Kisa. So therefore I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this Maslokas ultimately unfolds. So Abayi holds like a Kisa, let's just go through this. Abayi holds like a Kisa, we read when you took this entire discussion, like with this, the house so. Rava always used to say, Allah is Havana Kirahamuna, without Kirahamuna, Rava holds like Kirahamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets the Kirahamuna. Here we go. Abayi Sola Krakista, without Krakista, Sabai holds like a Kista, and interprets this entire discussion like a Kista. Hamasnabi, here we go. Hamasnabi, Torah, Dibriak, the connect. Again, if another comes along and uproots a mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality, we say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular event doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. The halacha is, everyone agrees, what happens if the Rabbi comes along by mitzvah and says, we uphold part of it. Negates part of it. But you shouldn't hold that. And you shouldn't say that's your puppet. That's like Shai Mitzvahs. Shai Mitzvahs. And so to the Rabbanan hold this. When it comes to idolatry, Afilu Amr Hayom Ibdua Ulamacha Bibdua Chayiv. But Allah when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? But when you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or it's going to be a Chiyuv Nisa. What's the Chiyuv Nisa? Not Chiyuv Nisa, not Nisa. That's not focus. That's not focus. Chenek versus Skila. Good, that's Abaye. Rava Sa'ol Rav Amnuna, Mutas Rav Amnuna, Rava Ol Rav Amnuna, and interprets the device like Rav Amnuna. And it's not the Rak or Davar Minatorah.
You already know what it is.
I always call baby shiny. So not you just say, if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayiv Nisa. What's the Nisa? According to this approach, Machlokas. Chenek versus Skila. Fine. The Chayiv Nisa, the Rabbanical Mitzvahs, what happens if the Rebbe comes along by other mitzvahs, not Avodah Zarah, and you have always part of this going to be part of this. What's the halacha? Shouldn't talk about it. It's a pucker. But when the Rebbe comes along, when it comes to idolatry, Afilu Omer Hayom Ibdu Alamacha B'Kuluha. Idolatry, the question of negation will still going to be liability. What's the liability? Not to the Israel, or not to the Israel. That's the level, yes. Okay. So let's say, so what's interesting to note is so really what comes down to is the Machlokes is really about the nature of the person.
66.
So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to uprooting idolatry as a whole thing, he's not Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, Chayiv. What is it, Chayiv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the teacher's any mitzvah in totality. What's halacha? Chayiv. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, tries to partially negates another mitzvah in Torah. What's halacha? Another comes and tries to uproot and partially control Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees. Chayiv. The Machlokes in these cases is what's the definition. But again, the halacha is everyone's agreeing. Fascinating. Good. I'm going to go over here for Michal, Bakal, Ibn Nabi, Abu Torah, Shema. Well, let's see how let's go. So let's say this is fascinating halacha. So the other thing in general, if a Nabi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Nabi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafidu Maniglo, Kama, the Eitzara, Even if the Nabi literally performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop in the middle of the sky. The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to it. I will say, this is a very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedents for this. This is yesterday's daf. Eliyahu Navi, right, in Harakanah. Eliyahu Navi instructed tribes not to do something that is biblically prohibited. I need to worship people or Kabbalah outside of Mikdash. That is Mikdash. Yeah, we did. See here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain license even to instruct the cloud to transgress. Right? Torah Shah. You see this concept. You see this concept. You set on the line that is drawn by idolatry. Under no circumstance do you ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry. Which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs such a miracle, you say, what's that? If he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? The Baruch Hu. Obviously, by Hashem is allowing to do it, let's say Hashem wants us to listen. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but you have to be in the Omer, you give yourself back to Shabbat and Shabbat. I was saying, this is an interesting question over here. So try to understand, even again, the logic of a Yeshiva, Nitna Torah and Shabbat, Shafim Magid Lacha, Hama Be'em Tzarakia, Al Tishmalo. So interestingly enough, that look at Rashi, Nitna Torah and Shabbat, Shalom Afilu, Tila Oshin Navi, Moshe also Petzorah said, Nasser Elaka Os in Moses. So it says, interestingly enough, when I'm using this thing like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Why? Because the hard two miracles come to us, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle. So what is that? Like what? So I'm trying to go guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here I'm talking about this investment in this Navi. With this incredible amount of power, so how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand circumstances that are unfolding right before me? To which I'm listening to says that the Baruch Hu sometimes fights us in our spiritual development, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs such tremendous miracle, don't listen to worship idolatry. I'm not a Yeshiva. That's the shows that are talking about the over Israel. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem is the power over nature to someone who is defining? How is that even what you're talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability to give power to another sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Error, because Hanan ben Asel is less of Navi, MS, and myself Navi sheker. But people say, no, we're talking Navi sheker scenario, right? Well, so where did it arise? Unfortunately, this good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So it happens. It happens. It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. Otherwise, that reminds you of someone who has his potential as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happened? Unfortunately, he loses his life. And what's that? He's looking at the other says, I'm coming back. Look like your most stuff. You're not believing yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the key is it's not the case of a Navi sheker. So the Navi sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even that guy comes in and tells the Kevra, the Lord spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. And even if this is a kind of Navi, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, he still goes into it. But the Yeshiva says he's miracle something, but everything will perform miracles. Okay, last part is only last story. Many minutes. Let's remember again on that story. Remember again. But the last story, what's that? The right fast story, we can make it also work about it. Straight back. So the Mishnah said they have interesting enough. Even someone who testify about her, they don't get what that would straight. No matter what they get, they get kind of so does her, so does the adult do it. Like the man who's committed adultery. What's behind the behavior of Amr Acha Be'Ika, Isan Rav Yossi or Yossi is not how Omar, Baksisen or Kasher Dono, Lasso Shri Aki. Moses says, for Eden's only, you have to do to the Eden what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? But you should call it, you should call it so in general, the way Eden is only works is what kind of punishment is it? It's a proper punishment. Whatever the Eden wanted to visit upon the defendants is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. That is to do Yossi Bahem, Bas Kohen, keep his favor, they will love his favor. So what happens? So now we know about Kohen's misfortune, she was put to death with favor. Now we know that her Boaz, the man who gives you adultery, doesn't get straight for that because they will tolerate them by you punishing her. Zooming, any of them, in Mokshu, or that they do not. I think suppose it's now through the fiction, you're two people in the same kind, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The best going to get straight on, the guy is going to get panicked. Right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Lasos, La'ofi, La'ofi, So, interestingly enough, when the Prophet is saying that the Egyptians are giving a typical punishment, whatever they wanted to do La'ofi to their brother. So, what do you see from here? Is you learn the typical punishment that they're going to visit upon the Boel and not to the Yisra. And if I left the night, then they get benefit. Well, after a lot of Abraham and next nothing. Let's say Mazel Tov. Let's say get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, we are about to be, you know, let's say, next couple of days, it's all on how, but everyone is all on how, if these Gemara's will change our lives in so many ways. Nation Clinic on Haba. Every year has a clinic on Haba. They will forever inherit the land. Literally again, like my son, creations of my plantings. Maaseh Yodai V'Yisrael, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the puzzle, you know, who he's focusing on over here, is, by the way, Rashi says, like, what are these doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We are new people, right? And now, so that's exactly what look what Rashi says. Both Rashi on both sides on this. So this is Rashi on the left side. Context of Hitler and Haba. Now, Torah, I use the eyes on the toes. And we're going to go with you, but you're trying to get in with it. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So this is, I'm not actually going to try to change the moment to get to the next one. But I think it's beautiful. What the thing is, no one is the salvation. Right? And even those who are still getting transgazing, ultimately, as long as they do kill them before they die, always going to take Olam Haba. You had a person to be executed by days. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not so first thinking about Shiva, we're looking at here for the last breath. So then you just finish about that. Okay, it's like unfortunately, make sure to do Shiva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Kohen are usually going to go in. Every year has a person in the world comes, and even you, Jews get executed by kind of executed by state, by whatever it is, you could still earn your fortune and also come to good die as about children. Incredible. So let's say it's interesting, by the way. Interesting because, you know, if you look at the concept of the Amish Kulan Sabiki, remember, the Amish can also be vocalized in a different way. In cost. In cost. The in-cost more than Sabiki, you know, we have to respond to every year in the big shop. Every year is a big shop. Right? So I know, what does that mean? You're both see us on so many different levels. You doesn't just see outside, you see you inside. You doesn't just see where we are, you see where we are. And you also see spiritually. Because there's one part of the one person in this world who's able to potential. The incontrollable ability. The eyes of the control everything a person is attached. Because once again, it doesn't just get us to the prison of what you are right now. It gets us to the prison of who and what you can become. And every week has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income, you have to be powerful to those everything. That's the first one. And then you said, for instance, the English kids are okay. And these are the things that are unfortunately well begun. So, okay, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction, right? So what's the shot? Content is every Jew has a portion of what becomes. Even showing it and these are the ones who don't have a portion of what becomes. So it's like, how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. It's very simple. What's the difference between the first line and the second line? Smell. If you are a member of Cloud Israel, if you identify if you get yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say, you angels shall be saw in the face. It says the angels. So you either be Israel, you can be angels. If you're Israel, if you spend your life building up bonds of actions and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, your portion will come. But if you're an alien, you're not like focus, you're eating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you want to take a darkness, you remove yourself from the cloud, and you can use your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion will become? Homer gives me some Minnesota. Somebody says, there's no resurrection of the dead. There's no resurrection. And someone says, no, it's not divine. Rabbi Koris. Again, we see Rashi comes in the part, you don't see Rabbi Koris. But if you Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Koris is far enough historian. This is very interesting. So I love that even one who reads, starts to say, what is that? Well, what is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what so get they have to define exactly what that means. Now look is Alanaka, but only Kalanaka, like something science, what's in Alaka, someone who whispers some type of incantation over leaves. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, Apal gets a shake no CSM. Someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his better. Like that's the UK boxing. Someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down as degrees as having lost their portion in the world to come. You are right. Chosen from the 3 kings, the Rabban, Achaz, and the Master. So let's say Achaz is just one right yesterday's guy. The Rabban, and Achaz. He didn't mention yesterday's guy. Right? The 4 kings and the Master. So about the Master wouldn't be Mara. I'm going to say, so there's something ridiculous. I don't know if ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. Like each of these Gemaras is just overwhelming. Like when Rabbi says, we're not just a Rabbi. Rabbi says, no. King Menashe is the longest serving minor, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Vayiskala Elah, Vayishmat Kiraso, Vayishivu Yishanim Achuso. The Lord Jehovah Menashe got himself into trouble, really significant trouble. He got into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in the time. So what do you see there? Menashe got him, and his key was answered. You see, Hashem came about Shuvah. And the Lord is saying, no. The Machusa Shivu, the Lord of Kai Olam Abba Shivu. The Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of what to come. Abba had Yogo, who was the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of what to come. Yoram, so the Lord said to Yeshiva, Joey, was discussing, he was an advisor to King Shaul, Aki Kotal, one of the advisors to Governor Melchizedek, which side Shalom, and the Chazit, like the Gabbai of Aviana. Again, we're talking all of those. Tukmir says, the Kokach Lama, this might come into this. Why is it that someone goes ahead and denies resurrection, like someone denies restoration? Why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more, there is machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic and post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although we're going to, I'm just saying right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip flop on this depending on the context. But the nice thing for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of wealth comes where you go after you die. Think after you die, like eternal life, eternal life. Now again, what happened? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right, guys, that's not nice. Again, we'll see some allusions to this in there, but that's all this is. I was there because a guy denies resurrection and loses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, but don't have Lama. Tana, who comes with Kesselison? See, he rejects the notion of Kesselison. If you thought, well, you have a favorite with Kesselison. I must say, now, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, the Gemara looks as though Olam Haba in his context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, he's like, this guy, he rejected the notion of Kesselison, and therefore, again, he gets no Kesselison. Which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. So you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But only source of shot comes far from the negative. Because we'll say the way that devotion works is in reciprocity. You get negative, tit for tat, reciprocity. I'm not drawing on money, I'm not doing this. United from God for shot from the negative. How do you know? If I'm shot from the negative, tit for tat, reciprocity. You know, I'm not these chapters of this. It's interesting, maybe more than that. Even though there are other people who have in the Torah that seem to indicate this, but the more truth is this story. That's what they're fascinating. Remember, Misha, Shimon Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Machar, Sa'ar, Soras, B'Shakal, U'Sasayim, Soras, B'Shakal, B'Shakal, Soras. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, Deborah, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, when you overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayan HaShalish, Hashem Melech Moshe Yado, Eskusha Melech. Then I said, okay, you go to Shamayim, Ayuya Hadava Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially said to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, but such a thing occurred, what the officer was saying is, there's no food here. There's no food here. So when you go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. All of you are going to say, oh, they sit. And what happens? Vahino came. So it's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and left. They just left. Someone told them to, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happened? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Iranian army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer, he was out. We will kill us and we should on the right. But maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused his death. Again, the curse of Makam is very powerful. Even if it is just utter, any other cause this comes to if that's the case, it says there's only trouble when you die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? It's Bishar, because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. So you see the near me, the near me. So it's not who operates again because it is therefore again, if a person doesn't believe in predestination, don't talk to the fathers, but don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. So you got to make an immediate awareness by most of the Bashan that Father says, this is one of the most important disorders in Chalakar School. I mean, the Rebbe actually bases it on the Pasuk in Purim, Hashem Silva. So often we translate Hashem Silva as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? The shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. What you invest is what you get out. The way it's powerful work nowadays is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, I go above and beyond for him. I act in supernatural manner for him. that supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me that won't even say for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the box. I'll do what I have to do to maintain a good focus. No, I don't necessarily do so. Right? So if I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by, just expect that same type of because we're going to act the same way. So again, if I act embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, I'm going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's just reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want something that flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You definitely need God. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Says me, I'm ready for marriage because it's been a Torah, so I can start for me. From where you see, it's spiritual religion is very expensive. This gets the general question of like all of this stuff. Yes, Anisim, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned in Restream Torah? Right? The Rambam includes it as the Yud Gimel Ikarim. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Ikarim, 30 principles of faith. Yes, Anisim, 40 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody uses the Rambam, but the Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so corporate, so central, yet not mentioned. It sounds so powerful, so beautifully. Very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. The Torah doesn't speak about right. The Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Not something to exclusive. Right? But Lamaita, that's what Church of Heart makes an amazing observation. The first says that if you notice, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is like in Europe. And that was because of landowners. Like that was just often like just going to be like a part of land. And you had to do like you had to live and die on that same part of land. Like that's why you have cemeteries. Like you know, it's like no one ever. It's not like people have like a nice culture over here. It's much over here, but like so generally it must be response. Right. Right. Come nice, go to the front, say hello to your parents. Yeah, it's beautiful, right? All together. Hey, so the nice, so like, why is it that children are cemeteries? It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about this Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, you'll find us with us. We're asked, by the way, give me a hint. Mary Christian is when I told her, and I saw this is so beautiful. And I saw you in a true answer, show me our Kohe. Plus it says, you give the truma to Aaron. You must hold the Aaron on Kaim. What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. Things are given to Aaron. No, Nicholas and Israel, she knows the truma. It's a bigger problem. No, Aaron's dead, but what? Aaron never came to Eretz Yisrael. Aaron is when he died. How do you vote? He never came to Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him like Shema? And Aaron is Shafas, and this was Yisrael Milton of Shema. So I'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life. And we have to say, Christ will be something to give him. That to give him your Shema. Because the Tziyas and the Torah. And here's a Lenes Shimtias, so must say, how beautiful is that? Which means also the day that comes, the chef will say, this is going to be the Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to Aaron Cohen. In fact, the Chassid phrases is that way. That is the scriptural vision, because there's most of the stuff I say for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. But anyway, it's like tremendous. It's like incredible week ahead of us. Anyway.
gonna go viral. That's crazy. I don't even remember this part now. I've watched it 1,000 times. My girl's like, go to bed. Oh, there it is. Pujo Brown. It's crazy that you can just.
All right, well, it's good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. We thank our annual commentator sponsors. First, Top Shape AA, the Filson Spachberg Society, dedicating all the Sherman Russians this year, and it's also the Solar Stovos for all of our staff. Commentator sponsors for the month of Adler. Abba Lino Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Joseph Acoin, the Ziv, Levin, and Berlin families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zed, Shua, Ben, Yisrael, Zikor, Rabbi Yotam, and Merit Sar, Tamzora, all of the Michelle's having Rabbi Yotam, families in the Torah, all those who need a Ruah should have us give a call for the Yisrael, to start the Trinity, to bring our messages home, and all these soldiers should be successful for a mass aid. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzadik 90. We are picking up on pay test on the days 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akiva. Remember again, the Torah who says to Avinu as Bilcha, sacrifice your son, which Avinu responds, today's morning is, you have two sons. I have two sons. Your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. Asher Ahavta, the one who you love. I love them both. But incredible Gemara right there. Avinu says, you think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. As Yitzchak. The father says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, so why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. In order that Avinu not be overwhelmed by all this. In other words, this probably recognize the idea that halacha l'maisa, this would have been an overwhelming task. As if it wasn't overwhelming task for Avinu. In order for Avinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, raise it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just about it, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was such on that. This is not what happened. Some of him was on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even Avinu, we'll see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akidah was also a process. It was also a process as deep as Avinu was. It's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akidah. It took time to be able to ease into it. The mother like the kid was up like that. So the Satan tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the Akidah. Alright, and you said, "Davar Rafa, Tila, you start to that. Yeah, Dan Rafa, that's not kosher to come with Mola. Ata Tawa Rafa, right? So you look at the part of this at the end of the pasuk is the part of the instructions in the pasuk. And you said, "Davar Rafa, Tila." So the Satan says to Avinu is Avram. Does this make sense to you that a God who loves you would ask you to do this? So the Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Avinu, and essentially get Avinu to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the Ratzon Hashem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so precious? Look at that, Rashi. And you said, "Davar le'achvar." Could it be that a God loves you so much you ask you something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Father would test you in this way? Amarlo, I need it to make it. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Which Amarlo responds, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming Tiama Shamalakapa. simplicity, completeness. What Rabbi essentially says is, learn to deal with Amuna is, what Amuna represents is the ability to give oneself over to totality for the Ribbon Shalom. This battles, I'm about to myself for Hashem. I'm about to myself to His Baruch. So therefore, Gamliel says to the Satan, it's not about what, it's about giving myself over to God. I need the Tuni in it. I want the completion to ask for the Baruch. Whatever the Ribbon and tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, you're so the Satan is back on the well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemayim, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is warning you. Amalol, Zofano, Niku Nasiama. Is there anyone who has taken faith in the Baruch who has been lost? What I've been says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about Amuna, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, is anyone who put their Amuna in himself have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a punishment of prayer? This conversation is probably the essence for every person with a meal goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is speaking or whether I'm going to explain this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, there's people that got who loves you, which is this food, and what's the answer? I don't understand what it is, and therefore again, I can give myself over to the Ribbon Shalom. This podcast, that's what I'm doing. Keep myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, well, maybe a misunderstanding the will of God, maybe it's not what God wants you, to which again, I'm not going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in that embrace that responsibility, those who give themselves over in that responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even the Chazah, the Lo Kashami Alei. So once the Satan saw that Hamarina was not listening to him, Amalei, Ve'ilai, Davar Yikunov, Kach Shamat Miachari Akardu, Hasel Yola, Ve'in Yitzchak Yola. So interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, by the way, Avram, don't worry too much, because I've heard from the Holy Curtains. At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak. So what's the interesting enough is, the end of the story, that is indeed what ended up happening. But yes, I'm being said to the second half, this is the punishment of a liar. Shafidu Omer Emes, that was again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole frame, the Satan is trying to convince. He's trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then his last ditch effort is, don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice this stuff. It's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the schar, not Amavinu. But he was trying to say, I'm going about it. It's not such a test. Because they're going to have to do it anyway. So he was trying to stop him that we could take away the reward for doing it. You can take away the another component. Because Amavinu says, essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar whose words are destruction. Incredible. The Gemara goes back there. Amrlo Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, but as the Satan is having a conversation with Abraham, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? You think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God going and come with this. Sha'atzah not going to show you this. V'ani ben Shoshes Yishmael. So then Yishmael said to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of this me. I had to do it when I was classified like an adult. 13 years old. Amrlo Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. In honor of the and he's right? And he's ultimately, again, I used to tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And immediately after that conversation, after that, listen, what's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this tomorrow. So what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, it's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when it's tested. Only after, again, it's clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that the Baruch Hu gives him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, let's make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The Satans don't start up with you. The Ishmaels don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? Yaakov is starting, the Satan starting up with Abram, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of future. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, by the Akeda, what's at the end of the Akeda? Hashem says, go raise into the voice, go check Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, Avinu goes over and he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Avinu goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asks the Kutzker, the Hebrew Kutzker, how did Avinu know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. But Avinu knows to offer the carbon. That's something amazing. He says, because Avinu saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So the Kutzker says like this: if the idol would have run up to Avinu's feet and lay down at his feet, Avram wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the suffering. And when he saw that it was stuck in his listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this happened before. Right. So, okay, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but imagine, right? There's the thorn. Struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of the thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. When you saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I'm going to say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avram Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's like, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but love after that is incredible. So back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Then Navi Shidia. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. The Skila, Rishon says you get triangulation. So the Gemara says, Madicha Aaron Dachas. Remember again. So when you see the singular Navi Shidia, that is like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madicha Aaron Dachas is, remember, those who try, or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. What's that? Of the Skila, Rishon the Parent, Rishon says, Navi Shidiach B'Skila, my time is Rabbanon. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah, who gets Skila. Why is that? What's the logical to Rabbanon? So you must say, Asya Hadacha Minesis. So ultimately, Xer Shava from Nesis. Mala Havan B'Skila, Afkan B'Skila. Also, Rabbi Shimon, Nisa Ksila. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says, Nisa. And what's halacha? So from Nisa Mula B'Torah, Sam Inga Elakarik. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in Torah is Elakarik. Madicha Erni Dachas Skila, my time is Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Erni Dachas? They get Skila, what's the logical point for Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, Omi Mesis, Omi Navi Shidia. So again, make it clear Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shidia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha Minavi. Rabbi Shimon is Hadacha from Navi. Never kind of. The Ligmar Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon have to get a Shabbat from Mesis? The Ligmar says, Ligmar Mesis, done in Mesis, Shabbat in Mesis, Shabbat. They ain't done in Mesis, Shabbat in Mesis, Shabbat. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn out the Sierra Travel from a basic topic than it's not. Remember, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders. Right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Sierra Travel to a light type of insider. I'd rather learn how to again what we call a common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from another doing insights. Even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head. I'm going to Chista. Chista says, what's a top of Sadik 98? Machloket, that is very interesting. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah. Fine, but let's look at this. Machlokes ba'oker haduf ta'avodas kochavim, v'kiyum mixas u'bidom mixas ta'avodas kochavim. And once again, this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. And take a look at Rashi for just a moment. First Rashi is $20. Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. And let's say now, obviously, both Rabban Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Navi Sheker is going to be Chayv Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. That's the Machlokes. Look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Navi ba'oker kol haguf ba'avodas kochavim, Amar, Nistagisi b'lach hakodesh v'piyat v'ura v'his navot la'akor kol mitzvahs avodah kochavim in Torah. So this is obviously a classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right? To totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or the kind of mitzvahs or the bako mitzvahs, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's where this machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabban and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that it's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. Because the Torah says that the Navi will try to heal you from the death, min haderech. Mina derech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. Aval oker haguf b'shar mitzvahs. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes that nothing comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put that because it's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he put to death by Chana. The kiyum mixas, the bitul mixas, the Shana to that called Papa. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees. Potter will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's shar mitzvahs. So again, I must say, so there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the focus for the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Tzchai Misa, is it Sira, is it Chana? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety, saying another mitzvah or another idea like that, right? Everyone agrees? Chana. Category 3, interesting, category 3 is in another mitzvah, he uproots part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting enough, what's the halacha over there? Patra. Patra doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Patra just means that reason is not putting it to death. So you must say, Master Rav is 1 second. Lalachas, now, the pasuk the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah Shalom. This is talking about the Navi Sheker, the false prophet. False prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, right? Because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's veering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zum Mitzvah Saseh. This is the first positive commandment. Ba, Zum Mitzvah, Lo Saseh. Prohibition. What does this sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? These are like and if you want to think it's talking about idolatry, it looks like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. The Gemara Chista, and he talks them. There is a positive commandment. What's that? As it says, that you're supposed to break apart the altars of Avodah Zarah. Rav Hamnuna Amar, so Rav Hamnuna therefore has another question. Rav Hamnuna says like this. And I was like, first of all, tremendous Mazatov Shamar on the machine. So Mazatov feels like a grandchild almost. Like Mazatov, Hashem much continued nachas in Eretz Hashem, following the ways of Dachas Sala Kadisha. And Rav said, really, it's an opportunity. This is now Ari's second machine on the job. Ravari, thank you very much. That was introduced to us morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the shoot at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a woman here in the basement, right? Which is strange. But then we saw Baruch Hashem the commotion in the kitchen. So thank you really for all of us. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say I never get around those guys. Wow. Okay, also making the coffee. Funny. The girl says follows. Rav Hamnuna says as follows. Rav Hamnuna says like this. Our machlokes va'oker haguf. Pain that was coming every Shabbos. Once it's different. Rav Hamnuna comes along, and Rav Hamnuna, he has a different approach. He says like this. Any time another false prophet comes along and uproots in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, the Navi Sheker is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this aver or whatever it is no longer applies. He's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so again, And then there's a list. There are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories. It's like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. About Kiyam Mixas, the Bithel Mixas, Shamirsus, Divyakal Pater. So when you pater, if you uproot and confirm some parts of other mitzvahs. Like we said before, you can wear shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. You pater. Then I want to let's analyze. So listen to this. The Navi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say once again, the price over here is not distinguishing between the Zara or anything else. The Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay, or actually, I'm sorry. So I'm the Navi La'akar. Fine. The Kayim mitzvahs ulabato mitzvahs. Let's say again, he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. The Shimon calls out. The Shimon says that you're pater. Even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. The example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abaye is someone like that. So therefore, I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this focus ultimately unfold. So Abaye holds like a Christa, so let's just go through this. Abaye holds like a Christa, or Mataris like a Christa, and therefore he interprets this entire discussion like Rav Christa. How so? Rava always seems to say, Rava is like Rav Hamuna, and Mataris like Rav Hamuna, Rava holds like Rav Hamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Hamuna. Here we go. Abaye is like Rav Christa, Mataris like Rav Christa, so Abaye holds like Rav Christa, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Christa. Hamisnavi, here we go. Hamisnavi, Lakbar, Davimin HaTorah, Gibeah, Kol B'Chanech. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality, you say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. The halacha is Gibeah Kol B'Chanech. Everyone agrees, punishable by Chanech. The Kayim mitzvahs for the Bakel mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by a mitzvah and says, he upholds part of it, negates part of it. Maybe Shimon Poter, maybe Shimon says that you're Poter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. By Shar mitzvahs, Guas din Rabbanon. And so to the Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, I feel Omer Hayom Iftua, Ulamacha Betua, Chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? When you mess with that Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there is going to be a Chiyuv Nisa. What's the Chiyuv Nisa? Market is like market. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chelek versus Kiva. No, that's Abaye. Rava sound like Rav Hamuna, Amudas like Rav Hamuna, Rava holds like Rav Hamuna, and interprets the rights like Rav Hamuna. Hamisnavi, Lakbar, Davimin HaTorah. They, Avodas Chav, Bein B'Sham. It says Chayiv. Market is like. If a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayiv Nisa. What's the Nisa? Again, according to this approach, Machlokas. Connect versus Skiva. Fine. The Kayim mitzvahs, Ulabakal mitzvahs, the Shar mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and he's part of the mitzvah? What's the halacha? Shimon Poter. Shimon says that you're Poter. But the Rabbanon, so the Rabbanon. About other stuff, when it comes to idolatry, Afilu Omer Hayom Iktua L'Machar B'Tluha. Chayiv. Idolatry, even partial negation is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Markidi Islam. That's enough focus. Okay, so let's say, so what's interesting to note here is this all. So really what it comes down to is the machlokus is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If a Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to end up rooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. Chayiv. What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's my focus. That's my focus. Next case. A A Navi comes along and tries to uproot. The truth is, any mitzvah in totality, what's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another Navi comes along and tries to uproot, tries to partially uproot and partially negate another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? What's halacha? Potter. Potter, another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially perform avodah zarah. Everyone agrees, chayiv. The machloksim in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, the ikar halachas, everyone's agreeing. Fascinating. Good. I'm going to be long with Yochanan. B'chol, bakol, in Yom HaLachon Navi, over al divrei Torah, shema, lo, chutz ne'avodas kol chavim. So I'll say, this is fascinating halacha. In general, if a Navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. One exception, avodah zarah. Avodah zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship avodah zarah, you don't listen. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and all this guy, right? The sun doesn't set, and he look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship avodah zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say, this is a very important halacha. What is this? What is this? So remember, we have difficult questions. This is yesterday's daf. Ilya Navi, right? In Harakana, Ilya Navi instructed Faisal to do something that is biblically prohibited, i.e., to worship, to offer kabbalah on his mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the child to transgress. Right? We see this concept. The exception of the line that we draw by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not avodah zarah. Not avodah zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, if he's performing a miracle, obviously we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing to do it, Hashem wants us to listen to him. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Tanya, but Yosef will be Omer, he gave to us outside the Shavuos with Chavim. I was saying that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas Chavim. Fichas nitna Torah memshalava shafinu ma'amid lecha chama be'emtza rakia al tishmalo. Interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, this Torah memshalava kilomar filu tira also navi Moshe also kirtzon b'tzev v'nasan elecha os umofes. Interestingly enough, what Yosef really saying like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here Hashem is obviously investing this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says that Hashem sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying Him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, is going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Elo, Kigon Chananya ben Azor, Shemutkilaso Navi MS, or the Basov Navi Sheker. Rabbi Kiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Well, unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navis go bad. So in other words, that reminds you of someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. They will say, even in other words, because the Mishnah Alva says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You could be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Kiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone that everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells Chevra, the Rosh spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, you still don't listen to him. Still don't listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't last going. Remember again. The Bas Cohen, what's your punishment? Right, Bas Cohen who commits adultery, what's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah said that, interestingly enough, Ethan Zilman who testify about her, they don't get what's that straight, and rather what do they get? They get chenek. So does her adulterer, right? The man who she committed adultery. What's behind me? The reading of this one. Amrav Acha Beidar because the sign of Yossi or Revusi says Matal Lomar Basisim Lo Kasher Zamam Lasos the Office. Pasuk says for Edom Zolin, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says why? The Fishakol Hamizomim Torah. In general, the way Edom Zolin works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, "Yossi b'hem, Bas Kohen, keep it safe. They all have it safe up." So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, she is put to death with safe. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, all right? Because again, the Torah hands down that unique punishment to her. Zoomim in Yodea, in Lo Hokshu, or that they do Zolmin. Are you supposed to now hear this interesting? You have two people committed at the same time, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight, the guy is going to get chenek. Right, so what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, "Kishu Omer lasos la'ochiv v'lo la'achos." So interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given their reciprocal punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'ochiv to their brother. So what do you see from here? We give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get chenek as well. Hadron Allah Elohim Hanech. And I will say Mazel Tov. I will say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream. I mean, like what we are about to engage in. I will say, the next couple of days is Olam Haba. Every morning is Olam Haba. Olam Haba. But these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yeshua Chelik Olam Haba. Okay, every year has a Chelik Olam Haba. Shnei Amar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. The Olam Yershu Aretz Neitzer Ma'ai Ma'aseh Adalei Square. So also it's the Margaret quotes the pasuk. Those ones from Yeshaya. That literally again, your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Ma'ai, literally again, like my creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yodai Lehispire. And they are the creations of my hands through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the passage that we're really focusing on over here is, listen, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We were like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's exactly what Rashi says. Most of Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and then we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, I this is not what Rashi is saying. What Rashi is saying in this moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what we're saying is, no one is beyond salvation, right? And even those who are killed by Misak Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Kol Yisrael Yisrael Olam Haba. You might have thought that if you're being executed by Bezdin, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. A person can be about tshuva literally again until their last breath. So here we just finished about chenek. Okay, you're subject to chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Every yid has a portion of the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by chenek, by skila, by streifa, by herod, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a Baal Tshuva. Incredible. But also, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the passage the Mishnah quoted, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, Va'amech can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. With HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every year is a big tzaddik. Right? Every year is a big tzaddik. Right? So, in other words, what does that mean? See, the Devotion sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because of the Devotion is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the impact in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, everything of course is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, but he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every yid has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income through HaKadosh Baruch Hu, kulam tzaddikim. That's the first line. And then Yeshua the Mishnah says, okay? And these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction here. In other words, so what's the pshat? Everyone has every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Shem. It says Ve'elu. So you can either be Yisrael, or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds with Akros and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, if you're Balafocus, if you're eating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with Akros, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Homer in Tchias Amisim in Torah. Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Vapikoris. Again, we'll see Rashi says already first we'll see what Vapikoris is. Then Rabbi Kiva says, Afakori bisfarna chitzoni. This is very interesting. So let's say even one who reads studies person, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books. What? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. That's someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with the letters, like that's the UK name. Someone actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim left the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achav, and Menashe. Achav was referring yesterday. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achav. We may mention yesterday. Right? They're both evil kings and Menashe. Talk about Menashe in the Gemara. And we're going to say something. I don't know if I mentioned it. Ridiculous Gemara ahead of us. Right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Menashe Shechazah. Rabbi Yehuda says, no. King Menashe by then is the longest 5 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Vayishalel Elov Vayishmat Chinaso Vayishivu Yerushalayim Afuso. We're also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He davened to Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see from here? Menashe davened, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to indicate that Hashem became a Baal Tshuva. They said to him, no. The So Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Arba had Yodos, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Bilam, the no person was people. Doeg, we'll discuss him, who was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitophel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Absalom. And Gehazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Okay, we'll talk about all of those. Chris Moore says, the Kol Kach Lama. Gemara's jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, actually denies the transformation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, and again we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just saying right now, we're going to flip-flop on this, depending on the context. But the mindset for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But my side, again, we'll see some allusion for this in Eretz Hashem, but that's all this is. Gemara says, I understand, because a guy denies resurrection, he loses all of Haba, to which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, the Kol Hach Lama, who covered the Tchesanesim? See, he rejects the notion of Tchesanesim. You have no Chelek to Tchesanesim. I must say, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, the Gemara's going to say, like, Haba, in this context, actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, he's like a Midah K'neged Midah. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Like only goes to Shalakodesh Baruch Hu, Midah K'neged Midah. Because we'll say the way that devotion works is with reciprocity. Midah K'neged Midah, tit for tat, reciprocity. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu works Midah K'neged Midah? This is attached reciprocity. It's interesting where the Gemara learns after. Even though there are other psukim in the Torah which seem to indicate this, but the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually quite fascinating. Shimu Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Machar, Sa'at, Solas B'Shakal, Usasayin Sorim B'Shakal, B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously there's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, Hebra, do not wait. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, there's going to be overabundance of food. So what happens? So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, could such a thing occur? In other words, what the officer was saying is, there's no food here. There's no food here. Now we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. And what happens? It's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, he might say, I will not kill us, Elisha Garma, right? And maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused this death. Kill us, again, the curse of the prophet is very powerful. Even if again it's just any utterance causes control. If that's the case, it should just have the trouble when you die. My bishar, why does it say by the gate? I'll say shar, because this conversation that happens between him and Elisha by the gate. Sefer Amos says, Sefer Halacha L'Maisa, Gemara says, you see from here, Mita Keneged Mita. Because the Shbaruch Hu operates again with the principle of unity. Therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in Siyasa, so his Baruch is fine. But don't believe it. That's up to you. And if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Mida Keneged Mida says this is one of the most important yisodos in Kol HaTorah Kula. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we translate Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, what does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. So what does shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way Koshbar works in our relationship with him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, I want to say it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain like just no, I don't want to type so. Right? So therefore I'm gonna do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of person. The world's gonna react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in the framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want wisdom in the flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in the relationship. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Incredible. Says in I'm going to so it's fascinating. From where do we see the scriptural allusion to Tchias HaMesim? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Tchias HaMesim, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned explicitly in Torah? Right? The Rambam includes it as Yud Gimel Ikarim. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Ikarim, 30 principles of faith. Tchias HaMesim, 130 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with the Rambam. It's the Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that's so important, so essential yet now mentioned. The Shah Shofar is just so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, that's not makes an amazing observation. The first says, by the way, if you notice, I will say, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries like New York. And that was because of land ownership. Like that was just often because Christianity was giving like a plot of land, and you had to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever, it's not like no one could have a nice courtyard over the years, right? So you generated much needed funds, right? Right. Jewish clubs, parents, you're really beautiful, right? All together. So the Mensa, why is that should go to cemeteries? So it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, the final response was, Mor asks, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? This is so beautiful. Plus, it says you will give the truma to Aaron. You must spark. What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is to give my truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron not going back on the boat. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him my truma? So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and the Eretz Yisrael will be zocheh to give him your truma. You can. Let's guess on this international. And here is a lemons to Shesson. So let's say, how beautiful is that? Which means that once there's a day is going to come, the Shesson is going to be going to be resolved. Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron Cohen. The fact that the Pasuk phrases is that way. That is a scriptural allusion to transmission. We'll stop us here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. But it's tremendous. It's an incredible week ahead of us. Shkayach, everyone.
Well, no, I remember meeting Akash. I thought it was super cool. Like, we had a pleasant interaction. Here's the thing. About how we
scoop up a bag. I was going to scoop up the bag. That's what Schultz and Akash say. Scoop up the bag. Get it up the mug. Get it 10 toes down. 10 toes down. I hope you're 10 toes down. Most of you guys got along. Because if you weren't, I mean, they would just debug me. Yeah.
All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a book of rock. Of the good Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Turning up the peace out from there, my friend. I brought Elena the Tovo from the doc. We're beautiful doc. Really happy. I want to hear you coming instructions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So great to be able. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's with the our annual competition fellowship, the Cup KK. The Turkish and the Stock of our Stock are dedicated all the children drug codes as a support for the Solar Levels for Israel. Our competition sponsors for the month of Adar. Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, huge Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Zib, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Zib, Zeb, Shmuel, and themselves before you drop off. We also have America about Tom Torah, all of the Shalom Shabbat, the families in the Kama, all the virtual media, food shabbat, and their cold colleagues. So, in America can bring home all of our messages and allow our own soldiers to be successful, but call them not saying them. Was we that? Let us begin. Today's after pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. A here. Hopefully you did your homework. Let's sign for homework last night at the end of Shir. Hashem. If I don't start on the right dot on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible ahead of us this week, but some very long dots ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89A. So this is when again, we are still on the incredible sugya on Zatik Mamre. So even these also, no reason should be here, no reason should be happening. So remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when a Zatik Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes in really making it a Zatik Mamre. Now it comes to the actual execution of the Zatik Mamre. So Mishnah says, you do not execute him in the days in his city, nor do you execute him in the days in Yavne. However, what's the days in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 200 for that. No reason to say Yavne. Initially, the days in Shabbalishkas Hagazis. Follow the hand. Because of the Shah Yamin, Ad Shegosa Saheti Gibelo Yavne. Ba'adayin Abayis Tayin. Yachar King Horiki B'Tfilah. In the sense of Yavne. So interesting enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the base initials was exiled. So what the Mishnah says like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zatik Mamre, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Lishkas Hagazis and chamber and stones in the Sanhedrin compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the Zatik Mamre. Now also the base of Yerushalayim, he takes his Zatik Mamre up to the base of the high court of Yerushalayim, and Yishamri also ad halayel, and the Nisi also berega. So what we do is we incarcerate him. It's like he put him in a hole himself, And so the next upcoming regal, the next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the regalim, based on Shmuel Sukkot, we're just going to point out how can I hold this? Remember again, this is the first dot, the first post-Purim dot, and what is it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim. Like, everyone's on a journey. They don't want to, every moment is like, they're always journeying to something else. And that's the beauty of the Yid. Like, the Yid is never fixed. Never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So Purim is now behind us. It's again, we had the privilege to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, for the rest of probably Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. It's exactly that. So again, going to the first thing in Mishnah will see, they keep the Zakim Mamre in a whole new cell up until the next radio, up until the next Yom Tov. And the reason of radio, we executing on Yom Tov. It is really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Shene'emar, the Chala on Yishnu, Viro, Chala Yizidin, or the Rebbe Akiva. Because the Pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. Even those Rabbi Kiva. What it says, Rabbi Kiva says is like this: we gotta make a spectacle out of this. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. We see this by socials, where people see certain things. So the Shiva says, the doctor don't execute until the rebellion, so that should become public spectacle. And the Rebbe says no. In the Anis, subject. So that the Rebbe says no. We do not delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. Our Malusin also does. So what we do is we execute immediately. Because the Shulchan, Shulchan, the Chomas. And what do? Here's the issue. Everyone agrees that needs all right, so we need some element of publicity. So according to the Yeshiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding it until the regal and then executing it again on the regal. But you just says no, you don't do that. Because the Ima Anis I didn't mean you do not corrupt judgment. Somebody's liable to that penalty. You execute it. We're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for minutes at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. We'll send out letters. We'll send out letters to all the community. Say it's only this guy we celebrating. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it. And we will send it out. We'll try to put much more details about how we go ahead on to say when we go ahead and execute this up and down. That's how it was. In the Sinopso, motivation should be this. Once you have Marcos of Raisa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Raisa says as follows. In the Sinopso, motivation should be real. So we don't execute this up and down in his local basin. The motivation should be Yavne. Not even his Yavne. Once again, Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled. Hello. Margaret also remains with others in Yerushalayim. Rather, again, when we bring this up to the High Court in Yerushalayim, the Shami also up Harega. And we wait to hold him, hold himself up until Yom Tov. And the Nisi also the Rego. And we have to keep him on Yom Tov. Shinema, the Chala, on Yishnu, we roll, Yad Yakiva. Because the Pasuk says everyone will fear, and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva got in the Chol Ha'am. We're going to have a time when everybody can hear about this. But Claudia tells us that when you shall hang each other out, I'm going to be real. Hey, man, you know, start the Pasuk say that they should fear and they should see. But the Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And he just says, does the Pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So essentially, again, like Jesus says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. They don't need to see it. So if they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and bring ready to judgment? No one say no, it's interesting that people don't understand this to be like even if you're living with the corruption of the day. It's interesting something like, life is, like every child has stuff that the parents would always say over and over and over. So not only do they have a job, but the mentor, like I go try to come and hear, just whatever is going on in life, you need to adapt. Just you need to, like, again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to kind of like connect. Just being into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking out of the current circumstances. Just being into it and just go. You're going to be great. You're going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm just like, I'm waiting for it. I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. It's not. Sometimes you're like, you don't know how something's going to turn out. That's one other anxiety. Sometimes I know what is going to happen. So it's almost like you just say, why don't you do this to yourself? You got it. You know, you really execute these recommendations. You got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? What we've seen is more people before that where you have to execute something. You have to execute the draft notice. Now, that might sound like a little contradiction. But you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with draft notice as well. So there's like a memory, okay, if he bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? You know, let get it over with, and that's it. So rather, if you have a release notice from the agricultural shop in the home, it's showing you how to use some of the bases. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, to send out the letters to all the different communities. So-and-so is executed as is looking on. So we'll say, so this is the final block project. Radi Akiva and Radi Yudah, how you execute this looking on. Okay, we're going to go. Sana Baron. So the answer is Sana Baron. I don't see you can have for us. Now, it's interesting also because clearly what you see with this second memory is it's not just how we execute it, but there is this bit of this publicity to it where people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You know, see, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Hamesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship a holy Zohar. Then Solar Umora, Zakin Mamre, and Adrian Dominant. Interesting. All of these four need hashras, so they need announcements. Rashi says over here, Raza, only means the reason of Sha'avra de Razu, and they read those as Hafir. So literally, these will announce so-and-so is executed because of this particular Avera, and all of this is done in order to kill for public example, that people can fall asleep. You know, it's like, Kuli Sibu, Bakala Am, Bakal Yisrael. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, Bakala Am. So like all of these situations, because Bakala Am, the entire nation, we'll see. Interesting enough, Bakal Yisrael, Eden Zom means it. Bakal Yisrael, Eden Zom means it. Vanish Aaron, so no Kuli Amma, Fazlus Yudasa, Sahad Yisrael. As I see, interestingly enough, by Eden Zom, so that's one of the Hanish Aaron. Those who are left over, like to remain. Why doesn't it use the same expense of Russian ultimately again as Kala Am Bakal Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Abus, not everyone is fit for Abus. Abus is always more limited for why? Because everyone said there are certain cases, a person gamble, they can't go out and do Abus, right? A person commits an idea, they can't, or shoot an idea, they can't do Abus. So because Abus itself is not open to the public, therefore, you know, public admonitions of it also doesn't have to be, is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, the time was like, beautiful, my Mishra, and this week's call for the Sunday, you've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Ravi Sheker, Ravi Sheker, what's the next Chinese session? Ravi Sheker, whole prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So what's the Ravi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who's prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay? Or something that was not said to him. There was an interesting opportunity. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nevu at Kiddush. Many people think they get Nevu at Kiddush, right? Especially by your first Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesizing for God's problems. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben gets Nevu. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nevu, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that they probably did not say. Case number two, they both gave my friend the Nevuah. I heard how that happened, right? I heard the Nevuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Nabi Sheker. In these cases, Musafir Adam, the reason the Nevuah like the Nabi Sheker is executed in by court. By court. Our Kodesh is Nevuah, so let's say this is fascinating. Kodesh is Nevuah, so if someone who receives Nevuah and refuses to share it, like Kodesh means like the curse or something, so receive Nevuah and refuse to share it. Then the factor of the Nabi, one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of the Nabi, the Nabi Sha'abra al-Divrei Atzmo, or the Nabi who receives Nevuah, and violates the only Nevuah that he received. So all these cases, Musafir is most of us by line. Musafir is Shemayim. All these individuals again get into the Shemayim. Get at the hands of heaven. Not at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shemayim, and he adroach Nevuah. And the establishment of all those Kohanim, they're not going to go into all these cases a little bit. And the establishment of all those Kohanim, if somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah Zarah, or whatever, so I'm an Avodah Kohanim. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah Kohanim says. Even if what he's saying is factually correct. So let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah, that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. A person is adultery, even shenitnesa l'shos abal l'nisur, avat ishto nivra. So again, if a man has or is with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she has Nisim and not Nisim, or they just got married and Nisim, but again, they do not yet live together, however it is to be Boal, the adulterer, is punished by Sheret. When someone made Baskoy the Bar law, so ultimately again, I wasn't seen this before, remember, a Baskoy commits adultery, what's her din? Straight off. But remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Shonim, like living witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekol HaMuzlim, Maximin La'osim, is supposed to be zoned by Shari Ubaya, to the general again. They look to the way it works with Adrian Zonin is what? They get reciprocal punishment. Basis and Lokasha Zalom. The exception to this is Adrian Zonin is by a Bas Kohen, because she gets straight up, but they, and what is the adulterer, will get punished. Okay, incredible. Since what's the otherwise? That's the Yurav. Short of the size of the Adam, the short of the size of the Shemayim. And there are these are all categories of false prophets. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court. And three of them need to be Shemayim. Okay, so Hamasnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Lo. So let's say, so ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. It's not a prophecy that was not set. Essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of a prophet, right? The person is just inventing prophecy. Or they go ahead and they invent prophecy that was said to someone else but after them. Or it's not the share of all those Kohabim, right? It's not the share of all those Kohabim. Or the person goes ahead and prophesies it in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the Sassan do the other. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. A Kodesh is the also, a Nabi who receives the war. but does not show. On the back of the Navi, or somebody disregards the words of the Navi, the Navi Shava al the Asma, or Navi disregards his own prophecies, Misasa and the Bisharai. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's interesting to note this idea of Misnaga Mashal Shama. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I received your book from Hashem, there's more person that they do not receive. I understand what it is to be sucks. But it makes sense. And then you prophecy. I will say, but if I go ahead and I give a prophecy given to someone else, and I give it, I understand that it's not good. Why is it using yourself? Like, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see what's possible. We'll see why it is. But we'll see practically what's wrong with it. You know, saying the worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. If you enter the day, you have over life, you never to be someone else. You have over to become the best version of you. So when a person gives up a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy is to be proven. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruben. If you have over trying to become someone else in life, to be that's such a swiftness, such a purpose. It's such a interesting thing because you spend so much time trying to become other people. You see other people who can represent us like a model of success, and then I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, it's something to be learned from every individual. As you talk about what we will come up, I can learn from every person. But my approach is never to become someone else. So this notion when you take human hua that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic accusation. That again, my approach is to be me and to be the best person. You take someone else. This is your own stuff. That's not a life. If you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Like there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back to Sense of Good. You're not even so you know all this stuff. Already the Amr Kati Professor says, Anadia Shayasi was gathered so it says ultimately again, the Navi, who would intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? Sam not sure. That was not even going to prophecy over something that was not given. Okay, next. Share low TV. I do not command it. I didn't really say, but that refers that I did command it. So what is that referring to? God is not very much from the Amazon. That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. But I say God is saying that it was and he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. He's not understanding the about this something. That refers to someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the proof of that? The proof of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Allah makes it liable to that. It said, and in all of these cases, what does the Prophet say? Umays al-Nabi Habi is probably put to death. And whenever the Torah stam in al and once again, stam whenever the Torah says the death penalty, but doesn't identify which death penalty the default is. Good. So that's our first name. Next, according to the also, on the back of the Nabi, the Nabi Sha'aba al-Dibi Aslam, Yisazri Shanaim. So what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, all back is prophecy doesn't show it. The doctor disregards the words of the Nabi, or number three, a Nabi who violates his own law. So all these people are put to death to the Shema, and where do we know this from? The Sid, Ba'ish, Asher, Lo Yishma. So what's the Prophet saying? The person will not listen. Kari Day, Lo Yashmiya. So we learn as well in Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. the Kari Day, the Kari, Kari Lo Yashua, the Kari Day Lo Yishua, El Divrei, El Divrei, Sid, Anoki, Adrosh, Ni'imo, Idei Shemayim. Okay, so what's that? So again, in that one pasuk, if someone hears it, disregards it, it's like someone hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the another disregards it, and another ultimately, again, who is Kodesh as Guru also, does not share his Nebuah. And it's not in my Shalom Shema. So now we're going to give some examples. So it's like, also not your cut, or the sounds like no later. And it's not in my Shalom Shema. So a person prophesies something he do not hear. So you might give an example. It's Sidon, Sitya ben Kinano. Like Sitya ben Kinano. Who's Sitya ben Kinano? It's a Bayash or Sitya ben Kinano. Karne Barzai. Interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Nabi of where Aram was attacking Israel. And there's an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's this kingdom of Malchus Israel, of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel was never the name of Achab, and the king of Malchus Yehuda was never the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achab, unfortunately, was righteously challenged. And but they realized that they had to form an alliance in order to combat that. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a triple unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So I Yoshaphat's like, I just need to know. So Achab produces, Achab got no story real. You get enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achab produces hundreds of prophets. And so Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kinano, which is an interesting. So what Sidkia ben Kinano do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Kadisha was going to roar around. They were going to be successful. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit is, so again, so now, there was one point out. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see is what they took a false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of his whole thing was that he was part of his way to lure Achab into battle, so Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, my habit on the average, what should Sidkia have done? This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Say, that name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted. So the Achab and Nabos moved south. So Achab has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was like Kodesh Baruch in order to get Achab to go out to balance with Achab in one battle. Okay, the answer is that's it. They don't understand. Me Yifantes Achab, Moskilad. He's about to put out a call like to the Neshamas. The Neshamas, he was willing to go down and for Achab to go into war. So the spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. They got two thoughts say, but also might say, what does it mean when this thought we said to the spirit? It turns out to be the spirit of Nabos. Go, same with Yisaki. You have to review. This is incredible. The first thought was saying the same thing with the Neshamas. Whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. So the Rebbe said, oh look, it's all MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Rebbe Shalom celestial sphere. My rock, what's the rock? Rock shall Nabos the Israeli. So ultimately again, it was the spirit of Nabos the Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading us of going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Silkia Ben Kinano. I faccio un sacco so. Silkia should have been a little bit more disciplined. The risk but signal effect over the community. The engineering way is not on the signal effect. The interesting enough. You had no prophet that had the same prophetic message, but each of them get it through different ways. There's a exactly fascinating. But prophecy, you got multiple prophets that use the same message. The main two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about the response in the same way. You know, there's like that job. Zodon Lidacha Hisiacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatza Star Hisiah Star, Zodon Lidacha. But again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them is sitting and conveying it in a slightly different way. So it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's Nevi'ah? Nevi'ah represents almost like the highest level of what it's about to respond to. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. Like, you just found you some of the person that's true by Nebuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with that response. No two Jews have the same relationship as well. The same kind of rituals, the same levels, the same shit of other, but at the end of the day, where you relate to God, and you interact with God, relationship, element of the Bible varies slightly. The other lessons are various between one and the other. That's incredible. So remember that the Gemara says, the honey, the army cool the so ultimately, it's existence of your life. And what is the of your life? Again, so Abraham told you the prophets that were saying the same thing. Can you hundreds of people saying the same thing? That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's that you should realize there's something going on here. The Gemara says, you don't know all of us, you don't know the eyes of these stuff. So one second, maybe Cynthia didn't know this in the release. Maybe Cynthia didn't know that prophets can have the same prophecy. Maybe they didn't know this halacha. The Gemara says, Yo Shabbat Havahasam, the Kamala, it's the Yom Yo Shabbat, Ha'ei Paul Nabi, Yo Shabbat Rekas, and Yo Shabbat. That's why Yo Shabbat, even when Asaf, the hundreds of Nevi'im, Yo Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So it looks like, I feel like that's how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like how original is powerful, but everyone interact and relate and have a different relationship with them. Let's put this sort of collie stuff. Okay, sometimes we think of like, let's be totally real collie stuff. You imagine sitting together and saying the exact thing. Never happened over there. Cynthia says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with them. That's actless. That's actless. And we have this very strange view of actless. That actless means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. Never happened, never happened. I've said it a million times. Like, what does Rashi say? I have seen that. I've seen it in the Tisha B'Av. When people understand how Rabbi always said, it never says Tisha B'Av B'Dei Achas. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart. One people with one life. So it's like somebody
it's a hard concept to understand muscles and also be really good job, but
It helps muscles, help everything.
He's designing
and literally, everyone, my wife, looked at me. don't say anything. You know, look. Okay, so I have the very that transaction, but the rest of the US either did not. And they slumped on this particular member of my family. It was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, after this went off about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was put in time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, and I guess everything was smart, but I think, you know, what it was, that at the end, like, the way it ended, is, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all of the events, but somehow, it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of green over each other soccer. I don't, like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I said, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hush people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so what people live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, and it's certainly not problem stuff. The deep of Christ, so what says, there's a lot of people, a lot of opinions, and yet a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me up this year for all the correct opinions, right? Cheapest and positions in life. I'm not even free. Right? And I was like, but the nice stuff, so what happens when you see hundreds of people all saying the same thing? That's the something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's Christ. And access is that moment when you can embrace, even after you have both siblings arguing. You know the like it. I'm really good already. So what happens? So no shopper says, I need some more ideas. So after I said, what do you want to do? Look at all these figures of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I'm alright. Kakamiki lying in this happy Abba. I learned this from my father. Simeon Echad older than coming to be. The ancient thing to be in the study of the signal Echad. Ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be that 500 up and about. Right? But none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that the shepherd is sitting there, and he's hundreds of prophets, who I just want to point out, these were not prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the controller who wanted Achab to go out to work to fall in battle. So the shepherd was like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your shepherd needs unity. Okay? So remember like that. So I'm not sure if you, good. I'm not sure on that. What's the example of the Navi? Who gives over something that was not said over. Didn't keep going. Can I get that answer? Because so he's like, can I get an answer? What happened? Can I get an answer? Because you know, Yemi always standing in the upper marketplace for the Amar, so Hashem to Makos, and then he showed her as Keshes, Elon. So Yemi is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yemi says that the ball is going to go ahead and break the ball. So what was another nation? Elon. I'm going to break the ball in order to defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? No such Hananya comes for the Asmo. So Hananya hears this in prophecy of Yemi, and he makes cover for what's the cover for this. He might even come over and like, I'm not going to fall through these children, catch a Elon. So Elon, they can't tell Pavel. And the God was going to say that he's going to break the ball and he's going to defeat them. Now, that's coming to come. That's not a lot is coming to come. And the God who is coming is breaking the primary fall of Pavel. So he's going to break the secondary falls of Pavel. So the secondary fall of Pavel. So, Pavel, so can I need a couple of them? And so God is going to go ahead and defeat Elon. He's certainly going to go ahead and defeat Pavel. So what happens? So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies, Osei, Bishakatak, when Amar, Kama, Hashem, Shagarti, as all men of Baba. It's fascinating. So Kalani hears a prophecy of Yemiah. He makes a Kabbalah from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. only one is short, only one is short. But Bobby didn't say it. Bobby didn't say, only one about buying. How the Kader and I'm going, what are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who had a prophecy given to his friend and given it over. How do you make this up? You make this up. Which we must escape with this guy and Kabbalah and Nedrish, command the Ikmal is dummy. So ultimately, again, the Ikmal makes the dummy, who is not there on my level. They'll say ultimately, because he's a Kabbalah, because he's a Kabbalah, and because Kabbalah is one of the exegetical principles, he might treat this like a case of thing of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. I'm astonished of all this stuff happened. What's an example of one who prophesied in the name of God? So what's the last one? You go with the Habao. So this is easy one. With the Habao. Going to the Habao. So again, Baal was an Abel Mizarah. He had his own Nevi'im. I had his own Nevi'im. And again, as he prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. And that's Tagovich is the law. So what's incredible. What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, what does he do? Runs away. Just so you understand what the Tagovich is really well. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we go into all the misfortune of you, what does he say? What does he say? It could be great. Be great. You can accomplish good things. Just like again, the Gemara says, every day fast from Yosef and says, Shuvah Banim Shuvah. Every day gospel comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's prohibition of the law. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day prophecy whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. It's about trying to become great. And if we suppress it, and we don't utilize it, and we don't actualize it, that's called prohibition as the law. Yonah ben Amitai. From the back of the Navi, who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's the on the days? So the Gemara says, Kadre de Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Now, who are the friends of Micha? Now, she says, Kadre de Micha. It said, the Ish Acham is near the Omer 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 Ba Hashem Yitzchani Yino Yizeh Harim Yichyo Ben Yimano Shenismade On Sayim Al Acha Bipo Biyad Olam. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesied in that day about Acha. It said, the Ish Acham is near the Omer 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 Ba Hashem Yitzchani Yino. So there's another Micha. Don't go with this. Don't go with Ladai. And say, name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Father's son is going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Acha is going to fall in battle. So the man refused to eat Michael, and what happens? You see, if I never know, Yahweh Shelo Shamata, the Nabi Shafar. No, Yahweh Shelo Shamata, the guy who's consumed by a lion. Okay, so Nabi Tabi and it's not because again, in this case, he didn't have to Nabi consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but it was different times. The Nabi Shafar, I'll give it Aslo. What's an example of a Nabi who violated his own words? Very violated his own words. To go ego Hanabi. There's no ego. What's what happened with ego? It says, he came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. What listen to this? So ego was ultimately again, was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam ben Nevat. Like Yeravam ben Nevat was like the first king over the strict law. Remember, Yeravam ben Nevat, interestingly enough, Yeravam ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was worried about it for the follow. He started out as a good man. What is the happening to good people? How has it put us in good people? Yeravam ben Nevat understood that if he could elevate his rulership over Malchus himself, he had to prevent the Jews from those with his likeness. Remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier was going to be relinquished. Everybody had to be over Rebbe. And that's the case. Yeravam said, people are going to be subservient to the Davidic kings and not to me, because he has been saved. So what can we do? You know what can we do? That's what you're going to deal with. We built two angles. We built two golden calves. That in the beginning he said, it's not about desire. It's unwonderful. Just I'm seeing you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go only to the base. So let's just serve Hashem. Serve here. Serve here. So what happens? Ultimately, again, it dissolves into our desire. So ego confronts Yeravam when he's offering his Kabbalah studies in his dash on Yeravam, and Yeravam sits out his arm, you know, like in a accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up, So ego was there, Nabi. But the Bible commanded ego, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop, don't eat, laser focus on your mission. Okay, so ego doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? Observe by your level. Kamani na bikomovo. So look level what happens on the way back. Ego tries to look at the mission accomplished. Somebody invites me to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm not on a mission. You guys just come up and eat. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. Right? We eat together. So Ego goes ahead and makes a mistake. And he goes into this guy's house and eats. By Yashavo, by Yesha Ego, it's by Yelef into Ayo. What happens when Ego left after his meal? He was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own rules, violating his own way. So she looks like that is also a such of the story is such a profound metaphor. The love the fuck we're telling you though. If you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? If you focus, if you talk to yourself in the shot like Jesus, he says, what's Jesus? Because why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary, and you don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason that accomplish in life is why? Every year, I'll tell you why. Because you get distracted. Because you get distracted. Like, I'm on task, and I get distracted. It's not cool, and it happens again, it happens everything, and like, you just get distracted, and suddenly, I'm up. So I felt like the only thing that's useless is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what's another thing over here? This story, I mean, it's an acting story, it's not a metaphor, but it's an acting story. But the metaphor has to show up, because you don't go to the mission, don't go to eat, don't get distracted. Don't go to just stay focused on your cause. And you get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. A metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's just the usual American. And if I were to hear this, once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is what I say, for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this saying of learning to sequence. Right? We're going to use one of the sequence to learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning to sequence is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. Why? What happens? Right? I'm learning, and then I'm here. I'm learning, and then I'm here. I'm learning, and then I'm this. It's balance. And at the end, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And it's something like this. It's not hold us Hashem. It's not hold us Hashem. It's not hold us like this. Be in it. Be in it. It doesn't take 5 minutes. Be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the lion. That's what I'm saying. So, try to kind of hold up this stuff. I told you to do I so low down. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets Marcus. It's Marcus, I'm going to mind off of coming, the Arabin Halafi. They're going to say that this is a Talmudic specialist. Look at the news. One is dates out of the basket to get Marcus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the idea. It's an expression that seems like, what do you want? In other words, they're going to say here, you're not going to ask me over here about what a person did wrong with your prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? So you have Navi A, right? So Navi A tells the prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he held the prophecy? So he went to my Matsuge, who's giving him a surah. I'm going to buy it, copying the deed. I'm sorry, I'm going to buy it, copying the deed. So I'm going to buy it, so he's giving us fellow prophecies. What we said before. And it's just interesting that apparently prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person can base it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and you don't know a particular Navi do not share it. Okay? If you don't know Hajj Day, so what's the issue? Well, maybe if I'm responsible, distracted, or maybe given the one change in life, safety change in life, and you see the Hajj Day is really other Navi that's changing the views. Again, the person responsible sometimes changes the voice, and if you would have done that to us, he would informed, and when informed,
production
the
value.
group of the viewer as well. The hard Yona, the hard save the Lord.
Okay, so I like how
So one second. Yona,
what's your
after the
favorite
Spark changed his
he
mind,
was like, my
and he
least
didn't tell Yona. He didn't tell Yona. Like Yona, remember again, Yona points out to everybody else the Spark was at the spring day. The Spark would not go ahead and give him any advance warning. He doesn't know. Yona made Kara. Ninja Papas. So it's very important. The last thing you're Yoni said, the old I'm going Yon, the Ninja Papas. Now, what is that Papas mean? What does it mean? Turn it over. Turn it over, just know, in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your life. The change to do is they can also become a bigger about each other, or the change to do the city is going to be destroyed. So in Noah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Otherwise, either Loyada, either Torah, either Law. Again, it was the ultimate idea. Again, and don't say he's not about it, but I can point out part of the reason ultimately why we do why do we particularly in the paper is the Patriarch story of Shuba. The Patriarch story is a metaphor that our life is like this open ended possibility. As well as just the name of it, always have what you know the name of the apostles. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As well as one who knows what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. It's up to us. Our lives are this open-ended, future-only adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, the city there is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. Okay, I'm about to debate Navi. So I'm saying, so ultimately, again, one ignores the words of a Navi. So here's the thing. Now, if a Navi says something, and I don't know if it's a Navi, so someone says, like, sing in the name of God, right? This, right? So I was, how do I know if it's a Navi that I have to answer? And that has no thing. Everyone else gives a sign. This sign obviously looks like this. You gotta prove, like, the Navi credentials, right? So you can't just roll in and go for a Navi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, so how do you talk? The Lord God is not to be honest. I don't know how to do this. We didn't give a sign. And we keep our first stuff. We're not inferior to us. We're not feeding these more. And for the looks of shame. No, it's different. As I say, a Navi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says it to us. Rather than say, why? What if you have a Navi who looks like me? You know, he's a Navi. You know, he's a Navi. Okay, so if you know he's a Navi, obviously, what do you do? What do you do? You know, came out this, you don't say this. Avram Bahara Moria, Epa Shalom Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right, so again, when Avram Avinu said to Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was fucked. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak was a guy, hey, that's a little bit, you know, you want to tell me, maybe you want to go and come to your dad, right? So you mislead something, or nuance, maybe stick out speaking in metaphorical terms, but if you know the father, there's no give or take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Yitzchak. Avram was Yitzchak as a Rabbi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. In Yom Harakana, and he's some carrying the Abish with the courts. What's that? Examples of Yom Harakana. What happened is this was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi'ah. Remember the story? Like they built it, everybody built an altar. Eliyahu built an altar. And the Nevi'ah built an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings the fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So again, the Navi says that they're crying out, they're wrestling, all kinds of crazy stuff. What if he submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and with all of that, what does he do? Fire comes down from heaven to consume everything. This is beautiful, because there's only one problem. There's only Nisa for also Kabbana's outside of the Mishnah. That's our Mishnah. Right? So what's happening over here? So how do you
I
know
mean,
these
thank
able
you,
to do
David.
stupid
I'm
things?
still not
Again,
convinced. This
Trump
really,
told him,
it sounds too much like when I got my mom.
come on. Like, don't you need to give an oath? And it was a what is even there? The Gemara says, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every year. What's the better? You know what the postscript to that story is, right? That Eliyahu Nevi about what happened in the next para? God starts worshiping Baal. This is what Eliyahu Nevi gives his famous statement, I must say, I can post in Ashkenazi. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? I will say this also gives rise to a very important result, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anyone. Miracles don't create anyone. They don't. Again, listen, this passage also applies to the thing that has Sinai. And what happens? They really go to golden calf. And miracles don't work. And it's like, how many times do you think? How many missiles will fly from Iran? Like, how many missiles will fly from Iran and not one hit? So you think again, cars will go to God, massive killing movement, accidents everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. They don't have to be real like fireworks. What happens? You get someone who comes back to the 4th of July 5 says, you know what? I was like, oh, you know what? I am just going to become a better person, whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Now, what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, you see all the videos and the official Iran, and what happens? People just go like, okay, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately again from putting in effort, taking in the out. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create many other sources of inspiration. But it's not a starting comprehensive change. That only comes from the inglorious work, getting in and getting out. Incredible. That's what I do. After what? It says, what after these things there are 10 problems in the Akiva. So after what? I'm going to get rid of after the words of the Satan, what do the Satan say? They said, Vayigda Hayelet Vayigdamau. The Pasuk said, Vayitzchak, chapter 3, starts the book.
Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another reason. Yeah, we do those things.
The Satan said to Hashem, you know what all of them? Something's that. Okay, you sucker with hunger, so disparaging, right? This whole man. So Canaan, the man, showing off his button, he gave the child that was 100 years old. He goes to this also, how you look for echo, he goes to echo, so the Satan standing up in front of him, he gave this old man so much. And all these things that he made, he opens you up a little couple, never give us a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I remember from Australia, the shield, no. The parts of stuff will come out. Everything happens when you get for the sun. And then the overloads of everything, the finite, you got to show him. To tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. But as Adam had given his own son, he would do it. Miyad, then the king says Adam. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Adam. So let's say this is interesting. So Miyad seems to understand the genesis of the Akiva, what this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. By all that, half the much being called. Hashem said to Adam, you need something over a lot. Now, no is a request. So listen to this. The Gemara says, "Much of the Melech's busted the Dam Sham Gimel of Tolin Kaiwa." So what is to be prepared? It's going to be given to a team change in which many words. What's the first of these 5 lines? Ma'ayallah, people effort, and that's fun. And this king, he had like the guy, like the 1,000 warrior, who was like really responsible for all of these victories. Remember, under Allah Muhammad, king faced the most intense battle of his time. Allah, he said to his most valued soldier, please, I'm more driven when it comes to stands to be the colors in this battle. So the normally show those in Ryan Manish. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what we're doing, it will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand firm in this cement intense battle, not only that victory here, but it's cement the previous victories. So fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. Avraham is powerful on the Avraham Avinu. So Hashem said to Avraham, "This is how the combinations. I've given you many tests over the years. The Amarta, the Kulah, and you've been successful in all of them. Hashem Amod Yibin Sayos, and now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. Shalom Yom, Ein Manishim Shalom." And people should not say that there is no merit in the test. So let's say, so this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous extent of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you tell someone, generally human nature is that what we remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. Basically, decide if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are those of what this means. What is responsible? I'm living it. There's a guy Sassana quote he says, something amazing. He says, "I be a son of Solos." So it's not time of you. Mustache to call a couple sheesh to the Israel, discover our cover Messiah. With every single time of you is Solos, what he did is he embedded another color in the DNA of Christ. How many was our father? And with every test that he succeeded, every Messiah that he ever came, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akidas Yisrael represent? He says, Akidas Yisrael represent, at the end of the day, Korach Meruba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akidas Yisrael represented was a willingness to give everything for God. A willingness to give himself. This was even more. A willingness to even give his child. And represented the ability and willingness to give anything and everything for the Rebbe Shalom. After responsible to be pleased with Amravina says, you need to pass this. You know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you extend this core within the spiritual DNA of God Yisrael. If you get the Hallelujah and you take your son and you went to offer him as a carbon, but you're in bed with the God Yisrael with the clock and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what the Bible says, if you do this, you have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is the people decision. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Amravinu passes this test as we know, and he embeds within us the stuff we say, they live in returns that are done on the CSF. Now, a day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. I also did you see one of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of right show in front of me? Human beings being dressed up as a gun burger. Dressed up as a gun burger. I thought we should mention this every single reference tonight. I've never actually tried to tell us. You know, I love she represents. She represents this incredible color. It's called the Shabbos. It's called the music. It's called the Nuna. But it's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get power? But Adam Avinu is willing to go and everything for our responses. Embedded in our spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if that response is happening, you have to pass this test.
She stands 10 toes down.
Because you're going to summon up, because you're going to muster for this Messiah. It is the strength that is going to be compartmented with the DNA of your children, and the strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because Amravinu was successful in his Messiah, he gave us the power to be successful in our mission. Tremendous. Again, come right much again. I'll say a lot of these people are received a lot of adversity, so tremendous together us. Right, very good.
I mean, I'm confused. My favorite bit was just kind of like what I thought about the most, like watching him do it, like act, do it, tweet.
Sorry? I know. No, it's fine. It always balances out.
Gain us into everything he does. Because look, playing high school football or whatever, it's like.
All right, so it's like good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a good Tavach. Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Directly up to Pesach and there Hashem. Beautiful daf, really. Actually, I want to hear some of the attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I just want to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Today, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Trushos as a chus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael from the Bracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavin Aliyah, the families in the Kamo, all of those who need a refuah Shabbat, get a cold Chol Yisrael, which the merit should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. But all of Maaseh Yedei. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Pei Test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei Test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi Rector assigned some homework last night at the end of the year. If I don't start on the right daf on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible agarata ahead of us this week, and some very long daf ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89a. Let's remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zakin Mamre. Zagin Mamre. Same Amisin also. Loba Bezin should be Loba Bezin should be Yavna. So remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when a Zakin Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes can really make the mission of Zakin Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zakin Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Bezin in his city, nor do we execute him in the Bezin in Yavna. And by the way, what's the Bezin in Yavna? So if you look at Rashi is about 2 lines of the top. Lower Bezin in Yavna. Initial the Bezin Shalishkas Hagazis. Gonu Lahem, the Chazru Le'ilo, V'shar Yamim, Ad Shegalsa Sanhedri Gidolo Yavna, V'adayin Habayis Kayum, Yachar Kin Horik Yibitilo, in Mitzvos of Yavna. So again, interestingly enough, Yavna was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah is saying is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre, the Sanhedrin of has to be situated in the Lishkas HaKosis, in the chamber of hewn stone, in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the Zakin Mamre. Ella, Malvin also a Beis Hamikdash from Yerushalayim. We take the Zakin Mamre up to the Beis Hamikdash, to the high court in Yerushalayim. Umishamin also ad haregel, umemisin also beregel. So what we do is we incarcerate him, we put him in a holding cell until the next upcoming regel. So your next upcoming regel, did one of the regel, based on Shmuel Sikkis. So I'm trying to point out how incredible this is. Remember again, this is the first daf, the first post-Purim daf. And what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim, right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone non-Mish is like, we're always journeying to something else. It's the beauty of the Yid, right? The Yid is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. It's again, we're not yet privileged to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest of the Klal Yisrael comes a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new like in front of us. Pesach is that. So again, according to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, they keep the Zakin Mamre in a holding cell up until the next Rega, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we start Rega, we execute him on Yom Tov, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar B'chala Ad Yishmu Biro V'lo Yizivin Od Rabbi Akiva? Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These words Rabbi Kiva. What essentially Rabbi Kiva says is like this: you gotta make a spectacle out of it. People have to see. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part of this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. See this by social, so people see certain things. It has a no show. So the Kiva says, the doctor don't execute for the regalim, so that should become a public spectacle. And Yehuda says no. Imma annas dino shozeh. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. We do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. Also so what you do is you execute immediately. Because then the shofin shlufa and what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Midbar Raisa needs some element of publicity. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regalim and executing him again on the regal. Rabbi Yehuda says no, we don't do that. We'll say Ima Anes Adin means we do not corrupt judgment. Somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters. To all the communities saying, and again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. So let's say about how we go ahead, or say when we go ahead and execute the Zakim number. Let's analyze. Also, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Raisa says as follows: in the Nisan also, Loba Basin should be so we don't execute the Zakim number in his local basin. The Loba Basin should be Yavne, not even in the Basin Yavne. Once again, the Basin in Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malvin also the Basin of Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what are we doing? We bring the Zakim number up to the high touch of Yerushalayim. Mishamin also ad harega, and we wait. We hold him, right? We hold him in the holding cell up until Yom Tov. And we meet him also berega, and we execute him on Yom Tov. Shneimar b'chala am yishmeu v'yirau divrei Rabbi Akiva. As the pasuk says, everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually b'chol ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? When Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal, Amar Yehuda, v'hinemar yiru v'yirau. Does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Whereas Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamrei executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Alo ne'emar ela yishmu. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Says, so essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? They will say, it's interesting that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like an Inoy din. Inoy din is the corruption of the din. It's interesting something else. Life is, I think a little bit of an ongoing joke, but I'll call it a joke. Like every child has stuff that the parents always say over and over and over. So my parents are a little bit of a joke, but I always try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances. Just lean into it and just go. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm waiting for it. I know it's going to happen. It's not, sometimes you don't know how things will turn out. That's one level of anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's almost going to be this. Why don't you do this to this person? Okay, I got it. He's going to be executed. He's like a man, right? So you got to execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the point of this? Also, we've seen this motif before that Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rahmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but to understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanis as well. So there's like a memory, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? Just get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, the element we smell some, yeah, the coast in the shop, and before Makom, Ish Pony is Chai Nisa Babezin. And again, so how did he fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, and send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So and so is executed as a second member. So we'll say, so this is the fundamental Machlokas, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the second member. Okay, incredible. Tanabana. Those are the Tanabana. Now, it's interesting because clearly what you see with the second memory is it's not just that we execute it, but there is this thing of this publicity that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. By the way, there are four situations where in general it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorer Umora, Zakin Mamre, and Eidin Zomim. Interesting. All of these four need hachraza. They need announcements. Rashi says over hachraza, Floni makes the Bezin al Sha'abra de Razu, Kedei Lirdos as Hachir. So literally, Bezin will announce so and so is executed because he committed a particular Adero, and all of this is done in order to create the public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, Kuluk Sibu, B'Chola'am, B'Chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, B'Chola'am. So like all of these situations, this is B'Chola'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, B'Chol Yisrael, B'Edim Zomim, B'Chol Yisrael, B'Edim Zomim, Ksiv, Anisharim, the locally Amma, Chazalus Dasa, Sahadusa, sorry. Because I say, interestingly enough, B'Edim Zomim, the Lashon is the Hanisharim. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Lashon ultimately again as Kol Ha'am B'Chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited pool. Why? Because we have said there are certain occasions the person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? Person commits an Adera, or certain Aderas can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, we'll say beautiful Gemara Mishnah. From the 8:12 on a Sunday, we've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great, it's great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Sheker. Next guy is Chaim Yisrael. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So we'll say, so what's a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people can get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesying, right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruvain. Ruvain gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, the Rebbe gave my friend Nebuah. I heard however that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, so these individuals, right, the Navi Sheker is executed by court. So let's say this is fascinating. Kobesh is Nebuah also is someone who receives Nebuah or refuses to share it. Like Kobesh is like the sentence, so receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. And one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of a Navi, the Navi Sha'abra al Divrei Atzmo, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only Nebuah that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals, again, get death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi Edrosh Neimo. I'm Mistavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim. Again, we're going to get into all these cases in a little bit. I'm Mistavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim. If somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and whatever, so Omer Kaf, Omer Avodah Kochavim. And again, the person says literally again, this is what the Avodah Kochavim says. Afilu Kidin es halachot hamei satamei uletar es atar. Even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Haba al ish, a person who's adultery, kevan shenichnas al rishos habalu nisun, afapish lo nivala. Haba aleh harei zedek. So again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had irusin and not nisuin, or they just got married and nisuin, but again, they do not yet live together. The halacha is Boel, the adulterer, is punished by chenek. The someone made baskoin of Baal, so ultimately again, it wasn't remember. A bas coin commits adultery. What's her din? Sreifa. Remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Solomon, right? Giving witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekal Muslimin Makimim La'osim. He supports me Zoe Bas Coin Ubal. In general, again. The way it works with Aiden Zolman the exception to this is Aiden Zolman buy a bas coin, because she gets Sreifa, but coin and well as the adulterer will get kind of. Okay, it's incredible. Says that's how it was. That's the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court, and three of them is Misudishanai. Okay, so what are they? Hamisnave Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Lo. So ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. They espouse a prophecy that was not said. Or essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but after them. Or Hamisnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, right? Hamisnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim. Or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is Nisasan B'Dei Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. Hakovish has Nebuasa, and Nabi who receives Nebuah, but does not share it. And the back of the Nabi, or somebody who disregards the words of the Nabi Sha'ava al Divrei Atzmo, or a Nabi who disregards his own prophecy, Nisasa and B'Dei Shamayim. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. And they will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnave Mashalo Shama. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the word from Hashem, and the Gilbert information I did not receive, I understand why there's a Chiyuv Misa. Right? It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a Chiyuv Misa? I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the plus. We'll see why it is. But this is like, shkafically, what's wrong with it? They will say, the worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives over prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Ruvain. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruvain. So the avodah of trying to become someone else in life, that's not your tachlis. That's not your tachlis. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from that. It's easy to talk about what made me come out. Right? I can learn from every person, but my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication.
Is that a reference to college players?
That again, my avoda is to be me and to be the best version of you. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. Tell yourself, what are you doing? That's not a life. Because listen, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Right? Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone this. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. It says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? It says, so I'll say, so ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? That refers to a Navi who invented a prophecy and is giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, next. I did not command it to him. But that infers that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Again, remember, what's the sense of that? The concept of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? Umeis hanavi hagu. This prophet will be put to death. And once again, stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. So we'll say that's our first three. Next, Hakovish has been also. The Navi Sha'abra al Divrei Atzmam. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Vaser disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own Navi. So all these people are put to death to the Ishmaelim. Where do we know this from? Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So once the pasuk says the person will not, the Navi will not listen. Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya. So we learn it as not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya, Kari Bey Lo Yishma. El Divrei, Siv Anoki Adrosh Me'imo B'dei Shamayim. Okay, so again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it, cites someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the words of the Navi, disregards it, and the Navi ultimately, again, who is Kovish as the who also does not share his Nevuah.Amisnavi Mashalosh Shana. Now the Gemara gives some examples. One second. Also, okay, fine. We'll expound on it a little later. I'm studying Mashlo Shama. The person prophesies something he did not hear. So Gemara gives an example. Let's keep going. Sidkia ben Kinano. Like Sidkia ben Kinano. Who's Sidkia ben Kinano? T'chsev vayas lo Sidkia ben Kinano. Karnei Barzal. So this is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking Klal Yisrael. And it was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Yisrael, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Yisrael was a man by the name of Achav, and the king of Malchus Yehuda was a man by the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achav, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat Aram. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up, because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. So sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshua was like, I just need a Navi. So Achav produces. Achaz's got no shortage. You pay enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achav's producing hundreds of prophets, and still Yoshua is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kenana, which is something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Klal Yisrael was going to pour around this. They were going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my habit, so again, so now that was what I pointed out. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a shtick of false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Baruch's way to lure Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My habit on what should Sidkia have done?" Ruach Nabos Atzis. This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. So say if the name sounds familiar, remember Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted. So but Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achab has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achab to go out to battle so that Achab would fall in battle. Okay, that's it. Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifates Achab, v'yah 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 Baruch Hu put out a call to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and pull Achab into going to war? So a spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. They got two thoughts say, or Yehuda might say, what does it mean that the Rabbi said to the spirit that turns out to be the spirit of Nabos? Go, say me Mitzasi. We have to leave me. Those are these that incredible. The Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back to it. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. All MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Ruach was the Ruach. Ruach Shel Nabos Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kinana. But just 1 second. So Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signal effort all of the community. Then Shnei was having the signal effort. So that's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. It's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about Kodesh Baruch Hu in the same way. In other words, like Obadja Amar, Zodon Libecha Hisiyacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzascha Hisioscha, Zodon Libecha. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. Those say it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. Really profoundly so. This, of course, is not just true by Nevuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the same type of mitzvos, the same alokas, the same shulchan aruch, and at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, maybe even slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. So ultimately, yes, so Sidkia should have realized. Now, what should Sidkia have realized? So Achab had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. It's that you should realize there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second. Maybe Sidkia didn't know the same as Ritza. Maybe Sidkia didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this halacha. To which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, the Kamralahu, the Siva Yomer Yoshafat, Ha'ain Po Nabi, Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even though Achab produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. I would say sometimes we think of like what's the utopian view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. First thing says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with one another. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. So we have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So never happened, never happened. I've said it a million times. Like what does Rashi say by Har Sinai? By Har Sinai, we were Ish Echad, Lev Echad, one people with one heart. And I've always said, it never says Ish Echad for Dea Echad. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it says, what's it? Somebody from the L'chaim, and he's trying to kill L'chaim. This is a nice time to use a little bit more. See, he was he started and yes, Hashem, there should be a world in which you see the student orange basket, and literally, everyone. My wife. One of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the group I did not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this went on for about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was Purim time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, but whatever, like everything was slower. But also, the thing was that at the end, like, the way it ended, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of glowing and holding each other's side. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I was like, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, I will say, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. So when people live like in an echo chamber, like an echo chamber, that's not right, and it's certainly not Klal Yisrael. The beauty of Klal Yisrael, I will say, is there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after this from all the correct opinions, right? Cheapest and positions in life, and how do you feel free, right? And I was like, but the mindset, so what happens? When you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same thing, that's when something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff, that's stuff. And Achdus is that moment that you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, good night, man. So the goes like this. I'm going to let you go, Kohani. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need someone to be in. So Achaz says, why do you want to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, Amarle, Kach Mikublan in Yves Abi Abba. I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Olam Lekam Neviim. The ancient Neviim is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 lines up in the bottom, right? But they go, but none of them give it over in the same way, right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there, and these hundreds of prophets, I want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Baruch wanted Achab to go out to war to fall in battle. So Shaphat's like, what? These guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Shaphat needs new Nevi'im. Okay? So the Gemara goes right there. So good. I'm not Mashal Amr. That's the example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said over. Didn't keep going. Hananiah ben Azur, the Kayyim. So it's like Hananiah ben Azur. What happened to Hananiah ben Azur? The Kayyim, Yirmiyah was standing in the upper marketplace for Ka'amar, Kohamar, Shem Tzubakos, Hinuni Shover as Keshes, Elam. So Yirmiyah is giving a prophecy. Right, and Yirmiyah says that Baruch is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. Elam. I'm going to break the bow. I'm going to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? Nosach Hananiah Kabachor Biatzmo. So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah, and he makes Kabachor. What's the Kabachomer? My Elam Shalom Ba'el Lazar as Babel. I'm not going to Baruch when you show as Keshes Elam. So Elam, they came to help Babel. And Baruch was going to say that he's going to break the bow of Elam, going to defeat them. Then Al-Gachas Kama Bakama, Kasman Alachas Kama Bakama. And Baruch who is coming to is breaking the primary fall of Klal Yisrael, so he's going to break the secondary fall of Israel. What's the secondary fall of Klal Yisrael? Babel. So Hananiah made a Kabachomer. Baruch was going to go ahead and defeat Elam. He's soon going to go ahead and defeat Babel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies this. Amar Hashem Shabarti as old Melech Babel. It's fascinating. So Hananiah gives a prophecy of Yirmiyah. He needs to have a comment from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Baruch didn't say it. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. Hanan made this up. To which the Gemara says, came on this, Yair, Kabachom, the Medrash, command the Itmar Le dummy. So ultimately, again, command the Itmar Le dummy, who knew no Ne'emar Lo. So I'll say ultimately, because it's made from Kabachom, it's interesting. Because he's the Kabachomer, and because the Kabachomer is one of the exegetical principles, the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the Snai of all this Kofabin was an example of one who prophesies in the name of prophecy. What's the last one? If you go Nevi Habal. So what's this? This is an easy one. Nevi Habal. For Nevi Habal. So again, Baal was not Baal Israel. Like he had his own Nevi'im. So again, obviously he prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. Next, Takovish is the loss. So what's incredible? What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, what does he do? He runs away. So let's say, just you understand what the Kovish is. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that Ibn Shalom whispers in my ear, what does he say? It could be great. You can accomplish great things. And right, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yotzes and says, Shuvu Banim Shovim. Every day a basketball comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this basketball, and what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's Kovish Nivu also. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day the prophecy whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. The self-actualization becomes great. And if we suppress it, you don't utilize it, and you don't actualize it, that's called Kovish Es Nivu also. Yonah ben Amitai. Now, who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's the days? On the base, so the Gemara says, Chadrei the Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Now here are the friends of Micha. Rashi says, Chadrei the Micha. If so the Ish Acham the Man of the Omer Omer El Ben Bashem Mishani no Zeb Hayim Michio Ben Yimario Shemes Nave Osa Yom Al Acham Icho Biyad Olam. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesying that day about Acham. It said that the Ish Acham the Man of the Omer Omer El Ben Bashem Mishani no. Went over to a guy and said, in the name of God, hit me. So this is kind of the prophecy he's trying to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achim was going to fall in battle. So the man refused to eat Michael, and what happens? It's said by Yomer Lo, Ya'an Asher Lo Shamata, the Navi Shamata, no, Ya'an Shamata, the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so it's not because he hit him, right? And again, in this case, he didn't hit the Navi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but on a different time. The Navi Shamata al Dibre Atzmo wasn't in terms of the Navi who violated his own words. Navi violated his own words. He's going Ido Hanav. He's not Ido. What's that with Ido? He came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately again was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam ben Nevat. Like Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over the split mouth. Let's remember again, Yeravam ben Nevat. Interestingly enough, Yeravam ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by a Baruch. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has been corrupting good people. Yeravam ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his rulership over Malchus Yisrael, he had to prevent Jews from going to the Beis Hamikdash. Remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier was going to be the Beis Hamikdash. Everybody had to be over red. If that's the case, Yeravam said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the Beis Hamikdash. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? Actually, in Yonei Dioma, he built 2 eagles. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not a whole I'm wonderful. Just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the Beis Hamikdash to serve Hashem. Serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved into Avodah Zarah. So Ido confronts Yeravam when he's offering Havanas by his Hashem, and Yeravam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Ido was that Navi, but the Baruch commanded Ido, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission. Okay? So Ido doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? Ido's passing by, getting mission accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. Ido says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm down on a mission. You're not going to leave. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. Right? We eat together. So Ido goes ahead and makes a mistake, and he goes into this guy's house and he eats. What happens? When Ido left after his meal, he was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again for violating his own law, violating his own word. Which I will say, by the way, is also such a story. The story is such a profound metaphor. The Lord's Mishpach will tell me, if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? You have to be focused. So the Chal speaks about this in the Shara Zrizos. He says, what's Zrizos? He says, why do you need Zrizos? Zrizos is necessary. We don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason we don't accomplish in life is why? Everyone here and there. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, and I get distracted. It's not awesome. I have this, everything in life. Just get distracted. And suddenly, I'm off. So the highlights of the whole use of the resource is when you start something, just get it done. Don't get distracted because the moment you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go ahead and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what another single because the story, it's an active story, it's not a metaphorical story. But the metaphor process is so about the process. You have a mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. And Ido gets distracted. And what happens the moment you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? What happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is what I will say, for example, even by learning. Like by learning, there's this soul of learning through Sisyphus. Right? What does it mean to learn Sisyphus? To learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning through Sisyphus is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. That's just in our own lives. This is what happens. Right? I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm this. And this. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And there's some people that that's not all this Hashem. It's not all this Hashem. What wants us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the line. Such an incredible result. So low cap. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets malchus. It's malchus. Amalei, man the offer tames the arbala lucky. I will say that this is a Talmudic expression. It literally means one who eats dates out of a basket should get malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the idea. Right? But it's an expression that seems like, what did you do wrong? In other words, I was saying here, you might not asking over here about what a person did wrong if they told the prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Right? In other words, so you have Navi A, like the Navi A withholds his prophecy. Oh, okay, how exactly does anyone know that he withheld his prophecy? So the Gemara says, "Man Masrike, who's giving him Masral? Rabbi Chavin Nevi." I'm sorry. Rabbi Chavin Nevi. Rabbi that said, "Kilo Yasa Shemay Kim Davar Kim Davar Sadok." So who's going to know his fellow prophets? This is what we said before. And in general, this is interesting that apparently the way prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a Navi who withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they'll know if a particular Navi did not share it. Okay? The Dilma Hajri Day, so that's interesting. Well, maybe after this Baruch will retract it, or maybe he gave him a blood and he changed his mind, so to speak, changed his mind. And he said the Hajri Day will create other modules of Kulim. Again, possible problem sometimes changes with this. And if you were to do that for what, you would inform the group of the dreamers. The high Yonah, the Haji they belong. Well, 1 second. By Yonah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. Right? Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else is not destroying him. The Baruch Hu did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. To which the Gemara says no. Yonah made Kara, Ninbe Ne'apachas. Because it's very important. The Rosh Hashanah Yonah says, Ba'od Akbar Yom, Ninbe Ne'apachas. Now, what does Ne'apachas mean? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change. The change could be they could all become a different Father Shalom, or the change could be the city's moving destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Again, it was an open-ended nevuah. Again, and we'll say it's incredible. By the way, I just want to point out, part of the reason ultimately why we read, why do we read Sefer Yonah and Yom Kippur, is the paradigmatic story of Shuvah. It's also a paradigmatic story and a metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As Rav says to Wednesday, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. As much as the Baruch knows what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, yes, for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose-your-own adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, the sitting there is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. So I'll say, so ultimately, again, one ignores the words of the Navi. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if a Navi says something, how do I know he's a Navi? Right? So someone says, right, saying the name of God, right? Right? So how do I know that he's a Navi? That I have to answer him, that I have to listen to him? The Yoevle Os gives a sign. He's a sign. Obviously, we'll say again, you gotta prove like your Navi credentials, right? So you can't just blow when you say a train Navi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, I, Baham Micha, the law Yoevle Os Vionish, I but Micha didn't give an os, didn't give a sign, and yet people are punished that here, cannot adhering to his, and that cheating is Nebuah. If the Mukhzak Shem, no, it's different. As I say, a Navi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says Nebuah. Rather, we'll say why. Once you have a Navi who's Mukhzak, what does Mukhzak mean? You know he's a Navi. You know he's a Navi. Okay, so once we know he's a Navi, obviously we're going to listen to his word. We'll say, get on to this. You don't take off because you don't say this. Avram Bahara Moria, Hecha Shamale Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right, so again, when Avram Avinu says to Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was fucked. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak was a dead age. I'm sure that, maybe you want to go over the conversation with God, and perhaps you missed a little something or nuance, maybe he's out speaking in a foreign term, But if you notice, by the way, there's no different thing, right? There's no dialogue. Avram said it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Mukhzak. Avram was Mukhzak as a Navi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Elio Bahara Karmel. What's it? Elio Bahara Karmel. This was the ultimate showdown between Elio and the Nevi Habal. Remember the story? Right? Everybody builds an altar. Elio builds an altar. The Nevi Habal builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? Remember again, the Navi says, Nevi Habal, they're crying out. All kinds of crazy stuff. What is Elio? Remember what Elio does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. There's a key of Nisa to offer up karbanos outside of the Mishnah. That's how Nisa makes it. Right? So what's happening over here? So how is Eliyahu able to do shmita? Again, Shmuel was golden. Now but Eliyahu, come on. Right? Don't you need to give an oath? And then we'll say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every single day. What's it? By the way, you know what the culture is, right? About Eliyahu and Nevi Habal. What happens in the next parak? A lot of these fellows worshiping Baal. This is where Eliyahu Nevi gives his famous statement. I must say, I can post them experience. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? So let's say, and it also gives rise to a very important mistake, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create emunah. Miracles don't create emunah. They don't. Again, listen, this passage starts also probably saying about Har Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they build the golden calf. Miracles don't work. Let's say, how many, right, you would think, how many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran? And not one hit. So you would think again, eyes would have undergone massive chiller movement, hospitals everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are good. Miracles like fireworks. Right? What happens when you go to watch fireworks? What happens? You ever hear someone who comes back from 4th of July fireworks? You know what? That was like partying. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is, right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, right? You see all the videos from the missiles from Iran. It's entertaining. What happens? People just go like, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from avodah. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort day in and day out. Miracles are beautiful and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect cathartic comprehension. That only comes from the inglorious work day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Sundays are the best. Right? Sundays are the best. We should push the second meeting to 9:30. But all right, it's fine. Versus, so now, by the way, now that you mentioned Avraham Avinu, Gary, let's say, I just want to tell you, this week, So watch this. But now that we mentioned Avram Avinu, that Avram did not need to give Avram did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Muksa. So he goes at the Akiv, Avram. After Mai. After what? It says it was after these things that Hashem tested Avram. This is the Akiva. So afterwards, I'm going to be opening Rabbi Yossi ben Zimra. After the words of the Satan, what does the Satan say? The Siv, Vayigdal Hayelad Vayigamal. Plus it said Vayitzchak, that's the birth of Yitzchak. The boy got up and he was mean. He grew up and he was mean. Whenever he wants to be sneak like a big suit of a mean. Amar Satan Hashbahu. The Satan said to Hashem, Ribono Shalom, Zaken Zeh. So let's see, the Satan, the first time being so disparaging, right? This old man. So Chananto, the man Shana Pribaten, so he gave him a child when he was 100 years old. Because of the Shazam, Ayalo, Tur Echad, Bozo Echad, Hakim, so the Satan says in the prophet, he gave this old man so much. And all these students that he made, he never even offered you up a little carton, never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I remember one Asa Elabish, no, that's the Satan. Everything happened did he give for his son. Amen. If I were to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Son, if I ask Avram to give me his own son, he would do it. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So let's say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the Akedah, the genesis of the Akedah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. Hashem says to Avram, please take your son, he's fucking over him all. Now, no is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, what this can be compared to? This can be compared to a human king who waged many wars. We'll say first of the intermediate guidelines. And this king, he had like the guy, like the one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of his victories. The king faced the most intense battle of his mind. Amallah, he says to his most valiant soldier, the question of peace, and most stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand strong in this most intense of battles, not only you have victory here, but it cements the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Amar Avram Avinu. So Hashem said to Avram, I've given you many tests over the years, but I'm not at all the proof, and you've been successful in all of them. And now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So we'll say, so this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous facility in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, if you fail someone, surely the human nature is that what? We remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. It's just interesting. Right? So if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the successes past are restored. What is the Bible? He's a beautiful idea of Sassanas. Sassanas, I'm going to quote you, he says something amazing. He says, Aide Asar Nisronos, Shenisnas Armadinos, Nispashti Kola Kokos Shish Lidme Yisrael, Lihiskava Alatavra Musa. With every single one of Armadinos Nisronos, what he did is, he embedded another power in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. Armadillo is on fire. And with every test that he succeeded, every sign that he overcame, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akedas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Kolach Meyuba Shamasiras What Akitas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. Avinu already demonstrated a willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for the Ribono Shel Olam. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol pleads with Avinu and says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this koach within the spiritual DNA of Slavism. If you go to Hana Moriah and you take your son and you're willing to offer him as a carbon, which will embed within Klal Yisrael is the koach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's why HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you leave the people deficient. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avinu passes this test as we know, and he embeds within us. We're living in times like this. We're living in times of incredible Messiah Nefesh. Not a day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? One of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of my telephone. These little girls who were dressed up as a hamburger. Dressed up as a hamburger. Baruch Hu should punch you every single drop of Shemaim and never ask him sharing burgers. Why? What does she represent? She represents this incredible call. It's called of Shabbos. It's called of Yiddishkeit. It's called of Emunah. It's like this call. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that koach? And Avram Avinu was willing to go ahead and give everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu chocolate and peace, and if there's much shape of it, you have to pass this test. It's necessary. The strength you're going to summon up, the strength you're going to muster for this new science, is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that you're going to access throughout communities. Because Avram Avinu was successful in his new science. He gave us the koach to be successful in our Yisrael. I will say, tremendous. All right, again, right, much again. I want to say a lot of these gemaras this week, a lot of Agadah this week, so tremendously proud of us.
I feel like I go, oh my God, just out of love. But then it's like, wait, dinner is going to be like, oh, hey, let's meet for dinner at 7. And it's like, hey, yeah, let's take a restaurant. And they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like, so many stories are like,
all right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning. It's over. We're looking at
talked about it before, his entitlement. You know, remember he was like, I used to think of myself as like one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement.
this question is going to document on his references. So that's why he'll say, all about responses for the 20 years of pain. Our response is more tough to say, hey, you told me stuff about ourselves. Dedicating all the shooting and this year. As a response for the other ones, and those things to the other carrying dreams, running away from travel and Jesus, then Yossi, Hakoin, Resume, and burning families. And then we all willingness to get to know and so very well. And then we can bring it back to coming to others, and then we'll turn others to how you have done it, how you have done it, and that's not coming to our home of insurance out there. The families in it, all those people who are traveling to the home for the focus to your content. Allow our Holy Spirit to be successful. All my fears are just to get the right person to meet someone with love, all of God. But with that, you say about Hashem and last time, and you just let us Let's just pick up again Summer Akai. But you see what close on our just give your fingers to the left. And about 4 lines up from there. You actually read the text of Moses begin now. I'm not buying it. I come open by Sona Mora. I come open by Sona Mora. What open by Sona Mora? Okay, you don't know so much for the text. So I spoke this. Everyone agrees that the Sona Mora is better Sona Mora high. Everyone agrees that when it's not Sona Mora apostle. And everyone agrees that there's an opposite. What's the case? And this is how come open by Sona Mora? Maybe they show you saying, I'm not going to say Sona Mora hard. Everyone agrees that was actually the first settlement that's that I've been saying about it. If they're native Asians only, that they cannot be executed, they cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Marcus upon the kids. כל בייסור ומורה, והייתי חשבונים שנראה, מתוך שכנעים שהיו יכולים על הכוס אמרנו, פעם קריטית, דבר פעם. Everybody gives us the second set of witnesses who testified about Beysour and Mora, that a bare native Asian going, that they can't be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire question of Beysour and Mora hinges on their testimony, because the first set of witnesses simply say, we only came over here to fight Marcus, and therefore the second set agreed with us was before the death penalty. My focus Beysour and Mora, where's my focus with Beysour and Mora, is actually saying, שניים אומרים לפנינו בונה, ושניים אומרים בפנינו אחר. So you have two witnesses who testified. We saw the kid, right? We saw Beysour and Mora steal the money's father. And two more say, we saw him go ahead
and he didn't need to be that. He could have slammed me.
So normally again you're having one set of witnesses testify about the photo. Or you have two separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's not focus. I'm going to ask you, the last thing is, even if you live in that mission with you, ain't there that
And I have it down, right? They took it down. I have seen him actually do that in person. The thing where he's like acting like a big deal. We were at, I told the story in the pod before. I was at the roast battle once, and he tried to make fun of his random open micer crowd. And this open micer, I like the guy. Again, I'm gonna be honest. He is not. He's not gonna stand up. He's somebody who actually might kill him. So I love the guy. I love him.
He's my ever.
But
He's like, because he
at
was
least
the
at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up.
so
He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him and didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, your special one shot. It's terrible. No one likes it. And he got a big pop, right? And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it took him long. And then the open micer went back real quick. He's like, yeah, well, why don't you
There's been moments in my life I've heard these stories you have to be testifying without and then tying it in. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's that hold over and then cut it over. I'm going to buy it. You could have one on. Yeah, look at the comes to that one on the current again. It's good to but that what we just said. How we talk about it? We just said a moment ago that a lawful arraignment, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say that yes, I spoke to him. She was my evidence. Allah, he was in the rabbi. Over the law, us. Over the law, us. He was the neighbor. What's the thing? What's the thing? He's something that I've read. There's a story that he's slowly himself. What's missing? What's missing? Witnesses that say that he was kidnapped. Yes, anything that you want, but you don't have agents to read about. You have to imagine that much. For 1 second. If you have everything, you only have witnesses that Ruben went ahead and told you. There's no witnesses that Ruben kidnapped someone. There's no proof. What are you talking about? You have to know that. The truth is, the Alpha the Asu and the Basol. No, the idea is at the end of the day, a lot for myself, a lot for myself.
And the crowd started chanting the open micer's name.
Came later on. That's another one.
Insane. I said this on the podcast, and 2 people messaged me. Actually, 1, 2 people. They messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least. Random open micers.
If you have not yet checked the testimony like the kidnapping itself, if you come around to your mission, what's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling. In other words, if you're cleaning up in this piece over here, the witnesses that testify that you did so are the ones that your person engaged. But as they're testifying, the witnesses are there, and they're there to testify that Ruben kidnapped someone. They're like promotions to each other. Just like they're bad way, not like in a police. You just have promotions to each other. I don't know what we'll talk after you. So you're not a fraud. No, the thing off. You're losing us. You're not a practical issue. Everything you do. I work for myself. I want to do like you have testimony about. We have testimony about the testimony about the kidnapping itself, which the Gemara says, "Shema Shimon, Lemiza Lat." The ultimate measure of signal in which the witnesses is halachically distributed, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses come along and say, "You saw Yudin sell shit," and those witnesses are made to produce only, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that we don't take it. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Looking at me, I shall not see very remember looking at the two references. Looking at me, the rule is the rebellious state. Essentially, the nutshell of the rebellious state is the number of the heading of both discussions at the moment, who uses the yield of the majority, and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, we put that to see the circumstances of that right there. Says the Mishnah. Looking at me, I can be. Second man, only becomes a second man. Based on his Shemar, he always called the Arishba. So now we're going to explain the process of the second man. Shosha Bakidin. There are three different buckets situated in Yerushalayim. One facing is situated at the edge of Harabayis. The Echad Yosef Rapesach Hazor. One is situated at the edge of the Kotel Mishmikdash. The Echad Yosef the Mishkas Hagotis. And one is situated between the two. What we call the Sanhedrin, like the high court, that was the last one. That's number 3. Situated in Mishkas Hagotis. So listen to this. So what happened? What was that? Stop us about it. What was the backstory? The backstory is, and we're going to see it in there's a dispute to the local base. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, and sucking members on the other side. They can't seem to reach the resolution. So now they put it up to each other. First step is they go to this base. The ultimate measure is the entrance to the Harabayis. They come there. Boy, look, that's how that's a Harabayis. Go back. And the Zakin, right? The minority, comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the base. He says, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the island situation. So my friends learned it in Shamu Allah, Shamu Allah. And again, the doctor says, he says, here's the Hebra. Have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this? Or says, like, I'm a medical hospital. If you know, if they're good, he's not the only person out there. Right now, he's just a guy who's just the same thing. We'll see when he becomes a second level. What's beautiful about this? Notice how the second level part. Hits the base, and what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's guys often in life, we are able to articulate our own position. A lot of difficulties, certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind law. It's a mind law. Not only to be able to sell it, but really like think hard to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't disagree with it at the end, but at least it's what's the word, like informed disagreement, as opposed to what happens all throughout their life is you just kind of scenario of quickly or just superficially disagree with me like us, without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of godless is that the second man is able to articulate your position of the other. See those are fine. So in other lines, but in love. So what happens is the first base, in the base of the Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens? You go to the next base. This base is situated at the entrance way of the Azar, the Parker of the Smokers. Once again, the Zakin says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say, the Kafri, the Chaverai, in Shamu Allah, they love, so they say, once again, the Zakin is looking at the Azar. Do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add to this? If they do, sometimes they in love, they will be able to put in the face of the other shoulders. And it's not. And everyone, first thing I have to special over here, everyone sounds like even the members of the other two, but again, everyone's now coming along to the high court of the Lishka Hagas. That's where they're coming. Should be many years in front of the This is the basement, this is the basement, all the goes out, all the parties are Shanei Amar, And I'm not going to work for you after. James was this. Now,
like he just kind of like
it turns out that the part of the
he's like, yeah, really, because
is that
I've asked him
the
for like
Nicholas
full costs. He
Pepper
goes like, oh, you want to take a picture with this? Like, my buddy has some company.
and
He's like, yeah, they can't
against
post
the
public.
against the soul of
hit.
it. Okay, because of it, you know,
Most
sort of
people
along
are
with
pretty
that,
cool. They're
some of
happy
them
or
are
no obligation to
the
help me
Zucking
out.
goes
The
back
way he
to
did
his
it was like, all right,
and
cool,
he
like
just
no big
continues to
deal.
teach in
Maybe
accordance
this
with his
huge deal about like I was about to
fine,
give him $5,000
fine,
for like
it's not a problem.
being in a
The
social
whole
media
last
thing.
is
Like
like,
kind of
when does it become a Zucking
or
memory?
whatever.
Let's do a
Oh,
Zucking
you just
memory.
did.
If your name is
Which
not
again,
coming in
it's
place with
still
his
is
opinion,
right. If we would have ended there, I wouldn't be talking about it. But then I get a call from Brendan. He's like,
in other words,
did you
if
fucking
the
try to
Zucking
like, get
memory comes back
John
home,
Hilda
and all
do a
he's
like
doing
promo?
over here
Like,
is just
how
simply
did that get back to you? Like, he's like, well, his
like
manager
the
called me.
stars
Like,
of Torah. Fine,
did he?
fine. The
You
stars
know,
of
like his
Torah.
manager?
If it comes back after this entire process, it says, Pedro, this is what
There's
you
a
have
woman
to
there
do. Clearly
came
in
with
defiance of the majority,
Jamal Hill
that's a
and
problem.
like
That's when it
was this
becomes a
obvious
Zucking
like
memory.
social climbing
Achir
like
Lasso, Achir
like
Lasso.
those have like
How much you hold
disappeared.
on It's possible.
Like,
About the
she came over and
interesting
said, oh,
all
hey,
of
when
this
you
is
guys
a
are
Zucking. What is a
connecting
Zucking?
business and
The
yeah,
Zucking
kicking
is
this neighbor
for
for 2 hours, cool.
safe.
Um,
That's when it becomes a Zucking
you
memory.
know, but
Let's say we don't
she
have a
was
Zucking
there.
memory.
I
Let's
think
just
shop at the left, and
what's
she
the
was still
comment?
there. I think
Like it's about to
she
say
was
that
just
how much
like
you
used
know
as a
law
predicate to
and
like
that
reach out to
fuck
shop.
up.
She's like, oh,
So
does
this
he
is the
know
guy.
like Mark
The comment is someone who might be from Cobham, but he has not
as a
yet
way to like
gotten to
kind
the
of be like,
level
oh, I'm
of
not just in your
law,
best
which is
interest.
for answering
I'm
Allah.
being
So let's say an
reprimanded about
individual
asking a
like
simple
this
question to a guest, like
goes
reading
ahead
production
and,
stream.
this music for
He just
David,
did.
and
Was
he
he
then
paid for
instructs
this whole
others
episode? Like,
to
like,
to
it was
pass
just
like
because
this
yeah,
particular opinion.
I'm told that
Ultimately,
Rick said
Potter,
no.
is Potter why? Because the thing is like remember
Brendan
when you
Higgins said it was like, this was
someone
the
who
worst
has
episode of
info,
like Food Truck
someone who
Diaries
has the
ever,
level of
and I
the law,
don't disagree.
of ultimately going ahead and
And that
instructing
nigga,
others
he's
to
enough
pass
people
things.
with the
That's the
salt
law.
taste mouth because we
Being
said
so,
we could not been a
Kamuno,
nigga.
there was it
Um,
turns out that
Just
ultimately
because
again
people who are
this
bigger than you,
Kumra,
like
what is
we,
Kumra?
like
This
Laura
Kumra that
Sanko
is not
went from he was
allowed
fucking
to pass
so
their
cool
law.
and she's
But
like
that Kumra that is not
gonna be,
pass their law ultimately
bigger
turns out to be a
I don't know. I
Kumra.
just
What
said
it
she
is,
was more
Kumra.
appealing
So
than
he's
you
not
on
such
social
a
media.
death for being a Zucking
Jamal
memory.
Hill.
Incredible.
Or
All right,
Emerson.
so
Yeah, he is like,
Turn out on
he
us.
was
Here we
like,
go. Keep on talking about it.
he's
Let's say so
become
now we
well,
just
now seeing
outlined
that
this
he's very like
process for Zucking
as
memory.
he
So now
comes
we
to
know
that
exactly
process,
how
like
this works.
I was
Now
not
the
a fan
interesting
of
part
it.
is
It was funny
what
because
kind
Brendan
of
was like, you'll never be
mathematics,
champion.
like
And
what
he
kind
was
of
going,
dispute
yeah, like it was
are
funny
we
that he kind of
talking
like
about
said that to
a
me.
Zucking memory and
I was
between fellow
agnostic as far as
students?
his fighting
So turn out on
skills,
us. She probably knows cut our top of things 987 the mufla should be constantly gathered. So first of all, we're talking about a mufla. So what is a mufla?
like she looks hot on camera saying in person, it's like,
In order to become a Zucking memory, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zucking memory, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, new talk. So what's the point out of what's happening? The Torah is the mind analyzing the Pasuk. The mind analyzing is.
that's a great question.
He
All I
probably
can say
cut
is
that out of Mishpat. Was some matter in halacha or
the
the
idea of the pure
unscripted.
spectrum
They
lawsuit. It
dam
must
with
have been
dam,
2021
and
because
between blood and
we
blood.
were at
They do with
culture
judgment and judgment.
for this to
Nega
go
with
on.
nega,
And
right?
my
One type
recollection
of
is not exact at the time frame
what
we
is
were
it?
living there, and I
Affliction. Good
wasn't
affliction.
yet
There's
working at
another
the
word, right?
so I believe it must have been like summer
Okay,
2021.
good. They make a
Somehow this gets brought up.
or any arguments
He's
disputes
like
you may
telling me
have in your gates. It
that
comes to Balisa and Makar Sheikh
he had to sue them.
well, and Gemara is darshaning this entire process. So what does it mean? Mincha, keep on mincha
So I had
davar.
no reason
So
to
mincha, the mufla.
distrust
Mincha
everything he
says
says, which I know
furthermore,
like
mincha
anything
means
the job says
someone
is
who's able
like
to give
take with
counsel.
a grain
In
of
other
salt
words,
because
we'll say in order to
if it
get
involves
yourself in
being wrong
trouble,
and
being a
other
second
people
memory,
like
you have to be
and
holding
money
on
and
to a
numbers
level.
is like none
So
of
this
this
is
is
back to
potentially
the
true.
community. Now,
There
Gemara
could be
is
criminal
also
truth
giving
or you could be
examples
flipping
of
entirely on
types
its
of
head to like
mathematics
project,
which
you know,
could result in a
his bad
second
deeds
memory
onto other
scenario.
people and
So, for
reverse
example,
victim
mincha
offender.
refers to intercollision
But he told me
of the year.
what is
Like Kibbutz
literally
Summer,
upside down
like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing that there is dispute about
He
that.
said this.
Next, so you know, so mincha, the baby was the king Omer, mincha yatsa foseva Hashem re'acha. Yois
I
Goliath.
got an ownership
Davar,
stake in
that's
it.
his davar.
Came
The
to me and
halacha,
like offered me
this is the first
this.
thing in halacha. For example,
And
there's a
he
dispute between
presented
Zucking
it
memory
as
and the other individual
I'm getting
about halacha l'moshe
like
Sinai. Halacha
my
l'moshe
own
Sinai
portion
Like that's what they're disputing.
some sort of dividends
But
each
when
month.
you spot,
And
you have
everything's going
to
great. And then
what's
slowly
the
that starts
This is the
dwindling
first
down.
thing,
We're
zero
like,
shava.
what's going on
Then
here?
my hope is not a particular type of zero shava. This is a zero shava, not a zero shava down the diagnosis. Remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a ducking memory scenario. Fine, den dann mit dann, den dann nicht nur dann later. For example, there's not progress in distinguishing between dann and dann later, dann sieben, den Ding, the process of giving numbers,
supposed to be getting
there's a dispute.
big check,
It's something again, whether it's doing a
smaller,
function, capital
smaller,
cases,
but like the
giving
company's growing,
numbers,
like
monetary
it's like there's
cases,
some sort of
giving massive
inconsistency where
flashes. They
like
mega,
paycheck
mega.
is
What does that mean? They negate Adam,
suspiciously
negate Batin, negate the God.
getting smaller
Something
for
concerning again the God, Saras, of a individual, of
lawsuits
a home of clothing. Give rain, it would calories are everything back the issue. So give rain means again, Haven vows, Erech vows, Hexus vows, Rebos, Zulash cars, Soto, Babitas, Eglos, the Taras and Sola, so Rebos, little arguments with the against social situations. Egla, you probably have to get to find the value of some of the skills. The Taras, the Sola, the Shaya, but in your deeds. Zuleket, Shukata, Ukea. Suppose again, let the Shukata, so let's do the agricultural price. So let's do it. It comes down to us, so again, what you might just people do is just dashing all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a ducking memory scenario. Okay? It comes up, and you will get up. Where is that? We get it from. You can see from the local court, valley, so you will go up. Melani, Shadish, and Mikdash, Gavon, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Mikol Ha'aretz. Interesting. God said, you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. But when you do it going up, you see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately again, the Lashon of Hallelujah, of ascension, is used with this Sanhedrin, which is located in Mikdash, and Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the man says, okay, let's analyze that for this moment. Kushon based on Mikdash, come on, Eretz Yisrael, so I understand why you say that the base of Mikdash is color, and one of the colors part of Eretz Yisrael, because that is Ba'alisa, you go up to the base of Mikdash. Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Mikol Ha'aretz, and where's right over Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other land. Sid, Lachin, Yiyah, Yamim, Ba'im, U'mashem. But Yom HaShem Asher Ha'ela, has been on Eretz Yisrael. Kim Chaya Hashem Asher Ha'ela, B'asher Higi, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Tzipona, Mikol Ha'aretz Asher Yikach Kishon, Yeshua Ha'aretz. How incredible is it? The Lord is quoting the pasuk from the Yirmiyah Navi. The Yirmiyah Navi says something beautiful. He says, the day will come. The days will come. Where we will no longer simply refer to as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And you notice what I said, the Lashon over here is Ha'ela, explanation on that side. Hashem took us not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from the time that Shabbos was, we were referred to as the Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands. He brought us up. Ha'ela, that's the Hades of all the lands. What do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the last? Aliyah. Always the people say, it's going to point out. How overwhelmingly amazing is it that one is possible
that whole CBD thing was about the kids. Giving CBD to kids for their
Right? Okay, but it's amazing. A concept about love, we're really talking about the fact that love is going to take us out of all the lines of our dispersion, we're going to bring us up.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see 20 CBD, like as I take my Jack 9, I'm like, oh, the Magic 9, I'm like, you want some Magic 9? I
It's
give it
covered
to kids.
miracles, it's healing miracles.
This guy's a real narcissist. Boys who get tired.
And what's awakening to us, as much as we celebrate
No,
this
I was going to ask him
beautiful
about
maze,
the CBD
that's
thing.
what's incredible, our hearts of
We want to talk about CBD. You know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why don't you
I don't want
have
to I want you to be value. We want you to be value. We
use the
want you
diagnostic
here.
criteria.
And here,
Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Because you died alone.
what is
Can
it
you
like?
name them? Can you go into theory? The ones that have active lecture on narcissistic personality or borderline personality disorder?
Oh, you almost
They're gonna
forgot.
come, and when they come,
That was
right
the
to the
first
doctor, he's gonna pick us up, he's gonna take us out. Because every reference to Eric we saw was always one direction. That's always going on. Incredible. And hold on.
Give me 1 second here. We
Second
gotta
man, in a fight, and I got it from Joe Corey. You see, that's a hard to get in there. So this is very interesting. So you have to go to this essential theory of progress about what type of religion matters to make someone into a Zaki man. So in there, that is only regarding something which is done intentionally with the appeal of Charis and accidentally with the appeal of Chatos. Rabbi Yehuda or Yehuda says, Al Davar Shei Karam L'Divei Torah, but it's a little something. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, so that's something. The source halacha is Midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and you're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, even the Diktuk Echad Diktuk Sofim. Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in the rabbinic law, it's Diktuk Sofim, ultimately again, it can still become a Zakim Mamre. So my time, what's that kind of like? My time right there. So it's right there. Remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately again,
So Wallace, what's up, man?
Rabbi Meir said that halacha
I've been
l'maisa
watching the
is the
24-hour
only type of thing that can make you into a Zakim Mamre. Ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally. It's Charis, unintentionally attacks. So he knows what's his logic. Davar. He makes it Zim Shava ultimately again of Davar. So the Gemara says Ksiv Hafa. He probably didn't cut Davar Mishpat. So I'll say first of the widest lines. It says over here. He probably didn't cut Davar Mishpat. Ksiv Hafa. That's talking about the high heaven government that's already Sanhedrin constantly incorrectly. Ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking about something. Your intentional commission is charis, right? And I showed you this chatas at times. Otherwise, like Imam Davar Shechai about charis, the option does chatas. Okay, so Meir learns up from Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda say this. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a second mamre on something economy divrei Torah and the two sources, right? That the Ikar halacha is midaraisa and the details are learned at midrabanan. So what does it mean? So Rabbi Yehuda, al pi Torah she'erucha, adi the Torah yerucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to pass it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that can create something, Mamre. And last year, Rabbi Shimon, I can call you, Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, but the Zakim Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create Zakim Mamre. I'm going to go back to it enough. Tir Gemali, Lahamasi, something to be there. I'm going to say, you ready for this? Shavuna said that, Ravuna said, fine. Take the Bryce, referring to the Bryce we spoke about at the beginning of the song. Take the Bryce and interpret it to me if I'm clear there. So let's explain it again. The Meir's opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a Zakim Mamre if there is a machlokas regarding something that is done intentionally has a heat of charis and unintentionally carries a heat of chatas. That's the only category. So it's a limited body of halacha that so like if they have a machlokas, you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day. Without being a machlokas, that could not result in a Zakim Mamre scenario. Why not? Because it's a thing that Rabbi Meir says it's only if they're not focused by someone which is very intentionally eat charis, unintentionally eat chatas. So now listen to this. So if you're about in the second Rabbi, interpret to me the vice country Meir. Tell me how this whole thing works with Ganesh. Watch this. How many Rabbi Papa? Here we go. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started with that with today. So something will be so the most of in order to go ahead and become a Zakim Mamre, you gotta be a muktzah. You have to be someone who's an expert. I'm going to go expert. I'm surprised you can do this. Thank you. That's next. Furthermore, not only expert, but an expert of the experts. What's an expert of the experts? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, one second. Understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? Or the more so, I like using that word, right? Like, or the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the experts of the experts. Fine. Next. Let's say, what's next? Yo, شغال على شنو بالفاضل بقدرش. Fine. So في اسمه هي اللي يسمى عن مثلا أنا okay, what's that? What's an example of my focus that can occur? Okay, you ready for this?
The next day, like,
listen to this.
I'm being bumped.
Hey, edition of this, I shall not call out there. So you know, I have it.
At that time, I only had like acting reels on my YouTube.
I'm done. I feel like you just pull it again.
I'm like,
ridiculous.
what the fuck is this? What do I do to these people?
How
And
does
having no concept, but then Brendan's also like, did you get
7.5
just want to let you know. So I'm like,
cycle? How does it happen? And it's not like a drug, it's not like a lemon, it's not like you match your literally in a pretty case on pulling. One case on pulling. So what's the matter? It's incredible. Just before we say it, sometimes we need to tell ourselves we push ourselves. We're going with a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder like, how do you feel about this? Is this the top level? Every once in a while, and that's what we think
it would be scary.
we want
However,
to just a beautiful
if
kid,
I was
and
him,
not have
like my best advice would be like, if you could go back and
my
have a kid,
children,
lean the fuck into it, dude. Like, own the
thank you
community
for
or
waking up early,
participate
or whatever
more.
you do to God.
If it
Thank
bothers
you
you
for
deeply,
cutting
pretend
out
like
the
it
time
doesn't.
to learn
Otherwise,
my
it's going to impair in each one, you know?
but I'm not listening
Well, I'm
to
just
you.
curious
And
how
if
he
you think
does
I'm not
the process
attentive to you,
all
and
this.
it speaks out of however many throughout the RA shots that a
Aware
putting
of it.
Sugya
I mean,
should
it's
come
just
up to this point. Like I said, one day earlier, one day later, you know,
His
kids
go-to
always pulling the
coping
point
mechanism
to
is
just
anyone who's
just know, sometimes,
criticizing me is coming
every
from a
child
place
wants
of
to know,
jealousy,
every child wants
which
to know
dismisses any
that
criticism
he's
as
my father,
legitimate because you're going,
that's what I want to do.
but I'm
Spend
superior
a
to
lot
you.
of time thinking about parents, not us. So again,
Yeah.
all the ones we can go from, and then you know, like this comes along, and we know that Abba, is so incredibly proud of us. The way he's up to us and to continue to give our Father love us, and maybe that's what we're talking about. So again, so we want to give you an example of what's the current case? For example, hey, you should know this. I should have collaborated. Should open my So for example, so they have my focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the Senate said that they can go ahead and make the entire object into to create an object shady, right up until Purim. That's not focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the height piece of Kashar comes. The height piece of Kashar comes. I want to say the ramifications of that my focus as well. The ramifications are how you going to end up even coming someplace. Right? So remember again, the binding is going to be a leap year, and after shading it, after base, that's going to be the one thing that falls out. Yeah, you have published ramifications. So here's an example of a focus where again, the stakes are Kares versus Kapas. First, never like this. Zulokos Akarasar. The Ikmar, Asiri, but the Okra Amar Asiri Kipushi, the Shimon, the Lokish Amar Asiri Akarasar. So what's that? So again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Okos Akarasar, Yom Akro Shamid Alish Benija Nida. So what's that? So remember again from last cycle. So the Fuga from the second Fuga, we have this concept Rashi points out over here. That there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Miga cycle. Remember again, the way that most people work to Miga right now is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Miga, 11 days of Siva. So we mark quotes over here. Again, I said, we're not going to get in depth with all of these quotes in only because it's they're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just, I want to frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of quotes. Remember again, we're trying to apply for the mayor. The mayor holds, the instant you can become a Zaki Mamre, is if you have enough focus regarding something, which if done intentionally is a key of Paris, and done unintentionally is a key of Katas. We're just trying to interpret the concept that we interpreted at the beginning of the stack, and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's Dabar? This is the first thing I love. So you know, first Akada, so I think Asiri. What happens is when we leave on the type, they will be open Amar Asiri to the sheep. Can't be better like the knife, but you're showing the one which Amar Asiri to Akada. So it's like, again, remember, it's the kind of a focus about what happens if there's no focus about the status of the bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her Nida? Does that make her Zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a few colors. But not going to see the sheep, not the sheep by Shima, Abba Siri by Shima. Fine, it's not going to see the Hadasai, not Hadasai by Shima, Abba Siri by Shima. So again, that means the fundamental focus about leading that extends from the days of the Zivos, ultimately again into the days of the Zivos. What's your status? Is there no focus regarding that? That could lead to potential few colors. Fine, next. So we mentioned Zeh again. So Zeh in the context of Zero Shabbos. Then the focus about Zero Shabbos. What does that mean? We'll say on the days, being on the Anasasa. So for example, my focus regarding whether or not one's daughter from the woman who invited, let's say we invited the woman, we invited the Rachel, their daughter. What's the Arab status of that daughter to Ruben? Ruben, Yamarava, Omer, Yisava, Dini, Asya, Hena, Hena, Asya, Zuma, Zima. So we'll say, so again, for example, the way we service suggestion. So we ultimately leaving the daughter from a woman who won violence, who won back to his daughter, and therefore again, she is an heir boss to the father. She lives with the father. So let's say there was like a Mamre says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who violated. So again, this would be an example where my focus would be a few currents of unintentional, a few factors unintentional. Pain dam udam. I mean, Dan Ziba, so one of the cases over here. Damida, the first Akabia and the Hamara Barabara. So, for example, by Damida, the Makoikis can be like the Makoikis and Akabia and the Hamara Barabara. What's the Makoikis? Just one, Dam Hayaras. What happens if the woman sees yellowish blood? Blood that has a yellowish color to it. So, Dam Hayaras. Akabia and the Hamara Barabara. So, Akabia and the Hamara says ultimately again that it's coming. But Akabia and the Hamara. And the Chachamim ultimately say that it is Tahar. So once once again, what are the ramifications of this focus? The ramifications are these colors. Because relations with women who's in Libra are carried into the color of colors. So then these are examples. Down Leva, what's the down Leva case? This is very interesting. It's looked at the Rab Levi. So this is what it's down Levi. If not, Rab Amar Mayan Achadu. Okay, so that's what's very again. The way fascinating halachas with the arising childbirth. What are the halachas? So we got rights, and I mean, we don't question this very today because we have a whole system of like Damriva, Damida, Damziva, putting them kind of morph into one famous called Niva. But again, the Orion saw the way it works. When a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time, the blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, honey, if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is calm. There's enough focus back in the experiments like that. Rav Amar Mayu Echadu. Rav says, really? There's one source of blood. I told you also. And again, at some point, the Torah says the blood is coming. Another point, the Torah says ultimately again, big down is Tahar. The lady on the lady says, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam Hatame Niftach Hadar, Nistam Hatame Niftach Hatame. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. The tar source is closed off, the tummy open. We're going to say, what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately we continuously bleed without going ahead and stop it. So can we say that she switches over from what we call down coming to down fall? So once again, the ramifications over here are three colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of precedes the resulting memory of the argument with the rest of the basis and the stakes of the case of current situation, Shatas and uninventory. Dan Ziba, what's the Dan Ziba case? The book of Yoshua. The book of Yoshua. It's the Kishtash Hoshiyam Nisah HaKadesh Hayom. If a woman went ahead And really again, Tishbon actually says over here, Siva Parshas Zava, Bachada says they need to the middle, Shemaim Rabbi and Daisy, but the Bishop yells himself the month, so let's say she has a situation where she's flowing. Let's easily within her 11 days of Zivos, in Shafsa, Neis, Leis, if it's stopped, if it's subsided, so Neis, Leis usually means 24-hour period, the yelled out, how does the 11th result? If it stopped for 24 hours, right, and she gave birth during that time, this is called the 11th result. So, technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications right now. Give it an answer. The Bishop says, Laila B'yom, Kaneli Shabbos Yomo. That's a hard kind of this. Right, in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yom Kaneli Shabbos Yomo. Right, what's that? Again, it's good one you probably could share the Shabbos day, right? The Shabbos day, right? Yes, I don't know that I would. Right, this morning, this thing's probably not going to work well. Right, so the nice again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, like if she stops bleeding, ultimately, again, not just for 25, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, to shove something outside, but then not down. And also, the pain that's subsiding, like the labor pains that subsiding, not the blood. Okay, so I'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because we're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to be Paris or intentionally to be practice. Next, they do it in. They give him let's give him a bunch. Just give him the focus of the website. Again, like capital cases, monetary cases, Malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in Paris? Giving him this is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again a monetary case?
Next level,
Andy Shmuel Rabbi Yavo. This is Macon Shmuel Rabbi Yavo. Shnayim Shekdonu Dinei and Din. This is what Shmuel says. If two people act as a Beis Din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, Ella Shemud Yoim Beis Din Chutz. They're called the Chutz Beis Din.
It's
Okay.
evergreen. It keeps
Rabbi
going.
Yavo Amar.
He has all these hits, like you said. And he is
Rabbi Yavo
fascinating.
says, no, everyone agrees that what? A basin of two people can't issue halakhic rulings, and therefore the halakhic rulings are totally invalid. Now that's like, how does, I did not know this interesting, how does this result in a current case? I was like, watch how that actually is. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, if you can think in the beginning of Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him and say, Reuben is right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money and he entices a woman. The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's entitled to a woman with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential incest issue, a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in involving all the whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a key of curse. Like different varieties could become a key of curse. So again, and that's all starting from a married woman. So there's an example again. If let's say the second member says, I hold that a basin to be two, and the other thing is that they could be three. You know, again, capital cases, I'm sorry, it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of curse. Fascinating.
And then you have a whole
You need
new
a
world
bunch.
of like
The book said Rebbe the Rabbanon. What's the name of the bunch? Rebbe the Rabbanon. The sign the Rebbe Omer, Benasata Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, right? Oxygen says Mother. Generally, the Torah says a life for a life. It doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Asha Omer Mama in the Ella Nefesh Manish. You say money, but maybe it means actually like for life. Yeah, minus Sila Lamava. The yeah, minus Sila Lamava. Says the Shabbat, right? It says the Sina above, it says the Sina below. Mala halon moment, after moment. So once again, let's say they have a focus about what nefesh takas nefesh means. So literally, it's like the money could be asking to put someone to death. The other cover could say no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a key of carries have done intentionally. He would have takas have done unintentionally. Give me Marcus. What about Marcus? About saying the point that he really showed up on this time. Marcus became which are the so again, not fundamental focus. How many views for a basement ultimately get a notice? So one of the things says a basement is below 3. Another says a basement of top female. So both saying, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here for today. I mean, we're going to go to the past. But again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. Here's the takeaway. We know that very Mishnah taught us the Zakim Mamre. Now we know the entire process of Zakim Mamre. Usually Machlokas, ultimately again, about what are the pieces that make one Zakim Mamre. Now, you just think over here is really focusing on the theme of having there, which, by the way, I want to spoil it for the tomorrow's job. That's why I talked about for myself. In order for a Zaki to become a Zakim Mamre, the Machlokas has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a fee of currents, and if done unintentionally, would carry a fee of habit. That's what they, that's all for myself. All the other things they're doing was interpreting the concept that we started with that today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a fee of currents / a fee of habit. So it's like, again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim, in the midst of all this, we got Shabbos, in the midst of all this, we got Haggadah Kisma, and the most I again are playing from Purim with the David and Yerushalayim in the main shul. Tremendous shkoyach, tremendous week, and a good
one story sticks in my mind that I think we could extrapolate a lot from, and he tells the story because he's like moments of like vulnerability and some story that seems genuine and sympathetic, but you couldn't make up the details like it's not. When he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim. It's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was, as a kid, do you know the story?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing that there's real pain made me laugh because I'm a bad person. So. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
No, and I'll be like, I'm trying to describe it. Because like you, by the way, people think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's tried to smear me, and I like keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at him objectively.
Oh yeah, Walsh. By the way,
I can also say good morning, my friends and parents. Good night, Shabbos. Such a slow practice with the staff together on the floor, getting clear. Okay. Begin by taking all the about responses for this morning to the same. Our Thomas goes to one touch hey. We told some Mishpach about Israel. Dedicating all the Shurim instructions this year as a zchus for the Soros follows for all around Israel. Come corresponds to the month of Adar, carrying Zin, and loving Maria of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families. In memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael's brother Rachel, and a week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben, and Zechariah, Zichron, the Brachot, and the Narrative about Talmud Torah, all the finish of Satan Aliyah, the families in the summer, all those who need a report, traveling to the cold, already touches, Crawfish, and Yertz Hashem, in whom all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, Chol Maseh Yedehem, which just result in Yertz Hashem to Nisim and flows all the clouds. Those were that let us begin. Last we say about Hashem and less time. So let's maximize it. Today's date is page 987. We are picking up on the double of days 86b. And let's just pick up again Amar Adayim. So if you see where Tosfos Amar is, Amar Ad Yosef on 86b, just move your fingers to the left and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just read it again now. Amar Abaye. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Okay, so this enigmatic statement yesterday. It's a nice question. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora is Ben Sora Mora Chai. Everyone agrees that there is Ben Sora Mora Apata. And everyone agrees that there's an Apota. What's the case? Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. David has shown in their rug and you took shit. Everyone agrees that regarding the first set of witnesses who come to testify about Ben Sora Mora, if they are made into Asian gentlemen, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Malchus upon the kid. Hakom Ben Sora Mora, the Aiden Achronim, Shinera, and the Gok Ignite Shem, the Kolomar, the Kosovano, the Haniklu, Davar Ta'adile. And everyone agrees when it comes to the second set of witnesses. witnesses who testify about Ben Sora Mora, that if they are made into Eidim Zolim, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of the Ben Sora Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses would simply say, we only came in order to make a kind of and therefore the second set are clearly the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. The machlokes Ben Sora Mora. Where's the machlokes Keith Ben Sora Mora? That's actually very interesting. Shnaim Omrim B'Faneinu Ganav, Shnaim Omrim B'Faneinu Akal. Interesting thing. So now you have two witnesses who testify. We saw the kid, right? We saw the Ben Sora Mora steal the money from his father. And two more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. So whereas normally, again, you're having one set of witnesses testify about the both events, here you have two separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's my whole guess. Ravasi says this also. Even if you never know, back to kidnapping. Like you've been kidnapped, Shimon. So now what happens? Witnesses come along and say, we saw you been kidnapped and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zomim. The Gemara says they are not killed. The Eidim Zomim are not killed. Why not? In Neradim. Because Reuben can always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I sold Shimon. You know why I sold Shimon? He's my Eved. He's my slave. So because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately, again, the defendant technically exempt himself of the claim, therefore, halacha l'maisa, Eidim Zomim would not be able to be executed over this. I'm not Yosef. Kiman az lahashmai to Dravasi. Rabbi Akiva. Whose opinion is this? Like, this is Rabbi Akiva. Why? The Omar Davar V'lo Chatzim Davar. Rabbi Akiva's one who says that halacha l'maisa, in order to be liable, halacha l'maisa, you have to be testifying about an entire Indian. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's that whole davar and not chatzim davar. Amri Abaye, B'ikir Abanon, Neragim. According to the Abanon, apparently again, the witnesses could be killed. About what we just said, you just said a moment ago that halacha l'maisa, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon. The Shimon is my Eved. Allah, Fibu Timur Rabbanon. Over the law, us, so what's interesting? What's the case over here? The case over here was where the witnesses claim that he saw Reuben sell Shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. She has 18 Mechira, but you don't have 18 Neva. You have to remember, 1 second. If you have, understand, if you only have witnesses that Reuben went ahead and sold Shimon, but no witnesses that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, so there's no case over here. What are we talking about? You have to remember, no, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on, In other words, again, if that's the time that the witnesses are testifying that Reuben sold Shimon, there's not yet accepted testimony that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, then how could there be liability for the Eidim Mechila if we have not yet accepted testimony about the kidnapping itself? So this is interesting. What's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, interestingly enough, in this case over here, the witnesses that testify that Reuben sold Shimon are the ones who appear first in days. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other, not like in a bad way, not like in a collusion way. They just have to be motioning to each other, like indicating, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, no, the name of, no reason of. You might have thought the fact that the witnesses are already communicating, I love the nice stuff. They should always be like we have testimony about. We have testimony about the kidnapping itself, which the Gemara says, Remiza Lav Klom. And ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically insignificant. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben sell Shimon, and those witnesses remain to Eidim Zomim, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Zakim Mamre. Alright, so let's be very interesting. So remember, we've spoken about this, we referenced this before. Zakim Mamre, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin, as we'll discuss in just a moment, who refuses to yield to the majority and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, he's put death to see the circumstances of that right now. It says in the Mishnah, Zakim Mamre after he gave this. Zakim Mamre only becomes a Zakim Mamre based on David Shenemar. So now we're going to explain the process for Zakim Mamre. Right? There are three different Batei Din situated in Yerushalayim. Listen to this. One basin was situated at the entrance of Harabayis. One was situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. And one was situated in the chamber of Tombstone. I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin, like the High Court, that's the last one. That's number 3, situated in Mishkas HaGazis. So listen to this. So what happens? Boy was there. So let me give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin, right? And there's everyone is on one side, and Zakim Mamre on the other side. They can't seem to reach resolution. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this basin. Ultimately, again, at the entrance of the Harabayis. They come there. And the Zakim, right? We call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the basin. He says, listen, Kevra, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. This is how my friends learned it. In Shamu Amar, so, and again, and the Zakim essentially says to the basin, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? So essentially, I got a tremendous personal hospital. If you know, say that again, you do not get a Zakim Mamre. Right now, he's just a guy. He's just a descendant judge. We'll see when he becomes a Zakim Mamre. Let's say what's beautiful about this. You notice how the Zakim Mamre talks. He goes to the basin, and what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's guys often in life, we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty, certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind block. It's a mind block. Not only to be able to facilitate, but really like take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't disagree with it at the end, but at least it's, what's the word? Like informed disagreement. As opposed to what happens all too often in life is you just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound right to us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of godless in this that the Zakim Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. He goes on. Fine. So what happens if the first basin, the basin at the Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this conversation? So what happens? You go to the next basin. This basin is situated at the entranceway of the Azar, the courtyard of the Azar. Once again, the Zakim says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. Okay, so and once again, the Zakim says, listen, Chevra, based at the entrance of the Azara, do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic. In love, and if not, then everyone, I must say that, interesting discussion over here, everyone sounds like, even the members of the other two Batei Din, everyone's now coming along to the high courts in the Lishkas HaGazis. That's where they're coming. This is the Beis Din, this is the Beis Din from which Torah goes out. All of Klal Yisrael, Shnei Emar, Min HaMakom Ovar Sheyivchar Hashem. Okay, so let's say so fine. So now, it turns out that the part of the Mishnah doesn't say over here is that they get Lishkas HaGazis. The Lishkas HaGazis rules in favor of the majority and against the Zakim, against the sole authority. Okay. So if the Zakim goes back to his town, and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion, fine, fine, it's not a problem. In when does he become a Zakin Mamre? When does he become a Zakin Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the Zakin Mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when he becomes a Zakin Mamre. Talmud Shahara Lasos, Potter, interestingly enough, all of this is a Zakin. Now, what is a Zakin? A Zakin is an ordained sage. That's when you become a Zakin Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zakin Mamre. Let's say it's just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shahara Law, the Nefach Abezis. So this is a guy, the Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Hora, of what we call Paskin Halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disputes with the basin and even instructs others to paskin like his particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter, he's Potter. Why? Because the din of Zakin Mamre is only a din of someone who has simcha, and someone who has reached the level of hora, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to paskin halacha. Nisa chamuro kulo. So it turns out that ultimately, again, his chumrah. What's his chumrah? His chumrah is that he's not allowed to paskin halacha. But that chumrah that he's not paskin halacha ultimately turns out to be a kula. What does it mean, a kula? He's not put to death for being a Zakin Mamre. Incredible. All right, Commissioner, Gemara. Here we go. So now we just outlined the process for Zakin Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a Zakin Mamre and between his fellow sages? So turn up on first of all, we're talking about someone else, a mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. In order to become a Zakin Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakin Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, Nimcha. So we'll say, I just want to point out what's happening. The Torah is, the Gemara is analyzing the pasuk. The pasuk Gemara is analyzing is, when some matter in halacha will be unclear to you, being dam ledam, right, between blood and blood, being din ledin, judgment and judgment, nega lenega, right, one type of nega, what is it? Affliction, good affliction. There's another word, right? Good. Or any arguments disputes you may have in your gates. It comes to Balisa and Makom Shim Khashal. Both. Now, merge darshaning this entire process. So, what does it mean? So Mincha, the mufla. Good. Mincha, zayois. Furthermore, Mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, let's say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a Zakin Mamre, you have to be holding on a certain level. So Mincha actually sounds very unique. Now, Gemara is also giving you examples of types of machloksin which could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. So, for example, Mincha refers to intercalations of the year, like Ibar Hashanah, like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing, let's get into dispute about that. Next, so the Gemara says, Mincha, Omer, Mincha, Yatza, Choshev, Al Hashem, Re'acha, Yois, Goyal, Davar, next is Davar, Zu Halacha, this refers to dispute for Halacha. For example, there's a dispute between the Zakin Mamre and the other individual about Halacha Moshe Sinai. Halacha Moshe Sinai, right, so that's what they're disputing. But the Mishpat, Zehadin. What's Mishpat? This refers to Din, Gzer Shabbat. The Machlokas is on a particular type of Gzer Shabbat. This is a Gzer Shabbat, not a Gzer Shabbat. Being done with that. So let's remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Fine, being done with them, being dam nida and dam leida. So for example, there's Machlokas in distinguishing between dam nida and dam leida, dam ziva. There's a dispute. It's something again, whether it's din and fascist capital cases, din and monetary cases, din and makas, lashes, bein nega lenega, What does that mean? They nige Adam, nige Batim, nige Begadim. Something concerning again the Goyim, Saras of an individual, of a home of clothing. Divrei Edu Charamim Va'erchen Bakdeshos. So Divrei means again Cherem vows, Erech vows, Hektish vows, Rivos, Zuashkas, Sota, Ba'arifas Eglo, the Taras and Sora. So Rivos, literally arguing this refers again to Sota situations. Egla Arufa, if you decapitated cat, you find the body that someone gets killed. The Taras and Sora, the Sha'arefa in your gates. Zuleket Shechacha Upeya. This refers again like a Shechacha with different kinds, so different agricultural types. The rest of the floor. It comes down to us, so again, what Mark is put over here is just dashing all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a Zakin Mamre scenario. Okay? The Kamto, so you will get up. Where is that? We're getting it from. We based it from the local court. Ba'ali, so you will go up. Melame, Shedis Mikdash, Gava Me'eret Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gava Mikol Ha'aretz. What is this? In fact, it's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see when you're going up? You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately, again, the lesson of Aliyah, of extension, is used with this Sanhedrin, which is located in the base of Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for just a moment. Bishlam base on Mikdash, Kavam Eretz Yisrael, B'Ksiv, V'Alisam. So I understand why we say that the base of Mikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael. Because Lashon is V'Alisam, you go up to the base of Mikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael, Gava Mikol Ha'aratos Minamai. From where do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? B'Ksiv, Lachin, Hine Yomim Ba'im Ni'um Hashem. ויאמר חי השם אשר העלה אסתרי ישראל ארץ מצרים, כי חי השם אשר העלה ואשר הביא את זרע בית ישראל מארץ צפונות, מכל הארצות אשר הדקתם שם, וישוע לעמסם. How incredible is this? The Gemara over here is quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Hanavi. Yirmiyahu Hanavi says something beautiful. He says the day will come. The days will come. But we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt. Right? And if you notice what the Lashon over here is Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael, but rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us up. Ha'ela from all the lands. So what do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? What's the Lashon? Aliyah. Always Lashon. Listen, I'm going to point out how overwhelmingly amazing is it that according to the Pasuk of Geula on Purim. On Purim. It's not even the best fun reference. Just hold on to this. Wait. Right? Listen, but just amazing. A Pasuk about Geula, we're literally talking about the fact that which part is going to take us out of all of the lands of our dispersion. And it's going to bring us up. You know, as great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is Nisim B'is Kasya. It's covered miracles, it's hidden miracles, right? It's miracles clothed in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful mace, to have incredible it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want hidden miracles. I want Nisim B'is Kasya. We want Nisim B'is Galia. We want to reveal miracles. And here, as we're yearning for revealed miracles, what is this Gemara? Gemara gives us a free command. Yirmiyahu reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, he's going to take us up. He's going to take us out. Because every reference to start with only one direction. And that's always going up. Incredible. Turn up. Zakin Mamre, Enochayv Ella Adavish Dono Kares, Shing Gaso Hadas Revimer. So this is very interesting. So now we're going to see this associate really in our focus about what type of legal matters to make someone into a Zakin Mamre. So Revimer holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a Chiyuv Kares, and accidentally would be a chiyuv katos. Rabbi Yehuda says, al davar she'ikaro midivei Torah. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through Rabbanan, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, afilu diktuk echad b'tuvei sofer. Rabbi Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in rabbinic law, ultimately again it can still become a zakin memory. So my time, so let's analyze. My time, Rabbi Meir. Just Rabbi Meir. So remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin memory, ultimately is the type of thing where if you do it intentionally, it's kares, unintentionally, a chatas. So we must. What's his logic? Davar. He makes it zero shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says siv hafa ki palim chad davar l'mishpat. So I say first of the widest lines. It says over here. That's talking about the Har Halam Davar Nasiba, where the Sanhedrin Paskins incorrectly ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking about something where intentional commission is kares, right? And a shogig is chatas. After kares, what do I say? Remember, davar shechai al don kares. Okay, Shemir learns that from the Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda said this. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a second mamre on something ikaro midivrei Torah and the Duke Sofer, right? That the Ikar Halacha is Midaraisa and the details are learned out in the Rabbanon. So where does everybody get this from? Rabbi Yehuda, Piator Sheirucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to ask him. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret. That's the type of situation that could create something memory. And lastly, Rabbi Shimon, I feel called to Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, if the Zakin Mame remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create Zakin Mame. I'm going to go back to it. Tirgum Bahamasi. So we did Rabbi Meir. Once you ready for this. Shafuna said that Rabbi Meir said fine. Take the Bryce, and Abbas is referring to the Bryce we spoke about on the beginning of the daf. Take the Bryce and interpret it to the according to Rabbi Meir. So remember again. Rabbi Meir is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a zakin mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that if done intentionally has a chiyuv kares, and if unintentionally carries a chiyuv chatas. That's the only error. It's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if they have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? If that's the machlokes, that could not result in something scenario. Why not? Because it's a thing Rabbanan. The Nair says it's only if they're machlokes about something which is done intentionally for your kares, unintentionally for your chatas. So now listen to this. So if we're back in the center of interpret the Bryce friend to be there. Tell me how this whole thing works for the Watch this. Here we go. Key poly. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the daf with today. So key poly. Something will be so the muflash of it. First, everyone agrees. I was saying, in order to go ahead and become a zakiname, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. There you go. Fine. That's next. Mimcha. Zay yoetz. Sheoder la'aber shonim v'kvach. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert should be expert. What's an expert should be expert? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, I was saying, understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? Like, so all the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. We'll say, what's next? Good. Yoetz. Fine. So see this time. Okay, we'll say, get ready for this. What's an example of a machlokes that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay, listen to this. Hein Edition Adres Ashana Kal Adar, Shayoman Adhapurim.
Like passive aggressive, right? Be cool. Right.
I feel like you just call it a day. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 year cycle. How does it happen? And it's not like a drasha, not like a lemez, it's not a gematria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. A Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. I'll say, just always say it. Sometimes, we get up early, we deprive ourselves of sleep, we push ourselves, we're going, it's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper Avoda? And then every once in a while, and that's what we take with me, Devotion gives us just a beautiful kiss, a nachas embrace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the daf. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if you think that however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. I was like, one day earlier, one day later, focus on Purim the Purim Sugya. Just know. Someone's what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend our life trying to do nothing for nachas. So again, all the ones who do the bonus home, and then a Gemara like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. What I wish to continue to give our father nachas, and never ask me to. So again, the Gemara gives an example over here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, I said they have enough focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the Senate said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into a Adar Sheni, right, up until Purim. That's not focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Ila Hai Gisa Kashari Chamus base. And the Ila Hai Gisa Kashari Chamus base. And also the ramifications, of course, of that focus is what? The ramifications are you going to end up even coming something? But remember again, depending if it's going to be a leap year, another sheni, another days, so it's going to be the Pesach falls out. Yeah, you have some ramifications. There is an example of a focus where again the stakes are kares schatos. Good, Gemara goes weiter. Davar zehalacha zu hilchos achalasar. De'itmar asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kiddushin, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, hilchos achadasar yom akron shal yud aleph shebei nidu lenida. So remember again from last cycle, from hilchos nida from the second nida, we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every nida cycle. Remember again, the way hilchos nida works with the Raisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of nida, 11 days of siva. So the Mark quotes over here again of us, like, we're not going to get in depth in all of these methods, partly only because of time. They're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just, I want to frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of methods. Remember again, we're trying to go according to the mayor. The mayor holds the only time you can become a Zaki Mamre is if you have a focus regarding something which is done intentionally with a few parties. And then unintentionally with a few topics. We're just trying to now interpret the concept that we interpreted at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This is the first the following halacha. Zu hilchos achadasar de'itmar asiri. What happens if a woman bleeds on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. 10th is second like the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar. So again, remember, they talk about machlokas, about what happens if there's machlokas about the status of bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her a nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a fee of kares. Rabbi Yochanan asiri kiddushi, mat shi ba'ishimer, af asiri ba'ishimer. Fine. Rish Lakish Amar asiri ka'achadasar, ma achadasar lo ba'ishimer. So again, without getting into all the details right now, a fundamental focus about bleeding that extends from the days of the Zivos ultimately again into the days of the Lugos. What's her status? If they have a focus regarding that could lead to potential field colors. Fine. Next. Next, Zeh, so the Gemara says Zeh Hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk refers to Gzer Shabbos. The Mechol is about Gzer Shabbos. What does that mean about that on the base? Din Biton Anasaso. So for example, we have Mechol regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who divided. Let's say we've been divided roughly. And a daughter. What's the Arab status of that daughter to Reuben? So again, for example, the way we saw this actually. So we passed that ultimately even a daughter from a woman who was violent, still his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father. She's never to the father. So let's say again as like in Mamre, Paskin says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, and not from a woman who is violent. It's an example of where Machetes would be a fee of kares it's unintentionally, a fee of katas unintentionally. Stein dam ledam. Then dam nida then dam nida dam leida dam zida. One of the cases over here. Dam nida it put the akhavia the mechalor v'rabon. So for example, by dam nida, the mechalor could be like the mechalor the akhavia the mechalor v'rabon. What's the mechalor? It's not dam hayala. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood that has a yellowish color to it? So dam hayala. Akhavia the mechalor metane. So akhavia the mechalor says ultimately again that it's coming. That Chacham Nikarim, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is Tahar. So let's say, so once again, what are the ramifications of this method? Ramifications are his currents, because relations with a woman who's in this dog carries into the penalty of currents. So again, these are examples. Dam Leida, what's the Dam Leida case? This is very interesting. It's focused on Rav and Levi. This is not called Rav and Levi. It's not Rav Amar Nayin Echadu. I told you, so let's say, remember again, the way it works, fascinating halachas Midal Raising for childbirth. What are the halachas? The way the halachas Midal Raising, now we don't pass in this way today because we a whole system of like Dam Leida, Dam Nida, Dam Ziva have kind of morphed into one frame of called Nida. But again, the Midal Raising, by the way, it works when a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time. The blood is tamei. And then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. There's a machlokes about mechanics like that. Rav Amar Nayin Echadu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Hatar Timasha, Hatar Tiraso. And again, at a certain point, the Zohar says the blood is coming. Another point, the Zohar says ultimately again, the dam is tahar. The lady says, Shema Ayana saying, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam Hatame Niftach Hatar, Nistam Hatar Niftach Hatame. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. Now what does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So we say that she switches over from what we call dam tame to dam tar. So once again, the ramifications over here are the chiyuv colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the Zaki man is arguing with the rest of the Beis, and the stakes of the case are kares that done intentionally, chatas that done unintentionally. Dam ziva, what's the dam ziva case? The book is Rabbi Yeshua. This man, if a woman went ahead, and literally again, she says over here, Siva Parshas Zava, Bachada San Shebeni Benamido, Shemaim Aviyah Lidei Ziva, Bishop Yosef Zov Damat. So again, let's say she has a situation where she's flowing for 3 days, within her 11 days of Zivos. In Shafsa Me'ez, if it stops, if it subsided for Me'ez, usually means 24-hour period, the Yalda, part of the Yolet is dissolved. So if it stopped for a 24-hour period and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Yolet is dissolved. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. The Rebbe Lazar. The Shura says, Laila V'yom, Kalele Shabbos V'yomo. I would say, how incredible is this? Like in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yom Kelele Shabbos V'yomo. Now you're almost like, again, the Purim one, you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? This one, I don't know what I would. Right? This one's probably not going to work well. Right? So the nice again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding ultimately, and not just for 25 hours, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, Sheshavsa minat sar, v'lo minat dam. And also, the pain that subsided, right? The little pain that subsided, not the blood. Pain din the din. Okay, so we'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because they're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to keep colors, unintentionally to keep colors. Next, they do with me, they do, I'm not doing the budget, do not this. If my focus again, both sides. Again, by capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in colors? This is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again in a monetary case? It's called the Shmuel Rabbi Yavo. Listen to this. Machol the Shmuel Rabbi Yavo. So much Shmuel. Shnayim shedonu dinei and din. Listen to this. Shmuel says if two people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, ela shenikroin beis din chasef. They're called the chutzpahdik beis din. Okay. Rabbi Yavo Amar the divrei hakol ein dinei and din. Rabbi Yavo says no. Everyone agrees that what a beis din of two people can't issue halakhic rulings, and therefore the halakhic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi will say, how does, okay, I did not know this thing. How does this result in a current case? Rabbi will say, watch how Rashi explains this. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicated case between Reuben and Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him, they say, Reuben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money with Mekadesh woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadesh with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery or in a whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a key of Karis. It could become a key of Karis. So again, and that all starts from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. If let's say the second memory says, I hold that a basin could be 2, and the other thing you say a basin could be 3. So, again, it's capital cases. It's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of Karis. Fascinating. You need the fashas. But it looks at the Rabbi and the Rabbanon. What is in the fashas case? Rabbi and the Rabbanon. This time, the Rabbi Omer, Benasako Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, right? Atis, where it says Mammon. So when the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Ata Omer Mammon in Ela Nefesh Mamish. You say money, but maybe it means actually life for life. Ne'emar Nesinah Lamala. Ne'emar Nesinah Lamaka. So it's in the Shabbat. Right? It says Nesina above, it says Nesina below. Mala halon mammon, afkan mammon. So once again, let's say they have no focus about what nefesh takas nefesh means. So literally, it's like the money could be constantly to put someone to death. The other Chevra could say no, it means monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a key of karis if done intentionally, key of takas if done unintentionally. Dini mafis, what about mafis about? So the point is that we show about Balabistan. Mafis begimel, which are shown bechaf gimel. So again, fundamental mathematics, how many do you need for a base din ultimately again a malchus? So one of the things says a base din of Kibol, another says a base din of Chaf Kibol. So both say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little bit fast. We're going to be able to get through. But again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. We know we have, right, Mishnah taught us the Zakin Mamre. So now we know the entire part of Zakin Mamre. Three-way machlokes, ultimately again, about what are the cases that make one Zakin Mamre. What we just bring over here is really focusing on the opinion of Rabbi Meir, which by the way, I want to spoil it for you tomorrow. That's how you pass Halacha myself. In order for a Zakin to become a Zakin Mamre, the machlokes has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a key of kares, and it's done unintentionally, would carry a key of chagas. Take that to the bank. That's Halacha myself. All you know is doing was interpreting the pasuk that we started the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a key of kares / a key of kata. So what's like, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hug and a kiss from our Baruch Hu. And I will say again, a friend from Purim, we're going to dive in the Meretz Hashem in the main shul. Tremendous shkayach, tremendous week, and a good Ner Shabbos.
It's a little trash. It'd be like, when a girl comes on, it's like, we're going to bully her. Like, Like, I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully
Yes,
or nobody.
keep saying energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird to like crank it up like in a because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm gonna interview a girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension vibe to it one-on-one. But it's like there's 6 dudes here. Yeah, it's like a couch full of guys like all trying to like take their shot at like like roasting when you come in.
She's
White
horrifically
House said
bad
good
at
morning.
comedy, but so are
Good
they.
morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our responsive
All
force.
that aside,
This morning, here to thank our annual commentary for support
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her,
a very
not just on that episode,
dedicated
just in
all
general.
Russians
I feel like she's a
this year.
confused person.
Yeah,
She's constantly under attack. That is for. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked, which is just being normal.
Dr. Harry Khan,
She has a
Rabbi
target on
C.
her back,
Hirsch,
it seems like.
then Yosef HaKohen, Zid that we bring and Gunnar families in memory of William Zid, Zed, Shmuel, Ben,
one of the
Yisrael,
street brands, but it's like
and on the
all over
performance
her house,
sponsors,
and it's like
Falling
820
Catholic
something.
and then we have Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben, Zechariah, and Let's hear from America.com, so all of this on the side of the
I saw
family
that
doing
after
all those
shopping
videos,
at the
we're
control
traveling to
room,
those whole
like
families
said something
go.
similar to me in
We
private
talk to some message
about like
all of our
who
hospitals.
hangs out with
The
Whitney
message of the
Cotton,
soldiers
you
being
know,
successful before mass.
people who take drugs.
But
It's
in
like
that,
we
let
are
us begin with a lot to play, and I don't know what's time than usual to do it. And the very fact that Cave Bus, 86, you are picking up at the Mishnah on the air with days 85 feet. And the Mishnah says as follows: Donate nefesh to Israel. So it's now talking about the institutions of packing, so not
ranted about
a
it to her face. It was like really funny, and she was like
So little
laughing
bit,
and
they're
acknowledging
donate
that it was
nefesh to
accurate. I'm
Israel.
like,
The
that gave me
person
some
goes
insight
ahead
into
and
like
kidnaps a
I
Jew.
think she
Let's say
does
that I
probably
point
use a
out
lot of
how
drugs.
incredible it is to learn
Yeah, who's the
this
guy that killed
Mishnah
Khashoggi?
and
That guy.
famous experts.
So
Like the entire part of the story is Esther Hamalko was kidnapped. Esther Hamalko was taken forcibly from
Yeah, I
the
told
world,
him before.
taken to the palace of the Ahasuerus, totally
I just
against the
imagine
will
she
of his
picks
Mordecai's
people like
will.
her.
And
Now
again,
she's gone
the
right
one
wing,
thing
so
we
she
see
can't have
about
like.
the Hashgacha, the divine
Yeah,
providence, is that even
she
from
can't
the
have like
darkest and most difficult of circumstances,
fucking
Yeshua and
the
Yeshua
Disney
comes.
stars over
How
her now,
incredible
but
it is,
she
really,
now
again, a
she's
famous
transitioned
expert.
a little bit. She's
Begin
gonna
from
have more
donate
like right-wing
nefesh
people like
Israel.
Tucker or
Person
whoever.
kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha?
Christine
Now
Levin,
this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? In a tribe, actually, I'm going to say in general again, the halacha for kidnapping or the punishment for kidnapping is misa.
I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts, so
I go in
she
that
just
which means so
asks
if
herself,
one
"What
goes
do
ahead and
people
kidnaps you, in
think?" And then
a
she
tribe, I
does
check
that.
this out, Rosh
And so
you're only
that's what you
hiding
get.
if
Oh,
you
what's
take
cool? She's
the
a
victim
concept. Is this
into your
cool?
shus, into your
What's
domain.
cool right now? Okay,
Then
that's
Yehuda
wow.
says,
Matt Rice not cool
Ashiach, it's
anymore.
in the shus of
Sometimes
Yisrael.
people wake up and
And
meditate
he
or
says,
prayers
you
on
have
it, but
to,
she
number
wakes
one,
up and she
take the
goes,
victim into
"What's
your domain,
cool?"
and number one, make
Yeah,
use of
she
them. Like
exactly.
work
She
them.
checks
Do
TikTok like while
something
she's
to
running.
utilize them. We hope the Pasuk says,
Not
now,
really.
this armor bows umachro. The Pasuk says, what is the Pasuk in its entirety is, you must be shoni nefesh me'achad b'nei Yisrael.
Same thing with Facebook.
The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, his armor bow, he utilized him, he worked him, umachro, and he sold him, umeis hagana parugat u'merfecha. And the kidnappers put to death. So interestingly enough, the Yehuda says, the halacha makes him do two qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. The Yishmael, what happens if someone kidnaps your son? Interesting case. The person kidnaps your son, the Yishmael ben Yochanan ben Broka from the Chayiv, grabs the Chacham and holds him. So the Yochanan ben Broka says, the Chayiv, and ultimately the Chacham say you're talking. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the not what happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chachi Adam Chachi Ben Choli? What's the halacha? The Yehuda Chayiv that comes from him. The Yehuda says that the Chayiv and the Chacham ultimately say that you are Chachi. Okay, well, but you have a lot to unpack over this. So first things first, the Tanakhama law by the sources, remember again, the first machlokes in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakhama says that if you go ahead and kidnap someone, you're the high risk of being into your domain. But you need to add it on. You also have to work.
Imagine going to his house? Of course,
I
he has
more
those. Like
the
our
point
teeth
is
to
on a
go.
camel. You don't have to make use of your vision of what's there.
Does he really have
The
goggles?
pasuk itself says this honorable. You're kidnapping and you're making use of your religion. So how could the son of Hamal disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, so everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote-unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and you're going to have, let's say, generate less than a ton of people's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Hamal and Rabbi Yehuda. But it is so here we ask the following questions. Ganba umako yoshe mahu. Yes, these interesting questions. What happens from moving kidnapped Shimon while Shimon is asleep? So kidnapped Shimon while Shimon is asleep and sells Shimon. Shimon is really a very deep sleeper, right? So he's kidnapped and he sold all while he's asleep. So now, okay, let's follow up. Ultimately, again, is there liability? That's the first part. Again, we'll see down what the question is over here. So Malchus Yishon Ubra, and what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant. And Reuben wants kidnapping Rachel. For Rachel's sake, rather, what is Reuben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Each direct Umabakat or indirect Umabakat. So it's considered to be humor is considered to be again a form of working individual or not. This is what I'm talking about. Specifically, selecting the class is the working of the individual. Again, remember again, what's the case? Reuben kidnapped Shimon while he was sleeping, and so Reuben kidnapped Rachel, and ultimately again sold for the Uber. So there is no teamwork at all. There's no working individual at all. So what Gemara says, no, watch the case. L'tzricha yoshen b'zaga alel, isha b'okma ba'ate zeka. There are few of the past all in that. No, what's the case? The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and was sold. And after Reuben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he released Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield her from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called humor or not? So again, if you begin to see these minds accepting this approach for the type of kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person to that level, then you have to bring them into your list, and number three, you have to work this. The Shaila is this is called working the individual, which the Gemara says take. Gemara looks like Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's kidnapping, he's asleep with the cell, and so Shimon just is called kidnapping. That's called so what if you wonder to yourself, how can someone sleep through all of that? Like, how can you sleep with being kidnapped? How can you sleep with being sold? And once you're sleeping here, you see that people really have a tremendous class of shit. People really can sleep. People can sleep through a lot. People can sleep through kidnapping, people can sleep through selling, people can sleep through life. And when you sleep at the wheel of life, you don't sleep so many twists and you risk so much, and you don't realize so much, and so much of our whole in life is only to be awake to be awake, to be mindful, right? To recognize what is all around us, simply to all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, "Come on, brother." He wants to be story like this. What's called the passage is if you will find the mercy of a man who is kidnapped. So I don't know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? Tell them about the going to says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not sending Amy Ellie should gonna be sure they I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. Isha should gonna sooner again if a woman kidnaps a man. Isha Shagun Isham guy. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman is kidnapped, who makes Hagana Kahu Mikomakum. The Pasuk says Hagana will be put to death. And again, Mikomakum doesn't have anything, there's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the Pasuk. How you look on the right side, we must see each strong example to Rachel. The person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. After Agonis Ish, after Agonis Isha. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, a Garib, after a Shofar, if you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are hired. Okay, fine. Gunball below Makro. Makro, the affection was Gunball below Makro. What happens to it? Moving kidnapping. What happens? You make connections that you do not yet sell. Gunball below Makro. Or Makro, the Adain Yeshna B'Shusa. Or moving sold shilling, but what? He has not yet delivered shilling to the buyer. So case number one, moving kidnapped shilling but you didn't yet sell it. Case number two, sold him but did not yet remove shilling from his business. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if moving is discovered, he's pater. When we say pater, he's pater for Nisa. Pater for Nisa. That's not technically kidnapping. Makro the older after that code and Chai. So this is an interesting case. What happens if Ruben goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Ruben is Chai, and then we'll discuss all the cases. According to the side, one is goes ahead and see if he has is pater. Okay, top of page Bob 86 days. When is kind of congratulations? Another, and he's shown the Shimon holds as follows. May Echad, as she is the England that should Echad, Yat and the Kayan. So let's say, specifically, we must focusing on the case of where moving Shimon and goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father. Or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, even if you're not Rashisha said it's probably the kind of stuff the poetry says. But you shouldn't hold that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them from their brother. It sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else. Which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on here? So you must have plenty of potters. But you're right, you know what? Change the potter. That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, to his father, to someone else, but ultimately again, Reuben would be potter. And this is one second. My question, what's the problem here? Perhaps this is a matter of which the Marshall are right for the Amadio, Stam and Matheson, Stam Concepto, Stam Sifra, Stam Sifra, the Shimon, the King of the Now we can't see the myself. We have these principles that we establish the final design concepto, Stam Sifra, Stam Sifra, therefore again, the proper way to explain it is to amend that which the Brisa said, and the fact that halacha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is potter. And you say, partial memory is a death penalty. Because halacha mentions to be liable for the kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. I'll go to you notes. So next thing the Mishnah said is what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember, again, this was in my book. Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan ben Docha said it's a Chayiv, and the Chacham said it's your partner. So that's analyzed. My time is Rabbanan. Why do the Rabbanan say that's your partner? I'm going to buy it on the car, as the Pasuk says, Kiri Masei, Prat Mimatsu. Because the most lesson of the Pasuk is, Mimatsu only nefesh le'achar. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren. And what does Mimatsu indicates to us that there's a new circumstance. Like we found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're normally found with you? You're kidnapped them. This person is with someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. That's the office of the Rabbanon who ultimately again say the Shua factor. Okay. Only a couple of I element so okay, so now what you're gonna tell me is you might say it means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, you might say you showcase in each of the lifestyle. Also talks about adultery. It will be found. And a man is sleeping with another woman, right with another woman, who's married to another woman, who's married to another man. All economics, you must say so it's like coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man. What's the example of that? You know, various space pony, the Shlichim Gabai. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out that base pony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like in realistic thing. That weren't very happy with this because it was not a good idea. The married couple doesn't be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the rest is just being told then that there's not liability for both in such a situation like this because why? Because since couple one was going to go around with couple two and couple two was going with couple three, so it's not okay, it's not like a new circumstance. It would be liable for adultery, which the amount of talk about is fear. You said he's talking about what's of course that would be some kind of a situation. Of course, of course he's going to be liable in that case. No talk, I'm sorry. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from the Matzah, rather the new subject. What's going on? What does the Pasuk say? A person, a man kidnapped, right? The bony issue macharav, the new subject, right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the new indicates that what? There's like something evil, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting, again, I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he practices. That's not practicing like it up on, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? What does that mean? Means you have to get when executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, you can also one thing to remember is we hold also feel them up with Satina. So remember, a lot of you were talking about the back local. So if you live in a foreign country where there is its own land, its own laws, so you are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that Halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not typical kidnapping, but if the Halacha says it is kidnapping, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the Halacha. So you must based on the Sofa, I'm Nikki Daitiki, who must do Rabbanon, in the Sudan Biyadan Damu, Damu is TV. So let's say, so this is fascinating. So that was based on this. Teachers, right? Teachers. Nikki Daitiki means teachers who teach young children Kriya, who must do Rabbanon, and also teach other students, right? Teach Rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children. Therefore, Halacha L'maisa, they are not considered to be the mitzvah. It's a technical issue over here. And I guess it's indicating that if the Rebbe were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much on the Rebbe. It's an interesting window, at least from the Gemara's perspective, about how much time children spend with their Rebbe. Fascinating idea there. And once again, you see this most recent number of times how the Rebbe's Talmud relationship is very much like the father's son. Okay, anyway, takeaway from this is the passionate Rabbanon, and if I look for myself, then my husband is death. If the father was looking at his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, that's what I said. God of Misha Kashak, Rosh Hashanah, again, next my focus in Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, attack the other, attack the father, what is the halacha? So again, I believe this is the study, the Chacham say Mishnah Pasha. That's all about. Says the Mishnah Pasha, we don't. Okay, so seemingly unrelated because unrelated students are here. And he says the Eved has no focus. Now, what does the Eved have no focus? Rashi says over here, Rashi says that in the Avodim Botas, and it's Mayin as Ha'eved Mochiach L'Kol Losif Levach. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called Botas, called humiliation. Like you're embarrassing, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation. Rabbi Yehuda says that Avodim Eved doesn't have Botas, doesn't have humiliation. You humiliate an Eved, ultimately again it is with the Rosh Mecca, the Rosh Hashanah. You not to Anoshim Yachdav, Ish Ve'achad. Ish Ve'achad, Yotza Evet Shikli Ve'achad. Rabbi Yehuda says because the passage that talks about Botas, it talks about humiliation, talks about the Russian of you not to Anoshim Yachdav, Ish Ve'achad. So someone who has Echad, someone who has Achva, familial relations, from like people who is related to Achva, a sense of family, he has Botas. Someone who does not have Achva, ultimately again, it doesn't have Botas. Therefore, an Eved, Rashi says, or Eved she'en lo Achva, ta'afilu in Achva b'nei aviv b'siv amachama, imachama, imadoma l'chama, eno eloki b'chima. Now, I think the fact that Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, on a technicality, he is not lying, he's not entitled to Botas. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echad the mitzvahs.
I don't know why they.
Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echad mean? Echad doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what is Echad refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because an Eved, remember, somebody Eved Knani, right? Because an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. But an Eved Knani. An Eved Knani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Eved Knani, remember, again, is still tiny than any mitzvahs that a woman is carrying. Therefore, he's the Echad of mitzvahs. Therefore, the Rabbanon say, does have Botas. So the Gemara says, the Hafi, if he does, and over here, in our context, in our subject, how we got to the Psukim, that Yehuda Saba, Me'achad, that Yehuda says Me'achad. Let's remember again, let's show you this. He must say, Ish, donate Nefesh, Me'achad. The person will be found to be kidnapping another person, Me'achad. So watch this. So Yehuda does Me'achad, but Uke Achadim. Echad comes to exclude Achadim, but Achadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately, again, they're not liable. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi, and Chatzi Bnei Chorim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, when you say Chatzi, מבני ישראל, וראיתי מי שחצי חבר וחצי בני חורן, אבל מי אותה חבר, אבל שסיבה אלא ניגוד דרשה, ניגוד דרשה, watch this, so the Echad comes to exclude an Eved, good? So מבני ישראל comes to exclude חצי Eved וחצי בני חורן, and then again, מבני ישראל is two exclusions of חצי Eved וחצי בני חורן. What is that? That's called a meal Achar Miyut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a Miyut Achar, you have to say a Miyut Achar, Miyut El Labos. After a Miyut only comes to go ahead and increase. So that's why I was like, interestingly enough, that's why you do the whole, that if you kidnap a Chatzi and a Chatzi B'nei Chorim, ultimately again, you are allowed to do the fast stuff in just a moment.
I got a hold of this guy, read it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's what we're
talking about. Therefore, again, Miyut Achar Miyut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after exclusion, and the offer is that Miyut Achar Miyut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nei Chorim. That's a new drasha. Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon me'echad la'achiti achadim lo mashinu. Rabbanon don't use all of the echad. Remember, there was a saw before. Rabbanon use echad to teach me what? Use echad to teach me echad to mitzvah. So therefore, we don't see echad as an exclusion for achadim. The office is the mitzvah. Ultimately, the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs. And then you son of Bnei Yisrael. And again, when it's
is
a
that,
Israel,
and I'm just looking for closure.
Migre
And you're
Israel,
telling me that you're
Kalani Uti Abed, wanted to exclude Abed, the Kalani Uti Shekhat ever had to be called. I wanted to exclude Chat ever had to be called. Okay, so it's like, so I want to look here again, so just so we're left with over here, is a fundamental macro, yes? That if you kidnap a Chat ever had to be called, are you tired or not? Rabbi Huda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Huda get it from? Essentially, it's a new Achamir. The Bnei Yisrael, new Bnei Yisrael, Stephen after Stephen, new Achamir to the rabbis, to include what is it to include ultimately again Kachi the Rabbanon ultimately again reject that culture and they exclude Kachi Bnei Rambam Haskins ultimately again like the and therefore if we were to go ahead and kidnap one would be utter. Okay, incredible. Now we want to ask two questions. I try to put it together tonight. From where do you see where's the love? Where's the love to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signal. Rabbi Yoshia says, you have no signal. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Min Keres Eves. Rabbi Yochanan says, you have to the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says, fine. And it is what we are doing. Marka Pasha Vlad Viva, Marka Pasha Vlad Viva. So also, remember what we already established in this verse. Essentially, all of you liable for looking at kidnapping in a few steps. Number one, you kidnap someone. Number two, you need to bring them into your house. And number three, you need to sell them. The two things is really four. It's really hard to also have to make use of them in some way. So really four steps for all of two. So the most interesting, enough, but the issue of Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping yourself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So we know this like this. So we're so good. Turn up on us. So signal, where it says do not steal. We don't make the fashas hakas of the gather. Because talking about again kidnapping. So let's say so. We're not going to gather. I thought it was going to the fashas. You tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or in the elevator going to mummy. I don't know how do you know that. Are you talking about stealing money? How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says so. Oh, in the elevator going to mummy. Say we will not social let's utilize, let's analyze this passage using our exegetical principles. Let's explain the principle. Dover halami yano. So sometimes they need to understand what a particular passage is talking about is how the analyzation of the context in which the passage is given. That's what's called Dover halami yano. Essentially, the passage has to be understood from the context in which it was stated. Listen to this. The Narcos of the gather, so say the passage that says, Osinobu, Osakakashu, Osashaki Ishtain. What are you talking about over here? So the Gemara says,
trying to arrest a lion?
no, sorry, that was the wrong passage. That was the wrong passage. That was the passage we're talking about is Los Sutsa. Sorry, that's a good Los. Los Sutsa, Los Sina, Los Sino, Los Signo, Los Sanabaya Shaka. So that's a good Los, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. Now listen to this. So the Gemara what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, we're not talking about it in the context. I was in the context. Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. Don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And the signal, don't steal, is written in the midst of these capital offenses. If we already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses, therefore it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah makes what he's talking about over here. Going into the cautious, Tanya Ida, another place up, Los Signobu, to go to his mama. The pasuk says Los Signobu. So this is the pasuk heard before. Los Signobu, Los Sakashu, Los Shaki Shani. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by Los Kashu, don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the only moment of talking about that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the most I talk about going over right over going in the process. I know it's not stealing money. Maybe it's talking about stealing people, kidnapping, saving them, right? You're supposed to say leave us like don't judge his money. Once again, Listen, this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Gaga halavim mi'inano. Understand what a particular person is talking about in the context in which it was stated. The Ma'akasa with that, what is it talking about over here? The mother. So let's remember again the rest of the passage. Therefore, the Geneva in this context must also be financial liability. The moment after the law is very important. So therefore, no signal for the answer of the laws is talking about kidnapping. It doesn't show about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said this Geneva mentioned over here is also capital offense. When it comes to those signals, do not steal. That's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Because the other offenses over here. So it's the prophecy. Do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim. Is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, neither is talking about money. Incredible. It's not. Let's say it's treaties over here. Aiding Geneva, the nefesh yozmu. Let's say now watch this. This is the first one. So now remember, we've established again that our local mercy is reliable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your trust. You have to go out and do a live for them somewhere. You have to sell them. You have to sell them. So now this piece over here is just doing enough. Right? You have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. And I'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eidos, one set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So if not, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made at the age of right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, you should not have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap him because you're with us that way. And they say to the second that you couldn't have said it could be the same set of mazim or say it doesn't matter. Right? And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you're with us that day. So now, look at us for just a moment. Shnei Kidei Eden. Echad said it's Rashi Eidei Gneva Eidei Tila. Shnei Kidei Eden. Echad said Ida Shekana Vesanefesh V'Achas Ida Shamachar. So two sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. So the Moshe says, now they're both made into Edom Zomos. Remember, what's that about? How does Edom Zomos, right when we witnesses make Edom Zomos, what's the punishment? Reciprocal punishment, Kasher Zama. So therefore, then, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. We would have put to death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. Right? Because one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruvain to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put him to death. So once they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, in there, the first time of also, so the Gemara suggests, so okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? It's the Amar. Now, when they make it in German, Iskil says, you can't put the witnesses to death. But the Yochanan in the Haragin, the Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Iskil, the Rabbi Akiva, the Rabbi Akiva, so we'll say, Iskil, the Rabbi Akiva. Now, the truth is, this machlokes, Rabbi Akiva, and the Rabbi, and Rashi points out over here, is a machlokes in Baba Basra, Cheskas Hatat. But ultimately, again, can you put Eidim Zomnu, can you put witnesses to death? ultimately
Oh, you
again,
know what? The
that
trick
they're
with the
only
idea
delivering
about racing is funny.
partial testimony,
Maybe we'll
partial
do that. I want to
incriminating
do more
testimony.
like
Rabbi Akiva
bits
says,
where we're
Rabbi
doing stuff
Akiva says
outside.
no. Rabbi
So
Akiva says,
lifting,
Afishne
racing,
even
truck,
yakum
selling
davar.
trucks,
Davar means complete
maybe
testimony.
food
Therefore,
truck type guy or
witnesses
anything.
can only be put to death as Edom Zolim
Timothy,
if their
Wendell, thank
testimony
you.
was complete. But if they only
Yeah.
delivered partial
That was kind of
testimony,
weird. I mean,
you
I
cannot
think most people
execute them
like
with
sinners.
Hazama based
Honestly,
on
I
that.
haven't heard a
Some
single
of them
person
are
say
Chatzava.
that it's bad.
Rabbi Yochanan Zamak, Rabbi
Everybody
Yochanan
has their own
Zamak,
opinion.
Davar,
Okay,
Bafilu Chatzi Davar. Okay, the opposite Rabbanon. Rabbanon say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately again they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the macrophos? This would agree. Interesting. The even operation on solar or motor.
Give it up for Gerardo,
Listen to
dude.
this. We actually just saw this a couple days ago. This was actually, I think this was Lucas's information.
How do you even film in this
the
thing?
first time
Got
that
chairs
it steals money
everywhere.
to buy meat and
Different
wine
setups.
is
I
not
think we're
proven.
probably
Like
gonna
the first time was a warning. First time
move
was
back to the
Marcus.
couch
So
soon.
the second time ultimately that he's put together is very
Most
similar
of the
motor.
guests
So
are
watch
gonna
this.
be
Let's say again, second emotive is
we're
would
gonna
agree.
have them show up in
Baden
person.
Ronin
Forward.
Sheldon Solar Umor Shivosmu
Oh, I'm going for it. We don't matter. We didn't
So
count
let's
it.
say again, you have a second set of witnesses. So we'll call it
Hell
the
yeah,
readers.
guys.
Right? So
Give it up
second
for
set of witnesses
Sean
come along and say,
We're gonna put back on
we
the-
saw you then steal money
Oh, unique.
from his
Yeah, I
father
don't know
to
about
eat meat
unique.
and to purchase meat and wine and eating.
I wish him the best, and he's
He ate
funny,
the meat
but I
and
don't
wine
think
in someone else's rishos. Someone else's rishos.
that's a little
So
too
what's
much.
halacha? And those
I think I really
witnesses
talked
now
about
listen
shout
now
out
imagine
to
this.
Margo.
Second set of witnesses show up.
Shout
We
out to
saw
you
you
guys.
then
God,
steal money and
Mark,
purchase meat and drink
Cody,
wine.
Quail,
And
shout out
another
to
set of
you,
witnesses
Mark.
come along and say, witnesses, you cannot have
Somebody
seen
from the
Israel with us,
beginning,
even
Cody.
Zolim. So now we're going to put them to death
Thanks
because
for
they're going
watching.
to put who they became
You guys are
to death. So
I
say,
did.
I didn't claim 1 second. And you only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough
I'm
to
not sure
consider
where
him.
my phone
You
is.
need
Oh, it's
the
over there.
testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even if it's going to agree that in this case those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because Shecholim Lomar are Rishonim on the days.
Oh my God, that was a lot, y'all.
Bahani
I think that's the
Akrini,
longest we've ever streamed.
Davar
Definitely
Ka'afri. No, because the first set of witnesses can say, look,
Yeah, dude.
all our testimony did was to make Ruvain the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So not scared about. So let's say it's just you appreciate
Oh,
the
the
thing
stream's
that you
still
used to. The thing that you is when you have
No audio.
two sets of witnesses,
Oh, yeah.
both who are delivering important
Sometimes
information,
we got a lot of
but
audio.
neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even dominant, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental approach between Hiskey and Yochanan. Hiskey says no. Hiskey says no. Hiskey is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put a Zolim to death is when the testimony is complete to put the defendant to death. But if you're only delivering partial testimony, you can't give them the reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan is that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have put a hand in the execution of the defendant, you can visit reciprocal punishment upon them, and ultimately execute. That's how much that is. Because once they came out, they second of the most people that Papa Ihaki, and you delay. So that's what Papa says. And we should put the witnesses to testify about the material, which also put them to death. Why? Because
does anybody else? Am I the only person with grapes? Does anyone else have
remember
thyroid
again,
issues?
the Igor Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv enough.
Oh, Vladimir, what's up?
If you didn't do that,
Dude, I got a lot of stuff.
technically
I
doesn't
got
sell.
Graves' disease,
So
small
all you
teeth,
can
sick
liable
gum.
to is not.
I got a headache. My wrist is.
Under
I
those
may be broken
circumstances.
again.
So Allah
You know,
said
so that's the
say
thing
that
about
the
that. I'll tell you about
liability
my
rests upon the AD.
A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of being having a black belt and being very good at talking for a long period of time about
It's not
nonsense
Bakina.
is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years,
Those
I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache.
and then
So
those
it's not really also part of podcasting is having chronic disease. I think that's true.
Stein Christian Damamoto. Must be Christian says that we will get Malchus. Why? The Dama Christian in the Halacha. Since Christian says they're not for death. If they're not for death, then obviously the Halacha is that they get Malchus. The Eve of Yochel, because again, because of Yochel, even though in the Arabian, obviously not loud, Shemikin has Harshim and Peace. Because of Yochel, once he's being executed, so this is a lot that is being over to execution by David. But for lot Shemikin has Harshim says, David ain't Yochel. The Lord says, the Halacha is, anytime David is executing someone, there's not Malchus for that sin and threat. So the Gemara says, so in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to do Malchus. So you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give his son Malchus. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to pop off. The most very important line. I'm going to pop off. The Edi Mechila, it's from the Amalek to Yuginera. Everyone agrees that Jesus is the Lord and testified, like we saw Reuben sell Shimon. But his liability to and now let's say again, those very same issues, I mean, it's even so there is capital liability. Those issues are executed. Why? Because Halacha L'Maisa, through that testimony, the defendant, Reuben, would have been made liable to death. Several agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Edi Mechila, those witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as a default. Okay, so where's the Machlokas? Keep reading, it's very interesting. The Edi Geneva. The Machlokas of Moshe is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are maybe agents only. What is their liability? Now watch this. This says, ain't that right? They're not put to death. Why not? You may go look through Dachheim. And if you look at Dachheim, this essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping is just kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. What are they making Reuben liable to? Who making liable to? Malchus. That's it. And therefore, if they're found to be even Zoman, okay, they can sell it to Malchus, but nothing more. So say the second set of witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon, those are the ones who make Reuben liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses are found to be even Zoman, they're not put to death. That's Christian. But the other one says no. Now, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Reba assaulted the Mechila. They will say, kidnapping is the beginning of the Mechila. In other words, how deep it was, this is process. It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. I will say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. So interestingly enough, according to our talkers approach over here now, I will say, please have because this is going to build us into our life. So, great talk about it goes without saying that Allah myself, the Edi Mechila, if they are made into Edi Zolim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuben sold Shimon, that ultimately again would create liability for Reuben. So if they found the Edi Zolim, put to death. What about the Edi Geneva? Well, again, Shakespeare says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself is just making him liable for lashes. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Edi Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're talking about Edi Zolim, then have lost the money, so they're put to death as well. Incredible. More than that, right? Even if they're not so that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, let's say up in a solar mode, right? Remember, the Minnesota is very powerful case. The last in Minnesota mode, right? Remember again, first set of witnesses by Minnesota mode, what are they making Minnesota mode liable to? Not Minnesota mode yet. What are they making it liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, again, made into Edi Zolim, will get Malchus. It's the second set who would create general liability. More than the Okra, the Edi Marishonim, Shabbat Solar and Mora, Shabbat Mushaim Nera. But even the Okra would agree that the first set of witnesses by the Solar and Mora, if they're made into Edi Zolim, They are not put to death.
You
Why?
guys are
Yishok
sugar-free
Shir
people,
Lomar,
I'm assuming, right?
Lahal Kol Sabanu,
Is it
because they can
I'm
very
glad that
simply
he
say,
asked,
listen,
but 'cause you
we
sometimes
didn't
go
come
hard,
to make
I
this
gotta-
kid liable. But
I
yeah,
gotta
what did we come to make him liable?
But anyways,
Malchus,
I ordered
and
the.
therefore
I was talking to
myself,
Jordan, and
there's a
he's like,
couple
I think I know
for
what
them
it is.
to
I'm like,
also
what do you
be
mean? He's like, you
more.
the
It's
asshole
incredible.
quick. Apparently, I texted to her.
So what's
I
interesting?
It's just,
Listen to
you know, I mean, the grapes
have
is
to stop
really
with this.
recently. I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice. I'm not really sure.
So I said, this is incredible.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
one
I
of
mean,
these
all
great
sugar-free
juicy
soda is pretty
statements
good.
like this.
So
He says, everyone
it's all
agrees with
great.
Ben Sora and Mora. Like, everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora, and there's a machlokes by Ben Sora and
I don't
Mora.
have any.
So also, we're actually going to end up on this thing, we'll pick up on this one, but I just want to point out
Sure,
what an
it'd
incredible
be great to have
statement
one,
this is to
but
go into
I don't know
Purim.
anyone that knows
Why?
Matan.
So
So
you
if
look
you
at
all
this
know
statement, what do you
Matan,
say to yourself?
you
What do
can
you say to
tell him to come
yourself?
on our show.
This makes absolutely
if he has the
no
time.
sense.
We'd love to have
But I
him.
will say, there's
That
one
guy,
thing
he
that is
cracks me up.
absolutely clear, which
Originally, I was
is
sort of like,
in
I
the
don't know
coming
about this guy,
lines,
but now I think he's
this
just
is
there.
all going to make so much sense. Now let's say, what is the entire Yisod of Purim?
Cooney
Life
doesn't put
is
sugar
filled
all over
with
his Red Bull and tell you
circumstances
that's
that
exactly
make
right.
no
Couldn't have said it better myself.
sense. But
Thank you,
what's the
FB.
Yisod in
Appreciate
life?
it.
Keep
Thank
reading,
you. Thank him.
keep reading, keep moving
Is the
forward,
like count
keep
good? I
learning,
haven't looked at it.
keep growing. In
To be
some
honest with
way,
you, I don't even know
somehow,
how to
you'll
check.
see
Gerardo does the
how
checking
all
and
of the
play counts.
beautiful and
I'll
holy
just trust your
pieces
word
fit
for
together.
it.
So stop over here for
But yeah,
today.
definitely like
Tomorrow
the
morning,
video.
Eretz Hashem,
That'd be helpful.
right early,
You know, we get
5:40. So
Patreon content.
we like to
We
film
just
at
watched
4:30
Kill
and go.
We watched Jordan Jensen's
I'll
new
post
stand-up
on the WhatsApp
special.
chat. Eretz Hashem, but
funny.
share tomorrow morning
Chill like
at
Jeff B.
5:40. Just
Enjoyed
again,
it.
just as an we'll be learning
Pretty
again
good.
this register for the
Pretty good
Christian
stuff.
davening will be
We
in the
watched
main
on
show
the Patreon.
tomorrow
We
morning.
watched
Website.
specials and we're
Shikbayach.
never heard of it. Synthetic sweeteners give you cancer. I'd
All right,
rather have up my teeth.
everyone.
Listen, Steve, pop by. I mean, you could just drink neither one. Don't have up your teeth. You gotta make sure you got a dentist being. You don't want to end up. Gerardo's got all sorts of teeth problems. I just have small teeth, but I don't have any cavities. Gerardo's getting like a root canal soon. I don't want that.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual cemetery sponsors for Topshin Pay 6780 by the Kosmish Baba of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Roshos this year. And this so troubles for all of the others. Our cemetery sponsors for the month of Adar. Bottling with total Harry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, then Yosef HaKohen, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah, Zichron Lebracha. Let's be up there in the Marathon Torah, all of the Neshama Sadar Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need refuah, Shevin, Tzilut, Chol Yisrael, and Shpat Hashem, Yom Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, and Yom Hashem will be soldiers, should be successful before Maaseh. Listen to that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today's daf is page Vav, 86. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Teheh with days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Hagonei nefesh miyisrael. So now we're talking about the interesting sugya, fascinating sugya of kidnapping. So literally again, Hagonei nefesh miyisrael. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. So I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Tainus Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the will, against Mordechai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashgachas Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, at Tainus Esther, to begin Hagonei nefesh miyisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the punishment for kidnapping, is Nisa, is punishment, is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagonei nefesh miyisrael. If one goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your reshus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, It says you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. You go to the passage, this Amerbo Umakro. The passage says, the passage entirety is, he must each Goni's Nefesh Me'achav B'nei Yisrael. And the person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew. His Amerbo, he utilized him, he worked him, Umakro, and he sold him, Umeis Hagana Paluga. And the kidnapper is put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says the halacha there's really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. Rabbi Shmuel, what happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son, and you saw it on Yochanan ben Broka and Mechayiv. That's a common culture. So Yochanan ben Broka says Mechayiv. And ultimately, the Chacham say your party. Now, again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokas? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chatzi Evan, Chatzi Ben Chomer? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda Mechayiv becomes Chomer. Rabbi Yehuda says that you're Chayiv, and the Chacham ultimately say that you are Chomer. Okay, so now a lot to unpack over. So first things first. The Tanakama, Lo Ba'Yudah. So remember again, the first machlokas in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're a chayiv if you bring them into your rishus, to bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work the individual. So I have a Gemara asks, according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this Amerbo. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular fact? So everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and, let's say, generates less than a shana prutas worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi asked the following question. Ganbo umachro yoshen mahu. So that's this interesting question. What happens from Ashkelon to Reuben kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep. He kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper. Right, so he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So, okay, what's the halacha? So ultimately, again, is there liability? We've actually said, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So, Machar Ishal Ubra Mahu. Or what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Reuben is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Reuben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh derech imer b'kaf or inderech imer b'kaf. So is this considered to be, Imor is considered to be, again, a form of working the individual or not? Which Imor is somebody talking about? Specifically, to let the Imor clown. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again, what's the case? Reuben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold it for the Uber. So there is no Imor at all. There's no working over here at all. To which the Gemara says, no, what's the case over here? Look, Yoshin Dizaga Alal, Isha Du'okma Ba'ate Zeka. There are Imor B'kaf or Ibra. No, what's the case? The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Reuben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called derech imor or not? So again, what you begin to see is this Gemara's accepting this approach that in order to have kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. Number two, you have to bring them into your shus. And number three, you have to work them. So the shaila is this called working the individual, to which the Gemara says teku. Gemara these are like There's a tremendous responsibility. You know, in Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping. He's asleep through the sale. And so the shaila just is this called a kidnapping or not? Is that called derech anymore? You wonder to yourself, how could someone sleep through all of that? Right? How can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And I will say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shlof. That people really could sleep. And people could sleep through a lot. People could sleep through kidnapping, and people could sleep through selling, and people could sleep through life, and you could be asleep at the wheel of life, you know, through so many twists and turns, and you miss so much, and you don't realize so much. You know, so much of our avodah in life is orrery, is to be awake. Is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Tanabana, ki masik ishkoni nefesh me'achad, imi ela ish shagana ish." Sorry, imi ela ish shagana. Ishim knows. So the lashon of the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? The going ish. Pasuk says someone kidnapped. Okay, so it's not gender specific. Amy ever ish shagana bein isha bein ish. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The isha shagana ish. Similarly again, if a woman kidnapped a man, isha shagana ish. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnapped a woman, who makes haganav hahu mikol makom. The pasuk says the ganav will be put to death. And again, mikol makom doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the pasuk. You're talking about the brayso. He must ishkoni nefesh me'achad. The person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are chayiv. Okay, fine. Gunbo below makro. Makro gunbo below makro. What happens if Reuben kidnapped Shimon? And what happened? Reuben kidnapped Shimon, but he did not yet sell it. Gunbo below makro. Or makro va'adayin yeshna v'shuso. Or Reuben sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuben kidnapped Shimon, but didn't yet sell it. Case number two, he sold him, but did not yet remove Shimon from his bushel. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Reuben is discovered, he's pater. Now, when we say pater, he's pater from Lisa. Pater from Lisa. That's not biblical kidnapping. This is an interesting case. What happens if Reuben goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuben is guys. Okay, we'll discuss all these cases. According to Sabbath, one who goes ahead and still kidnaps and Ebed is partner. Okay, Tabak Bob 86A. Can he kind of come into that shishas? Amalei. I need show Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. Me echov at shiyotzienu mishus echov liat amikayim. So I will say, now specifically, we must focusing on the case of where Reuben kidnaps Shimon, and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, so Shishas said as follows. The time of talk before of Shishas, so Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echad, from their brethren, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Tani Potter. No, you're right. You know what? Change it to Potter. That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon's someone else, that ultimately, again, Reuben would be Potter. So Gemara says, 1 second. My question, what's the problem over here? Dilma Rabbi Shimon, Harabanon. Perhaps this is a machlokas to which the Gemara says, "Lo Sarveshka the Amar Yochanan Stam Masnisin Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosefta Rabbi Nechemia, Stam Sifra Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon Bekul Rabbi Akiva." No, you can't interpret it that way because since Halacha L'Maisa we have these principles. But with Stam Mishnah follows a Stam Tosefta, a Stam Sifra, a Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Raisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is pater. When we say pater, remember again, pater means pater from death penalty. Because halacha might order to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, it's fascinating. Hagoni, So next thing the Mishnah said is, what happens if the person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember, again, this was a machlok. Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan ben Broka, said that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. So let's analyze. My time with Rabbanon. Why did the Rabbanon say that you're pater? I'm Rabbi Amrapra, because the pasuk says ki masei prat lematzu. Which was the lashon of the pasuk is ki matzei ish gonev nefesh me'achad. If it will be found that a person kidnapped someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of ki matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're not normally found with you? Kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon, who ultimately again say that you are pater. Okay. So now what you want to tell me is he must say means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, ish shochev im isha b'ulas baal. Pasuk talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right? With another woman who's married to another, with a woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Keep going. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here, base ploni was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. Chazal learned that exactly this because it is not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the Gemara suggesting here, tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this. Because why? Because since couple one was always around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not key matzeh, it's not like a new circumstance. He wouldn't be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, how can I be tearing? Would you say at this point now, of course that would be an untenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately against the matzeh. Rather, v'nimt sabiyado. What does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that therefore again, I'm a rabbi, I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he passes it. Rabbi passes like the Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I will say, I just want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, one thing to remember is we hold also Dina Dina. So remember, a lot of these, we're talking about in the vacuum is halacha. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own land, so its own laws, we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not biblical kidnapping, but if Dina Damakusa says it is kidnapping, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So the Mersa Amarav is based on this halacha. Hani mikri dardiki umastu rabbanon kimitsuyin biyadan dami damu uktiri. So let's say, so this is fascinating. So Rav is based on this. Teachers, right? Teachers. Mikri dardiki means teachers who teach young children kriya, umastu rabbanon, and also teach other students. Right? Teach rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, they are not considered to be b'mimtzu. It's a technical issue over here, but I guess it seems to be indicating that if the Rebbe were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time with the Rebbe, which is just an interesting thing about this from the Gemara's perspective, about how much time children spend with their Rebbe. Fascinating idea there. And once again, we see this motif a number of times of how the Rebbe-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. We see that again in many different circumstances as well. Okay, in any event, take away from this is the passing like Rabbanon, and if Rabbanon myself, Ramadan that. If a father were to kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. Ganav Mishachetz. So says, remember again, next machlokes in the Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Ben Chorim, what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says, Chayis, the Chacham say that you're potter. Let's analyze. It says the Yeratinan Hasa, we learn. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Ein La'avadim Boshes. Okay, so seemingly an unrelated statement over here.
I think it's a great idea.
And the Yehuda says an Eved has no boshes. Now, what does mean Eved has no boshes? Rashi says over here, in la avad min boshes, hamis mayish esa Eved lo chiyaf l'tor lesis mibashta. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called boshes, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. Rabbi Yehuda says that avad min Eved doesn't have boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an Eved, ultimately again there is no payment. If you are smacked with the watch of the Sachmakra, Ki Natsu Anoshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achav, Mish Yesh Lo Achva, Yotza Eved She'in Lo Achva. Rabbi Yehuda says because the pasuk that talks about boshes, it talks about humiliation, talks about the lashon of Ki Natsu Anoshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achav. So someone who has echad, someone who has achva, familial relations, for people who is related to achva, a sense of family, he has boshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately again, it doesn't have boshes. And therefore an Eved, Rashi says, or Eved she'in lo achva, ba'afilu in achav b'nei aviv tichsiv amachamar, imachamar, imadom l'chamar, eno eloki behema. So from a halachic perspective, an Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore in technicality, he is not lying, he is not entitled to boshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echav is a mitzvah. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echav mean? Echav doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echav refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because an Eved, remember, we're talking about an Eved Kanani over here, right? Because, and bless you, an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. So an Eved Kanani. An Eved Kanani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Eved Kanani, remember, again, is still chayiv in any mitzvahs that a woman is chayiv in. So therefore, he's your Echav in mitzvahs, and therefore the Rabbanan say, he does have boshes. So the Gemara says, V'halchi, if you darsh, and over here, in our context, in our subject, how we dash in the psukim. Rabbi Yehuda Savar may Echav. Rabbi Yehuda says may Echav. So let's remember again. Lashon over here is Ki Matzei Ish Donei Nefesh may Echav. If a person will be found to be kidnapping another person, may Echav. So watch this. Rabbi Yehuda darshan may Echav. Lachuke Avadim. Echav comes to exclude Avadim. That Avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately again they're not liable. So the Gemara says Bnei Yisrael. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Bnei Chorim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Bnei Yisrael, b'bnei Yisrael, v'mi'utei chesed v'emiut. Sorry, I just lost the place. Me'achav ha'chukei ha'padim, b'nei Yisrael, v'mi'utei mishei chesed v'eben v'chesed b'nei Chol. B'nei Yisrael, v'mi'utei mishei chesed v'eben v'chesed b'nei Chol. Having miut achamir. So this is very interesting. In Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So me'achav comes to exclude an Eved. Good. So mi b'nei Yisrael comes to exclude chasi Eved v'chasi b'nei Chol. And then again, mi b'nei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of chasi Eved v'chasi b'nei Chol. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut al rabos, and a miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why Yehuda holds that if you kidnap a chatzi and chatzi b'nei chorin, yichayev. Ultimately, again, you are allowed. Also, I think that starts in just a moment. Okay.
All right, please don't make any abondigas.
Okay. So let's say, so therefore, again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does this come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei Chol. That's what we do drasha. The Rabbanon, what will they say? The Rabbanon me'echav la'afiki avadim lo mashmulu. The Rabbanon don't use the hold of that echav. Because remember again, as you saw before, the Rabbanon use echav to teach me what? They use echav to teach me echav the mitzvahs. So therefore, they don't see echav as an exclusion for avadim. The ha'achif hu b'mitzvahs. Because ultimately, the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs, b'nei Yisrael, b'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says b'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, chal mi'utei Eved. One is to exclude Eved. Chal mi'utei mishei chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chol. And one is to exclude chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chol. Okay, so I'll say, so ultimately, again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is our fundamental machlokes that if you kidnap a chatzi Eved chatzi b'nei Chol, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a miut achar miut. B'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the rabbis come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, chatzi eved chatzi b'nei Chol. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that drasha and they exclude chatzi eved chatzi b'nei Chol. We'll say ultimately again, I'd like that to come in, and therefore, if one were to go ahead and kidnap a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei Chol, one would be potter. Okay, incredible. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. From where do you see? Where's the lav? Where's the lav to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signov. Rabbi Yoshia says, "We have no signal. Don't steal." Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Mim Teres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, "We learn out from the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave." Okay, the Gemara says fine. So the Gemara, and the truth is not really arguing. So also this is very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you need 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them into your shus. And number 3, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really 4. There's really 4 because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really 4 steps, but we'll call it 3. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshua and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the lav of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the lav ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. So the Gemara says, good. Turn up on it. Most signal, Torah says, do not steal. They go make the farshas hakasa of Medaber. The Torah is talking about, again, kidnapping. So we'll say, so, you tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or I don't know, how do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says, so, say ulamad, we'll say, so let's analyze this passage using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Davar halami mi'inyano. So let's say, so sometimes the way to understand what particular pasuk is talking about is how through the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is stated. That's what's called davar halami mi'inyano. Something, a pasuk that to be understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. So we'll say the pasuk that says lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo sechakru ishba'amito. What are we talking about over there? So the Gemara says. No, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. That was the wrong pasuk. The pasuk we're talking about is lo sirtza. Sorry, I started the bros. Lo sirtza, lo sinaf, lo sino, lo signo, lo sanabrechai shakir. So I started the bros, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, "Makas medaber." What is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, "Makas medaber b'nefashos." That was when you listen to the context. What's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. And don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses, and those signal, don't steal, is written in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the gneva that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah must be talking about over here. Go the fashas. Tanya idach another brayso. Lo signovu. The go mamish. The pasuk says lo signova. So what's it? So this is the pasuk from before. Lo signova. Lo sechachashu. Lo sechakru ishba'amito. Don't steal. Right? Don't lie. And one by love schasher really means like don't contradict, but again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the Gemara says, that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, how do you know someone's stealing money? Maybe it's talking about stealing people, kidnapping.
What's your favorite pin?
Say once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what a particular pasuk is talking about through the context in which it was stated. What is the Torah talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk. Lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo sechakru ishba'amito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the gneva in this context must also be financial liability. B'maman, ashkan b'maman. So it's very important. So therefore, lo signal in the Aseres HaDibros is talking about kidnapping. When the Torah says don't steal, it's talking about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said the gneva mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says lo signovu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, lo sechachashu, do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, gneva is talking about money. Incredible. Itmar was an interesting case over here. So let's say now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that Allah are to be liable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them into your shus. You have to go ahead and utilize them as someone. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, we have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. Now I'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eidos, but one set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So, now, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into Eidim Zomim, right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, you cannot have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon, because you were with us that day. And they say to the second says you couldn't have said it could be the same set of Mazini, second doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So I'll say, so now look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Kite Eidim, It's Rashi Ede Gneva Ve'ede Mechila. Shnei Ede Eden Achas Se'ida Shekana V'Sanefesh V'Achas Se'ida Shamachar. So two sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. So now let's say, so now they're both made into Eden Zomas. Remember again, what's halacha? How does Eden Zomas, right? When witnesses are made into Eden Zomas, what's their punishment? What's the punishment? Reciprocal punishment. That's the Zama. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. We would have put to death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain, right? Because one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruvain to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So what they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says over here, so the Gemara seems to be suggesting, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Chizkiah Amar. Now, when they're made into Eden Zomin, Chizkiah says, "Ein haragin." You can't put the witnesses to death. Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Chizkiah Damar Rabbi Akiva Damar Davar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Shabbos say Chizkiah was Rabbi Akiva. Now the truth is, this machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan. Rashi points out over here is a machlokes in Baba Basra Chazkas Habatim. But ultimately, again, can you put Eden Zomin? Can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Edom Zolim if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with hazama based on that. Rabbi Yochanan on the other holds in Drabanan. Davar ba'afilu chasi davar. Again, the opposite Drabanan. So Drabanan say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle. Ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the machlokes? Even Chizkiah would agree. Interesting. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually, I think this was new piece of information. Ben Sora and Mora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine, he's not convicted, right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. It's only the second time ultimately that he's put to death as Ben Sora Mora. So watch this. Let's say again, second, Chizkiah would agree, Beidin ha'achronim shel Ben Sora umora shu'ozmu shnei ragim. So let's listen to this. So let's say again, you have a second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine and eating ate, like we saw before. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now what's this? Now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you could not have seen that because you're with us. Eden Zolim. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, they could claim 1 second, but we only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of his first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So, about so let's say, just you appreciate what's being introduced over here. What's being introduced over here is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be Edom Zomerman, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental machlokas between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah says no, because Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put Edom Zomerman to death is when their testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them the reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You can visit reciprocal punishment upon them and ultimately execute them. That's how my focus. Okay, so once I pay on base, second line there. Masker the Rapapa, Ihapi, Adim, and I mean, lick delay. So that's what the Papa says. And we should put the witnesses who testify about the Mechila. We should also put them to death. Why?
We were talking with Walsh about like
Geneva Lomar. Now, remember again, the Ede Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv a malchus, right? Because it was like, if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and technically doesn't sell him, so all Reuben is liable to is malchus. It's not chayiv for Geneva under those circumstances. So Allah is thinking we should say that complete liability rests upon the Ede Mechila. If he came at the Kashavar, Chizkiah below lucky. So is Chizkiah suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus? But I think my buck we learned Ede Geneva, Ede Geneva Benefesh. Because it's ultimately going to be a witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And then those same witnesses remain to Eden Zomerman, Chizkiah Rabbi Yochanan, Chad Amar Lokin, Chad Amar Ilok. One opinion says that they get malchus. One opinion says you don't get malchus. But I mean, we said Tistayin Chizkiah Damar Lokin. It must be Chizkiah who says that ultimately they get malchus. Why? Since Chizkiah says they're not put to death, if they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get malchus. Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, given them an arrogant, once he's being executed, so this is a lav that is given over to execution by Beis Din. And about saying general the halacha is anytime Beis Din is executing someone, there's not the malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, so in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be given malchus. So you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give the Zomerman malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, Papa says the verse is a very important line. Amra Papa, the Edi Mechila, the Kuli Amalo Pidinera. So this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that if witnesses come along and testify, right? We saw Reuven sell Shimon. That there's liability, and now let's say again, those very same witnesses remaining to Edom Zomerman, that there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Reuven would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Edom Mechila, those witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as Edom Zomerman. Okay. So where's the machlokes? Keep thinking. It's very interesting. The machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Edom Zomerman. What is their liability? Now watch this. Chizkiah says, Ein Neharanim. They're not put to death. Why not? Chizkiah essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon, what are they making Reuven liable to? What are they making liable to? To malchus. That's it. And therefore, if they're found to be Edom Zomerman, okay, they make them subject to malchus, but nothing more. It's really this second set of witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuven liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, it's the first set of witnesses that come to Edom Zomerman, they're not put to death. That's Chizkiah. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Now, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva, assaulted the Mechila. Because we'll say kidnapping is the beginning of Mechila. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental machlokas. Interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach over here now, and I will say, these are right because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rav Papa, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the edi nechira, if they are made into edim zonim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuben sold Shimon, that ultimately, again, would create liabilities for Reuben. So if they're found to be Edim Zomim, they're put to death. What about the Edi Geneva? So again, Chizkiah says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Reuben liable to lashes. You know, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Edi Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Edim Zomim, then halacha l'maisa, they are put to death as well. Incredible. More than Rabbi Yochanan, even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what about Ben Sora Mora? Because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other parallel case. Because what happens in Ben Sora Mora? Remember again, first set of witnesses by Ben Sora Mora. What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? It's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making the kid liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, if they are made into Edim Zomim, will get Malchus. It's the second set who really creates general liability. Mod Rabbi Yochanan the Edim Arishonim Shaban Sora Mora Shehuz Mishein Neharad. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora and Mora, if they're made into Edim Zomim, they are not put to death. Why? Because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah Salamaisa, the punishment for them will also be incredible. Abai says, so it's interesting. So I'm going to buy it. Listen to this phrase, we have to stop with this. Hakom Odu Ben Sora Umora. Hakom Odu Ben Sora Umora. Umachokes Ben Sora Umora. So I said, this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora. Right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora and Mora. And there's a machlokes by Ben Sora and Mora. So I say, we're actually going to end up on this statement. We'll pick up on this now. But I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim. Why? So you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I must say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. I'll say, what is the entire Yisod of Purim? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Keep reading. Keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. So I'll stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, Emir Hashem, bright and early, 5:40. So early readings. We like to hit him at 4:30, and we'll go into. All right, so stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Emir Hashem, but I think share tomorrow morning at 5:40. Just an answer. We'll be learning in here in the Expression for the Emir Hashem. Davening will be in the main show tomorrow morning. On one side,
He'll fall asleep,
So you started at 9, you have like 16 hours left.
I know. Oh my God, why are you trying to make us think about this? Are you a numbers guy? Yeah, come on, numbers guy. Fucking numbers guy in here right now, dude. Are you a bot? Yeah, bot.
Oh yeah, I'm a bot.
I think, it's 4 o'clock right now, right? Or 3:30. Yeah, we have a lot of time left here. Listen, we'll see how long the devices work, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so I'll say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
Sometimes people unplug things on purpose. You never know.
Talking to you guys
You know what the biggest one was in history? Was this right? Have you heard about this? The biggest thing it's Burbank technically, but the owner of Flatbush had a poop so big that it clogged the entire Burbank
dirt sites.
And there was like
Zig
no
and
toilets
Zig
worked,
and
no running water, and it was all because of the size of
Zed
barn shit.
Shmuel and Salzburg is a week of learning sponsors, Colin Catholic College, Learning of Sports, Grandfather, Zakaria, and Zakaria,
It's
and I got learning sponsors today, Aaron Bronco, and then we have Moshe David Moshe Feinstein.
And that's why they charge extra. That gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers because of the toilets.
We understand these things will come up. Sprach Stimme schon from the rest of our hostages and our home safety should be successful the whole of mass. As with that, thank you for
Craziest thing
always everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is page 85. We are up to a nurse. We left off on page 9 on the days 84B. And we left off 6 hours up to about 100
if you told, even with how ridiculous Flappers is, if you had told me back then that Josh would be the booker, the talent booker, I'd have been like, I don't think so.
That was the fundamental
But I don't know why, because they did Richie before they was just weird.
that if his son injures his father, he's Chayiv Chenek. So Shayla is what happens if he goes
That's
ahead
pretty
and
impressive too. That's a lot of responsibility for one man.
is that commitment or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions for Rav Masno and Rav Dimi Rachina, who both seem to say yes. But then we might quote two stories of Rav and Margaret Ravina, who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to land spoil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavura. So the Gemara goes on and says, Hadisnan, Machat Shalyad, Victor Basakot. So what's his name again? He's now switching over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: if you have a small tent, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and use that on Shabbos. It's not mitzvah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially when that flows blood, ultimately, again, isn't just a dollar. So it's more easy. I'm just seeing that skill up. And I'm sorry, never show a cover, maybe you'll cause an injury, but how do they shooting us skill up? And again, although the showing is not intentional kabura, but nevertheless, it's a showing of skill up, which is not a custom the culture. That's different because if there's a kabura that's caused by an out like a splinter, that's Mikalko. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, please come on, bring Mikalko Pata. So that's not according to the opinion that says Mikalko is Pata. But in general, on Shabbos, you do something destructive that is Pata. El Manzamar Chayiv, might be but according to the opinion that says Mikalko is Chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, Amalacha is a Malacha. What is there to say? Which the Gemara says, well, also, the man Shabbos is on Mikalko the Kabura Chayiv. Who's the opinion that says that Mikalko by Kabura, because the Kabura is killful and it's destructive, that's your Chayiv, that's Rabbi Shimon, Tata Pehe, Rabbi Shimon, Amar Kamalach, Shimon Gufa, Hatra that. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion that says that any Malacha Shimon Gufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay? So the word goes on. So we'll say, so bottom line, by the way. So what happens in that case is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chavura by taking out the splinter, that will be in the law of Hashem in general, they'll say, you don't call Shabbos, what do you call Shabbos? Malacha is not Shabbos. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day, you do Malacha, but Malacha is something not necessary, then ultimately it's not us on Shabbos. Now that being said, you don't take out splinters on Shabbos, and you leave splinters on Shabbos, there's splinters on Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, of a darshan of a scavenge, like, well, even though it's not a shrimp shape of Gufa, you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous video, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? This is a big child. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday.
He did a video on his YouTube channel where it's like, Jeff Dye hates women or something, and then he goes, and it's him, and he's like, all these people think I hate women. I don't hate women. Women are great. In fact, here's a list of women I think are funny.
Whole section called
And he starts listing off women that he thinks are funny, and he puts their picture up. It's everything you would think it was. Yeah. No, if he wasn't, then it would be fun.
Let's say again,
But he
my
was
father
like,
has a splinter.
at one point, he goes,
says,
he looks at all his own lists that he made, and he's like, Dom, who's that?
a
He
son should
forgot
not take out
who
the
the woman
splinter,
was.
lest
And he's like,
come to
oh,
cause
wait,
his
yeah, no,
father
she's
to
good.
be. Again, it will make his
And they
dad,
were all like,
oh
it was
no,
like Whitney
let's
Cummings
say the
and
son is
Dimitri
being blood ready,
Glaze.
or the son is a doctor,
But he's like, see, I don't hate women. I think they're, they can be funny sometimes.
I thought people
Saying
would
stuff
have
like
it
that. It
as
was
well.
amazing.
A son should not do anything to
No,
a
she's
father
crazy now.
that
Yeah,
causes
we lost a
bleeding,
good one.
even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's what it's called. So let's say, so yeah, but Ramah is a very important qualifier. Hagar, what is this trouble? What is
Oh,
this?
you're worried about shit. I'm worried about Whitney.
When there's someone else to go ahead and provide the quote unquote service
If
for
Mark
the
said
father.
that, I feel bad saying this
About
again,
an
Mark.
ancient
But
Akalas,
maybe, you know what? I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to leave that. I'll tell you later. Everyone in the chat knows. I'm not going to say that again. I don't want that. I don't want to clip of me saying
no one
that.
else
Now that I
there,
think about it,
then the son
I'll
could
leave
do
that.
it. Son could do it. But Jonah is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "Kifi mashir
But it's
shuvu
good.
lasos."
Unique is in the
He
chat.
has
He
to
said
get the
acknowledge
shus
me.
from his father.
We did though. We said
That's
shout
what
out to you, dude.
So in other
Yeah,
words,
thanks for
the
subbing.
Kiva is that a son should not do
He
these
said
things for his
sub
father.
balloon.
Like
Everybody loves
that's
balloon
the
fart. Balloon fart is
Kiva.
one of
Right?
the
Maybe as
mainstays
if there's
here.
no one
You
else
know,
there,
they're very
a son
friendly.
could do it.
Originally it was
But usually you
Wadsworth,
should get the
but then
shus
he
from his
disappeared.
father
He
before
wanted
going
somewhere
ahead
else.
and doing
Yeah, I don't know where Wadsworth is
or
anymore.
cause the joining of blood. Incredible. And then also, he's also presupposes that
Sometimes
the
he
son
chats
that
in,
the father is
but he's
the
not. I
capacity
guess chatted in
to give
today.
the shus to
I
the
mean,
father.
he's
Let's say again, the father is not the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver these days. Again, but I'm not saying it's understood. Understood that although ideally better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishos, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more rishos a little bit later on today. Shows like Taco Pay, 85A, second line there. Very interesting page. 1 million rotations. Yes, the function rotations. Then,
Yeah, I mean, Mark
then,
Barron was talking
now
about
she has the shliach
Elephant
of the
Graveyard
Hakoso
like
to
the New
the
York
color.
Times
Wow.
podcast. Something
Listen to
like that.
this.
It's hilarious.
His
Yeah.
son
He was
is
like, you
agent
gotta
of
eat
the
this guy.
court to strike his father or to
You
curse
eat
his
this
father.
guy, yeah,
Now,
Elephant Graveyard.
what is this
And
material
they're like,
about?
okay, next
Now
question.
she has to shliach back
Please
to
don't ask us.
the
Please don't talk about that on this.
in
It's
this
just
type of a
a
medium
newspaper, sir.
So what we're seeing now, the question is like this. Let's say
They
again,
don't want. They
yes,
listen.
right, Avram and
They got
Yitzchak,
their own simulacrum at the fucking New York.
Yeah, Jeff
Avram
Bezos,
was
believe
condemned
me,
by
Washington
Bezos,
Post.
was judged by Bezos from office, Galashes, or Avram is going to be put in excommunication.
There was that one, the
Remember
moon
again,
landing, or
so
the
now the shayla
moon
is, let's say
is
Yitzchak,
about
the son, is employed by the Bezos.
something
So
about like
Yitzchak
how the something's
go
fake. I
ahead and
forget.
carry out
With the
these
Kirk stuff.
sentences against his father. So again, it's not the son
I
acting
don't know,
as
but
his
you
own
know he
volition.
will.
It's the son acting as a shliach
At
HaBezos.
some point
The
soon.
Gemara says, listen to this. Amalei, la'achamiyatiro. So the Gemara asks such fascinating questions. For example, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged from off. This is where Avram is judged for the excommunication. By the way, so part of excommunication was a curse. You were cursed by Bezos. So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew.
Guillermo's so much more talented
Can
than
you go over to
Cal.
another Jew and flog them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? Someone else stop.
Cal, do you know
Stop
the
another
band
Jew.
Swell season?
How are they permitted to
You
flog
heard the movie
someone?
once?
How are they permitted to curse someone? Listen, this is beautiful. Ella, Kavod Shamayim Hadis.
Yeah.
And then both say,
I
so
saw
why
them.
is it that Bezos in general, like anyone in Bezos, is allowed to
I
flog
wish
another
that
Jew?
I
curse
saw
another
them
Jew?
last night at the
Because
Greek,
Kavod
and the guy,
Shamayim
he
Hadis.
said that
Covenant
they were
that
supposed
we
to
are
be killed.
obligated to respect
Can you believe that?
Baruch
Yeah, they came
trumps
to LA.
any other
Yeah.
covenant. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Baruch Hu and they're deserving from this, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. For someone who's deserving ultimately again of media against the individual, we're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covenant of Kodesh Baruch Hu goes there and comes before the covenant of any other person. That's the logic that ultimately again a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father to Negro as well. So So again,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
Gemara's
the
scenario.
Greek,
So they say,
I've been there twice. This time we got the seats in the front, and they're super nice seats. Good food, very laid back, everyone's friendly. It's not like one of those like venues where they're very strict about shit. They're just kind of,
If
oh yeah,
someone,
your seat's over there.
who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah
Yeah.
not to strike
The
them.
Greek is the
Someone who I'm not
Hollywood
obligated
bowl
to strike,
sauce on it.
certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what you guys is talking
It's
about.
very good.
So much
Very
in my
good
love,
place.
easy to eat even
Highly recommend.
So perhaps
Who'd
both
you see?
cases in the Bryce are talking about Makom Mitzvah, where someone was deserving of Malchus. Right? So you have someone who's deserving of lashes, and what happens? Chabad no, Chabad.
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
one
no,
Bryce
yeah,
is
you're a
talking
big
about
music
the
guy. Oh,
son,
Kylie's sick.
and one Bryce is talking about someone else. In other words, and the Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is
you're on
deserving
tour
of
of Vampire
Malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting energy,
I
but when
fucking
you're
love
working
that,
for
man.
Bezdin,
I want to.
and Bezdin is obligated to give a person
And then on my
Malchus, so
bucket
someone
list
else
is
is
to
going
go
to
to
administer
Wayne
it. To which the Gemara says,
with
no,
Wells.
the notion of no, notion of the Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. No kasha. And the Makom Mitzvah, functional the Makom Mitzvah, one is talking about Makom Mitzvah, and one is talking about not a Makom Mitzvah. One is what else I say? Well, what does that mean Makom Mitzvah? Not Makom Mitzvah. So the consciousness, what's Makom Mitzvah? Makom Mitzvah is where someone is chayiv Malchus from Bezdin. Shalom b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv Malchus from Bezdin. So someone's chayiv Malchus from Bezdin, as much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Go tonight, someone's not chayiv Malchus, you're not going to hit them. That's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So that's the halacha tradition is the sevida. Uma b'makom mitzvah she'nitzuvah la'akoso mitzvah. Mitzvah shal la'akoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of Makom Mitzvah, in the case of Makom Mitzvah, let's take this.
That is crazy that we're at the age now where the bands are like reuniting. Like I guess me seeing the Swell season is like my parents forced me to see the
Let's even leave
Temptations.
aside that Yitzchak is the son, not his son,
Who's
who's
still alive from Peter
Yitzchak
Long
is going to administer the Malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not committed to deliver more than the mandated number of Malchus. This is the Raisa. To flog someone, giving one more lash than they are chayiv for. That's what it says.
I went to Martha's
Not the
Vineyard,
Makom Mitzvah.
and
Even in the
I
case where a
stayed at
person is
Chilmark.
liable for lashes,
And you know, Joe, I don't know how much you know about Martha's Vineyard, but that's where like
mitzvah
Larry
shalom
David.
la'akoso. There's a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable
That's where
to.
Larry David
Shalom
and
Makom
Alan
Mitzvah,
Dershowitz got
where
into a
someone's
fight.
not liable
Do
for
you remember
lashes.
that?
So the Gemara says,
Larry David
Yishay
like got
Asher
to his
Shalom
face like,
Makom
you
Mitzvah,
suck, you fucking
she'ein
asshole.
mitzvah la'akoso,
So
eino din
I've always thought like maybe I'll run into
So
Alan
someone is not
Dershowitz here, but I went to the
subject to
Chilmark
lashes, then
Tavern,
halacha
which is
l'maisa,
right next to the
don't
cottage we're
strike
staying
them
at.
at all.
And
Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the
we
Gemara
sit
is
down,
now, by the
and
way,
the Dersh
what do we do with
walks
this halacha?
up.
So the
He's just
Tashbis,
walking towards the restaurant, and I'm like,
Hold
oh
up,
my
let's
god,
finish
that's
up.
Alan Dershowitz. So I'm
Tashma,
trying to whisper it
versus
to my
remember again, keep
family,
eye on
and
the
they're
ball.
like,
What's the
what?
primary Shiloh?
I go,
We've
Alan.
already
They're like,
established
Alan.
about
They're
a
yelling his
son
name as he's walking
administering
out.
medicinal
And he sat
healing
at
to
the
his
table
father.
next to
That
us,
could
and
potentially
he's
make it a
literally
couple
right
of
next to
topic
me.
number one for today.
And my mom's
Topic
like,
number two
where
for
is he
today.
sitting? I go,
Can a
behind
son
me.
carry
Okay.
out the punishment
And
of
he-
Bezdin upon his
I
father
did a
if the
selfie.
son is working for Bezdin? Is that mutter or
I
not?
wanted to
That's
give him
the
shit, but my
Up in the
family
air.
was
So
there,
not
and I felt fucked up.
Hayotze Viharik,
But,
listen to this.
I
Avram
didn't.
is
I saw him
condemned to
twice
death.
then.
Avram
Because
the father was condemned
he
to
was
death.
at the tavern, and then we bought tickets to a play, and his daughter was the star of the play.
And his son comes
So
along
we watched, because he
and
sat
hits him
at the
or
table
curses him.
next to me
His
there
son
too,
is
but then he
All
didn't
right.
thankfully
So
have
you
a
might say,
seat near me during the play. So I have to deal with all that, but yeah.
Another person comes along and hits
What's
or
that?
curses Avram. So the other person is
His
going to be
daughter?
Potter.
Yeah,
All right,
she's
so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, "V'havinu involved, my shno b'no, my shno achos." Let's just show again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes
the
and
place
strikes
sucked
him
ass.
or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, then he won't be liable. So the Gemara says, "V'havinu involved." He asked, Maishna Beno, Maishna Acha. Why this distinction? Right? Why this
He
distinction
should have been in that play.
ultimately
The
identical
play
son
was
of
just,
someone
you know,
else?
who
But no,
Hannah
this
Arendt
stuff is very
is.
interesting.
You heard
When the
that name?
Savin
Never heard
Bomotzis
of her.
Be'eri Yosef.
She
Okay,
said she's
so
famous
this
for
is
saying the
fascinating.
banality of
So let's say
evil,
what's the case?
describing the,
Avram was
you
condemned
know
to
the.
death. And what's the Megan we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the sector?
So
About the process for
yeah,
leading
the
someone
play
up to
was
death, specifically
her
again by
getting
Skila. And we go into that whole process of
interrogated. So it's
leading
like
out.
her and then a
What's the
soldier.
case?
So
The
Bob
case where
could
Avram was
have, Abishai
condemned,
could have been the
but
soldier.
he won't go.
That'd be
Which
great.
makes a lot of
They'd be like,
sense.
what were you
Right?
doing in the
He won't
library?
go. Right?
Oh,
He
you know,
won't go.
library books are
So
big.
therefore, what's the sort of need to do? We need to protect him. So how do you
She's like,
protect him?
actually, I
Hit
like
him.
books. Oh, really?
Right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says. So that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this
I go, I'd
distinction.
rather watch that than what I saw.
If the son
The
hits him
lawyer could have
or
been.
curses him, the son will be
We took,
liable.
that was another thing
If
that was
someone
kind of
else
funny.
hits him or
We
curses him, they won't be
we
liable.
heard
So
we
the
got
Gemara
a
says,
phone call from
Rashi
Mark Hurley's
Shesmukilov,
lawyer.
V'she'in the Sarvin
On the street.
Bomatzes.
Oh yeah, his
Rashi
lawyer
says
sounds
that
ridiculous.
it's
He's
not
like
a
a
case
fun
of where
Rob
he's
Pebble
refusing
or
to
something
go
like
out.
that.
If that's
Like he
the
has
case
a
of
fake
refusing
sounding
to go
name,
out,
Rob
you
Pebble.
have the
It's also,
Akhanani.
he's like, oh, I can take a call from my lawyer. It's Frank Cum.
If we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet
Why
his
does your
neighbor, he's
lawyer
refusing
have
to
this
go out
offensive
for
accent?
execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him,
The
there's
lawyer calls it
liability
a
for the
bomb
son.
threat.
If someone else does it,
Hey,
there's
this is
not
an old Wall
liability.
Street.
Okay, but Shisha says, no, it's talking about a case even when he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go.
Bobby Pebble.
Right, he's willing to go.
I'm gonna get you off. What do you mean you're
Shane
in?
Misar,
I'm
he's willing
sorry,
to go.
you're waging hour
If
by
that's because he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else
You
comes
got
along
Frank Cum,
and
actually.
hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other?
Rob
To which the
Pebble.
Gemara says very simple.
Yeah.
Akar Tzarba Tefillah.
Fun easy.
So let's remember, this is very important.
Bobby
When
Pebble's
Avram is condemned
attorney
to
at
death,
law.
what's his status?
At laws.
What's his status? He's considered to be dead. All right,
He
right?
sounded
Let's take a different
hilarious on
case.
the phone.
Someone like Avram is condemned to
He
death
was
by
like, here's what I
David,
want you to do,
and then
Mark.
Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability?
Yeah, well, Mark was like, are
Why?
you sure that you want to be
Killed
on
the
like the pod? He was
Killed
like,
the
oh yeah, that doesn't matter.
So halach l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. When Avram is condemned to death, so
The
someone else
attorney
comes
client
along
privilege
and
exists
hits
even if you're
Avram,
on a
curses
podcast with
Avram,
400
there's
people
no
listening.
liability because they hit
If you
and
know
they
that.
curse the dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, let's say this is
Oh, they should.
the
He's the
heightened
best
level
lawyer
of
around.
relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death.
Yeah,
You're right.
exactly.
But he is
You want,
it's
if you
still
want
your
a
father,
big
and he's still living and breathing right in front of you. And therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. The Gemara says as follows. Listen,
I'm a
I'll
big
not
good
say
lawyer. That's what BTL stands for.
Baishu Nashon Imes.
What are your qualifications? I want
So
you
let's
to
listen
yield.
to this. Fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stamp. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. That's right. While
Oh,
Ruvain is
yeah.
sleeping. Like Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, so what's the problem of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain is sleeping, I put toothpaste on his face. Whatever. So I go ahead, and he's sleeping. So I say, so interestingly enough, and he dies. He dies in his sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? I show Yashem Imes. I'm Chayiv. Now, both say, who am I Chayiv? And Rashi says over here, she's actually right across Chayiv. The Spaish Banov, the High Nani Loshna. So it's interesting enough, Allah for myself, I'm obligated to pay Moshes to the heirs, right, to raise offspring, because they were embarrassed to this activity.
That's a good question. Not to get political, but we could.
Then Allah for
Who's
myself,
a better president?
even
Donald
if you
Trump.
go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you giving this up over here?
Yeah, I think
Because
Sean
you don't want to say that
Sean's
if
first term,
Yaakov
Sean's
goes
first
over
term.
to Avram and hits him or curses him, the Yaakov's not going to be tired. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a
And I
dead man.
can't remember either
They
term
cursed a
because I have
dead
great
man.
disease.
So what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person quote unquote is dead, they never realize it. It's still liability. Varaya, if I embarrass someone while they're sleeping, and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and take the embarrassment to the offspring. Hamas. You know what's the case over here? The Sheikh Kohas are saying, "But shut up." What happens? Where again, the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shut up people. So therefore, again, there's no liability. Right? For damages less than a people, ultimately again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, "V'Amar Rabbi Ami, Amar Rabbi Yochanan." The car caution or shall I think I look at? I thought we learned, but even if you injure someone and you right to commit someone and you cause them an injury that's less than shall I think that, while there's no monetary compensation, you get Malchus, which the Gemara says you're right. My part of the farmer, what does it mean when they say that if Yaakov goes over to Abram and he struck or he cursed Abram, it also would be his Potter. What does that mean, Potter? Potter, Mimamah, when he says Potter from a monetary compensation, but there would potentially be Malchus. Michal didn't know Chayiv the moment. So says again, does that sound like over here that his son would be Chayiv the moment? It seems strange. Which is what Ella, the Dino, Hakanami the Dino. Rather than no, what it means is Chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability. Like Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. And after Hainu kind of deposit, so why is it that another will be puzzled, right? How do we think condemned to death? Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is puzzled? Zamekal, the Nasi Ba'amcha Losar. The Pasuk says literally again, a curse amongst the people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from there? Ba'ose Maisa Amcha. Well, only when was it? When is the actual person of a Jew? When he is Ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he's part of God as well. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has the sense to that, what is that indication? They're not behaving in conformity with the normative standards of God Israel. And therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, how can I call it? So I understand cursing. So now, by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling you is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? Only when we call them Osim Masa Amcha. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like the Jew should. So the Gemara says, Hakin Achsala, Hakar, what about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? Hakin Hakar, the Machshir Hakar Mitzvah. You compare ultimately hitting to and therefore, just like curses, only applies to Amcha, and the person is conducting himself in conformity with his standards. So Hakar hitting applies as well. Nami. So also that's the case when distinguished the fight for a son. Therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram has been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael, they have not done himself. There's no prohibition to him or to curse him. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. This is what I say. Gemara says, "The Amar Pinchas Shachas Shiva." That's the case. The case where Avram did Shiva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did Shiva before his execution. Achanami Bisha Asa Shiva. So also, so again, if Avram did Shiva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again, his son is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. So let's say this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. First of all, you see from here that halacha l'maisa, you can do halacha l'maisa. You can do tshuva until life, literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchot Tshuva, even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So as we do certain things, traumatic things, Avram is being sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. The possibility and the window of tshuva is still open, and so he folded us up into a little airplane and he launched us into the future like 5 hours. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect changes in oneself and in one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. That's what it is. Joseph says here, he said, oh, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva, then what should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. Well, you see, those are just because the person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time. You can't simply undo that. It's an incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything, right? As Yimam says, if you do the highest level of tshuva, you make Hashem Abba, even Zidonos, Nas, even your intentional awareness can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You know, you see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, you know, it can happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage. That I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive, and then what happens? Let's say it happens to me that the offending party is out. Let's say it's arguing side. Right? So let's say the person is owning. So then what happens? Then a husband owns it, and he understands that he was wrong. He understands what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? And I was like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said I'm sorry, but genuinely, even with a little tear in the corner of my eye, like I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that certain everything just like snaps back to what it was. Right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. It's also because, again, our actions have consequences. Our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important disciples to live with the right. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important. Because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't escape. Our may be about Shiva. Every may be about Shiva. And what's going to happen after I become about Shiva? What's going to happen? What is the reason to say it? What's the reason to say it? Ashrafa. Incredible. But now we have to tell you. Like, in other words, that you can't undo. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about Shiva. And in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great about Shiva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal, but just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And you're stuck with the consequences. Shiva, always possible. But the undoing the reactions or the reactions of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredibly so. You must be happy. And that's just everything about Shiva. So it's not really much setting it up like this. You want to know why Yitzchak's son, this guy, if he hits or he curses his father, because his father gave up Shiva. He's not going to do Shiva. If that's because I'm just Shiva, be happy. What's going on? Then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Adam. I'm not married, but I'm the thing for the Amcha. Very interesting. No. When are you tired? I love the rest of the person operating on a Jew. But ultimately, again,
Our first relationship
who is going to live. Meaning, again, listen, let's set this back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halakha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? The son is a different obligation, right? The son is the son. Right? The son always has an umbrella. Remember again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent or not. It's incredibly important. In other words, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have help. So your parents is like this, even our brothers who get to death, a son still has an obligation to honor his parent. But the rest of everyone else, obligation, because if you're dead, it's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. Be healthy, you know, Nami. If that's the case against the son, should also be exempt. I'll say, I'm the days. Vivi Dahavi La'akamisa. You just hear what I say. Salakhamisa. No, we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of Kibbutz Avva'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse. Right? But the Maisa, you can't curse your parents after they're dead. So, for example, the color of the Imo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he's sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, the son cursing him, would still be prohibited. Because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So, okay, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of Kibbutz Avva'im even after death. It transcends after death, right? This is why Allah again. So this is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of people Ava'im, which has a lot to do with what their father says. Parents said to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die.
My parents are savage. They were from the
But is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Or could they dispense with that request? Yeah, a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that is very halacha. But like not the point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shaila indicates to us that people are ava'im extend even beyond that. So we must okay. So the conversation. Bottom line, let's remember how did this all start? What was the shaila? What was the shaila? Right? Avram Yitzchak worked for days, his father is Chayiv, ultimately again, from Malchus, or all sorts of law, when the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition. Right? Or ultimately again, which is the similar case, right? Avram is being let out to go, is Yitzchak the son Chayiv, if he hits him or if he curses him. So certainly establishes, certainly cursing him is Chayiv. Right? Because Lamaisa, cursing the parent after their death is also a liability. So certainly he's actually physically breathing. So my other what about it, like, what's I'm about it, the thing kind of the day of the show. Lakor, Pina, Ben Nasa, Shiak, Lakosa, or the Kalalo. So what's like general halacha Lamaisa? The son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of Basin. That's the halacha. Can't curse or your father known as the agent of Basin with one exception. Chutz mimesis, Shahari Amatorah, with Sachmo, one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then Yitzchak the son is permitted to go ahead and in person carry out the punishment of the agent, which makes us look like we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, we definitely throw the book of in a general sense. Okay, so let's say, by the way, that is the halacha as brought down the Shulchan Aruch. Again, so the Shulchan Aruch, this was actually, good, Rishman Avadash, this is good. So the Gemara says,
I don't know what to say.
the Gemara says, two halachas over here.
What's it called?
So, how you avi v'imo rishayim gimurim ba'ovei avera?
See, this is
Let's say
the
one's
7-hour
parents,
stream
but
break
not
right
as
now.
rishayim gimurim. It's over avera. So listen to this. Afilu nigmar dinam lahariga v'yotzi miharik. Even if they're literally being let out to be executed, asur lo lahakosam ulakalam. You're not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to curse them. Then he calls them potter. Now, Haskins, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. Right? Why you potter? Because technically speaking, you're dead already. Right? They also tshuva harays the chayiv b'nerag alei tapapishah from the this is fascinating. So if towards parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Aaron is being let out to be killed. First of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically potter because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, but because Ram says, however, if Avram did Shuvah and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. How about the scenario? Even though Yitzchak is being let, even though Avram is being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, halacha l'maaseh in halacha hey, but I'm right here. Other imo avei shalokim alav, vayev shliach l'dayanim, lo yaki osam, ve'im yitzchak v'nidui, lo yishliach l'dosam, lo yudah v'lo yakas. So again, in halacha hey, Shalach Paskins that the son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Beis Din to carry out malchus, but to carry out nidui excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Not finished yet. Hamasya other than that, actually answer by the as we actually alluded to this earlier in the last video, when you relate is actually the beginning of the parent. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless a person causes an injury. So you have to think the Kabbalah. Zeh homer b'mekala u'b'maker, shemekala la'akan mischayiv, That Makila Akamisa Papa.
I still don't know it's smelling saltier, to be honest with you.
Hitting and cursing
I know we've
parents
gone over it
together,
before.
there's a stringency that person has over hitting, namely that hitting your only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing on chayiv even when the parent is dead. Something incredible. Something about that kind of life. So let's say so very important halacha. What this means is, right, Yitzchak goes over to his father Aaron, like gives him like a gives him a patch. It doesn't give Chavur, it doesn't give injury. It's not good, but it's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a Chavur.
Oh, you know what? 3016, not a bad thing to ask. I should have grasped. Actually, you know what? I have not. That's the one person I have not even grasped. That earlier I was like, I told them that I was grasping at some bigger guess.
So there's a redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says, "Ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo." God says, "If a man will curse his mother and his father, he is put to death. Why? Aviv ve'ino kilo both. He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice?" To which the Gemara says, "The second Aviv ve'ino kilo teaches me lachamisa, that there's liability for cursing his parents even after death. Even after death, even after the parent died, he's not allowed to curse them." Listen to this.
All right, see you later, Moffart. Thank you for always being so friendly.
Polio b'chayv b'chayv b'chalo. Since the side the Torah goes out and equates hitting and cursing. Ma'makeh elochayv elamikayim. Akamachala elochayv elamikayim. Therefore, just like striking the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So to when cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So we'll say, therefore, here in the pasuk, extra phrase. Aviv v'imo kilo, to teach that there's liability for cursing parents, even once they are dead. Furthermore, Kavachomer.
I want to smoke. It's almost 4:20.
There's a couple of the Kavachomer. Uma makeh she'asa bo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha.
That would be crazy. Relapse.
So furthermore, again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asa bo shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in fulfillment with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting him. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says,
what the fuck is on this 444?
I'm sorry, don't come over. But yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. When it comes to Makala, interestingly enough, the din of Makala is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call an Amchal, in Halacha L'maisa, there is no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability for after that. Hamad Lomar, Aviv V'imo Kilo, Lachamisa. So now once I give the extra phrase Aviv V'imo Kilo teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing the parents even after they're dead. Alright, so let's analyze. So let me call up your hand to me. I said, like, yeah, I'll do it. So again, we'll see this in the Bible in just a moment. Print of your son. That old phrase of Aviv V'imo Kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Aviv V'imo Kilo? It's going to teach that even after the death of the parents, there's going to be liability. There was Elad Yoshia. My theory, my friend of Yoshia, who holds that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Desanya. Ish. The pasuk says ish. Now again, let's show the pasuk is ish. Asher kalo es aviv ve'imo. Why do you need ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish?
If I told you I smoked a cigar,
My fellow ish. The rabbis pass tumtum v'androgynous. Teaching that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately again there's no liability to the child for cursing the parent. Asher kalo es aviv ve'imo. Who will curse his mother and his father, in the Ella of the I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv Shalom Imo Shalom Aviv. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says, Talomar Aviv Imo Kila. The pasuk then goes on to say, "Other the imo kilo, other kilo, imo kilo, the Rabbi Yosha." So now you see what's happening over here. So Rabbi Yosha says like this. Rabbi Yosha uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this: "Ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo." So what that makes it sound like when the reading of that pasuk is only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yosha says therefore the end of the pasuk says, "Aviv ve'imo kilo," teaching that what is liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. That's what Yoshi uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Mashma shmeir ke'achol mashma echad b'fnei atzmo, ad sheyikol lekach kasav Yaakov." Rabbi Yonasan says, "No, that's not how we read in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minole, not the me in the color of the emo, most emos. The pasuk says ultimately again from the color of the most emos the ida, when we find in the Davos but kumkum the androgynous. That's burned out to teach me. But in the androgynous people of the first and the same way we teach. Learning after the Bertorah Klosham and the Adam, Torah is just talking in like a normative way. But listening, Chomer the Makkah eating the Kalo. So why not highlight the idea that there's a Chumrah? Then Makkah is over the Kalo. How so? Shab the Makkah, second wide line. Shab the Makkah, also Boshua, Ba'amko, Ba'amko, by Makkah, was a Yitzhak, and Jews. Why does the Jews Amko, not Amko, the time? Masha is in the color. Ultimately, again, but that's different by the color. Because by the color, you only try the person who is the Amko. Hasavar, Machine, Hakal, Mitzvah. You go ahead and ultimately, again, we compare or we by Machine, we compare the halacha of Hakal to Klala. It's just like Hakal, you're trying for going ahead and doing it. So the Klala, Lema, Hani tonight. Let's say, this number about these other tonight. Let's say, so like what? Tani Chadok, very interesting case over here. Kusi Ata Mitzvah Hakaso, Yata Mitzvah Kilasa. Kusi. I will say now, again, remember, if you're going to get into Kusi in general, Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a guy. Preferably just means a guy. Kusi is the same as Apple. Right? In other terms, what Kusi refers to are the Kusi. Who are the Kusim? Like whenever they're getting in Shamaness, so the king of Ashur exiled the 10 tribes. They had a good strategy. He knows his strategy. His military strategy was whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homelands and you settle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when you exile the 10 tribes, who do you put in your place? The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? The Kusim of the Avodazara. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. There's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts, not legitimate converts? You just bear that in mind. So the answer is follows. So Kusi also with Tzivah Haka. So there's no Shakri also. So Kusi, if you were to Kusi, you're tight. If you curse a Kusi, you're not tight. Thank you, definitely right. So Yata Mitzvah Haka, that's for the Haka. Also, ultimately by Kusi, you're not tight. You're either hitting or for cursing him. That you want to say Sabuel. Including Alma, Kusi, Giri, and the same. That was the assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusi were legitimate Giri. And that's the case in mercy. So my love documents are used. So what are they arguing about? So the man said, I'm actually not called a flaw. One of the things is that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone who marks and therefore get his liability. Who marks cover, we're not seeing a called a flaw. And the thing is, no, we treat them separately. You might say, well, not true. Everyone agrees. We're not seeing a called a flaw. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. The hard part, the hard so what are we arguing about here? Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos. Am I saying Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos? I'm sorry. Mar Saba Kusin Giri NSA. Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos. What's the Machokis? I will say the Machokis ultimately is what's the nature of Kusin? What Kusin Giri Arayos means that Arayos is the power of nothing. Right? They converted because of the lions. So therefore, they were not legitimate. Other thing says no. You're again at MS. Legitimate Ryan, dedicated. So the Gemara says, I need to turn out love, show up to the Yisrael. So let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, so what does it mean when we say that the shor of a pussy is treated like the shor of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, and the Shemamino, that case of the Yisrael. Rather, we'll say, what do you see there? What is my focus? My focus ultimately is to compare Hakah to Klala or not. That is the fundamental focus for holding over here. So let's say, so just halacha l'maisa, just to understand the takeaways here. So halacha l'maisa, what we asking is that Hakah and Klala are treated differently, right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there's a problem of cursing one's parent even after their death. But halacha l'maisa, again, Hakah, right, striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right, after that, the parents. Sorry, we're going to go to the last pass on the last piece. We'll take over the Mishnah Refesh tomorrow. And then you stop. It's fast.
What the fuck?
That's what like hell yeah, fuck this.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking to all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, right? You know, Talmud Torah sponsor. Social Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year as a Zuchos for the Sorah Tzavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Abalin, Latova, Terry, and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef, going on the occasion of his 12th yard site. Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael Zechron Devracha, a week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Collis, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah Zechron Devracha, and our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Adam Blanca, in memory of Harav Moshe Ben Harav David or Moshe Feinstein, Zatzal, on the occasion of his yard site. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah. The families in the Chama, the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful before Masay Day. So that's for always troubleshooting. Everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I must say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is pay 85. We are up to a next. We left off on pay down on the base 84b, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The case, the question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting from his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because I want him to discuss the Mishnah, introduce us to the idea that if the son injures his father, he's chayiv connect. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions, Rav Masno and Rav Dini Bar Chilya, who both seem to say yes. But then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Braid Ravina, who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance a boil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chadura. So the Gemara goes on and says, Hadisnan, Machat Shayaz, Vital Ba'asakot. Remember again, this is now switching over to Hilchos Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows, that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not mitzvah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. 1 second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an issue d'oraisa. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogig, it's not an intentional chabura, but nevertheless, it's a shogig of skila. Which the Gemara says, no, hasam mekalkal. That's different, because if there is a chabura that's caused by taking out the splinter, that's mekalkal. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, that's not according to the opinion that says mekalkal is pater. That in general on Shabbos, when you do something destructive, that is pater. According to the opinion that says mekalkal is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, A malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? Which verse is one of those like man shamas lidor mekalkel bechabura chayiv? Who's the opinion who says that mekalkel by chabura, that because the chabura and it's skillful and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Tapa hey. Rabbi Shimon Amar Malacha Shnei Legufa. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shnei Legufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds such a chater. Okay, so the word goes off. So bottom line, by the way. So what happens when we're just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha shenetzricha legufa. In general, both say for Hilchos Shabbos, what do you feel for Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, then ultimately again it's not after Shabbos. Now that being said, we don't take out splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Shabbos. We take splinters after Shabbos out of a fear, ultimately again, of a darshan and skaving, right? Well, even though it's a malachas and the gufa, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous sugya, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? Rabbi says this is a big shayla. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing this disease. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch asking in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchos Kibud Avayim, fascinating halachas in Yeridea, in Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Reish Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. The Aruch says as follows: Hayakot Takov La'aviv. Let's say again, my father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. The Shulchan Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo La'asens Bo Chabura. A son should not take out the splinter lest he comes to cause his father to bleed. It will make his dam, or rofe, let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor, lo yak is dam la'aviv, or lo yaktif lo eder, afa pisha mechavin l'rfuah. A son should not do anything to a father that could cause bleeding, even if the intention is for reflection. That's how it's going. Don't say that, but the Ramah is a very important qualifier. Hagah, that when is this true? When is this true? When there's someone else to go ahead and provide, we call this quote unquote service for the father. About an ancient after lasso, who mitzvah, Harry Makizo, the Kote Close to Fimasher, Shu Lasses. So it's interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. Son could do it. But Shalach is a very interesting qualifier. He says, Fimasher Shu Lasses. He has to get the shus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the Lachativa is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's the Lachativa. Right? If there's no one else there, a son could do it, but really he should get the shus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause a chabura or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is of the mental capacity to give rishus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not of the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who gets. Again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally better to have someone other than your son perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishus, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more on this. We're not a little bit later on today. Goes like top of pay 85A, second line. Very interesting case. Yes, the father shall have Sheshas. Then, wow, listen to this. Can his son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, in this